He had exceptional talent with the sword. There was nothing he could not learn, and nothing that could escape the blade he wielded. He trained to the limit, to the point of forming bloodstains on the palms of his own hands. Even so, after abandoning the traditional path of the sword, he spent 20 years refining his skills with a knife. Even then, he became the greatest swordsman in the country. The next scene shows this same man inside a restaurant, cutting a fish with extreme precision to assemble a dish. The surroundings were chaotic, with staff moving back and forth, calling out orders from every table. In the typical bustle of a busy restaurant, little by little, something draws the attention of both customers and cooks. Everyone begins to look toward the kitchen. He was there, completely focused, slicing the fish with clean and perfect movements. One of the employees tries to warn him that his phone was ringing, but he was wearing headphones and could not hear anything. Only later does he realize that he should have set the device to vibrate. When he looks at the screen, he sees a notification from a game he had already uninstalled, which leaves him confused, since it made no sense for it to still appear. At that moment, another employee warns that a guest has arrived. The chef, irritated, asks them to say that he is not there, but it is already too late. The visitor approaches him directly, making it clear that he came to demand an answer. He states that he has already given enough time for the chef to think, and that the request should not be difficult for someone who handles blades all day. Then the man realizes that he may be being insensitive and opens a briefcase full of money, assuring him that he would not disappoint. It was an advance payment of 300 million. Without responding, the chef simply picks up the knife and cuts something with a single movement. He makes it clear that this kitchen is a clean place, and that there is no room for filthy people like that man, asking him to leave. What he had cut, however, was only a hanging tuna. Even so, the visitor becomes furious, saying that he was practically a saint of the sword, and questioning what someone like that was doing, hidden in a kitchen, cutting fish. When the man tries to touch the knife, everyone around is completely shocked. He then leaves, warning that he would not give up so easily, and that he would return soon to insist. Sometime later, the chef goes out to smoke during a work break. An employee comments that the offer was 300 million and says that if it were him, he would have accepted without thinking twice. The chef replies that throughout his life he has only cut fish heads and never became a criminal. The coworker asks if he only had a reputation but had never actually cut anyone's throat, suggesting that he take the money, scare someone, or do something simple with the knife. He insists that the chef could open a shop, buy a house, and live like a normal person, since everyone deserved to live as humans. Even so, the chef states that he would refuse the offer even if it were 1 billion. At that moment, the employee notices that his phone was full of notifications and makes a joke, asking if they were messages from multiple girlfriends. The chef replies that it was just a boring game. The coworker recognizes the name and asks if it was the game Divine Protection. He confirms it, but says that he had stopped playing a long time ago. While another employee is called to clean the kitchen, the chef gets lost in thought. When he was young, his family had gone bankrupt, and he had started working non-stop since then. He wonders whether living as a human meant something beyond simply earning money, and realizes that he may have focused too much on that. Even so, he does not understand why the phone kept receiving notifications from that game. He imagines that he might have reinstalled it after drinking, and decides to delete everything again. When he tries to clear the notification, he ends up clicking it by accident. The game Divine Protection opens on the screen. He thinks that even though he no longer played, the soundtrack still brought a nostalgic feeling, and the female characters were still beautiful as ever. Suddenly, the phone begins to freeze intensely, until everything starts to glow. In the next scene, an employee enters again looking for the chef, saying that they were calling for him. However, he had vanished. The employee wonders where he went, and why he left his phone behind. Someone comments that maybe he just went to the bathroom. Meanwhile, on the screen of the abandoned phone, the message appears stating that the transfer was complete, 100% completed. The story then explains the game Divine Protection in more detail. It is a typical mobile game of the pay-to-win model, where those who pay become stronger. It has an automatic hunting system that is extremely boring and is a generic game that does not require much explanation. Even so, the question arises of why someone would play it. The answer is simple. The former player liked the appearance of the female characters. Even so, he never spent money on the game, nor did he ever finish it. He never truly played with a main character, or even an important NPC. In reality, he ended up falling into that world as a background character. The name of that character was Kang Jio-ma. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a street, where Kang Jio-ma is walking distractedly, until a woman bumps into him. His reaction is completely stiff and exaggerated, typical of someone with no social experience, panicking at the thought that a woman had just touched him. He asks if everything is okay, saying that he had bumped into her. The girl replies that everything is fine, and that in fact she was the one who bumped into him. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflects that the game's setting was based in Korea. The names, locations, geography, and language were practically the same as Korea, with small differences, but clearly inspired by the country. Because of that, he was able to adapt very easily to that world. He was still a teenager, at least during that year, and now he was living inside the game. He did not know for sure whether that was reality, a game, or if he was simply pretending not to know it was a game. Even so, he lived a completely normal life, like an ordinary high school student, just as he had in his past past life. It was a simple and ordinary secondary existence. When he arrives home, someone becomes extremely happy to see him. That person says that the pride of the family has finally arrived. It was his mother, who shows him a letter informing him that he had been accepted into a university. He asks her to stop for now, but she cannot contain her pride, saying that she has already read that letter several times. Kang Jae-ma's parents were far more excited than their own son. She remembers that the entrance ceremony would be the next day and asks if he had already packed everything for the trip. He replies that he has, and that he just needed to finish a few things. Inside, he thinks that his ordinary and peaceful life had been completely ruined. In his room, discouraged, he reflects that everyone was far too excited and that because of that he could not give up on that academy. He had already asked to withdraw several times, but nothing worked. He was tired, in fact completely exhausted. He wonders how Kang Jae-ma managed to be accepted into such a prestigious school. Then the explanation appears. When he entered that body, his parents informed him that in the previous year he had manifested his blessing. This leaves him confused. Even before he possessed Jae-ma's body, that blessing had already manifested, causing him to be immediately approved in the entrance exam of the Wakam Academy. The protagonist begins to wonder whether that boy was not a genius. It is explained that a blessing is what allows humans to use special abilities. In short, it is the same concept presented in the game. However, not all humans possess divine protection. For the most part, this is linked to genetics. Wealthy people, or those from noble families, tend to have a higher chance of manifesting divine protection. Because of that, an elite academy was created, the Joachim Academy. The academy was founded under the pretext of training heroes, but in practice it was always accessible only to the elite. Recently, however, an inclusion program for people who did not belong to heroic families was implemented. That was how Jae-ma managed to enter. The official justification was the need for heroes to fight monsters. Even so, the protagonist makes it clear to himself that he did not want that reality. That was not the life he desired. He did not want to study at a school that trained young people to become heroes and go to war. Just thinking that he possessed a blessing already made him feel bored. At that moment, the status window appears, and he thinks that it was as ugly as ever. The system shows that he possessed the blessing of not feeling pain. This ability stayed active for 30 seconds and had a cooldown of 12 hours. He wonders if he was really accepted into the academy with just that. 30 seconds of effect and 12 hours of cooldown seemed almost ridiculous. Then he realizes that this blessing was not the only one. He had received another upon entering that body, the blessing of the god of the sword. Anything he hit with a blade would be cut. The activation time was infinite. The condition was that the blade had to be up to 30 centimeters long and 5 centimeters thick. He wonders if that was not far too powerful, questioning whether someone was mocking him. He had never seen an ability like that, not even within the game. At the same time, the ability seemed far too simple. If it hits, it cuts. He did not understand how it worked, and imagined that there must be some hidden condition. When he looks more closely at the specifications, he realizes that the blade size perfectly matched a sashimi knife, the same one he had used throughout his entire past life. The protagonist thinks that he had no idea what that game wanted from him. Life never followed the path he desired. He then concludes that he had finished packing everything, but realizes that he had forgotten something important: his equipment. He begins to reflect on the equipment that existed in the game. Even rank E items cost millions. Rank S equipment was so rare that perhaps only 2 people in the world possessed one. He did not want anything flashy so as not to spend money, but he also knew that arriving at the academy without any equipment would make him stand out. After hesitating, he decides that he would get some appropriate equipment. Finally, he remembers that in his past life, a teacher had always said that Japanese knives were really worth it. He thinks that it might be worth giving it a chance. After all, a truly skilled person never blames the equipment. The next day, he appears well dressed, carrying his luggage. One of the staff responsible for screening observes it and wonders what exactly he was carrying. It becomes clear that the luggage contained several sashimi knives. He was standing in the equipment analysis area, a mandatory evaluation on the first day. The instructor in charge, a muscular man, thinks that every year someone shows up trying to be funny and that he needed to assert authority over that type of person. He slams his hand on the table and questions whether that was a joke, asking if the student really intended to enter the academy using kitchen knives as equipment. The protagonist calmly replies that that was his equipment. The instructor remains silent for a few seconds, clearly irritated, and calls him out harshly. Kang Jae-ma then introduces himself in a formal manner, explaining that he was a special admission student from an ordinary family and that his family did not have the financial means to provide proper equipment. He asks whether the instructor truly intends to continue treating the situation that way. The instructor then notices that his identification card has a different color, indicating special admission. Internally, he acknowledges that proper equipment is extremely expensive and that students from that group truly start at a major disadvantage. The protagonist takes advantage of the moment and states that blaming someone for the equipment they use is a childish attitude. Those words reflect the philosophy he has carried since his past life. A specialist never blames their equipment. He had reached the peak of the blade without ever having the best resources, and that mindset was part of who he was. The instructor feels that firm presence and ends up recognizing the boy's worth. birth. He announces that the student Kang Ma, admitted through the special route, is authorized to use his own equipment. The protagonist thanks him politely before leaving. Some wealthy students begin whispering and speaking badly about him because of his special admission, but the instructor immediately interrupts them. He makes it clear that inside the academy, what matters are actions, not a person's origin. Everyone responds in unison, accepting the order. The protagonist thinks that after that, he might even develop some kind of trauma, as he did not expect his entrance into the academy to be so embarrassing and uncomfortable. Even so, the equipment evaluation was complete. Now only the test that would determine which class he would be placed in remained. He reflects that, no matter what, he had already come very far. That was an extremely privileged institution. The Wacom Academy, seeing everything in person, was very different from observing it through a phone screen. The size of the campus was excessive, large enough to accommodate an entire small city. He admits to himself that the place was impressive. This was a school attended by people of high status. He remembers that in his past life, he had to abandon his studies due to lack of money, and wonders whether he ever imagined he would be in a place like that. Suddenly, an announcement echoes through the loudspeakers, informing that the test would begin soon and that the new students should gather by 3 in the afternoon. The protagonist finds the time unusually early. The entrance ceremony had already ended, but that test was far more important. He thinks that he needs to test his new equipment. At that moment, he realizes that since arriving in this life, he has not touched a single knife. He remembers the words of his former master, who said that a swordsman should never let go of his sword, not even while sleeping. He had lived 22 years by the blade, and concludes that 1 year of rest should not have harmed his skills. He examines the knife carefully and confirms that it is well sharpened. To be honest, it is not bad at all. He decides to test it by cutting a leaf. The moment he begins to draw the knife, a strange energy starts to gather around it. The system then announces that the conditions to activate the blessing of the god of the sword have been met. However, it also warns that the protagonist's body is still very weak, as is the level of the equipment. A suppression is applied to synchronize the ability with the current body and equipment. Ma is surprised to realize that the ability is already being activated. He activates it at level 1. The system announces a divine blessing. Immediately afterward, an intense pain runs through his body as the energy flows through the knife and his muscles. The sensation is so strong that he believes he might die. Despite that, he survives and finds himself in a completely different space. Confused, he wonders what just happened. When he drops the knife to the ground, the surrounding reality begins to reconstruct itself, as if the world were returning to normal. He realizes that he has returned, and concludes that everything happened at the exact moment he let go of the blade. A strong headache hits him shortly after. The protagonist understands that his ability had been activated, but he does not understand why the blessing made the world seem to shatter, or why that absurd pain appeared as a side effect. He realizes that when he activated the blessing of not feeling pain, the result was only mild muscle pain afterward. He then reaches a troubling conclusion. If every activation of the blessing of the god of the sword were like that, he would never be able to use his knife in combat. The loudspeaker announces once again that the new students should gather immediately. Even so, he hesitates, wondering if he can pick up the knife again. He cannot simply leave a sashimi knife lying on the ground. He tries to convince himself that the pain may have happened only because it was the first time, and that everything would be fine now. However, the instant he grabs the knife again, intense pain shoots through his body once more. The scene shifts to the training area. Many students are already gathered there, standing and waiting. Many nobles talk among themselves, forming small groups. Among them, there is a presence that clearly stands out: the Sword Emperor, a 7-star hero, Siegfried von Nibelung. It is said that he is the direct descendant of Aaron Nibelung, and also the disciple of a legendary hero, being considered the most powerful human of the current era. His mere presence intimidates the nobles, causing them to behave in a more restrained manner. Shortly after, a woman approaches the Sword Emperor. She was also a 7-star hero, known as Medea, the poison of Medea. The interaction between the two showed long-standing familiarity, as if they shared decades of history. The surrounding atmosphere reacted with respect, and a certain sense of unease, since both were legendary figures. While the heroes talked, the students began to organize themselves. The protagonist remained isolated, observing everything from a distance. He had the feeling of being the only one there alone, in addition to carrying the weight of being a special admission student. He remembered how people like that were often targets of contempt or bullying. Suddenly, a girl walks through the middle of the crowd, naturally opening a path. As she moves forward, the gazes of the boys turn toward her, clearly impressed by her beauty. The protagonist immediately recognizes who she is: Abel von Nibelung, a student of the academy, and the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. She was the main heroine of the game Divine Protection, the central character of the story, the one who had been the reason he invested so much time in that game. Next, the narrative explains the concept of subspace, created by the legendary hero Valor Joachim. Subspace was an alternate dimension of reality. Inside it, pain and experiences were real, but the physical body in the real world did not suffer damage. There was no direct interference with external reality, and even deaths could occur there without physical consequences outside that space. It becomes clear that the training for that year would take place inside a subspace. The format format would be different, functioning like a kind of battle royale. The students would be divided into groups of 10, and only the survivors would be considered winners. There would be no equipment restrictions, which clearly favored elite students capable of bringing extremely expensive weapons and items. Meanwhile, the protagonist observes Abel von Nibelung from a distance, admitting to himself that she was truly incredible. Before, he had only seen her in 2 dimensions through a screen. Now, she was there, right in front of him. Many students tried to approach her, seeking attention. He thinks that if his life were a little better, he might be there as well. Even so, he recognizes reality. Beautiful people always end up pairing with each other, and someone like him, a special admission student, had no place in that kind of social circle. He makes it clear to himself that he would not get involved in that school life full of social competition. The 3 words he imposed as rules for his new life were simple and clear: safe, ordinary, protected. By following that, he could study peacefully, get a normal job, and live a comfortable and stable life. The idea of becoming a hero had never been more than an option to him. Just by touching a knife, he almost died from pain. He acknowledged that heroes existed to protect the world, but that was not the path he wanted to follow. All he wanted was to live comfortably, far from danger, and far from battles. The magical crystal begins to announce the rules of the exam. The test this time would be a battle royale. In each group, only 10 people would be able to complete the challenge. The highest score would receive the star classification. Second and third would be dragon. From 4th to 7th would be wolf, and from 8th to 10th would be considered ordinary. Based on these results, everyone would be distributed into different classes. Points would be calculated automatically, and there would be no time limit. Ma realizes that the exam worked very similarly to a game. His goal was to finish the test as quickly as possible and avoid drawing attention. Shortly after, the spatial occurrence device is activated, and the exam officially begins. Shadows start spreading throughout the arena as the robot ends the instructions, wishing the participants good luck. Ma decides that he would avoid drawing his weapon as much as possible. The scene then moves forward to the end of the exam, when everyone begins to leave the subspace in terrible condition, injured and exhausted. The magical crystal starts announcing the classifications of all the groups. Among the spectators were the Emperor and Medea, closely observing the results. Medea reflects that the Sword Emperor's granddaughter was also present there. To her, that environment resembled a gathering of descendants from legendary families, where many outcomes seemed almost predetermined. She is surprised by the recorded time, only 7 minutes, something considered unbelievable. The record had been broken using a rank C weapon, which made the achievement even more impressive. It was a high-risk weapon that required great mastery of one's own blessing. To Medea, those youths were acting like seasoned veterans. Even without reaching the level of the older generation, that selection would certainly be remembered in the history of the Academy. The Sword Emperor considers the result something natural for his granddaughter, a legitimate descendant of the Nibelung family. He realizes that the exam is coming to an end and decides to leave. Medea comments that there was really nothing very interesting left to observe, but the Emperor finds it strange that she would leave while there were still many participants. Even so, the two say their goodbyes. Suddenly, both the Emperor and Medea feel an extremely powerful presence. In fact, everyone around them senses that abnormal feeling. The energy was difficult to detect and had only been felt before on very rare occasions. Soon after, a deafening noise echoes, and the subspace rift begins to tear open in the sky, as if it had been forcibly cut. 2 people fall from that crack, leaving everyone confused, as it looked like they had been thrown directly out of subspace. The rift then begins to shine intensely, and something descends from it at extremely high speed. It was a sashimi knife. Medea immediately calls the medical team to help the injured. Beside the knife, Ma lay fallen. The narrative shifts to his perspective. Ma realizes that the results were already practically decided, and that there were elite participants in that group. However, by sheer bad luck, he ended up in a match where his very life was at stake. He watches a group of students being brutally massacred. Those responsible were the evil twins of the Iron family, Mao Jun and Mao Shun. The two were beating and eliminating the other students without any mercy. Beyond their natural talent, they were extremely violent and cruel. They had been continuing the massacre for about 30 minutes, yet Ma had still not been attacked. He wonders if he was so weak that he did not even draw their attention. One of the brothers throws a student to the ground who already seemed dead. They begin counting how many they had taken down, and in the middle of it, one of them crushes another student's head with a kick. A childish argument arises over who had made more victims, until one of them claims to have left one for last. The twins' gaze turns to a terrified little girl. Ma had been watching her for some time, and realizes that she was in complete panic, unable to react or fight. The taller brother starts approaching her slowly, showing pleasure in seeing someone cry and scream. The other comments that, despite being twins, that behavior was disturbing even to him, and he considers killing her immediately. At that moment, Ma intervenes, insulting the two and questioning the need for such brutality, even while inside a subspace. He realizes too late that he revealed himself unintentionally. The two brothers finally notice his presence, something that had not happened until then. They look at him with disdain, seeing him as just another filthy commoner who entered through special admission. That, however, seems to excite them even more. The taller brother says he will rip off his head quickly, and that he will pay for the insults. Ma starts thinking about what he should do. He considers using his own blessing, but realizes it would not work, since his blessing lasted only 30 seconds, while those two had been beating others for almost 30 minutes. Then he remembers his weapon, the sashimi knife. At the same time, he thinks about the moment when his blessing manifests, because he always feels intense pain. He never wanted anything beyond an ordinary and safe life, but half a day had already passed, and he had failed in that wish. The brothers start wondering what he is doing. Slowly, Ma takes the sashimi knife out of his bag. The two begin laughing at him, finding it absurd that someone would face that situation with only a small knife. The taller brother finds it amusing, but decides he will kill him by starting with crushing his head. Ma understands that this is a life or death situation. He would have only 30 seconds and needed to think fast. First, he activates the blessing that removes pain. Next, he activates the blessing of the sword god. The blessing that removes pain neutralizes the side effect of the sword god's blessing, leaving his body functional for that short period. The enemy wonders what someone could possibly do with a simple kitchen knife. Ma thinks that if he does not cut, he will die. Even so, he hesitates. Could that huge and fat body really be cut by a sashimi knife? He remembers that this was not a fish, but a human, and that he had never cut a human before. His mind drifts, recalling that in movies gangsters always use sashimi knives, and he wonders if that kind of knife really cuts people like fish. He remembers the master saying that this was not true, and that not even God could cut someone like that with such a knife. But then he recalls another phrase: if it cuts, it will turn into pieces. When the man jumps toward him, Ma does not hesitate. He executes a slash with the knife and activates the divine cut. In an instant, one of the brothers' hands is severed. The hand, still attached to the glove, falls heavily to the ground. At that moment, a flashback of his past life emerges. Ma remembers asking the master why gangsters always appeared eating sashimi. The master, a former gangster, always demanded to be called only that. He had lost one of his hands in a gang incident, and, in order to use knives to make people happy instead of sad, he opened a sushi restaurant. Even so, he possessed absurd skills with knives. The master explained that wide kitchen knives made the skin contract quickly, making it difficult to pull the blade out after a strike. Sashimi knives, on the other hand, were thin, allowing easy thrusting and withdrawal. He also made it clear that cutting a fish was different, because the fish was already dead. A live fish would not even allow someone to cut bread. Back in the present, the man's arm is cut as if it were butter. He starts screaming, thrashing around and complaining about the pain, terrified of Ma and begging him to stay away. In desperation, he begins to run, while the other brother remains in shock. The injured brother cries, pleading for help. Before he can cry out again, his head is cut in half. The brother who remains alive watches without being able to react. At his feet, half of his brother's face falls, separated from the rest of the body. Only then does he panic and start screaming. Ma remains standing still, possessed. The surviving brother tries to convince himself that this was just a subspace, and that his brother was not really dead. But even so, he feels deep fear. He wonders who that man was, capable of cutting a head in half with a simple knife. He concludes that he would need to be extremely careful with that blade. To him, his brother had lost only because he had been careless. Then he crouches down and picks up the severed arm of his brother that was lying on the ground. He steals the enemy's glove and starts wearing both. Then he activates the blessing of resolution, which drastically increases his defense, raises his jumping ability by 200%, and also amplifies the power of his strikes. Now he was stacking 3 benefits at the same time. The opponent believes that it does not matter where that knife came from, because no rank S weapon would be able to pierce his defense in that state. Meanwhile, Ma continues counting the 30 seconds of duration in his mind. At that moment, 21 remained. The man takes advantage of an opening and charges forward with everything, believing that Ma was distracted, muttering and ignoring the fight. He decides that he will crush his head in one blow. Ma, however, keeps counting. 7, 6, 5. At that instant, the enemy realizes that something is wrong. He is already lying on the ground, with countless puncture wounds spread all over his body, as if he had been struck by several blades at the same time. 3, 2. When the man finally dies, the time runs out. The system announces that the effect of the blessing that removes pain has ended. The pain returns violently, and Ma starts screaming while still holding the knife. In the next scene, he opens his eyes slowly. Confused, he wonders if he is in a hospital. When he tries to get up, intense pain runs through his body. Someone quickly passes by the room just to confirm that he has awakened, and informs the others. Soon after, he notices faces he never imagined seeing again. People who, 50 years earlier, had annihilated the Demon King's army. 2 7-star heroes stood before him, the strongest of humanity, Siegfried, and the Academy director Medea. He wonders why such important figures were there. Siegfried asks his name, and he introduces himself as Ma. The hero goes straight to the point, wanting to know exactly what he had done inside the subspace. Ma remembers the strange sensation he felt in there. Clearly, at that moment, it did not feel like he himself was controlling his own body. He notices that Siegfried already has his sword ready, and understands that it was not a good thing to be targeted by that man. Even so, Ma explains that, even if it was a subspace, place. The brothers had gone too far. He admits that he also went overboard and states that he would accept any punishment. Siegfried stares at him in silence. At that moment, Medea breaks the tension, scolding the old hero for frightening the boy. She sits beside Ma and explains that it was Siegfried who cleared his obstructed meridians while he was unconscious. She comments teasingly that the older someone gets, the more stubborn they become, and asks Ma to at least look at her. She says that she likes shy boys. The situation leaves Ma and Siegfried visibly embarrassed. Ma wonders why the swordmaster would have done that for him and realizes that his body feels much lighter than before. Medea then explains that they reviewed the recordings of the room where he was. She confesses that she was moved when she saw Ma protecting a completely underprivileged female student, saying that he looked like a prince, just as she had always dreamed. She jokes, calling him her little hero, until the emperor interrupts her, asking her to maintain her dignity. She regains her composure and makes it clear that Ma would not be punished for what he did. The brothers had only been approved due to the influence of their powerful families, and would soon be removed from the school. Ma feels relieved at the thought that he would not have to live alongside that kind of people. However, the emperor reveals that they were there for another reason. Ma had become the best student of that test. Both of them congratulate him. He is completely shocked. All he wanted was a peaceful and safe life. Later, at the academy, Medea comments that in 20 years as director, she had never seen anything like that happen. Back in the present, Ma states that he does not want to be in first place. The two are surprised. Medea asks him to think it over, explaining the weight of being the class star. Even so, Ma insists that he does not want it. The emperor merely observes in silence. Medea calls him again, and the scene returns to the present. She teases the emperor, asking if he is irritated because Ma took his granddaughter's place. The emperor replies that he would not be so immature, and states that nothing is more immature than defining rankings based on influence. The academy chose the best student, and everyone would have to accept it. Ma did not possess exceptional physical abilities, nor great experience, but even so, for someone his age, he had accomplished something impressive. The emperor clearly remembers that great slash he had executed. The movements he had seen at that moment, performed by Ma, fully embodied the notion of skill. That represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Still, he noticed an incongruity in the boy's meridians. Ma's body was not trained enough to sustain the techniques he had demonstrated. It seemed that there was something stored inside him, something that should not have been there. Even at that age, the Sword Emperor remained competitive, especially when observing a student the same age as his granddaughter. Medea comments that Ma was actually quite attractive, especially because of the way he eliminated his opponents to save a defenseless girl. She jokes that if she were 10 years younger, or perhaps even now, she might give him a chance. She then changes the subject and asks what the old man was thinking. The emperor retorts, questioning how students today would refer to people like her. Medea provokes him, telling him to use that shiny head to think about what people would call ladies like her. He responds in a direct and rude manner, which deeply irritates her, making her slam her cup on the table. The scene shifts to Ma, who walks toward his new group, the Wolf class. He remembers the reason for being there. Medea had decided to place him in that class. Ma had even asked to stay in the Tiger class, but Medea immediately refused, explaining that placing the best student in a lower class would harm the academy's credibility. In exchange, she promised to keep his secret, and also to avoid trouble with the institution's executives. Ma reflects that his intention had always been to complete his studies safely in a lower class, rather than face constant battles in a high-level class. The Wolf class was still within what he considered acceptable. When he enters the room, everyone looks in his direction, but only because he accidentally slammed the door. As soon as they realize that he is a special admission student, everyone completely ignores him. He finds the reaction strange, thinking that if they were going to ignore him, they could at least stop staring at him. Even so, he concludes that this meant Medea had truly kept his secret. For the first time, he feels that he might be able to have a peaceful life at the academy. At that moment, the girl he had saved approaches to thank him. She mentions the test, and Ma confirms that he remembers it. He finds the use of such formal pronouns strange for someone her age. He replies that there was no need to thank him, because anyone would have done the same. She insists that she needed to thank him anyway. Ma thinks that, in truth, he acted to save himself, not to save her, and ends up feeling a bit hypocritical. Taking advantage of the moment, he introduces himself as Kang Ma. She replies that her name is Chloe. He says that it is a pleasure to meet her, and comments that it is good to have at least one familiar face in the same class. Chloe agrees, saying that she also feels happy about it. He reflects that he did not remember Chloe as a character from the game. However, he considers that the main characters were a minority, so perhaps she was just a secondary character, just like himself. Ma asks her to keep what happened in the exam a secret. Chloe agrees, but seems to want to ask for something more. Before she can continue, the professor orders everyone to sit down. Ma comments that it would be better to talk later. The professor then throws a book onto the desk and congratulates all the students, saying that they had been chosen to inherit the legacy of a great ancestor. He mentions the name Valor Wakim and states that everyone should be proud of it. The professor introduces himself as Lee Won Bin, the instructor instructor of the wolf class. He explains that since it was the first day, they would begin with basic exercises. Everyone should put on their equipment and report to the training area in 30 minutes. A student asks what the training will be. Lee Won-bin replies that it will be something simple, with no push-ups, sit-ups, or squats. The exercise consists of running 10 laps around the training area. Without further questions, he ends the instructions. Geo-ma thinks sarcastically about whether everyone would end up bald after that training. Then he approaches the professor. Lee Won-bin asks what he wants and calls him by name. Geo-ma is surprised to realize that the professor already knew who he was. He tries to avoid the training by saying that he is not feeling very well. The professor replies that as an excellent student, that routine would not even make him sweat. In a provocative tone, Lee Won-bin even suggests that it might be a good day for Geo-ma to experience an exercise worthy of the star class. The professor explains that the director had determined that Geo-ma should always receive a level of difficulty higher than that of his own class. Hearing this, Geo-ma angrily thinks about that damn old woman. Trying to escape the situation, he changes his mind and says that he needs to go to the bathroom, claiming that he is desperate. The professor immediately agrees, praising his exemplary attitude and saying that he will wait for him in the training area. In the next scene, Geo-ma is already running, but far behind the other students. He feels that he cannot take it anymore. His legs are numb and his entire body feels like it is about to give out. He keeps his pace by mentally repeating his steps, trying not to pass out. At a certain moment, Chloe appears running beside him and asks if he is okay, since he clearly does not look well. Geo-ma answers that he is fine, even though he knows it is a lie. Chloe asks how many laps he has completed. He answers uncertainly, thinking that it might be 5. When he asks how many she has done, she replies that she has completed 7. Geo-ma is shocked by the difference, but Chloe encourages him, saying that he will be able to finish. Soon after, she accelerates and runs ahead. He thinks that that damn test was what completely destroyed his body. In the next scene, already in his room, several water bottles are scattered across the floor, and Geo-ma finishes drinking another one. He thinks that this is hell. In just 1 week at the academy, he has already faced too many problems. He remembers the first time he went to the cafeteria. He was starving in line when he noticed the existence of a ticket machine. The meal was not free. He even asked the kitchen worker to prepare his food while he went to get a ticket, but when he saw the prices, he was shocked. On the large menu on the wall, he read that rice with spicy pork cost 50,000. He could not believe such an absurd price. Since then, he had only been drinking water, without eating anything. Overcome by frustration and hunger, Geo-ma throws the bottle against the wall. He thinks that he should have accepted the money offered by his parents. Up to that point, he was surviving only on the cheapest water on campus, and had also lost the supplementary dinners. He wraps himself in the blanket, trying to forget the hunger while reflecting on something. His thoughts turn to his own blessing. As soon as he thinks about it, the system appears before him. The system informs him that his physical level has risen to 12. With the increase in physical strength, the restrictions of the sword have been partially released, allowing the blade he uses to be 2 centimeters longer. Geo-ma thinks that this is still nothing special, but he acknowledges that something was truly worth it. When he looks at himself in the mirror, he realizes that his body is much more defined. He concludes that all that training was not a waste of time. He believes that this may be the result of the meridian cleansing performed by the swordmaster. He understands that from that point on, evolving is essential. In addition, his blessing is also evolving. This means that he will not be stuck forever with a sashimi knife. If he continues to progress, he will be able to use a real sword in the future. He looks at his knives and remembers that during the entrance ceremony he could barely hold them. Now, he can wield a sword, even while feeling pain. He wonders if that is the true effect of his blessing, and finds it strange to suddenly feel proud of himself. At that moment, a noise at the door interrupts his thoughts. When he opens it, he finds Chloe, visibly nervous and shy, asking if she is disturbing his rest. Geo-ma is surprised by her presence, and wonders what Chloe is doing there. He replies that she is not interrupting anything, that he was just resting a bit, and asks how she is doing. Chloe comments that she has not seen him in the cafeteria for a week, and asks if he has been feeling well. He replies that he simply does not usually eat meals prepared by other people, even though in reality he is starving. Chloe says that she understands. Geo-ma asks her not to worry about him. Slightly embarrassed, Chloe then invites him to share a food supply. If it is not a bother, Geo-ma immediately accepts and asks if that is really what she is suggesting. He comments that he knows how to cook reasonably well. Excited, he starts walking ahead while Chloe runs after him. For the first time in days, he is genuinely happy to finally be able to eat. He asks where her dormitory is. In the next scene, already at night, Chloe finishes eating the meal he prepared and says that it was delicious. Geo-ma replies that he feels honored to hear that. Chloe comments that he cooked very well and very quickly, and says that she has never eaten fish prepared that way before. He says that he will check the refrigerator, and notices that she really likes fish. Chloe replies that she does, since she was born and raised on the coast. Geo-ma says that this is great, since preparing fish is his specialty. Internally, he thinks that he can finally do something he is good at without feeling pain in his hands. With that in mind, he decides to recall a bit of the past, carefully preparing a sashimi. The big problem lies in his blessing. blessing. Even using a simple kitchen knife, he is able to activate it without difficulty. He even asks whether Chloe has a larger knife, explaining that all the swords he used in combat had exactly that simple shape. His attention is diverted when Chloe presents a huge katana and asks if that would work. Even so, he decides to stick with the kitchen knife, believing it would be more efficient to use the blessing of pain and finish everything in a few seconds. He remembers his past life, when he was called the best swordsman in the country, and he is fully confident that he still possesses that skill. When he activates the blessing of the god of the sword, the next scene shows everything already finished. The entire process took only 21 seconds. He descaled the fish, cut through the bones, removed the viscera, and filleted the meat with absolute precision. To him, it was a true work of art, proof that he had not lost his touch. Chloe is surprised by the result and wonders how he became so good at cooking. He explains that he once worked at a restaurant, but notices her confusion when she hears the term part-time job. Realizing that it seems completely outside her reality, he concludes that it is not ignorance, but simply a huge social difference. Even so, he makes it clear that he is very happy that she enjoyed the food. Since he cooked, Chloe offers to wash the dishes. He agrees without caring, and while looking at the moon in the sky, begins to hum distractedly, unable to contain his good mood after eating well. The moment is interrupted by the sound of a plate breaking. Chloe is clearly clumsy, apologizing as she drops everything. Mao reflects that it makes sense. After all, someone as wealthy as her probably never needed to wash dishes. At her age, he had already done that countless times. Then, from one of the shelves, a book falls to the floor. It looks like a diary, filled with writing, drawings, and small details. He wonders if it belongs to Chloe, and notices that the handwriting is delicate and full of stickers, conveying a gentle and cute impression. His initial intention is just to put the book back in place, but curiosity gets the better of him. As he flips through a few pages, he realizes how kind she seems on the inside. He decides to keep looking, without imagining what he will find. On one of the pages, his name appears dozens of times, accompanied by the words "I love you," written more than 80 times. When he realizes this, he panics, feeling that he has made an irreversible mistake. Another plate breaks at that same moment. Chloe has turned around and caught him, asking if he is reading her diary. The next scene explains how heroes are respected for defeating demons, and how that respect grows even more when they achieve fame on a global scale. However, this power is often used abusively by certain factions, who oppress the weak simply because they hold authority. To punish this type of people, one family operates in the shadows, taking on this silent and brutal role. This family is known as the Aditor of Cilicia. The Aditor of Cilicia specialized in eliminating those who abused their power. Individuals born into this family had their minds pushed to the limit from childhood. Emotions were forbidden, and any display of weakness was suppressed. Everyone was subjected to extremely harsh training, turning them into tools of assassination. Many children, including girls, felt blood running down their palms from a very young age. Chloe, Aditor of Cilicia, observed these trainings since she was small. In another scene, she appears holding a katana while her grandfather reminds her not to underestimate her own abilities as an assassin. These words were repeated so many times that she eventually accepted that identity consciously. The training completely distorted her nature, casting a deep shadow over her heart. Over time, her identity eroded, leaving only small fragments of emotion. It was during this phase that Chloe entered the Wacom Academy, a place where students were divided into classes according to their aptitude. Despite her extraordinary talent, members of the Aditor of Cilicia, who thrived in the shadows, were deliberately assigned to the common class. This was an agreement made between the family and the academy, since she needed to remain undetectable. During her early years, the family had already completely eliminated any sense of freedom. Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin without question, believing that nothing could change that. That was what she thought until she met a boy named Guillaume Ma. She clearly remembered the scene in which Guillaume Ma confronted those who were attacking her, cursing the aggressors and calling them psychopaths as he ran to save her. In the subspace, that should not have caused a real sense of death, since it was only a simulation. Even so, Chloe felt genuine fear. Even though she had been trained to kill, that moment was different. Long ago, she had already given up on meaningless fights. Her training had always been meant to eliminate only those who truly deserved to die. In the end, nothing should change that. It was her destiny. Still, something unexpected could happen, something capable of surprising her. A ray of sunlight breaking through the dense clouds that covered her life. A sensation that burned from the inside out. A sword wielded by free will, different from hers. Not a blade made to kill, but a sword of self-defense, wielded with honor. At that instant, Chloe remembered a book she had hidden under her pillow as a child. It was the story of a princess and a prince who saved her. And then she realized that she had found her prince. The narrative that once existed only on the pages now projected itself before her eyes. Her chest tightened and her heart began to beat faster. Without realizing it, repressed feelings rose to the surface. She understood that this was love. The scene then returned to the present, with Guillaume staring at Chloe, who was now watching him with a dangerous look. He remained silent, completely awkward, while thinking that he was in trouble. It was the first time he had faced a situation like that. During adolescence, no one had shown interest in him, and only now did he realize how obvious everything had been. in. She had taken care of him, fed him, and that should have been a clear sign. Trying to escape the situation, he commented on the beauty of the night, the moon and the sky, and how happy he had been with the food she prepared. Then he tried to say goodbye, saying that it was time to leave and that he would see her the next day. It was at that moment that Chloe asked if he had seen something. His gaze shifted toward the diary, and he tried to pretend that it was just a study book. However, she made it clear that it was a diary. Jiama panicked when he realized that she had noticed. He wondered how she had seen it, and realized that her behavior had completely changed. The formality disappeared, replaced by an intense and strange presence. He tried to deny it, contradicted himself several times, until he finally admitted that he had seen it. At that moment, Chloe began to slowly draw her katana. Jioma was shocked. Jumping out the window was not an option, since they were on the 4th floor, and the fall would be fatal. The only exit was the door, but he was cornered. As she dragged the katana toward him, he became certain that she truly intended to kill him. He noticed clear signs of instability. Her pupils barely moved, and her eyes looked empty. It resembled extreme obsessive behavior. Before, she had been cheerful, and now she seemed like a completely different person. He concluded that he had caused it by reading the diary. If he did not resolve it at that moment, she might chase him to his death. The aura she was emitting was even more oppressive than that of enemies he had already faced. The academy seemed to be becoming increasingly dangerous. He needed to act. The blessing of pain had been used for only 21 seconds, which meant there were still 9 seconds available. The sashimi knife was too close to Chloe, making it impossible to reach it, so he grabbed the first thing he found, a box cutter. When Chloe advanced with the katana, he gripped the box cutter firmly, determined to end it immediately. Even though it was a small blade, he had no choice. The system informed him that this type of situation increased his mental resilience, granting temporary intimidation to his actions. The blessing of the god of the sword was activated. The two confronted each other, one with a katana and the other with a simple box cutter. Jioma noticed Chloe's long hair and reached a single conclusion. Maybe it would be necessary to cut a bit of it. The next scene showed only the sounds of cuts slicing through the air. When everything was over, Chloe awoke in her bed. Still confused, she got up looking for Jioma, trying to understand where he had gone. Her last memory was of him gazing at the moon. When she looked for her katana and saw it in its place, she felt relieved. She knew that she always lost consciousness when wielding a blade, and she remembered her grandfather's words, saying she did not need to worry when that happened. She should not deny her talent as an assassin, and she always completely forgot what she did during those moments. She buried her face in the pillow, scolding herself for having passed out at that moment. Her body grew warm, filled with shyness. As she thought about Jioma, she wondered if she had said something strange before losing her memory. That was when she noticed the box cutter on the floor. Confused, she tried to understand why it was there. In the next instant, she realized that her hair was shorter. He had used the box cutter to cut her hair. In addition, Jioma gathered all the cut hair and threw it into the trash. When Chloe realized this later, she thought that he truly was a very kind person. Before that memory faded, she decided to record everything in her diary. Once again, she wrote that she loved Jioma very much, carefully repeating the feeling as if she wanted to engrave it into her own memory. Meanwhile, outside, Jioma was kneeling and vomiting. He thought that somehow he had managed to escape that absurd situation. What impressed him most was that he had used only 5 seconds of the blessing. The effort, however, made his stomach churn again, and he felt as if all the dinner he had eaten was coming back up. After vomiting until there was nothing left, he sat on a nearby bench to rest. He was weak, hungry again, and began to seriously reflect on who Chloe really was. Her swordsmanship had been perfect. The attack she had tried to execute aimed directly at the heart, a technique typical of experienced assassins. If he had been caught off guard, he would have been dead in that instant. At the moment he felt his life threatened, Jioma reacted on instinct and aimed for her neck. Fortunately, the box cutter was too short to cause anything fatal, resulting only in the cut hair. He believed that by cleaning up all traces, he would not have problems later, although he was not entirely sure of that. Maintaining peace in that place seemed harder than he had imagined. Being just an ordinary person in that environment was surprisingly difficult. He thought about how, when he ended up in that cursed game, he had no ambition at all. Even so, using only a sashimi knife, he had reached an absurd level in swordsmanship. That seemed impossible even to the most creative imagination. In the end, everyone had something they excelled at, and in his case, it was combined with a miraculous blessing. Divine protection was, after all, the rule of that world. The protagonist of that game also possessed a blessing. Besides the blessing of the valor of Wakawame, the legendary hero, there was another blessing considered legendary. Jioma remembered that it was part of the original game. Its content was simple: save the world from the dangers of the Demon King. The protagonist also possessed a legendary sword called Farida, a weapon that chose its own master. In contrast, Jioma could only use a sashimi knife, which forced him to restrain himself at all times. He tried to convince himself that none of it was real, that they were just characters in a game. He even forgot what his initial goal had been. Still, a doubt arose. Was there anyone truly ordinary in that world? He had already given up trying to identify who was or was not the true protagonist. At least now, he knew how to survive in that game. It had already been a week since he had started studying at the academy. According to the original story, this was the moment when the protagonist would receive his blessing after being late for registration. The narrative was beginning to move forward. Gyoma knew the general structure of the story, but he did not know how it ended, knowing that would only be a bonus. Regardless of what happened, he intended to follow the main flow. That meant giving up shortcuts and advantages. He remembered that in the second semester of the third year, the story became much darker. Demonic tribes began to act, pursuing the protagonist and forcing the academy to respond. The situation escalated quickly, eventually culminating in a total war between humans and demons. In the end, everything turned into a huge cliché. In his past life, Gyoma had found that twist in the story completely senseless. He only wanted to live a peaceful school life in that game, but suddenly everything collapsed. That was why he ended up deleting the game. Now, thinking that a war would truly happen in that world, a genuine fear arose. He did not want to die in that war. He still had 3 years to prepare. At that moment, he needed a realistic goal, becoming strong enough to survive. He believed that most stories ended well, so perhaps his fate would not be so bad. His focus would be only on protecting himself and avoiding death when the war began. To do that, he would train as discreetly as possible. If he drew too much attention, he might end up being pushed to the front lines, something he needed to avoid at all costs. In addition, he needed to restrict the use of the blessing of the god of the sword. The power was enormous, but the physical and mental strain was not worth it. While thinking about this, he began to analyze the system screen, observing the details of his abilities. Something caught his attention. There were new contents, different from the original game. Body, mind, and equipment appeared clearly, but there was also something called assimilation, along with 3 icons marked only with question marks. Confused, Gyoma decided to touch the system screen to understand what that meant. The system informed him that the conditions had not yet been met for Gyoma to access those functions. He concluded that it was not important at the moment because another question had arisen in his mind, related to the strange gift he had received. In addition, he urgently needed physical training and a new weapon. The biggest problem was the limit of only 30 seconds for using the Blessing of Pain. To avoid risks, he needed to train with a sword that did not meet the requirements of the Blessing of the God of the Sword. Fortunately, in the following month there would be an official monster extermination practice. The reward for participants would be Murasame, a rank B weapon. If he could use it well, that would already be enough for his graduation. He hoped that sword would not work in conjunction with his blessing, because that would give him more control. Thinking it through, he realized that he had far more things to do than he had imagined. That was when someone caught his attention. It was Abel, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. She stated that the place belonged to her, and looked sweaty, as if she had just returned from a long walk. Gyoma looked at her on instinct, and she returned his gaze. He stepped back a little, trying to avoid conflict, but she asked him to move even more. He obeyed, while thinking that he should not have stared at her like that. Abel clarified that he did not need to leave completely, only move a little. Gyoma found it strange for someone to claim a public bench, but he decided not to argue. His goal was to cut all possible connections with the heroine of that game. He noticed that Abel was trying to cool off and looked away, feeling slightly embarrassed. He thought that the appearance of all the heroines in the game had been designed to draw attention, and he acknowledged that she was indeed very beautiful. Suddenly, Abel commented that it was the best place to observe the stars. Gyoma felt irritated internally when he realized that she had started a conversation. He wondered if this was really the Abel he knew from the game, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. He also did not understand why someone like her would talk to a poor student like him. Without warning, Abel asked if his main weapon was a sword. Surprised, Gyoma wanted to know how she had come to that conclusion. She explained that she had been taught by her grandfather, because a swordsman always carried a specific look. Then she offered her own sword for him to test. Gyoma refused, saying that he was not interested, and began to wonder if she was alright. That situation did not match the character he knew. Abel then asked if he knew who she was. Gyoma thought that she had found him suspicious, and reflected that practically everyone at that school knew her. He replied that he knew her only superficially. She stated that in contrast, she did not know him. That left him confused, unable to understand the purpose of that conversation. She commented that it was a bit cliché, since he knew her, but she did not know who he was. Gyoma wondered if he really needed to introduce his name to every person he met. Abel replied that one never knew, because he could even be a Demon King spy infiltrated as a student. After all, what would explain someone being alone at night, sitting on a bench in that place? Thinking about it, Gyoma acknowledged that it made some sense. He then asked why she was there. Abel replied that she was training, something obvious to her. He commented that he was also training, which sparked her curiosity. When she asked what kind of exercise it was, he replied that it was breathing training. At that moment, Gyoma noticed wounds on her hands. Abel became embarrassed and quickly hid them, but he remarked that she was extremely diligent. She agreed, stating that she had to be that way. As a member of the Nibelung family, she carried an enormous burden. People of that lineage needed to be perfect at all times, and could not show weakness under any circumstances. She commented that she had not been the best student that year, and that, for the first time, she had lost to someone. That did not make her sad. On the contrary, a small smile appeared on her face. To her it was even a relief. Even so, she felt great curiosity to know who the person who defeated her was, because she intended to crush that person the next time. Hearing that, Gyo-ma almost felt like vomiting again. He questioned whether it really had to go that far. Abel replied that it was a matter of pride. She said that she had asked her grandfather who had taken first place, but he had refused to answer. For her, it was impossible to accept living as second place without at least knowing who the first was. Suddenly, Abel realized that she was saying all of that to someone she did not even know. Gyo-ma then asked why she was sharing that with him. She replied that it was because he looked weak. One should not show mercy to the strong, but rather be kind to the weak. That was the motto of the Nibelung family. She explained that everyone in her class was extremely talented, and because of that she had no friends. Hearing this, Gyo-ma finally understood why the protagonist of the game hated her. Abel stretched slowly and decided that it was already time to return to her room. She began to turn to leave, but suddenly stopped, clearly irritated. Before leaving, she demanded to know whether he intended to say his name or not. Gyo-ma replied that he was not really in the mood for that, ending the matter there. The next day, already in the classroom, Gyo-ma noticed that his school life had become a little calmer over the past few days. Chloe quickly made new friends in the class, integrating into the group with ease. He started pretending that he was always busy, avoiding looking directly at her. When Chloe's new friends discovered that he had entered through special admission, they began to mock him, but it did not bother him in the slightest. Besides that, he was not the only special student in that class. Other students with similar situations also avoided unnecessary interactions. Thinking about it more carefully, Gyo-ma concluded that being in a lower class had been a much better choice for him. At that exact point in the game's story, the Star and Dragon classes were already forming alliances, or rather factions. Just thinking about it made him feel lazy. At least now, he could eat in peace. The director had granted him an unlimited card for being the top student, a true Academy member card. He had not yet been able to thank her personally, since he had not encountered her since then. Even so, he had grown very fond of her, sincerely believing that he deserved it. He was fulfilling everything that was expected of an exemplary student, and still was not causing major impacts on the Academy's overall situation. If he continued like that for the next 3 years, he would reach the peaceful future he desired. During the next class, the professor explained that 700 years earlier, during the first war between humans and demons, the hero Joachim Baller realized the need to train heroes for future generations. Because of that, he founded an academy together with his 7 disciples. The professor made it clear that this content would be on the exam, and that everyone should familiarize themselves with the history. Gyo-ma knew that narrative reasonably well. Joachim Baller, the legendary hero and founder of the academy, had fought against the demons for 20 years. He faced the commander of the first demonic army, Lycan, the right hand of the demon king, and emerged victorious from that confrontation. The scene was often depicted as 2 beams of light crossing on the battlefield. However, in that battle, Joachim lost one of his arms, which prevented him from continuing to participate directly in the war. The world plunged into chaos, screams, and blood, as victory against the demons remained uncertain. Because of that, humans and demons eventually established a truce during the First War. It was after this agreement that Joachim Baller founded the Joachim Academy, with the goal of preparing future generations. The professor explained that this truce gave rise to the non-aggression treaty between the 2 races, ensuring 700 years of peace. Some students even joked, wondering whether there would be a new war in the current century, but no one seemed truly worried. Gyo-ma, however, reflected deeply on those 700 years of peace. He was the only one who knew that the first crack in that false tranquility was not far away. It was natural that everyone had grown accustomed to serenity, without imagining what was approaching. In the following scene, Gyo-ma was talking with Medea. He felt the urge to tell her everything that was about to happen, but he did not know what the consequences of that would be. Even so, she did not hide her desire to leave the school administration as soon as possible. Gyo-ma remembered that Medea had been the first to sense the abnormality in the world thanks to her blessing, known as the poet. She had also been the first among the 7 heroes to put herself at risk to protect the students. He had not played that game much, but he remembered having seen an important spoiler. Medea had been the first heroine to be sacrificed by the Demon King. He had already witnessed that scene in the past. Now, in the present, he wondered whether he should warn her about the fate that awaited her or not. Back in the classroom, the professor ended the lesson, asking everyone to study for the exam. That was when a commotion arose at the front of the room, with several students gathering together. Gyo-ma found the movement strange until he noticed the date. It was May 5th. That was the day someone was about to enter the class. If his memory did not fail him, that was the day the main character of that world appeared, Leon von Reinhardt. From that moment on, the 700 years of peace would begin to crumble. Gyo-ma thought that the face of that bastard was truly irritating. After all, every girl ended up falling in love with him. He even reflected that, if that were an adult game, someone would have killed Leon a long time ago. Even so, he tried to maintain positive thoughts. In the end, even the other main female characters of that world had been created to orbit around him. Rachel, the spear saint, Saki Ryojo, the daughter of the bowmaster, and Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the sword emperor, were part of the main group of the game. All of them orbited the protagonist, which was a little irritating, but inevitable. Leon was the protagonist of that story, so everything would start revolving around him from that point onward. Jioma thought that being in the same academy as that guy was like an involuntary enlistment. That would already be the second time he had gotten involved in something like that. Not even Wacom had managed more than sealing the first commander of Hell, so just how strong the Demon King must be. Even so, the protagonist of the game would not lose. If he did, it would be something completely insane. Suddenly, Leon cast a glance in his direction and opened a slight smile. Jioma was momentarily taken aback, but soon calmed himself. That was just a game, and the protagonist would handle everything. It was not his problem. Even so, he thought that Leon's face was strangely convincing, almost inspiring, to the point of nearly making him want to fight demons right then and there. At that moment, someone called out to him. Later that night, at the training field, Jioma practiced with a longer sword. He realized that the idea had worked. A very long blade did not activate his blessing because it was still weak. At least that way he could learn the basics of using a Chinese sword. He then remembered that the one who had called him earlier was Chloe. She had asked whether she had done something wrong. Jioma wanted to say that she had almost taken his head off, but he did not want to bring that kind of tension now. Because of that, he simply said that nothing had happened and that he just felt a little guilty. That seemed to reassure her. Meanwhile, Jioma reflected on who that girl really was. Even while unconscious, her sword had almost pierced him. She seemed to carry a frightening killing instinct, with an extremely heavy aura. To him, she was clearly more dangerous than the brutes they had faced at the beginning. Soon after, Chloe asked whether Jioma would not do anything that night, and suggested that they have dinner together again. She said that she wanted to take care of him, or rather cook for him. She admitted that she was not very good at it, but she wanted to try for his sake. Jioma thought about the word dinner, and remembered that she had almost killed him the last time. Even so, her look was so cute and insistent that he would feel bad refusing. At the same time, he thought that accepting that invitation might mean waking up inside a freezer the next day. Instead, he asked for a favor. He said that there was something only she could do for him. Chloe became excited by the idea of being the only one capable of it, and wanted to know what it was. Jioma then asked her to teach him fencing. In the present, he thought that he had needed an instructor for a long time. That was also a perfect excuse, since Chloe was extremely powerful. He still remembered a video he had watched the night before about how to survive a yandere, and he decided to test whether it would work. When she showed up for training, she was well dressed and asked if he had already arrived. Jioma had not even noticed that she was there. She said that she had arrived at 6:30. He found that strange since he thought the meeting was at 8 and ended up staring at the girl. Chloe became shy and asked if there was something strange about her outfit. He replied that there was not, that everything was fine. Even so, Jioma noticed something he had not been able to see before because of the uniform. Chloe had many muscles beneath her clothes. Still, he thought she looked quite cute that day. He handed her a wooden sword. Chloe was confused and asked whether they would not use a real sword. Jioma was surprised by the idea and explained that it was just training, with no need for real weapons. She felt awkward and commented, in a strange way, that he was very nice. Jioma was already mentally prepared with his lessons on how to deal with a yandere. When Chloe tested the sword, a massive burst of energy spread out, making even the air tremble. He wondered how strong she really was. Compared to that, he felt very weak, but at least his blessing had not been activated. He opened the system window to check again. The length of the sword was still too great for him, and his ability could not handle that type of blade. He analyzed the situation and reflected that blessings worked with experience, increasing in level over time. However, his seemed to have additional effects. He wondered whether that was normal, but decided that he would have to find out later. Chloe noticed that he was thinking too much and became a little worried. Jioma apologized, thinking that only he could see the system window. To anyone else, he must have looked like a madman, staring at and touching nothing. Jioma earnestly asked Chloe to take it easy, explaining that it was his first time truly practicing. She agreed and said that she would go easy on him. After that, he asked if they could finally begin the training. As he took his stance, Jioma thought that, in his past life, everything he had learned came from practical experience. For him, seeing was not enough. It was necessary to feel. To truly master something, it was not enough to give only part of oneself. One had to be willing to sacrifice everything. That mindset explained why he had adapted so well to the academy. It came from training that had begun back in his youth. As Chloe prepared herself, Jioma noticed that his hands were sweating and that his posture felt strange. Even so, he remembered that the final strike always needed to reach the opponent. In the next instant, Chloe advanced without any ceremony. The attack came far too fast. She almost struck his neck, and Jioma only managed to dodge with great difficulty. He thought that she had said she would take it easy. When Chloe changed her grip, Jioma could barely keep his sword raised. His body trembled from the effort. He believed that he had finally adjusted to the correct posture, but at that very moment, Chloe had already jumped and was above him. She was still extremely fast. Even so, he wondered why she had retreated moments earlier. The swords collided. The force of Chloe's strike was so great that it cracked Jioma's training sword. She continued attacking without pause, strike after strike, each impact heavier than the last. Jioma felt that he was at his limit. He needed an opening, any chance to counterattack. attack. Before that could happen, his sword split completely in half. At that moment, Chloe seemed to return a little to normal and apologized. She said that she had tried to be as gentle as possible, but ended up breaking his sword. Gyoma remained motionless. Chloe found that reaction strange and tried to understand what was happening. Then she realized it and was shocked. The sword had broken, becoming shorter, and that had activated the blessing of the sword god. The system warned that the weapon had been damaged and that Gyoma's humanity level was dropping. The blessing of the sword god was forcibly activated. Next, the system informed him that this was happening due to an error and that the force suppressor had adjusted the target's personality, in this case Gyoma. Suddenly, his perception changed completely. He found himself inside a simulation of his past life and wondered why he was back in the kitchen. On the cutting board, there was a fish waiting to be sliced. He began choosing a tool. A cleaver would not work because it was inappropriate and would generate an error. A katana made even less sense. He would not cut a fish with that. Then he found the perfect weapon, a sashimi knife. It felt strange, but he accepted it. He began slicing the fish, letting everything happen as it should. His movements were precise and mechanical, as if he were a puppet being controlled. The system warned that the protagonist's personality had been altered to malignant. Outside, Chloe asked if he was alright. Gyoma, however, moved stiffly, almost like a zombie. Suddenly, he lunged at her at extremely high speed. Chloe barely managed to block the attack, but the force was so great that she stumbled. Gyoma sent her flying, making her crash into the wall and spit blood. Chloe realized that he was completely different from before. When he tried to drive the sword into her, she managed to dodge by instinct. Gyoma was totally out of control. A single attack was enough to leave her almost unable to move. She did not understand what had happened, only that something was very wrong. She tried to end the training and asked him to stop, but she did not realize that Gyoma was no longer listening. He advanced again, and Chloe felt that she would not be able to dodge that attack. Desperate, she begged him to come to his senses and shouted his name. At that moment, Gyoma returned to the simulation and questioned what was happening. He realized that the fish he was trying to cut was alive. That fish represented Chloe, who was shouting his name. Confused, he wondered why the fish was screaming Gyoma. Then he saw his reflection on the blade of the knife. He understood. Now he was Kang Gyoma. Still not knowing where he was, the simulation shattered. He found himself facing Chloe, injured, begging him to stop. At the last instant, Gyoma threw the sword away before striking her. Chloe then realized that he had finally regained his senses. Chloe said that it would be better to stop for that day and asked if Gyoma was alright. He simply thanked her for the training and left without saying anything else. Sometime later, Chloe walked alone, trying to understand what had happened. The sensation she had felt was the same as when Gyoma killed the two brothers during the entrance ceremony. That showed his real capabilities. He was strangely powerful. Chloe knew that what he had used had not been a technique but pure instinct. Even unconsciously, he had activated his blessing. She had not even been able to fight on equal footing. He had completely dominated her using only half of a wooden sword. She had always known that Gyoma was strong, but she had never imagined it was at that level. At that moment, someone called out to her. They said that she looked happy that day. It was Nox Editor, from the Editori family, a second-year student of the Tiger class. Chloe immediately recognized her older brother. Nox asked whether she had entered the academy to get involved with someone ordinary, but Chloe asked him not to talk about Gyoma that way. Nox then commented that he now knew his name and said that he would keep an eye on this Gyoma. Chloe turned and stated that if everyone from the Editori family came, no one would be able to kill Gyoma. Nox kept watching, repeating the name in his thoughts, while wondering when she would leave. After that, the narrative turns to Gyoma's mind. He thought that he needed to clarify some things. The power that had been given to him was far from a blessing. It felt much more like a curse. He could not trust the blessing of the sword god. Because of that, he tried to seek new weapons and other paths, but that power kept pursuing him. In the end, it took control of Gyoma's body, as if the sword god were mocking his efforts. During that moment, Gyoma felt no pain. He felt pleasure, a corrupt and intoxicating pleasure. The blessing toyed with him like a puppet bound by invisible strings, whispering sweet words into his mind. Cut, kill, destroy. He ended up abandoning his own body. However, Chloe's desperate screams, calling his name over and over, brought him back. As he recognized who he was once again, the fragmented world reassembled itself. Instinctively, he threw the wooden sword away, which seemed glued to his flesh and bones, believing that it was the best decision. The girl who had almost killed him a short time before, Chloe, was the same one who pulled him out of that fragile state of consciousness. Gyoma was upset that the sword had broken, but above all, he felt gratitude. He left the room quickly, afraid that the blessing might activate again. Even so, the doubt remained. Would he be able to control that power next time? That gift, which felt more like a curse, had already taken a price from his life. It was something he would have to deal with forever. Gyoma did not want that. He only wished for a normal life. He believed he could solve problems little by little as they appeared. However, he realized that there was something inside him, something that consumed his reason and his sense of identity. That was not a blessing. It was a curse that wanted to devour him completely, an ability that should never have been granted. 3 days later, the scene shifts to the wolf class. Chloe was talking with some classmates, but she was visibly incredibly discouraged. She wondered where Ma was. She could not contact him, since she did not have his number or any other means of communication. She regretted not having asked before. She even went to his dormitory and knocked on the door, but only heard groans of pain in response. Afraid that he might hate her if she insisted, she decided to leave. Even so, Chloe began to observe him from afar. Whenever Ma was lost in thought, with his chin resting on his hand, she watched him in silence. She did not even know how many times she had secretly stared at him in a single day. She was very careful when speaking to him, so as not to seem bothersome. At first, she believed she had fallen in love because he had risked his life for her, but maybe that was just an excuse. The truth was that she missed him deeply. The next morning, the day was very cloudy. The professor entered the classroom irritated, telling everyone to be quiet and asking whether they had entered that prestigious school just to cause trouble. Because of the rain, training was cancelled, and the class would stay indoors. Even so, the professor showed concern about Ma, who had not appeared in the last few days. Still, he believed that his favorite student must have had a good reason for that. The professor decided to wait patiently, like a good educator, until someone opened the classroom door. He was surprised to see someone entering so late and already began to complain, clearly irritated. However, he stopped his scolding when he realized that it was Ma. The professor immediately noticed his empty gaze. There was no life at all in his eyes. Chloe stood up worried when she saw him, but Ma simply apologized for being late. The professor replied that it was fine and asked him to just sit in his seat. The other students began to whisper, wondering if Ma had always had that strange aura. For a special admission student, he seemed far too frightening. The atmosphere in the classroom became heavy and uncomfortable. During the break, the students went out to eat, and Chloe went to talk to Ma. She asked if he was alright and what had happened. Ma replied that it was nothing serious. Chloe insisted, saying that he had missed several days and that she had been worried, asking if it had been because of the duel between them. Ma explained that he had only gotten a little sick and thanked her for her concern. Chloe looked visibly embarrassed and said that if that was all, she was very relieved. Inside, Ma knew that she did not fully believe that explanation, and that was fair. Over the last 3 days, he had gone through something similar to extreme withdrawal symptoms, becoming mentally exhausted. He could barely get out of bed to eat. He spent his days lying down, praying for the convulsions to stop. The pain was far worse than anything he had ever felt before, worse even than the price of using a broken weapon. When he looked at himself in the mirror, his appearance seemed the same at first glance, but his face was more sunken, and some strands of hair had turned white. That had been the punishment of a god. Ma realized that Chloe seemed to feel guilty about it. Considering everything that had happened, that made sense, but he decided to leave the matter behind. Then Ma suggested remembering the dinner that Chloe had mentioned before, asking if the invitation was still valid. Chloe became extremely embarrassed and asked if he really wanted to have dinner with her. Ma confirmed, saying that he wanted to try her cooking. Chloe became excited, started jumping with joy, and said that she would do her best. She asked what he would like to eat. Ma replied that he wanted fish again, remembering that the last time he had ended up vomiting everything, and that, besides that, fish was very expensive in that place. Before the conversation could continue, he felt something strange approaching. Both he and Chloe looked in the same direction. It was Nox, her brother, exuding an intense murderous aura. Ma noticed that Chloe was visibly shaken. He asked if she knew who he was. Ma took a step forward and said that if Nox wanted to say something, he could speak directly instead of just staring. Nox's gaze was lethal. Ma wondered what was wrong with those eyes. Chloe quickly placed herself between the two of them and asked Ma not to talk to him. She questioned why her brother had appeared there. Ma realized that her attitude had completely changed in her brother's presence. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she were afraid. Nox asked whether Chloe had really broken a family rule because of that boy, saying that Ma did not seem like anything special. Chloe replied that, family or not, there was nothing left to discuss with them. Nox shot back that there was no way for her to wash the blood from her own hands, stating that an aditor would always be an aditor. Ma was confused, trying to understand what kind of drama that was. The scene felt like something out of an old tragic story, as if Chloe were a rebellious figure from a period romance. Nox then ordered Chloe to stop this and return to the family. She shouted loudly, telling him not to speak that way about Ma. Ma thought she had shouted a little too much, but suddenly something clicked in his mind. The name Aditore, he remembered it immediately. It was a family specialized in infiltration and assassination, a group that operated in the shadows and appeared more toward the middle of the game. There were not many of them, but all were trained from childhood exclusively to kill. Every member of the Aditore family was absurdly strong. Realizing this, Ma felt a chill run through him. If Chloe really was an Aditor, then the situation was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Ma wondered what kind of situation he had gotten himself into. Nox's expression made perfect sense for an assassin. It was a look without hesitation, like someone who would not think twice before killing. Ma knew that the Aditore did not kill on impulse. They killed to maintain order, and that had to be justified. It was not simply about eliminating people whenever they felt like it. While trying to analyze the situation, Ma noticed that Chloe was acting strangely strangely. She was biting her own lips, as if she were fighting something inside herself. He thought that maybe she also wanted a normal life. But just like his blessing, she seemed to carry a curse that bound her to a path she had not chosen. A life without emotions, shaped from an early age to turn someone into an assassin. Gyo-ma thought that was terrible luck. He was not a hero, and he did not even know if he had the right to try to save someone like that. Even so, he wondered what he was doing there, standing still and watching. In the end, he decided to take the first step. He knew he was the kind of person who could not ignore it when he saw someone being crushed by something greater. In his mind, someone who cannot save a single life cannot save the world either. He stepped forward and decided to speak directly to Nox, trying to convey to Chloe that she did not need to worry. Inside, he wondered whether he would be able to save even one single girl. At the same time, he remembered that his own blessing was a curse, but that he also could not pretend it did not exist. He had tried to escape that power and failed. Stories always said that there was no paradise for those who ran from their own problems. He felt that this was true, so instead of running, he decided to walk straight toward the problem. He remembered his own name, Gyo-ma, which meant demon sword. With that heavy decision in mind, he told Nox to follow him. He let a dangerous provocation slip out, as if he were saying that he would cut Nox down completely. At the same time, he found it ironic that someone with a name like that was, deep down, the kind of person who ended up using a knife. Meanwhile, in the teacher's room, Gyo-ma's instructor was restless. He kept thinking about what had happened to the student, because Gyo-ma's expression had changed completely. Another female teacher approached and asked what was going on. The instructor, clearly irritated, told her not to comment on his baldness, because he was already thinking so much that it felt like he was going to go bald for good. The teacher, on the other hand, drifted into a rant about how he had already been bald before and then got that specific haircut and ended up looking presentable. But the conversation was interrupted when the instructor received an urgent call. They informed him that something was happening inside a subspace. The instructor was confused, trying to understand who would have requested a subspace out of nowhere. When they said that the one who had made the request was Gyo-ma and that the opponent was Nox Auditore, the instructor was stunned. Before the combat began in the subspace arena, Gyo-ma spent about 15 minutes reflecting. He even thought that everything would be extremely complex, but in the end he realized that it all happened far too quickly. The instructor had explained that if he truly needed to do this, all he had to do was act carefully during the process. Gyo-ma believed he would be fine, since this was not reality but a subspace. Even so, he knew he could suffer mental damage. Still, that did not matter to him as long as he emerged victorious. While waiting, Gyo-ma could hear the crowd eagerly anticipating the fight. He had not imagined that the battle would draw so much attention. The situation was ironic, because he had never wanted to stand out, yet now he was right at the center of everyone's attention. Everything he had done up to that point began to feel meaningless. Nearby, Chloe was crying and begging him not to do it. Gyo-ma tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be fine, even though he could tell that she was blaming herself for the situation. He remembered that Chloe had lent him the knife and reinforced in his mind that everything would work out. Then she mentioned that Nox was extremely powerful. Gyo-ma acknowledged that, but he also believed in his own strength. Chloe insisted, explaining that Nox was an absolute genius, with unprecedented talent in the history of the Auditore family. When it came to the dark arts, no one could compare to him. At 14 years old, Nox had already been recognized as a master. Gyo-ma found that grand title strange, but decided it did not matter. In the end, this had been his choice. Just as his master had said, he was destined to wield a blade for his entire life, even though he had never imagined that in his reincarnation he would be fighting with a simple sashimi knife. Shortly afterward, the announcement of the match echoed, calling the cadets to the arena. Gyo-ma understood that the time had come. Chloe showed nervousness and shyness, but he called out to her and said that the world was full of geniuses, and that was precisely why he would win. As he approached the arena, Gyo-ma was blinded by the intense glow of the subspace. As soon as he arrived, the shouts of the crowd filled the area. Many people said they believed in Gyo-ma, claiming that he was not a coward. The anticipation for the duel was obvious. Despite that, Gyo-ma felt extremely nervous, like a gladiator about to be thrown against a lion. Looking at the stands, he realized that even the elite of the academy was present. The entire high-level class was watching the fight. Among them was Abel, closely observing the protagonist with both curiosity and suspicion. Gyo-ma wondered if those people truly had nothing better to do, because the situation was already embarrassing enough. At that moment, Nox taunted him, calling him a peasant and questioning whether he really intended to fight like that. The difference between courage and ignorance seemed non-existent, since Gyo-ma had appeared armed with nothing more than a kitchen knife. Nox's murderous presence was suffocating, making it clear that he was not someone to be underestimated. Even so, Gyo-ma stated that a true master did not depend on equipment. That infuriated Nox, who made it clear that he would settle everything quickly, starting by silencing his opponent. Looking more closely, Gyo-ma realized that Nox relied heavily on his own equipment. He carried only 2 katanas, along with one of the greatest blessings in existence, the blessing of the raven. Gyo-ma noticed that Nox was suppressing his murderous intent, something extremely difficult to do, in addition to using rank S equipment. Even so, he believed he was prepared. His sashimi knife had a completely unknown rank. When the subspace barrier began to form, the combat was officially initiated. A summoning echoed, asking that the hero be blessed. At that moment, Ma activated his pain resistance and the blessing of the sword god, advancing with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The audience immediately realized that something was strange about that fight. This was not a battle in which Nox was holding back. Both moved at extreme speed, exchanging blows without pause. Many were impressed by the agility of the two. Abel, in particular, was surprised to see Ma, who had always been considered weak, fighting in that manner. Even while using his dark power, Nox could not break through the defense formed by the sashimi knife. In response, he began to shape a dark aura around his own body. Even so, cuts started to appear on the arena floor. Nox decided to test Mae's limits, and activated the ability of the three-legged crow, splitting himself into 3 clones made of darkness. The simultaneous attack struck Mae's position, and Nox believed the fight had ended there. However, Ma moved with such speed that he emerged completely unharmed, without even a scratch. Nox was unable to understand what had happened. The audience erupted in shock, as something of that level was rarely seen. Many commented in awe at the intensity of the battle. Abel, on the other hand, realized that only those with truly sharp eyes could see what was really happening. Up to that point, all the attacks had come from Nox. Ma had only blocked and evaded. Because of that, Abel began to wonder whether he truly intended to fight seriously, or if he was still just waiting for the right moment. At that moment, Nox trembled with rage. He clearly remembered Chloe's warning when she had said that May was not normal. Even so, he had used the blessing of the crow, believing he would annihilate his opponent in one move. Yet May had dodged with extreme ease, as if it were nothing. Nox began to analyze the situation more carefully, and concluded that May was overly focused on speed. Faced with that ability, he decided that he would need to act with far greater caution from that point on. Nox's intention was clear. He would try to kill May with a single blow, powerful enough to tear off his head. Even so, he could not ignore the fact that his opponent was armed with nothing more than a kitchen knife. That was when May dropped the knife he had received from Chloe. Nox interpreted that as surrender, and asked if he had finally given up. Immediately afterward, Ma drew his more familiar knife, still stained with blood. He took a combat stance and began to stare at Nox with intensity, as if looking directly into the depths of his soul. That confused Nox, who wondered if he was being provoked. Even so, he prepared another attack with his 2 katanas, determined to split Ma in half with a single strike. Before he could complete the attack, Ma simply vanished due to his speed. When Nox finally managed to locate his presence, it was already too late. In the next instant, Ma reflected that all he wanted was a comfortable life, but that he had lost part of that purpose along the way. Even so, he was not someone who regretted his own choices. He decided that he would make only one clean cut, nothing more. 1 second later, Nox no longer had his right arm. He could not understand what had happened, because he had not even seen the attack. Ma had already passed by him, moving like a shadow. The entire audience was completely shocked, including even the most powerful fighters present. At that moment, Ma decided that he would use everything he had at his disposal: blessings, curses, and anything else within his reach. For him, that was the moment to finally say goodbye to any peaceful future. In the next second, Ma began to tear Nox's body apart with successive cuts, leaving the head for last. Soon after, the subspace barrier collapsed, signaling the end of the fight. Ma remained standing, while Nox was kneeling. In silence, Ma sheathed his knife once more. The girls who witnessed the scene were terrified by what they had seen. Ma could barely react to the situation. The official announcement confirmed that the duel had come to an end. He thought that he should have expected that kind of reaction, because now there was no turning back. In his mind, he reflected on the fact that he had done all of that using a simple fish-cutting knife. Even so, he had cut someone and felt the strange sensation that it caused. The only consolation was knowing that all those people were inside a subspace. He had not truly injured someone, only a simulation. Even so, Ma could not help thinking about Nox, who had shown desperation at the end. He acknowledged that Nox was truly powerful, exactly as Chloe had said. His experience and battle instinct were impressive, and anyone could feel that through his killing intent. In the end, all that intimidating aura had worked to Ma's advantage. The fight ended in just 26 seconds. The winner was Kang Ma. Right after the announcement, the arena was filled with shouts and questions. Everyone was in shock, trying to understand what had just happened. Ma thought that this was a serious problem, because he had now become extremely popular. There was nothing else that could be done. This was the path he had chosen, and he decided that he would endure everything with resilience and courage. After that, the academy was flooded with rumors and gossip. Many commented that Nox belonged to the Aditor family, known for producing natural-born assassins, and they could not understand how he had lost to a mere freshman. Meanwhile, Abel was also reflecting on the events. No matter where she went, everyone was talking about Ma. What had happened the previous day had been shocking. When Nox's arm was severed, she could hardly believe what she had seen. scene. At that moment, Abel had witnessed incomparable swordsmanship, performed using nothing more than kitchen knives. The idea of someone winning a fight of that level with such a simple blade seemed absurd. Then she remembered an important detail. There had been a time when she sat beside Gyo Ma and wondered who the first ranked student who remained anonymous had been. At the time, she had concluded that Gyo Ma seemed far too weak to be that person. Now, at last, she understood the truth. Gyo Ma was the #1 student. That realization left her frustrated. Abel acknowledged that he was truly stronger than she was. Irritated, she stood up, finding the situation unacceptable. Her friend also stood up and asked what was going on. Abel apologized to Rachel, saying that she had woken her up by accident. Rachel replied that it was no problem at all and asked if everything was fine. Abel said she was just a little anxious, explaining that she had not trained much in the past few days. Rachel studied Abel's face and realized that she was trying to hide something. She insisted that Abel tell her the truth, suggesting simple possibilities like hunger, forgetfulness, or needing to go to the bathroom. Abel denied each one, trying to end the conversation quickly. Rachel then changed her tone and concluded that the reason could only be someone the boy Abel had been thinking about. The reaction was immediate. Abel trembled, turned red, and lost her composure for a moment, giving away the answer without saying a word. Rachel was amused by that and began to tease her, saying it was impossible for Abel to get that boy out of her head. She tried to guess who it was, first mentioning Leon, the blonde and very handsome boy. Abel's response was negative, and from her expression it was clear that she truly had no interest in him. Then Rachel mentioned Gyo Ma, the special student everyone in the academy was talking about. When Abel trembled again, Rachel was certain. She celebrated as if she had won a simple game and decided to act immediately. Without giving Abel time to back out, Rachel pulled her out of the room, saying they were going straight to his class. Abel tried to ask where they were going, but Rachel casually replied that they were heading to Gyo Mei's class. When they arrived at Tiger class, the presence of the two caused an immediate impact. The students were stunned to see two top-ranked girls entering as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Many stared, both enchanted and intimidated, as if only a red carpet was missing to complete the scene. Rachel crossed the room without any embarrassment and, to draw attention right away, climbed on top of a desk. She asked loudly where the black-haired boy was, scanning the classroom with her eyes. A student complained, not understanding why she was standing on a desk, and Rachel replied provocatively, asking if she was not pretty enough to do that. Abel was dying of embarrassment, wishing she could disappear. Soon after, Rachel said she had found who she was looking for. The problem was that Gyo Ma was next to a girl, and the scene looked far too intimate to an outside observer. The girl was Chloe, who was close to Gyo Ma, clearly comfortable with him. Rachel did not care. To her, that only made everything more fun. She walked toward them with confidence, while Chloe, who had been calm, immediately changed her expression, becoming visibly uncomfortable when Rachel approached. Rachel sat down without asking permission and pretended to be surprised, as if she had woken someone up. She kept a provocative, almost seductive tone and asked if his name was Kang Gyo Ma. She said she had seen him before, since she had been in the audience during the fight the day before, and commented that he was more handsome up close. Gyo Ma's reaction was immediate internally. His instincts screamed at him to leave, because that girl meant trouble. At the same time, Chloe also became alert, not understanding who that stranger was, and grabbed Rachel's hand to pull it away from Gyo Ma. The tension rose quickly. Chloe stared at Rachel with a hostility that felt far too real, as if she were ready to kill her on the spot. Chloe's hand went straight to a stiletto, and that made Gyo Ma realize that something was about to spiral out of control. He wondered if this was what his instincts had been trying to warn him about, because Chloe was clearly not well. A knife fight inside that classroom would have been disastrous, but Gyo Ma recognized that combination of situations because he had already seen something similar in the game. Before Rachel could push the provocation any further, Abel appeared and interrupted her, demanding to know what she was doing there, since that was not her class. Rachel replied calmly, saying that she had only stopped by to say hello. Then she did something even more irritating, placing her hand on Chloe's head as if she were a child, and telling her not to interrupt while the adults were talking. She also commented that it was not safe to play with sharp objects, making it clear that she had noticed the stiletto. The moment Rachel turned her attention back to Gyo Ma, Chloe tried to attack. The stiletto sliced through the air, and for a moment it seemed as if blood had been drawn, but it was only a strawberry juice box that had burst, creating the illusion of an injury. Even so, the aggression happened, and Rachel reacted with absurd ease. She grabbed Chloe's arm effortlessly and humiliated her with a cold remark, saying that she was slow, and that in the end, a child was still just a child. Abel ordered Rachel to let go of Chloe, but when Rachel released her, she did it in an even worse way. She threw Chloe across the room. Chloe managed to stay on her feet using her abilities, but the impact of the scene was enough to turn the classroom into chaos. Several students became overly excited, watching it as if it were a spectacle, while Gyo-ma was caught between shock and irritation, trying to understand how he had become the center of a conflict of that scale. It became clear to everyone that Rachel was not an ordinary student. She was part of the Spear Saint clan, a group known for despising tricks and complex techniques, prioritizing overwhelming strength above any refined skill. This was Rachel de Moira, someone whose mere presence already put pressure on the environment. After taking control of the situation, Rachel went back to provoking and asked Gyo-ma whether Chloe was his girlfriend. Gyo-ma answered directly, almost coldly, and quickly realized that he had sounded rude. Even so, he corrected himself and stated that Chloe was just his friend. Even as he tried to remain calm, he wondered how he had ended up in that absurd situation, because now it was not just Rachel there. Even Abel was nearby, and he had not even noticed her presence before. Trying to regain some control, Gyo-ma asked why the two of them had come after him. Rachel replied with casual malice, saying that Abel seemed interested in him and that she had only wanted to see up close the handsome boy who was becoming the talk of the academy. Abel, caught off guard, became nervous and immediately denied it, saying that she had never said such a thing. Abel tried to justify herself, saying that the one who had dragged everything there was Rachel. Rachel, however, shot back provocatively, reminding her that Abel had continued following on her own. That made Abel even more nervous, especially when she noticed the murmurs of the class growing around them. To contain the situation, she stated that all of it was a big misunderstanding and that she did not want to be there. Gyo-ma heard that and thought that if it were true, there was no reason for her to stay in the room. He did not keep that thought to himself. He said directly that if she had nothing to do there, then she should leave. His words hit hard. Both Abel and Rachel were shocked by the coldness and lack of courtesy. Rachel reacted with a smile, saying that he was an interesting guy and that she liked people like that. Gyo-ma replied with irony, as if it were a relief to hear that, making it clear that he was far from considering himself interesting. Rachel insisted, joking about the idea of him going to watch something in her dormitory. The provocation crossed the line for Chloe, who reacted immediately and shouted, protecting Gyo-ma as if it were only natural. Rachel was even more amused when she noticed the possessive behavior, repeating the expression as if savoring every word. Abel lost her patience and called Rachel by name, trying to interrupt before it turned into an even greater public humiliation. Rachel pretended to accept it, saying that it was fine and that she would step away. Before leaving, Gyo-ma gave her a dry warning not to come back. Rachel replied that he was very cold and said goodbye with an exaggerated wave, as if it were all just a joke between acquaintances. Inside, Gyo-ma only wanted that scene to end as soon as possible. As soon as they moved away, he returned to what he had really wanted to do from the start. He leaned his head back against the chair and tried to sleep. Before leaving, Abel still turned her face and looked at him for a moment, as if she were trying to understand who he truly was. After that, she left together with Rachel, and the room became strangely silent, as if everyone had just witnessed something they did not know how to comment on. Later, already in their own classroom, Rachel reflected on what she had seen. To her, one thing was someone having a cold attitude. Another was that empty look in Gyo-ma's eyes, a look that seemed to carry the feeling that something inside him had already died. Even so, or perhaps because of that, he had exceeded her expectations. She had gone only to provoke him, but ended up noticing something she considered important. Gyo-ma was not just a talented student, he seemed to stand above any ordinary standard of that academy. Rachel remembered the rules of her own clan, which only allowed relationships and engagements with someone worthy, a powerful warrior. In her view, Gyo-ma could become a valuable asset, someone rare enough to justify genuine interest. She even thought it was natural for someone like that to attract the attention of extremely important figures. After that, Rachel stepped forward and apologized to Abel, but Abel replied that she should apologize to the students of the Tiger class, because what she had done there was invasive and humiliating. Rachel ignored that part and made it clear that the apology was not for the disruption. It was about Gyo-ma. She said she had no intention of sharing him with anyone, as if she were talking about a possession rather than a person. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Nox was consumed by rage. All he could think about was killing Gyo-ma. In his mind, that body had never known defeat. It was the body of a genius from the Aditor family. Because of that, the humiliation burned him from the inside. He even considered the idea of assassinating him while he slept, but Gyo-ma's gaze kept returning to his mind, and only made him angrier. He shoved aside anyone who appeared in his way, unable to control his own hatred. Nox decided that he would mobilize the entire Aditor clan to cut off that bastard's head, and after settling that, he also wanted to reclaim Chloe. In his view, Chloe had potential as good as his, perhaps even greater, and staying close to Gyo-ma meant wasting that potential. He convinced himself that, with the power of his house, he would crush Gyo-ma and put everything back in its proper place. When he opened the door to the room, however, he was completely shocked. Gyo-ma was inside, calm, eating an apple, as if the place belonged to him. The presence was so absurd that it felt like a calculated provocation. After that, back in class, Chloe was visibly worn down. Gyo-ma noticed and concluded that she must be irritated by what had happened earlier. Inside, Chloe was in a dangerous state, as if she had decided she would kill anyone who got too close to Gyo-mei. Even so, when he called out to her and asked if she was alright, her expression changed immediately. She became gentle, almost cute, and asked if he needed anything. Gyo-ma then asked about Nox. Chloe hesitated before answering, but said that he was in the medical wing. This confused Gyo-ma because no one really got injured in the subspace. Chloe explained that she had not even gone to visit him, but that apparently he had checked himself into the infirmary. She tried to downplay it, asking Gyo-ma not to worry about it. Gyo-ma understood the implication. He had shattered Nox inside the subspace, and even though it was a simulation, the mental shock could have been real. Still, he did not believe it was simple trauma. To him, Nox was plotting something. With a light gesture, Gyo-ma placed his hand on Chloe's head, using a calm tone to ask which room Nox was in. The memory returned to the present. Nox was standing in front of him, demanding to know what he was doing there. Gyo-ma, unhurried, asked if he could eat the apple. In practice, he was already eating it, and that only worsened Nox's anger. Gyo-ma commented on the luxury of the place, observing that the Aditor family seemed to have more than enough money to provide a room of that size for just a single student. Nox demanded to know how he had entered, but curiosity mixed with fear, because Gyo-ma's presence was far too calm for someone who should have been wary. When Gyo-mei extended his hand to pick up a small blade that was lying on top, Nox went on alert, thinking he would be finished there. However, Gyo-mei used the knife only to peel the apple, with absurd skill, creating a long, clean peel without flaws. He placed the perfectly peeled apple on the table, and casually suggested that Nox eat some fruit, as if it were friendly advice. The audacity of the scene ignited Nox. He thought about drawing his hidden blade and killing Gyo-ma right there. Before he could do it, Gyo-ma spoke calmly, as if he already knew exactly what Nox was thinking. He warned that if Nox was planning revenge, then he would devour the entire Aditori family. The threat was so direct, so cold, and so devoid of emotion that Nox was stunned. Fear came together with anger, and he stepped back on instinct, slamming the door shut, as if that could drive Gyo-ma's presence out of his mind. At that same instant, the perfectly peeled apple is cut into several extremely symmetrical pieces. Then, as he walks out of the infirmary, Gyo-ma begins to reflect on what happened. Nox is now nothing more than a small candle about to be extinguished at any moment, because his will was completely destroyed in the face of Gyo-ma. He concludes that his intimidation truly worked, but he knows that the Aditores are an absurdly dangerous clan of assassins in that world. Even so, he would never be able to deal with the entire group using only 30 seconds of his own blessing. Everything he can do is limited to that short interval of time, even though that represents only the worst possible scenario. Still, if it became necessary, he would have to eliminate as many enemies as he could within that limit. As he raises his eyes to the moon, Gyo-ma feels as if he is at the center of a tornado, as if the world itself is pushing him into that role. He accepts that he might be just as insane as everything around him, and since Nox will no longer be an obstacle in his path, a new problem emerges. It is precisely the person he would most like to avoid at that moment. Rachel, the girl who in the game approaches the protagonist first, and ends up being attacked by Abel. Even so, Gyo-ma believes he still has some time to think, because above all, he needs to pass the upcoming test. To him, a reward is still a reward, and he needs that specific weapon, Murasame, the sword that would allow him to fight for more than 30 seconds. When he checks the exam date, he realizes that the test is close, and will consist of subduing a demonic monster in a group of 5 people, regardless of each participant's class. The school's proposal is to emphasize teamwork. Although individual strength is important, loyalty to one's companions matters even more in this test. Even though it is a somewhat random system, forming a group does not seem so bad. He could even be carried by the other members, if necessary. As for the creature they will face, it is a merman, a rank D demonic beast. In the game, it looked extremely disgusting, but seeing it up close, Gyo-ma realizes that he has worked with fish his entire life, and that they are not that unpleasant to look at. He thinks the situation would be completely different if they were sirens, since they are far more powerful. In addition, sirens are not even considered monsters, but rather demonic humans. Compared to those beings, ordinary monsters are nothing more than simple puppies. Fortunately, the students will not need to face any sirens, which means that, for now, they will not have to deal with demonic humans. Gyo-ma notices that it has already been a month since he arrived there, and that the night feels strangely peaceful. He remembers that 700 years have passed since humans and demons swore an oath of peace. Just as human history was never free of wars, this world also went through countless conflicts, large and small. One example was Vasmon, who half a century ago was the commander of the 6th Legion and claimed that he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion. By crossing the armistice justice line, he attempted to bring back Sir Lekan. At that time, the ones who fought against him were Sieg and Medea. After an entire week of extremely bloody battles, humanity emerged victorious, and the 7 greatest heroes of the nation appeared. However, the sacrifices were enormous. Even so, none of the factions wanted to escalate the conflict any further, neither humans nor demons. While playing the game, the protagonist even questioned how someone could be called the strongest of humanity after defeating only the commander of the 6th Legion. Still, since then peace has been maintained. Ma begins to wonder whether that can truly be called peace. The more he thinks about the commander of the 1st Legion, who is sealed rather than dead, the more anxious he becomes. He knows that in 3 years the second human demonic war will begin, and that the Demon King himself will be involved. Even so, he concludes that thinking about it now will change nothing. He needs to focus on the mid-year exams, because worrying about such a distant future will not help him at all, even though it is extremely irritating to ignore it. He realizes that he needs to find a team for the test, but he does not have many friends. Still, he acknowledges that at the moment he is one of the most famous students at the academy, which can be used as an advantage to form a group. He also understands that living completely out of the spotlight for 3 years is impossible. Because of that, he decides that the best path is to put together a strong group for the mid-year exam. He knows that he cannot lead a completely peaceful life, but he can still seek a comfortable existence, even if it involves some conflicts. With that, Ma changes his goal. However, the next day, already in the classroom, he realizes that despite being surrounded by people, no one invited him to form a group. He understands that this is a problem, and begins to wonder if the reason was what he did to Nox. Maybe he went too far in the fight, and ended up frightening everyone around him. Thinking about it, he also concludes that Chloe is similar to him, someone who is probably also seen as a kind of intruder in that place. Ma approaches Chloe and asks if she is still without a group. She confirms that she is and says she is still alone. He asks if she is alright, remembering that she usually deals with this since she has friends. Chloe replies that she is fine. Then Ma invites her to form a group with him, explaining that they would still need to find 3 more people. Chloe immediately accepts, saying that it sounds great, and Ma realizes that she was genuinely happy with the proposal. He reflects that, considering he can only truly fight for 30 seconds, having Chloe by his side is equivalent to having an entire army. However, the mood changes when someone arrives making noise and interrupting everything. It is Rachel, who clearly came with the intention of forming a group with him. Ma feels irritated inside when he sees her there again. He questions why she is there, but Rachel acts as if she has already explained everything. At that moment, Chloe discreetly begins to pull out the utility knife, ready to react, but Ma asks her to step back. He is not in a good mood that day. Rachel jokes, saying that he is being mean, and calls him by a nickname that bothers him. Ma asks her to stop, but Rachel pretends not to hear, jokes around, and even throws herself onto the desk, saying that she fell. Soon after, Rachel asks if he already has a group. Ma realizes that she is really not paying attention, but answers that he still does not have a complete group. Rachel says that he is lucky and suggests that they team up, getting too close and touching his chin. Ma pushes her hand away and questions why him specifically, since there are so many people who would accept joining her group. Rachel replies that no one at that school is fun, but that he is. Even so, Ma makes it clear that he is already on a team with Chloe. Rachel reacts calmly and says that there are still 2 spots available. Ma realizes that she has not fully understood the situation and glances at Chloe, who confirms it with a nod. Faced with that, he accepts the proposal and says that then he will be under Rachel's command. She replies that he will not be able to back out after that. When Ma asks who the other members are, Rachel asks if he knows Leon. At that same instant, Ma becomes extremely tense. Leon is the protagonist of the game. He wonders what kind of sin he committed in his past life to end up involved with this kind of people. All he did was spend 30 years using a knife to cut fish, and now he is surrounded by the main heroines and central figures of the story. Even so, he accepts the situation, recognizing that Leon is the true protagonist of that world, and that he has no idea how this will affect the future. One way or another, he feels that he will end up getting involved, and now he can no longer change groups. Rachel put him in a situation with no way out. For a moment, Ma feels like cutting someone in half out of sheer frustration, but he is interrupted when Chloe approaches with a sharp look. She asks what happened, noting that since the blonde girl left the room, he does not seem well. Ma replies that he is just thinking too much, and that there is nothing to worry about. He explains that Rachel wanted to take the test with them since they are cadets, and Chloe states with conviction that there is no one in that class stronger than him. Ma thanks her for the compliment. He then reflects that he was the one who asked Chloe to form a team, and therefore she needs to be aware of every decision made. Thinking it over, he concludes that maybe all of this is not a bad thing, and that he does not need to be so pessimistic. He asks Chloe when and where they will meet again to complete the group. She replies that Rachel scheduled the meeting in the main building, at a cafe. Ma notices that it is almost time and suggests that they go immediately, and the 2 of them head out together. In the main building, which is quite elegant, Chloe is drinking an avocado smoothie. Ma looks looks at the cup and wonders how that frozen green soup can cost 50,000 won. He almost chokes when he notices the price and comments, trying to hide it, that the cafe is really very good. Inside, he scolds himself, remembering that he is an adult and needs to control himself. He notices that the only drink that cost 10,000 won or less was the espresso he is drinking, but the taste is awful. Since the academy card does not work there, he decides that he does not intend to come back often. At that moment, Ma receives a notification on his phone. It is a message from Rachel, and he replies saying that he is already at the meeting point. Shortly after, Rachel appears accompanied by Leon and apologizes for the delay, asking if they waited long. Ma looks at Leon for a few seconds and notices the presence of another member of the group, a boy with orange hair tied in a Japanese bun. He wonders if that guy is a delinquent. Then Leon steps forward, extends his hand, and introduces himself politely. Ma does the same. Leon comments that he was impressed by what Ma did a few days earlier, making it clear that he has already heard about his recent actions. Leon shows that he feels more confident, knowing that Ma is part of the group. Ma in turn observes that Leon is extremely elegant, and mentally confirms that he truly fits the role of a protagonist. After that, everyone sits down to have smoothies, while Ma sticks with his cheap coffee costing less than 10,000 won, which he considers undrinkable. Leon introduces himself first as Leon von Reinhardt, a student of the star class and the leader of the group. He comments that he ended up taking that position naturally, and says he is looking forward to working with everyone. Ma is impressed by his demeanor, finding the behavior almost too perfect. Next, Rachel says that she does not need to introduce herself since everyone knows her, and passes her turn. The next to speak is Speed Weapon, who introduces himself as a student of the star class, and says that he really likes heroes. Ma finds that explanation far too simple, and realizes that the boy completely breaks the delinquent stereotype he had created in his head. After that, Chloe introduces herself as an editor from the Wolf class, and explains that she is there thanks to Ma. Rachel reacts with irony when she hears this, but Chloe keeps herself under control, clarifies that she was invited by him, and says that it is a pleasure to meet everyone. Rachel is surprised to realize that Chloe managed to keep her patience this time. When it is his turn, Ma introduces himself simply, saying only that he is from the same class as Chloe. He feels a bit awkward, remembering that he is an adult among young students. Then Leon pulls out a notebook and announces the start of the meeting. A holographic map is projected from the device. Leon explains that during lunch that day, his class instructor handed files to the group leaders. The map displayed shows the location where the exam will take place, Scopuli Island. He explains that everyone will be teleported to a subspace connected to the island through a gate, but that the island itself is real. This means that students can be truly injured when facing demonic creatures. Leon zooms in on the image and points to the area assigned to the group, located on the northeastern coast of the island. He explains that 3 groups, including theirs, will hunt mermen in that region. Since the number of these creatures is limited, the objective of the exam is to eliminate as many as possible. After the explanation, Leon asks if anyone has any questions. Speed Weapon asks whether there are no sirens in the waters around the island and whether that does not represent a risk. Leon replies that there is no reason to worry, because the academy will take care of that issue. Chloe then asks whether groups positioned on the same coast could ambush each other. At that moment, both Ma and Rachel look at her with some tension. Leon answers that the focus of the exam is the eradication of demonic creatures, and that conflicts between groups would likely lead to disqualification. Ma thinks that Leon clearly does not understand that he is dealing with an assassin. Leon ends the meeting, saying that that is all for today, and that everyone should prepare well, because the next day there will be another meeting to define positions. Rachel suggests that everyone go eat together, and the group begins to disperse. Ma realizes that because he stayed seated, only he and Leon are left, which makes him somewhat uncomfortable. He decides to leave, but as he stands up, Leon calls out to him. Leon asks where Ma originally came from. The two stare at each other for a few seconds, and Ma asks what exactly he means by that. He feels that he has heard that question before, but realizes that coming from Leon, it sounds different. Ma cannot understand what Leon is thinking. He considers the possibility that the question is literal, about his place of birth, but discards it, because if that were the case, it would have been asked in front of everyone. Leon apologizes for the sudden and strange question, but comments that Ma might be similar to him. This leaves Ma even more confused. He reflects that, since it is a Korean game, the base language is Korean, but that does not mean other cultures do not exist in that world. From his very name, it is possible to deduce that Ma is Korean. Even so, Leon asks him to pretend he did not hear anything, and says that he is leaving. Before Leon can walk away, Ma instinctively grabs him by the shoulder and returns the question, asking where he came from. Leon answers directly that he came from Germany and then leaves. Ma remains standing there, confused, wondering what went through that man's mind. He begins to question whether he is being paranoid, but he cannot ignore the strange feeling. The moment he heard the question about where he came from, it was as if Leon knew that he was someone from another world, an intruder who should not be there. Even so, he tries to convince himself that it is nothing more than paranoia. Ma thinks that, because Leon is the protagonist of the game, he might be able to sense that kind of thing. With the knife right in front of him, he remembers that while the blessing of the sword god is active, his senses become strangely amplified. Determined to test this, he activates the blessing at that moment. Suddenly, a sentence appears directly in his mind, stating that Leon's existence belongs to that world. Ma focuses again, keeps the blessing active, and hears the same voice once more. He realizes that it gives him an intense migraine, a pain that seems to go beyond even the limits of the blessing itself. Even so, he has no doubts that the Leon he met that day is exactly the same Leon from the game, because no one could replicate that presence with such perfection. He wonders whether Leon really wanted to know which country he came from. Still, he remembers that Leon said the two of them were similar. For a moment, Ma thinks about looking for answers in a kind of wiki of that world, but quickly concludes that there would be no relevant information about Leon there. He sighs and accepts that he will now have to get involved with him. If anything strange happens, he knows that he can seek help from Medea, who seemed eager to meet the protagonist again. Even so, Ma decides to think calmly, finding it curious that he can remain so composed in the face of that situation. Next, he checks the system and analyzes all of his blessings. He realizes that the progress is slow but steady. His mental strength and his armament remain the same, but his physical strength and fortitude have increased thanks to intense training. He concludes that his armament will only truly evolve when he obtains Murasame, but he notices that his assimilation has grown significantly. That seems to indicate that something will be unlocked soon. He wonders if this is related to the numerous battles he has taken part in, including confrontations against brothers and sisters of the Aditor clan. This lack of understanding about his own body and powers leaves him deeply frustrated. At the exact moment that thought crosses his mind, the system manifests with a new message. He has reached a certain level of blessing activations, and automatic adjustments will be carried out. Ma is confused and surprised when he discovers that the duration of the pain blessing has increased from 30 to 40 seconds. He is genuinely impressed, because that represents enormous progress. The system informs him that his efforts have paid off, and Ma feels sincere satisfaction when he realizes this evolution. The days pass quickly. 5 days remain until the exam, then 4, 3, and 2. When only 1 day is left, during training, Ma reaches such a high level of speed that he manages to cut a drop of his own sweat in midair. He is satisfied with the result. Soon, the day of the exam arrives, and everyone is gathered in front of the subspace gate. Ma feels that the atmosphere is completely different from that of the training subspaces. His group calls out to him, and he sees that everyone is prepared. Rachel, positioned at the front as the main damage dealer, comments that it is strange for Ma, who is usually punctual, to be late that day. Leon, the leader, remains at the center of the formation and asks them to move forward immediately. Speed Weapon, acting as support, stays farther back. Chloe, as the secondary main damage dealer, takes the second position. Ma assumes the rear and apologizes for the slight delay. Looking more closely, he notices each person's equipment. Rachel carries a rank S weapon, as does Leon. Speed Weapon, however, holds something unexpected, a flute. Noticing Ma's gaze, Speed Weapon asks about the reason for his curiosity. Rachel whispers that the equipment is actually a rank S armament focused on healing and support, something absurdly difficult to obtain. Even if someone invested all possible money into the game, it would be extremely rare to get something like that, and its simple appearance helps deceive those who are unfamiliar with it. Ma looks at the item more closely and comments that it is impressive, which makes Speed Weapon ask him to step back. Soon after, the Academy officially announces the start of the mid-year examinations of the year 2034. A professor comments that everyone seems well prepared and reminds them that even if some already know the rules, at that moment they are not heroes but merely cadets. He warns them not to risk their lives in pursuit of more credit and reinforces that in case of serious injuries, the institution can be contacted immediately. Leon notes that it is almost time and asks everyone to get ready, saying that there is no reason to be nervous and that all they need to do is give their best. Ma feels that everything is finally beginning, but he notices that Chloe seems a little uneasy. He asks if she is all right. Chloe replies that feeling anxious is normal in a situation like that, and comments that she remembered there are many sirens on that island. Ma tries to reassure her, saying that the instructors have already checked everything and that there is no reason to worry. Even so, Ma thinks that in Cilicia, where Chloe came from, sirens were frequently sighted and caused a lot of damage in the past. Although they are currently creatures rarely seen outside of dungeons, the fact that those rumors still persist suggests that the conditions of that place may never have been fully clarified. The professor orders everyone to enter, informing them that the subspace is already active. Ma makes a small encouraging gesture toward Chloe and asks them to move forward. Chloe is visibly embarrassed, but she thinks that he is right. She decides not to worry because Ma is by her side and believes that everything will be fine. Suddenly, everything goes dark. Ma begins calling out to her repeatedly, and in the next instant, Chloe awakens. She realizes that she must have fainted for a brief moment and wonders what happened, questioning why she lost her concentration. concentration. There is turmoil all around, as it seems that an error occurred at the subspace gate. Some people call for an instructor, and it soon becomes clear that someone is seriously injured. At that very moment, everyone comes face to face with a siren. Before the creature appeared, everyone had arrived feeling sick, vomiting because of the dizziness caused by the transition. Ma, however, remains completely stable. Leon finds this strange and notes that he seems fine, and Ma explains that he usually does not feel dizzy or nauseous. Shortly after, a merman appears in front of them. Ma finds it strange that there is already one there, and realizes that it is much smaller than he imagined. He feels a bit ridiculous wielding only a sashimi knife to hunt that creature, especially while staying in the rear of the team. Leon explains that they will encounter adult mermen when they reach the designated area, and that the one who passed by them does not count for points. The group then moves in the direction Chloe is investigating. As they advance through the undergrowth, Leon warns them to be careful, as he believes they have reached the correct location. Suddenly, Chloe appears out of nowhere and lands right in front of them. Ma asks if she was really moving through the trees, and she confirms it, explaining that it is a more discreet method. Leon asks what she managed to identify, and Chloe reports that there is a cave about 500 meters away. Sometime later, the group reaches the cave. Inside it, there are dozens of mermen gathered around a single bonfire. Rachel estimates that there are between 50 and 60 creatures. May realizes that the situation is extremely tempting, because defeating so many enemies at once would practically guarantee first place. Even so, he considers the risks, since if something went wrong, it would not be possible to contact an instructor due to the lack of communication. The decision between playing it safe or betting on high risk and high reward falls to Leon. He remembers the previous meetings, in which it was decided that Chloe would act as the executioner, and that Speed Weapon would be responsible for healing the group. Ma is surprised to confirm that Speed Weapon is truly a healer, but he explains that saving others is a basic principle of heroes. Leon then defines Ma's role, placing him in the rear for surprise attacks, while he himself leads the group from the center and makes all strategic decisions. When Rachel asks what her role will be, Ma realizes that Leon has already made his decision. Leon orders Rachel to advance. She grips her power-imbued spear and throws it straight into the cave, destroying the bonfire. At the moment the mermen turn in confusion, Rachel is already charging forward, crushing them without mercy. She retrieves the spear and begins a true slaughter. Everything happens exactly as Leon had predicted. As Rachel destroys everything in her path with ease, Speed Weapon immediately activates his artifact to bless the entire group. The sound of the flute irritates the creatures, but in reality they flee in desperation from Rachel, who continues killing without stopping. She thanks him for the blessing and counts 25 enemies defeated, leaving the group impressed. Next, Chloe activates her blessing, the feline blessing. With a single slash, she eliminates 8 mermen at once. When 2 more try to ambush her, she tears them apart without difficulty, reducing them to pieces. Chloe and Rachel advance in the same direction, eliminating everything they encounter. Ma notices something strange. They do not slow down, and that way they seem about to collide with each other. He wonders if it is intentional. It becomes clear that neither of them cares about the possibility of crashing into the other. At that moment, a much larger and stronger merman than the others appears and tries to attack them, but neither of them shows any concern. At the last instant, instead of hitting each other, both redirect their attacks toward the larger creature. Rachel comments that the enemy is actually fast, while Chloe claims that she was the one who killed it. Rachel argues back, and Chloe provokes her with a nickname, making Ma feel immense relief. He truly believed that something terrible was about to happen. Meanwhile, Leon eliminates a few enemies that appear around them, and observes that Ma seems especially worried about those two, noticing that his attention is completely focused on Rachel and Chloe's uncontrolled advance. Ma confirms that everything is fine, and realizes that in the end he had worried for nothing. The group manages to eliminate the 60 mermen that were there, bringing the confrontation to an end. Leon reinforces the importance of trusting one's teammates, and with the mission seemingly completed, everyone prepares to leave the area. Ma observes the situation and thinks that Leon is undoubtedly a great leader, the true heart of that team. He decides that later he will try to talk to Leon, just out of curiosity, to better understand what he had said earlier. At that exact moment, however, an attack from the rear pierces Leon. The impact is brutal and catches everyone by surprise. No one had noticed anything until Ma looked back. Among the corpses of the mermen, a siren emerges, a demonic existence with a human appearance. Rachel does not understand why there is a siren in that place, while Speed Weapon believes that all of this can only be a dream. Ma confirms to himself that something had been wrong from the beginning. He quickly assesses the situation and wonders whether they should fight or flee, without being sure what would be best at that moment. Rachel urgently tries to contact an instructor, warning that a siren has appeared, but Speed Weapon reports that he cannot establish communication. Ma concludes that communication within that space has been cut off. Amid the chaos, Ma is the only one who does not panic. He orders Rachel to take care of the mermen that are still approaching, and tells Speed Weapon to do everything possible to keep Leon alive. At that instant, Chloe snaps out of the trance she was in. Gyo-ma orders her to leave immediately, since she is the fastest, and to go call an instructor as soon as possible, before more mermen appear. Chloe hesitates for a moment, but agrees and quickly departs. Rachel asks what Gyo-ma intends to do now. Without answering directly, he advances toward the siren, making it clear that the mermen are left to the others. The group is shocked by the decision, questioning whether he has gone mad by facing a siren alone. Gyo-ma, however, thinks that he has never liked small fish, and that now the time has come to face the big fish, something he considers his specialty. It is explained that demons are able to use something similar to blessings, which in practice is magic. In the original game, the protagonist was defeated with just one attack from that siren, showing the brutal difference between humans and demons. Gyo-ma recognizes that he is not sure if he will win, even with his blessing, since in the original game it is impossible to defeat a demon alone. Even so, he remembers that because he played without friends, he was often forced to face bosses alone in true raids. He accepts that there is no longer any way to run from the decision he has made. Quickly calculating, Gyo-ma estimates that Chloe will take about 10 minutes to return. That means he needs to defeat the mermaid in 40 seconds. Without hesitation, he activates the blessing of the sword god, thinking that it has been a long time since the last time he truly cut sashimi. Meanwhile, Rachel faces the remaining mermen. They seem stronger under the mermaid's presence, but even so she manages to hold them back, pushing them away and piercing 3 at once with a single attack. She is already exhausted without the speed weapon blessing. Speed weapon thinks he should help her with the blessing, but he needs to concentrate completely so that Leon does not die. Even believing in Gyo-ma's power, he feels deep fear when looking at the mermaid, because facing a monster like that alone feels like pure suicide. The mermaid then prepares a spell aimed at Gyo-ma, but he rushes forward. He analyzes that mermaids use long-range attacks with magical and aquatic properties, and that without magic they are still just fish. He dodges the spell and moves in for the final blow, but at the last instant he realizes he has struck only a false body. The true mermaid appears, attacking Speed Weapon, who freezes in fear. At the moment of the attack, the mermaid feels intense pain. One of her fins is severed by Gyo-ma, who shows no hesitation and continues attacking without giving her time to evade. Even wounded, the mermaid retreats into the water, disappearing as if she had teleported. Gyo-ma then realizes that predicting her movements will not be simple, and acknowledges that the mermaid showed dangerous intelligence in that clash. The mermaid acts deliberately and attacks precisely the one who is already injured. Gyo-ma looks at Speed Weapon and Leon, who is still severely wounded, and asks if Speed Weapon can continue. Even while keeping the blessing active, Speed Weapon confirms that he can. Gyo-ma then says that is fine and leaves Leon in his care, recognizing him as a true hero. Next, Gyo-ma returns to direct combat and resumes exchanging violent blows with the mermaid. Speed Weapon, while supporting Leon, thinks about how impressive it all is. He reflects on justice and bravery, on people who sacrifice themselves for the good of others, and concludes that this is what defines a hero. He realizes that he has never heard anyone say that this was truly a hero academy, not even in the Dragon and Star classes. At that moment, he believes he has found his hero in Leon. Gyo-ma, on the other hand, understands Speed Weapon's thoughts, but when he apologizes and says that Gyo-ma is far from being a hero to him, Gyo-ma makes it clear that he would not care even if that were the case. Still, in the present, Speed Weapon begins to think that maybe that damn Gyo-ma is also in some way a hero. At that moment, the mermaid invokes a powerful spell. Several carnivorous fish made of magical energy appear and rush toward Gyo-ma like missiles. He dodges with quick, almost unreal jumps, but soon realizes that the projectiles are guided. The mermaid alters the fish's trajectory to kill Gyo-ma, who responds by cutting through the cave wall to open a path and keep fleeing. Even so, the fish continue to pursue him, ignoring his speed. The mermaid follows the path of the attack, but suddenly changes the target. Rachel tries to warn Speed Weapon, realizing that the true target was him. The group's support. Taking advantage of an opening, Gyo-ma throws himself into the middle of the attack and rips off the mermaid's hand with a precise strike. Even so, he realizes that his cuts are too superficial and that this will not be enough to kill her. The severed hand remains active, channeling magic with such force that it pierces the cave and strikes the mermaid herself. The impact produces a colossal roar. Outside, a student asks the instructor what that noise was, saying she saw something like a laser. Shortly after, it begins to rain. The instructor decides to quickly remove everyone from the area to avoid accidents, warning that the rain could turn into a storm, and comments with a slight smile that they need to return to the academy as soon as possible. Inside the cave, now with a huge hole opened, Speed Weapon and Leon remain unharmed. The mermen, upon seeing sunlight, flee in desperation. Rachel finds their behavior strange, while Gyo-ma remains in a combat stance, knife in hand, believing the mermaid to be buried under the rubble. He was only partly right, as the mermaid explodes the debris and emerges violently. Gyo-ma recognizes that he knew she would not die so easily. When the mermaid advances once more, Gyo-ma removes his uniform and orders Rachel, since the mermen have fled, to protect Leon and Speed Weapon. She agrees without hesitation. Speed Weapon, watching the scene, can barely believe believe what he sees. Geo-ma is dueling alone against a demon. He had always thought that man was just a madman, but now he begins to see him as a legend. Geo-ma realizes that only 10 seconds remain of the pain blessing. For him, this is the moment to recover all the time lost. The mermaid snarls, consumed by fury, and charges to kill Geo-ma. He accepts the clash, feeling his eyes consumed by absolute determination, resolved to cut down everything that stands in his way. Meanwhile, Chloe runs at full speed. She forces herself to go faster, even cutting down trees that appear in her path. Her legs are at their limit, and even with the blessing active, the exhaustion is overwhelming. Still, she cannot give up, because it was Geo-ma who asked this of her. Chloe believes that Geo-ma is the strongest person she has ever known. He always finds a way out, and never draws his blade without necessity. This time, however, he saw that there was no other choice, and she believes he made the right decision, even facing a mermaid, an absurdly powerful demonic humanoid. As she runs, Chloe hears the thunderous sound coming from the cave, and grows worried when the rain begins to fall. In her thoughts, she begs for Geo-ma to survive. In her desperate sprint, she trips over something and almost falls, but manages to catch herself at the last instant. She cannot fall, she cannot stop, she needs to find someone. Tears stream down her face as she runs, pleading for anyone to help her. Suddenly, Chloe senses nearby presences, but her senses are completely scrambled. What she perceives are not people, it is a mermaid. She reacts instinctively and attacks, but in the next instant she realizes that it was actually Abel who was there. Abel blocks Chloe's strike, and the two stare at each other for a few moments. Chloe feels relief upon realizing it is just a person and not an ambush. Before losing her strength and fainting, she apologizes. Some people around them grow agitated, asking what is going on and accusing the girl of being crazy, ordering her to get up immediately. Abel, however, intervenes and says that she knows that girl. Collapsed on the ground, exhausted, Chloe asks for help with difficulty and warns that Geo-ma is in danger. Abel is surprised and wonders how that is possible. At the same time, Speedweapon reflects that he may never again witness something as absurd as what is before his eyes. He watches Geo-ma, who looks like a swordsman holding a live fish, as if about to prepare sushi sashimi. To his eyes, Geo-ma is exterminating a demonic humanoid, a true demonoid, and the scene is far too impressive to be forgotten. He knows this will be etched into his memory for the rest of his life, because this is not a subspace duel, but real life. Even under extreme pressure, Geo-ma continues to dodge and counterattack every assault from the mermaid. At a decisive moment, he turns her tail into a series of small, precise cuts, as if he were truly preparing sashimi. Speedweapon even thinks it is almost beautiful, given how clean the strikes are. He and Rachel cannot even react to the speed and precision. Even Rachel, a descendant of an extremely powerful clan, is left stunned, not knowing how to respond. For an instant, Speedweapon is distracted, and Rachel warns him of a new attack. She pushes him out of the way and saves him, calling out to him and telling him to wake up. Soon after, both see the trail of destruction left by the attack. Speedweapon realizes that he has completely lost himself in the unreality of that scene, feeling as if even the surrounding environment had changed. He thinks that a blade made to cut fish facing magic is not a fair duel, and concludes that if Geo-ma used magic, the mermaid would already be dead. Exhausted but still standing, Geo-ma continues holding his knife and facing the mermaid, who despite being gravely wounded, remains alive. She then invokes her power in sync with the rain, using water as her attribute, and firing liquid projectiles at him. Geo-ma runs along the cave walls, dodging and counterattacking with his knife. During the clash, the blade becomes riddled with holes, yet he still manages to cut the mermaid in half. In what appear to be her final moments, the mermaid looks at Geo-ma with hatred and despair. She screams as a last resort, perhaps driven by fury or fear of death. However, when Geo-ma delivers the final strike, he realizes that she used a merman as a shield. Exploiting this opening, the mermaid devours part of her own body, a magical crystal, and after swallowing it, releases a devastating power from her mouth. Everyone panics, believing that Geo-ma will die at that moment. Facing the inevitable attack, Geo-ma understands that he cannot dodge. His left eye is completely overtaken by the blessing, and his consciousness is transported to a remote place, surrounded by crystalline water and illuminated by sunlight. As he looks toward the horizon, he realizes that it is not the sun approaching, but the mermaid's power. At that moment, he hears the voice of the sword god whispering that he can cut anything. With that certainty, Geo-ma grips his knife once more. In the ruined cave, consumed by rain, he feels that he has managed to cut through the very magic itself. The sphere of energy completely dissipates. A few seconds later, before him lies the mermaid's body, covered in blood. Still under the effect of the blessing, his eyes return to normal, and the mermaid releases her final breaths of life. Everyone is shocked to realize that she was still alive, but before any reaction is possible, Geo-ma decapitates the creature. The head rolls away and returns to that cursed place from which it came. Stunned, Speedweapon finally understands. Geo-ma has won. A rookie who entered that year defeated a demonoid alone. Little by little, everyone begins to calm down. At that moment, however, a large amount of blood pours from Geo-ma's wound. Rachel rushes to him in desperation. Speedweapon thinks with relief that Leon is fine. fine, but soon notices something strange. He wonders what happened to the merman who fled the cave. Soon after, he sees a group approaching and comments that it was about time. It is Abel's group. People ask what the hell happened there, until they carefully observe the scene. A dead mermaid, cut into pieces, and Rachel holding Giome's body, begging him to wake up. Abel finds the scene strange, and questions why Rachel is hugging him like that. Then Abel notices Leon and becomes visibly embarrassed. To her, the conclusion is clear. Everyone is screwed, except the leader. All of this only happened due to absurd luck. Abel explains that she contacted the academy and that the instructors should be arriving. She then looks around, sees the destruction, and asks what the hell happened there. Speed Weapon reacts irritably, questioning whether those instructors really explored the island, because this looks like a joke. He recalls that a mermaid appeared inside an obvious cave and that this should never have gone unnoticed. Abel remains calm, says she understands, and demands a direct explanation. Speed Weapon finds her tone strange and asks why she is giving orders, but Abel notices that he is acting oddly and tells him to stop stalling and answer. Speed Weapon warns that she will not believe it, but decides to explain anyway, because explaining is his specialty. Later, after listening carefully to everything, Abel confirms what she understood. She sums it up by saying that a mermaid appeared out of nowhere and that Gio killed the creature alone. Speed Weapon confirms that this is exactly what happened. The information hits Abel like something absurd. She thinks about how Gio appeared out of nowhere, never clearly stating where he came from, and yet killed a demonoid alone. She remembers the stories her grandfather told her when she was a child, and concludes that even those heroic tales were more realistic than this. Still, the lie seems far too big to have been invented. Abel comes to the conclusion that no one would dare create such an exaggerated story if it had not happened, and wonders why anyone would lie about something like that. She also thinks about her own lineage. As a descendant of heroic roots tied to Baylor Joachim and the disciple Aaron Nebelung, she received a special position and carries a blood heritage that allows her talents to flourish. Even with this advantage, and with all the effort she put in, there is still that boy, Kang Gio, whose difference in power is so ridiculous that it seems impossible to measure. Abel realizes that she has already felt too much toward him, between fear and admiration, and at the same time cannot hide a bitter envy. While the treatment continues, Abel asks her companion to try to heal Gio. Even while being treated, Rachel remains visibly worried about him. Abel watches the scene and dwells on the fact that Gio, the same age as her, came to the brink of death and still defeated a demonoid alone. After that, Speed Weapon returns to the topic of the instructors and asks whether Abel really contacted the academy. He suggests that for now, it would be better not to reveal the details of what happened. Abel wants to know why. Speed Weapon recalls that the instructors claim to have checked the island beforehand and points out that this makes everything even more suspicious. He notes that the cave is extremely easy to find and yet was not explored. He admits that it is only a guess, but says that it seems like someone did this on purpose. Leon joins the conversation and asks whether Speed Weapon is suggesting sabotage from within the academy, perhaps an infiltrator connected to a demonic clan. Speed Weapon tenses up and avoids stating it outright, but admits that the possibility exists. Abel agrees that the cave is conspicuous and that novices would certainly come there. She also understands that if it had not been for Gio, everyone would have died. The situation raises a question that troubles Abel. Why did this happen now? She remembers that there have been no direct conflicts between humans and demons for hundreds of years, and that demons have never dared to touch cadets of that academy. To her, it almost feels like a ready-made justification for a new war to begin. Shortly after, Speed Weapon notices the direction of her thoughts and interrupts her, saying that she is going too far. He agrees that it is strange and that there may be a spy, but states that there is not enough proof to turn this into a conclusion. Leon then proposes an immediate decision. He says that, at that moment, the group needs to agree on a lie. The reason is simple. If there truly is a spy in the academy, Gio would instantly become a target because he defeated a demonoid alone. Speed Weapon agrees and reminds them that, considering everything Gio did for them, protecting him is the least they can do. Abel suggests that the safest course is for her to speak with her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, before any official report. Back at the academy, in the infirmary wing, Gio wakes up once again in that place he already knows well. He looks around and thinks of a hospital. Again, he looks at his own hand and realizes that he is alive. Then he recalls the moment when he almost died, when the mermaid used a magical sphere against him, an attack impossible to dodge. Even so, he managed to cut that strike, making a clean straight cut using only the sashimi knife. The magic had been split in half cleanly, as if it were just water. Gio tries to understand what that sensation was. During the blessing, he felt impossible things, but at the same time he felt as if he truly could do it, as if his body and mind had surpassed a limit. He then opens the system and checks his blessings. Looking closely, he notices that his mental fortitude increased by 1 point. He concludes that this must have happened because he did not panic, even in the presence of a mermaid. Next, he notices another detail and finally understands what changed. His assimilation reached 6.8 and was about to reach 7.2, which would unlock something new. He connects the dots and believes that the straight line cut that split the mermaid's magic during combat was precisely what he managed to unlock at that instant. Shortly after, Medea appears and hugs Gyoma tightly, overcome by anxiety and relief. She shows desperation as she recalls what happened and insists that everyone had checked that area, because there should not have been any creature of that kind there. Gyoma tries to calm her, asking her to stop because he is still weakened. Medea realizes the excess and steps back, apologizing and remembering that he can barely breathe. Even so, she admits that she was too happy to see him alive and that, for a moment, she almost forgot the reason she came. Then Medea begins to search for something in her dimensional bag. Gyoma is impressed when he realizes that she possesses an item of that level. Next, Medea takes out the reward he had earned and hands him the sword Murasame. Gyoma thought about how the fact that he had decapitated a demon on Scopuli Island had been kept secret, just like director Medea had said. When he examined his new sword Murasame, he noticed it had an attack power of 25,670, was rank B, and was described as a Japanese sword whose name meant heavy spring rain. Medea said she hoped he liked the reward, and added that prizes like this were usually handed out in formal ceremonies. Because of the situation, that had not been possible, so she apologized. At that moment, Medea noticed the Sword Emperor approaching and made a sharp comment about him. The Emperor himself immediately reacted, asking her not to call him that. Medea fired back, saying that he was already 70 years old and still acted like a little girl. Watching the exchange, Gyoma felt like he had seen something like this before, almost like deja vu, and wondered why the Sword Emperor was there. Medea explained that she had heard everything through Gyome's friends and, on behalf of the Academy, offered an official apology. She admitted that everything that had happened was the Academy's fault and that because of their negligence, Gyome and his team, along with almost everyone on the island, had nearly lost their lives. Because of the incident, she swore on her honor as director that the whole truth would be revealed. The Sword Emperor added that Gyome had saved all the cadets who were there. Gyome simply said that he had only done what he could. Medea said the achievement was extraordinary, but until the truth came out, it would be better to keep everything secret. She acknowledged how ironic that sounded, coming from the Academy director, but explained that it was an internal matter. She also apologized for not being able to reward him properly. Gyome replied that it was fine. Medea then commented that he did not act like someone his age, but more like an old man trapped in a child's body. Later, as they walked together, Medea said she had been thinking about the past and asked if Sieg remembered the first day they met after he entered the school. Back then, he had been lying on a bench in the garden, and when she told him to leave, he struck his own sword. Neither of them remembered exactly what had been said that day, but Medea said it felt like it had been yesterday, even though 60 years had already passed. Time really did fly. She added that this was not even a tenth of the Academy's history. Even when the two of them enrolled, the institution was already ancient. The depth of its history was overwhelming. Despite ups and downs, the Academy had cared for and protected its cadets for 700 years. But as her thoughts reached that point, Medea began channeling a huge amount of power, clearly driven by anger. She recalled that before the midterm exam, they had received reports from the instructors after the preliminary inspection of the island. Although rare, Scopuli was known for siren sightings, which was why they always took extreme precautions. Even so, something had gone wrong. Sieg, the Sword Emperor, told her to calm down. Medea admitted that she had lost her temper and said it was fine. Still, Sieg remained worried, especially after hearing how incredible Gyoma had been, defeating a siren on his own. Sieg began to think about the boy. To him, the idea of natural talent had always been dangerous. Many people once praised as the best of their generation vanished like meteors, burning bright for a moment before disappearing. The title of genius was thrown around carelessly by families obsessed with fame whenever their children showed even a bit of ability. The same had happened to Abel, his granddaughter, who also carried that forbidden label. Even so, if there was someone who truly deserved to be called a genius, it was Gyoma. Sieg wondered how far the boy could go, if his experience was shaped to match his talent. If Kang Gyoma was that person, then the dream he had chased his entire life might finally become reality. For now, he chose to trust the Academy. Back in class, Gyoma thought that, as awkward as it sounded, maybe the reason his friends could laugh so easily was because he had defeated the siren. The first thing he did after leaving the hospital was go to the Academy Forge to strengthen Murasame. Despite its name and status, it was still basically an iron rod, far from the standard of a sword god blessing, which made reinforcement essential. The blacksmith was extremely motivated, and since the Academy was celebrating its 700th anniversary, all the work was done for free. Gyoma thought of it as pure luck. At that moment, Chloe showed up leaning on crutches. She asked if Gyome was okay, and he asked her the same. Chloe explained that she had broken her leg, but thanks to Speed Weapon acting right away, the doctor said she would only need crutches for a week. Even injured, she was still a member of the Editori. Seeing her like that made Gyome feel relieved. He also realized that it was not just because of him that everyone survived. It was true that he had defeated the siren, but everyone had done their part. Chloe went to get help. Rachel held back hundreds of enemies, and Speed weapon kept everyone alive. He even wondered what Leon had done, maybe leading the group. In the end, he decided not to blame him, thinking Leon might have been the first one attacked. At that moment, the instructor walked into the classroom, looking visibly nervous, and announced that before morning training, he had an important message. He explained that someone would be helping him that day, and that he would introduce this person right away. The class was completely shocked when they saw who it was. It was Sieg, the Sword Emperor himself. The instructor was shaking with nerves, and the students were stunned. Gyo-ma wondered what he was doing there. Meanwhile, far away in another place, a man was being brutally beaten, apparently for failing to do his job properly. Someone wearing an academy uniform was violently beating an old man who was lying on the ground, making it clear that the commander of the 5th Legion was furious. She demanded to know why he could never do his job right, and, without waiting for an answer, slapped him hard across the face again. Then she ordered him to apologize one more time, if he had the guts. She asked if it was really that hard to capture a child who was already on the brink of death. To her, it did not matter how impressive or amazing the hero candidate was. Even after using a siren, the plan had failed. The instructor said that all of this was the Elder's fault, and also the Sword Emperor's, for having the nerve to settle inside the academy. The old man tried to apologize again, but stumbled over his words and ended up taking a kick straight to the face. He was furious about being beaten by a mere instructor. The woman complained that her shoe was now dirty with blood, and showed clear disgust. Then she mentioned that a siren had been defeated by a first-year student, and that, looking at this new generation, they all seemed very talented. The old man explained that it had actually been just one student who defeated the siren alone. The instructor asked if it had been Leon, but he said no, and revealed that it was the top student of that year, Kang Dae-ma. Hearing that, the instructor realized this was the special student, and commented that things were getting more and more interesting. Back at the academy, physical training was underway. Chloe was sitting off to the side with her crutches, unable to participate. Gyo-ma thought he would like to be sitting too, but someone shouted that he was slow. It was Siegfried, who asked if his leg was injured. Gyo-ma said no, and wondered why that man was running right next to him. It was the Sword Emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung. He was the heir to the title of the first Sword Saint, Aaron Nibelung, a name that suited him perfectly. Siegfried was recognized as the strongest fighter in humanity, and had also been Leon's fencing mentor during the Second Demonic War. He was a figure who clearly stood out in the middle part of the original story. Even so, Gyo-ma could not understand why the Sword Emperor was running beside him. In his mind, that old man should have been bothering Leon, not him. The main story had already gone off track, and now felt completely derailed. Thinking about it more carefully, Gyo-ma remembered that at the end of the original story, Leon would inherit the title of Sword Saint. That had been one of the biggest topics in the game, and had dominated all the forums. If Leon was going to inherit that title in the future, then Siegfried being here was not that important, just awkward. To Gyo-ma, it felt like running side by side with a delivery guy who did all his deliveries on foot. During the run, Siegfried explained that the foundation of any fighter was stamina and endurance. No matter how amazing a hero was, without the physical strength to support their honor, everything was meaningless. This basic routine would be the foundation for Gyo-ma's future growth. He demanded more effort and called him a brat. Gyo-ma answered yes and kept running. Siegfried approved of that attitude, but then sped up even more, leaving Gyo-ma almost dying on the track. As he struggled to keep up, Gyo-ma wondered if that man was really 70 years old. Later on, Siegfried announced that from that moment on, except during field training, the use of personal weapons was strictly forbidden. He threw several weapons onto the ground, including shovels and hoes, leaving all the students shocked. Then he ordered them to choose one of the available weapons. Gyo-ma noticed there was even a sashimi knife and thought it would be perfect for him. However, Siegfried made it clear that the goal was to completely master the weapon they chose. One student raised a concern, saying it would be better to train with weapons inherited from their families, and asking why they were being banned. Siegfried replied that fundamentals mattered in everything. The more someone relied on high-level weapons, the lazier they became in training, and in the end, they started believing the weapon's strength was their own. The student insisted, asking if it was not important to learn a weapon's capabilities to make up for weaknesses. Siegfried answered that no matter how good a weapon was, without skill the user was like an empty bell that only made noise. A true master would never blame their weapon. Gyo-ma was shocked, because that was a thought he often had himself, and he silently agreed completely. Siegfried continued, saying that once the fundamentals were mastered, the weapon would naturally become part of the fighter. Cadets who could use ordinary weapons with great skill had a high chance of making the class promotion list at the end of the school year. Hearing that, the students panicked and rushed to grab weapons. Gyo-ma thought that speech could have been much simpler. Still, the sashimi knife was there, so he picked it up. Siegfried gave him a sharp look, and Gyo-ma concluded that the man really was incredible. Then Siegfried announced that, to get familiar with the weapons, they would start with one-on-one duels between cadets that day. Some students asked if that was not dangerous without using subspace. Siegfried replied that they had entered the academy to carry on the legacy of ancient heroes and become worthy fighters. Fighters only grew by training as if they were in real combat. However, simply swinging weapons at each other other would quickly lead to death. That was why, before starting, he would show them how a training duel worked, more specifically, a sparring match. The students were thrilled at the idea of seeing the Sword Emperor's technique up close. The instructor demanded complete silence. Liu Wenbin, one of the academy instructors, felt like he had stepped into a massive disaster, not just for his career, but for his entire life. Facing the Sword Emperor in a sparring demonstration felt like the end. In desperation, he thought of his mother and concluded that this was the last day of his life. Even so, he asked the Sword Emperor to go easy on him. Before he could say anything else, he was interrupted. Siegfried called Cadet Kang Ma forward and ordered him to step up and duel him. The students looked at the seemingly worn-out weapon in the Sword Emperor's hands and still felt like it was glowing. Many wondered who that boy was, since Ma looked weak at first glance. Ma himself realized he could clearly hear all the comments around him. Siegfried asked if Ma was fully recovered yet. He said yes, but thought that he might not be in such good shape after this. The Sword Emperor then ordered him to draw his blade. Ma reflected that even though this was just a training duel, it did not feel right. His body was in great condition, but his opponent was the Sword Emperor. If they really crossed blades, it would not end well. At best, someone would lose an arm, and at worst, a head. He even thought this urge might be influenced by the blessing, since he felt a strong fighting instinct. But he also realized that this impulse was going too far when he considered the consequences. Because of that, Ma said he was not worthy of being Siegfried's opponent. Many students agreed, believing he would get beaten badly. However, Siegfried asked if he had no pride as a swordsman, and said that he would not be able to hide his power for long. To him, having that much talent meant nothing if the person was a coward. The word pride echoed in Ma's mind. It was something he had carried in his chest since the day he received the title of the best swordsman in the country. Those 3 syllables were the reason he never let go of his sword. He understood that this was a clear provocation meant to test him. Everyone expected him to back down, and if he fell for that provocation, he would surely regret it. Still, he chose to accept. The instructor almost tried to stop it, but the Sword Emperor saw that the decision had already been made. Kang Ma was about to learn a lesson in that fight. At that moment, the blessing of the sword god activated. Ma's instincts pulled him into a world where only he and his rival existed. Siegfried, in turn, remembered that even at 70 years old, moments like this were still vivid in his mind. The enlightenment through the sword he experienced in his youth had never left him. The image of that one-armed wandering knight was still burned into his memory. The path of the sword that man had shown was beautiful, pure power, something that had clearly reached that special world. Siegfried had been watching Ma since the ranking test. He believed that if it was this boy, then maybe he could guide him to that same world. With that thought, he moved to attack. However, Ma was already behind him. Once again, Siegfried missed his strike. Ma moved at extreme speed with his sashimi knife, crossing blades effortlessly with the Sword Emperor. Siegfried realized that the boy fought with courage and without hesitation. Ma's sword path was unusual, like the flight of a swallow. In a bold move, Ma delivered a powerful strike, released the knife into the air, caught it again with a smooth motion, and attacked once more. Siegfried thought that the young man's physical ability was unmatched even compared to his own youth. He pushed him back lightly, but he knew his own sword was not light. Because of that, he decided to use the strongest strike he could manage. Some students could not understand what they were seeing. They wondered if, in the last subspace duel, Ma had only won by luck. To them, at best, he was just a decent student. Even so, the Sword Emperor's interest in him seemed excessive. Everyone believed he would eventually be defeated. Still, something felt wrong. The duel seemed frozen for far too long. Professor Lee realized that they were not simply standing still. He began to doubt the Sword Emperor's own words. Ma had already reached a different level. When the professor tried to intervene, Siegfried said that he would not cross ordinary blades with that young man. If Ma had the right state of mind, he could reach that special place, the mental world. Ma not only entered that world, but also blocked Siegfried's strike. The Sword Emperor could not stop being surprised. The duel inside the mental world was an intense battle of strategy, something only noticeable through the contact of their blades. Even in less than a minute, Ma was evolving with every fraction of time. Siegfried found it impressive and decided to try something different. He blessed his blade with the sword spirit. His aura became so powerful that it left Ma stunned. The pressure was so intense that the aura leaked out of the mental world and reached reality. The professor was shocked to realize that this energy had crossed the boundary between worlds. The pressure was so heavy that everyone nearby felt its weight. The professor realized that this had not been agreed upon. He feared real blood would be spilled and tried to stop the Sword Emperor. Before he could do anything, Medea appeared, cutting in and shattering the ground with her presence. Furious, she demanded to know if he had lost his mind and insulted the old man without any restraint. Later, standing beside Medea, Siegfried apologized. She was so angry that she grabbed him by the collar, making it clear that if he was not in full control of himself, he should stay home. She said she had not created a special position for him, just to cause trouble inside the academy. The students were stunned to see the director there, overflowing with rage. Siegfried tried to explain that it had not been his intention, but Medea said that was was a lie. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma had already put his blade away. Siegfried silently admitted that he had lost control and failed to contain his own aura. Medea asked if he was listening. Then Siegfried turned to her and apologized. That shocked Medea, because in 50 years she had never seen that old man apologize, let alone twice in the same day. Because of that, she asked why exactly he had done it. Using the blessing of the sword spirit against a cadet, she made it clear that if she had not intervened, the situation could have ended in tragedy, maybe even with the boy's death. Siegfried answered that without using his own blessing, he would not have been able to gain the upper hand. That reply left Medea completely stunned. She wondered if she had heard him correctly and if it really was the proud Siegfried saying those words. She knew very well that Gyo-ma was a rare talent, but under normal conditions, no one could compare to Siegfried's strength. The Sword Emperor then explained that the boy had reached the realm of the mental world. Medea was even more shocked and asked if that was already possible. The Emperor himself had only dealt with that level at 30 years old, so how could a 17-year-old do the same? Siegfried admitted that he also did not understand how it had happened, but believed that experience could still make up for the difference. Even so, Medea could not easily accept that explanation. She immediately rushed over to Gyo-ma to check if he was okay. As she got closer, she felt an extremely oppressive aura coming from him. In that instant, all the dignity she was maintaining seemed to vanish. What she felt was pure fear, the same chill she had felt when she first met the commander of the 6th Legion. That made Medea realize that Siegfried's report was probably not an exaggeration. She then asked if Siegfried had lost. The Sword Emperor answered that of course he had not. Even as a talent, Gyo-ma still did not compare to him, and he was also using incomplete equipment. Medea asked why he had gotten so angry, since he always said that true masters never blamed their equipment. The Emperor replied that it was just nonsense. At that moment, all the tension exploded, and both of them felt a powerful surge of adrenaline. Later, Gyo-ma woke up early, remembering everything that had happened. He realized that even though he had trained well, without Medea's intervention, the situation could have been truly dangerous. He thought the old man had been extremely aggressive. All of it involved the so-called mental world, something he still did not fully understand. Experiencing it had been strange. Mastery and understanding of a weapon could create an active space, triggered when multiple emotions and conditions aligned. It was said that only supreme masters, who spent their entire lives refining a single weapon, could enter that mental realm. Because of that, in the game's universe, there were fewer than 10 heroes who could freely enter the mental world. Even Leon, the protagonist born with heroic qualities, needed 3 years of intense training to reach that state. Gyo-ma knew this because he had quit the game exactly at that point. He then wondered why he had been able to do it right away. Thinking more carefully, he realized the answer was the sashimi knife. Adding this life and his previous one together, he had spent more than 20 years wielding that same knife. Whenever he manifested the blessing of the god and the sword, it was as if a level of focus beyond cognition was activated. The experiences of his current life and his past life were connecting in harmony, allowing him to overcome extreme situations. Based on everything he had experienced so far, Gyo-ma concluded that avoiding problems would only make things worse. Instead of staying passive, he decided to deal with things step by step, as long as he was clear about what needed to be done. He wondered if he should try again. Then he drew his sashimi knife and thought that if he could freely control the mental world, he could train combat without manifesting the blessing of the god and the sword. He geared up, focused, and entered his mind world, but something unexpected shattered that reality. A presence slowly touched his shoulder, and the sashimi knife, loaded with power, simply vanished. Gyo-ma was confused, wondering what had just happened. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place among the elders. They were the ones who had sent the demon to try to kill Leon. One of the elders, who had failed the mission, said they needed to deal with the dissidents quickly. He also said that the special student, Kang Gyo-ma, needed to be investigated. Another elder asked if he could be a hero candidate, since as far as they knew, the only candidate was Leon von Reinhardt. The first elder replied that Leon was an airhead. He reminded them that during the aptitude test, Gyo-ma had completely dominated the twins. On top of that, Medea was blocking information under the excuse of protecting the special student. Another elder stated that the hero's elimination was inevitable and that any threat had to be cut off. This time, even the Sword Emperor had gone to the academy, and ever since one of the 7 stars had taken over as director, the council's influence had dropped sharply. Since the subjugation of Basman, the public had only been paying attention to the 7 stars, while the elders were seen as outdated figures. They agreed that they needed a common enemy. Any hero who could threaten the Demon King had to be eliminated. One of the elders said he was a member of the academy itself, and that he was not trying to persuade the council based on the arguments of that woman who had forced him to speak. He thought of the commander of the 5th Legion, Corey, and felt a chill run down his spine. He would rather die than deal with that furious woman. In the end, the hooded elder ordered that instructions be sent to the Aditora family. The next day, at the forge, the blacksmith was begging for forgiveness and mercy. In front of him, Gyo-ma held his new Murasame, a sashimi knife version. Gyo-ma stood still, doing nothing. He thought the weapon was in a very low-ranked state, almost useless. The blacksmith explained that he had worked at that forge for nearly 30 years, but had never seen anything like it. It was was as if the sword itself refused to be forged. Because of that, he had to melt the metal in a hurry and remake the blade just to preserve its shape. According to him, if any other blacksmith had tried the same process, nothing would have been left. The blacksmith insisted it was the truth and explained that a single wrong hammer strike would cause the sword to shatter completely. Ma, with his 20 years of experience as a swordsman, judged that the craftsmanship itself looked excellent. The specs matched the blessing perfectly, but the durability was low. The blacksmith confirmed that the weapon's potential was good and that with enhancements it would become usable. It was not exactly an apology, but he offered to do the upgrades for free if Ma brought the necessary materials. The blacksmith also guaranteed that if the weapon broke again, he would provide another one. According to him, that blade could easily reach A rank. However, the required materials could only be obtained from A rank or higher demonic beasts. Ma immediately thought of the mermaid and decided he did not want to hunt a creature at that level again. He had no intention of risking his life just for gear. Even so, he concluded that his wallet would still take a hit. Ma asked if the blacksmith truly promised that, and he confirmed it, swearing on his honor. Then Ma asked for half the value of the leftover metal from the forge back, around 10 million. The blacksmith replied that he had done everything according to the request and had already said he would not charge for the upgrades. Ma argued that he had snapped a B-rank sword in half and that, considering market value, the price was fair. The blacksmith insisted it was not, saying Ma was being ripped off. Ma replied that he needed to test the weapon's performance and that this would be a good opportunity. After a short negotiation, the blacksmith suggested 500,000. Ma countered with 1 million. The blacksmith tried to settle at 800,000, saying that was the absolute limit, since B-rank weapon fragments had a tricky market and were hard to move. Ma asked if he was joking, and the blacksmith finally gave in. Later on, Ma checked his status and realized his mental level had reached 4, which meant his actions and words now carried an intimidating aura. He noticed that after getting the new weapon, the weapon level had gone up and new options had appeared. The biggest issue with the sword god's blessing was still the extreme pain. However, at that level, the pain had already been reduced. The feeling had gone from something close to death to something he could still breathe through, even though it was still hard to endure. He concluded that if just one level increase had brought such a big improvement, then after several levels it might be possible to use the sword god's blessing without needing the pain resistance blessing. He realized that the weapon level increased whenever he obtained a new weapon or made enhancements. Since the midterm trials were over, he decided to fully focus on improvements. If he kept progressing step by step, he might discover the true power he had received in that world, and even the identity of whoever had sent him there. That was when Chloe approached in an unexpectedly intimidating way, making Ma flinch. She asked why he had stopped eating. He replied that he had lost his appetite. At that moment, he noticed she had already removed the cast and asked how she was feeling. Chloe explained that she still needed the crutch, but felt much stronger than before. She commented that people said bones got stronger after breaking and healing. Ma thought that bones were not muscles, but he kept that to himself. He stepped closer and brushed a small grain of rice off her face. That alone was enough to make Chloe so nervous that she fell back and sat on the ground. When she got up, she noticed Ma's new weapon and asked if that was his first real weapon. She said she thought the sword was really cute and pretty, and that for an E-rank weapon it did not look bad at all. She made it clear she did not mean to offend him by mentioning the rank. Ma said it was fine. He explained that the blacksmith had refunded part of the money and would not charge for the upgrades. With time and a few improvements, the weapon would get better. Chloe agreed and said that he was already strong using just a sashimi knife, so with that sword he would be even stronger. Ma reflected that, honestly, there was no real reason for him to seek more strength. Since defeating the mermaid, he believed he could handle any mid-rank demonic beast without much trouble. The real reason to improve the weapon was to reduce the pain caused by the blessing. Chloe apologized, saying she did not mean to look down on his weapon. Ma replied that it was not that. He just found it hard to look at that murasame he had received as compensation in such a miserable state. Chloe said that anyone who made Ma suffer deserved to die. He calmed her down, saying it was fine, and she apologized again. At that moment, Ma noticed something strange nearby, something Chloe did not seem to notice. He chose not to comment. He simply walked up to a tree and kicked it, asking who was there. The one who fell out of the tree was Nox. Ma thought the two brothers really were alike. Nox said he had let his guard down. Chloe asked why he was there. Ma grabbed his knife, and Chloe also got ready to fight, but he noticed that Nox was unarmed. He asked what this was about, saying he thought he had already made everything clear last time. Nox replied that he had not come for that. He said there was no point in hiding the matter from Chloe, since she would find out sooner or later, and that it was better for both of them to hear it together. The topic was directly related to Kang Ma. Then Nox revealed that the Academy's Council of Elders had requested the elimination of Kang Ma. Ma wondered why those old men wanted that. Chloe asked directly if Nox had come after Ma because of that order. Nox replied that she had spent too much time away from home and had lost her sense of how things worked. In response, Chloe pulled out a stiletto and told Ma to stay stay behind her, taking on a clearly protective stance. Nox noted that her reflexes had not gotten worse. He then explained to Gyo-ma that he did not care what he did or how he lived, but that the elders were strangely obsessed with him. It was not just because he was a member of the auditoriums, there was something more to it, an unease that was hard to explain. Because of that, the elimination request had been postponed for now. The fact that the request had been made in secret, without going through the academy's director, was also suspicious. On top of that, an elimination order against a mere student went completely against the principles of the auditoriums. Even so, Nox made it clear that since this was a direct request from the Council of Elders, it could not be ignored forever. If the pressure continued, the auditoriums would have no choice but to open a formal investigation into Gyo-ma. Nox also told Chloe that since she was a member of the auditoriums, he felt obligated to inform her. Gyo-ma realized that Nox used talk about principles as justification, but deep down he was genuinely worried about Chloe. Before Nox left, Gyo-ma called him back to talk about what had happened last time. Nox replied that Chloe seemed much happier around Gyo-ma, something he had never seen before, not even as a family member. He asked Gyo-ma not to let Chloe get hurt again. Gyo-ma was confused, since there was no way to stop her leg from breaking. Still, he simply nodded. Then Nox asked another question, wondering how that kid managed to be so strong. Gyo-ma thought that to truly be strong, someone needed to at least reach the level of the Sword Emperor, someone who could face any threat at any time. He himself could only access his strength for less than a minute per day, and did not think he was in any position to talk about power, let alone reveal it. Even so, Nox had already exposed secrets of his own family, so Gyo-ma did not feel right staying silent. He replied that Nox lacked determination. Even as a member of the Aditor family, he needed more real-life experience. If he stayed stuck in the academy, he would soon hit his limits. Gyo-ma advised him to gain experience in the real world and work hard, because that was how he would truly learn. With that, he ended the conversation. Gyo-ma thought that maybe he was not completely wrong. Later, during class, the professor explained the lesson while Gyo-ma, as usual, was distracted. His thoughts kept circling around the fact that the Academy's Council of Elders was hunting him. The council was made up of the descendants of 5 of Joachim's 7 disciples. Gyo-ma remembered that in the game, this group held enormous influence, not just in the Academy but across society as a whole. They interfered directly in the protagonist's path for their own benefit, which was why players called them the 5 Corrupt. Even so, Gyo-ma could not understand why his very existence was such a big nuisance. He wrote everything down in his notebook, trying to pinpoint the moment he started drawing too much attention. He organized the situation like a mental map, connecting events, decisions, and consequences. Looking at it all, he realized he really had done many reckless things. At that point, it almost seemed like he had been desperate to attract the attention of an elder. Still, even taking all that into account, Gyo-ma found it absurd to believe that the Council of Elders was truly hunting a simple student like him. This had not been a simple interference. They had tried to kill Leon directly, someone who was basically still a child. Gyo-ma thought that even if they were corrupt, that crossed any acceptable line. They were putting their own privileges above the well-being of humanity and the Academy itself. In his mind, Gyo-ma knew he could walk into the council and slaughter all those elders without difficulty. Even so, he concluded that this was not the right time. When the moment came, he would cut every elder into pieces, but for now, he needed to act carefully. The absolute priority was improving his weapon, and for that, he needed to go to a dungeon as soon as possible. Before that, though, he would need to gather members and form a group, since acting alone would make everything much harder. He wanted someone with a strategic mindset, unlike Rachel, who solved everything with brute force and little thought. That was when Gyo-ma thought of Speed Weapon and decided to invite him as well. Later, still in the classroom, a large man showed up picking on a celebrity, saying that this was no place for small people who came and went whenever they wanted. Gyo-ma thought people like that appeared out of nowhere. With over 20 years of experience working in restaurants and dealing with countless drunks, this was nothing more than another everyday nuisance. He simply told the guy to get out of the way and stop blocking his path before he turned that square jaw into another geometric shape. The man flew into a rage and charged at him. Gyo-ma did not expect anyone to step in, but it was Speed Weapon who appeared, landing a straight punch on the big guy. Even so, Speed Weapon felt pain in his hand, since the man felt like a solid wall. Gyo-ma found it interesting, since he had heard of battle mages before, but a battle healer was something new to him. Speed Weapon suggested that if Gyo-ma had been looking for him, it would be better to talk outside. Later, Speed Weapon asked him directly if he wanted to form a group. He offered to help recruit members, explaining that the reward would be split between him and the other members, while Gyo-ma would keep only the materials obtained from the monsters. Gyo-ma agreed, since he knew that no one besides Chloe would show up if he tried to form a group on his own. With Speed Weapon, who was in the dragon class, it would be much easier. Gyo-ma explained that he needed at least 4 people to get permission to enter a dungeon, due to academy rules. He added that if it were not for those rules, someone at his level could clear 5 or 6 dungeons alone. Speed Weapon disagreed, reminding him that Gyo-ma had defeated a mermaid by himself, and saying that this kind of excessive modesty was annoying. He also commented that Gyo-ma Gio-ma's body looked better, and Gio-ma confirmed that after resting in a good hospital room, he felt much better. Speed Weapon accepted the proposal without hesitation, saying there was no reason to refuse and that he felt he could experience new things alongside Gio-ma. Gio-ma thanked him sincerely. When asked about the chosen dungeon, he mentioned the Buffalo Dungeon, C rank. Speed Weapon said it was a classic dungeon and added that Rachel had been training hard in the practice area ever since Gio-ma had been hospitalized. He also asked if there was any specific type of member Gio-ma did not want in the group. Gio-ma replied that he would rather not invite Rachel or Leon, but Speed Weapon explained that either way, they would not be joining. Rachel was focused on intense training, and Leon was probably preparing to explore high-level dungeons with second and third-year students. Speed Weapon said he had someone in mind and added that at that hour, she was probably sleeping. Gio-ma found that strange, but Speed Weapon suggested they stop by the cafeteria first to buy a few things. That night, they went to meet this person. The place looked like a house, something Gio-ma did not even know existed inside the academy. He had never visited it while playing the game. In his past life, he had been a Japanese food chef, but had never gone to Japan, even though he had always wanted to visit the country at least once to research the market. He thought maybe this was the strange way fate had found to fulfill that wish. They passed by an archery range, and Speed Weapon pointed out that she was there. He walked up and tried to wake her, saying there was no other way, and that he had brought that. Immediately, the girl jumped up, looking around frantically, until Speed Weapon pointed at the bag. She lunged like a beast, grabbed the bag with incredible ease, and then simply threw herself on Gio-ma to eat whatever was inside. Gio-ma was completely confused by the sudden situation. She asked if he had more yoken, and that triggered a vivid memory. He remembered a moment in the kitchen in his past life, when he had shouted so loudly that he scared everyone after finally getting something rare. After living only for work, his only hobby had been that game and the gacha system. That was what kept him steady among unpleasant people, both in the game and in real life. At that moment, he had believed he had finally gotten what he wanted. The reason behind all the money he had spent. He had obtained Abel von Nibelung, but now, standing in front of him, was a character asking for yokan. That girl was Saki Ryojo, and Gio-ma felt a deep sense of disappointment. In the original story centered on the protagonist Leon, several beautiful heroines appeared around him. Among them all, the main one was Abel von Nibelung. While other heroines showed off their charm and unique abilities, Abel always remained by the protagonist's side. The story perfectly portrayed the gradual process of love blooming between them. Back then, Gio-ma had been completely enchanted by the character's charm, and had opened his wallet without a second thought. Because of that, aside from the main heroine Abel, all the other heroines had gradually become invisible to him. Among those forgotten heroines, the one who vanished the fastest was his very first 5-star character, Saki Ryojo, the daughter of the Saint of the Bow. Saki commented that Gio-ma was extremely annoying, and at that moment he understood why Speed Weapon had seemed so confident about calling her. Ryojo was one of the best DPS among long-range attackers in the game. Despite her laid-back appearance, she was a very intelligent character, quite different from Rachel, who solved everything with brute force. On top of that, since Saki did not have a major role in the main story, the chances of her affecting the flow of events were low, even if she joined the group. Gio-ma decided that was acceptable. Saki then asked why exactly he had come there, while casually taking the sweet from his hand without asking. Speed Weapon joined the conversation, asking if she knew Kang Gio-ma. He explained that he had gone looking for him that afternoon, when Gio-ma was being bothered by someone troublesome, and that now they were recruiting members to explore the Buffalo Dungeon the following week. He also explained that the rewards would be split among the members, except for the buffalo horns. While listening, Saki slowly moved closer to Gio-ma and asked if he was the guy involved in the subspace battle. The two stared at each other for a moment. Saki said that since the dungeon rewards also counted toward grades, there was no reason to refuse. Even so, she commented that Gio-ma seemed to have far less determination than she had expected. Gio-ma thought she was not exactly the right person to talk about determination, considering she had been asleep just moments earlier. Saki replied that she did not want to act alongside someone who showed little determination. Speed Weapon stepped in, reminding her that she had also watched the fight and knew Gio-ma was not ordinary. Saki shot back, saying the opponent was probably weak. Speed Weapon corrected her, explaining that the enemy had been an editor, and said he had almost mentioned that during the midterm trial, telling her to pay attention. The conversation went off the rails when Speed Weapon teased Saki, comparing her behavior to a dog drooling at the sight of a sweet. Gio-ma was confused by the situation. Being a valuable member of a group and having basic manners were two completely different things. He wondered if it was really worth lowering himself like that just to recruit someone. Because of that, Gio-ma said it would be better to leave her out and go, stating that Saki's attitude would be like poison to the group and that they could find someone better. Saki replied that he did not seem to be in such a hurry to explore the dungeon after all. The two stared at each other in silence again. Then Gio-ma simply drew his sashimi knife and threw it. The blade hit the target dead center with absolute precision. Right after that, he threw the other knives, all of them striking the exact same spot. Saki was visibly impressed, since she had not expected that. Gioma asked if she wanted to see anything else, and Saki trembling answered that she did not. The next day, in the cafeteria, Saki was already waiting. Speed Weapon, Gioma, and Chloe walked in, and Saki gave Gioma a shy wave. He thought the effect of the sashimi knife demonstration had been immediate and spot on. Saki explained that she had been reviewing some details, had already secured the permit, and that the preparations were almost complete. Then Speed Weapon began to explain the mission. The Buffalo Dungeon, as the name suggested, was inhabited by C-rank demonic beasts known as buffaloes. They were creatures that attacked with violent charges from long distances. Close combat against them was extremely difficult, but they had a clear weakness against long-range attacks. Finally, Speed Weapon made one rule absolutely clear. Under no circumstances were they to open the stone portal located at the center of the dungeon. Chloe asked what would happen if that portal was opened. Speed Weapon explained that it seemed to be some kind of seal, but made it clear that this was still only theory, with no confirmed facts. Saki commented that since the Academy's only condition for authorizing the dungeon run was not opening the portal, there was no real reason not to proceed. Gioma agreed with that logic. Even so, he stated that that place should never be opened. He said it with such conviction that the group looked at him strangely, as if he knew exactly what was inside. Speed Weapon even questioned him, and Gioma answered no, while at the same time making it clear that the answer was yes. He reinforced that Saki should never, under any circumstances, mess with that place, since there was a chance a hidden boss existed inside. Speed Weapon said he imagined something even bigger. Gioma thought that, to begin with, that portal could only be opened if very specific conditions were met. Right now, the place was completely blocked by the system, which made any attempt to open it impossible. Aside from that risk, the dungeon was without a doubt one of the best in terms of cost and reward. Meanwhile, Saki kept calmly eating yokan. Gioma noted to himself that she really loved that stuff. For Saki, sugar was essential for someone who used her brain so much. Even so, Gioma decided to end the conversation, since he noticed Chloe did not look happy at all with how things were going. That was when Gioma felt something strange, like he was being watched. Even Chloe turned around to ask what was wrong, but Gioma chose to simply wait. He was sure that when the time came, that person would show up. A few days later, the group was traveling toward Gangwon province. Gioma immediately recognized the place as Cherewan. When he had left the army, he had sworn never to pass through that region again. He never imagined he would return, especially not under these circumstances. They passed through a checkpoint and informed them they were from the academy. Gioma realized this worked as a form of civilian control, probably because it was a border area between dungeons. He had a clear feeling that he was being monitored by the Council of Elders. Suddenly, Speed Weapon approached and offered him an egg, explaining that it was part of a Korean tradition during trips. He told Gioma to relax, reminding him that this was just a C-rank dungeon. Then he asked if Seki wanted an egg, but she refused. Even after refusing, Saki kept staring at Gioma. When he noticed, she became visibly shy and looked away. Gioma thought that it was not enough to be under surveillance. Now he was also drawing unnecessary attention. Soon after, they finally arrived at their destination. Chloe commented that the weather was perfect. Gioma reflected that this place had been a nesting ground for demonic beasts since ancient times. Now, it had all been turned into a simple farming dungeon. Speed Weapon found the lack of luggage strange, so Gioma opened his bag. Inside were many knives. Speed Weapon asked if he planned to sell all of that. Gioma explained that you could never be too careful. Speed Weapon joked that he looked like an old uncle, but admitted that he had his reasons to prepare that way. Chloe said that in that case, the vanguard would always move ahead. The group was ready. Later, as they approached the dungeon, they noticed another civilian control point, and it was clear that only academy students were allowed. Everyone had to register their names in a book. When Kang Jiam-mei wrote his name, he clearly noticed the guard flinch. Even so, he did not pay it much attention and headed toward the dungeon. When the doors opened, an extremely strange smell spread through the air. Jiam-mei noticed the guard looked nervous, but concluded that everything would be fine. As they moved through the dark tunnels, he saw various notes written on the walls. It was clear to him that the dungeon had become a tourist spot for curious nobles. Saki, already tired, ended up leaning against Gioma. He could tell her fatigue was real. Saki said she thought the sweets would give her more energy, but apparently it did not work as expected. She asked if he had another sweet. Gioma offered her a piece of candy, but Saki said she did not really like that and asked if he had yokan. He replied that he did not carry that kind of stock. Saki said she had yokan saved, but this was not the moment to use it. At that moment, the focus had to shift to combat. Chloe detected 4 creatures approaching from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon told everyone to follow the plan to avoid trouble. First, Chloe would attack with her crossbow, and Saki with her bow. Speed Weapon would be responsible for providing generous buffs to both of them. Saki drew her large bow. Gioma immediately recognized it as the red bow white arrow, an S-rank weapon. With that weapon, there would be no difficulty at all. Saki commented that she had not used it in a long time, and that it even felt stiff. She asked for a moment, ate a yokan, and soon looked much better. Gioma still wondered if he could really trust her, but the monsters were already closing in. Speed Weapon activated activated the buffs with his flute. The buffalo charged forward at high speed. Chloe moved in first, firing repeatedly with her crossbows, piercing the creature's eyes and taking several of them down. Even so, the others kept advancing, and Chloe realized she needed to slow them down. Still, Speed Weapon reinforced that everyone should stick to the plan. Despite that, Saki stepped forward and made it clear she would aim straight for the creature's eyes. Right after that, she fired 3 arrows at the same time. The moment the monsters rushed toward Chloe, their heads simply exploded. Saki commented that she might have overdone it and apologized, while casually continuing to eat her yokon like nothing had happened. Gyo-ma thought that if she had destroyed the horns too, it would have been a massive waste. Even so, there was no denying how impressive her skill was. Gyo-ma got ready to collect the horns, but at that moment, one of the minotaurs stood back up. Saki noticed it was the same one that had fallen earlier. When she tried to react, she tripped and dropped her bow. As the creature tried to attack her, Gyo-ma moved instantly and split the monster in half with a single strike. Saki was completely stunned. The cut was so clean that neither half of the body showed any blood dripping at all. Gyo-ma asked if she was okay. The shock was so intense that Saki ended up swallowing the entire yokan in one go. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the guards were making contact through their communication devices. It was clear they worked directly for the elders. Inside the cave, Gyo-ma was collecting the minotaur horns, which were the exact reason he had come to this dungeon in the first place. Buffalo horns were a rank C enhancement material, widely used to reinforce weapons and for other applications. He planned to gather as many as he could carry. Saki thanked him for the help earlier, and as a token of gratitude, even handed him a sweet. That made Chloe extremely irritated. Noticing this, Gyo-ma got Chloe's attention to say something important. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear about the strange behavior of the staff member they had run into earlier. At that point, Speed Weapon asked if the two of them were dating or something like that. Chloe reacted instantly, shocked by the idea. Gyo-ma pushed back internally, thinking it was wrong to assume that relationships between men and women had to be romantic. He ended up replying in a blunt way, almost snapping for no reason. Speed Weapon insisted, saying they were always together, which only reinforced the impression. Gyo-ma wondered how he even reached that kind of conclusion. Still, Chloe was clearly unhappy with the comment. Soon after, Chloe said she found it strange that there were so few monsters in the dungeon. The path ahead was silent and completely empty. Speed Weapon replied that the dungeon was not very popular, but even so, it should not be this sparse. Saki said she had been thinking the same thing. To her, the monsters were acting strangely, as if they were running away from something. Considering how aggressive the buffalo usually were, that did not seem normal. Speed Weapon agreed, pointing out that monsters like those were usually fairly docile. In Cherawan, they were even used to detect severe ruptures. Gyo-ma wondered if these buffalo served the same purpose, thinking that people in this place really took things way too far. Speed Weapon admitted everything felt suspicious, but questioned what could actually go wrong. Saki reminded them that everyone had communication signals, so in theory there should not be any major issues. Taking advantage of the moment, Gyo-ma asked how Saki and Speed Weapon had met. Saki explained that she had placed first in the written exam, while Speed Weapon came in second. After that, he found out the results and made a huge scene. She also mentioned that she had placed third in the placement test. Gyo-ma revealed that he had placed second in the written exam, and that at first he thought Speed Weapon was just a social climber. Now, however, he was starting to see him differently. Speed Weapon then said that Rachel was a distant cousin of his. Gomei realized that explained why he had never run into Speed Weapon before, even though he was an active player connected to important figures. Speed Weapon explained that his family came from a branch of Rachel's family, specifically the Changsung clan. He said there was no need to go into more detail, and asked Gomei to stop making that face. He said he liked situations like this, and that he found Gyo-ma even more impressive. He asked him not to forget about him when he became famous. Gyo-ma replied that would not happen. Speed Weapon, on the other hand, said you never really knew, since Gyo-ma could become one of the 7 stellar heroes in the future. Chloe agreed, saying that was totally possible. That was when they noticed Saki moving ahead on her own, silently. She commented that she hated the 7 stellar heroes. Speed Weapon found her reaction strange, but concluded that either way they needed to finish the dungeon quickly and head back. To complete the mission, they would need to defeat at least 20 monsters. As they moved forward, Gyo-ma noticed some strange details on the cave walls. Even so, he decided to pretend he had not seen anything, at least for now. Outside, one of the guards made direct contact with one of the elders. He reported that, for the moment, the students had likely encountered buffalo driven mad by magic stones. The elder sounded suspicious, and asked whether he had prepared any other measures. The guard confirmed that he had done exactly as instructed. He commented that, personally, he believed the crazed buffalo would take care of everything on their own. The person on the other end of the call was not an elder, but a Kori. She asked whether the guard would take responsibility if it failed, making it clear that she trusted he would do his best. Then she told him to call back once there were results. The guard did not like a Kori, just like almost everyone else. To him, those students were going to die either way. The dungeon was giving off an extremely intimidating presence. Just to be safe, he decided to force the dungeon gates open. The chances of survival were almost zero. Even so, something in the eyes of that boy named Gio Ma caught his attention, as if the kid had already seen everything. Still, the guard decided he would go in later to check the situation himself. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Chloe pulled Gio Ma aside and warned him that the beasts were approaching from behind. Based on the presence she sensed, there were about 50 creatures at once. Everyone was shocked when a deafening sound echoed and the ground started to shake. As if emerging from a portal, 50 monsters appeared all at once. Speed Weapon was thrown off by the number and wondered if those were really normal buffalo. The creatures were clearly altered, consumed by rage. He commented that monsters like that were usually docile. As Gio Ma looked at the massive herd, he remembered his master's words. His master always said that every knife had a purpose. You did not use a chicken knife to cut a cow. The same idea applied to sashimi. Gio Ma remembered once asking if that was like using a sashimi knife to cut a steak. Back then, he had even apologized to his master. In the end, it was not that the apprentice was completely wrong, since the fish had been sliced cleanly in half. Those memories surfaced, and Gio Ma realized that maybe it really was necessary to use a fish knife to cut a bull. He then told Chloe to distract the buffalo herd, asking her not to charge straight in and to move quickly left and right, breaking the enemy formation. Chloe understood the plan immediately. Gio Ma also pointed out that Speed Weapon already knew exactly what to do, and he confirmed it without hesitation. Saki wondered why Gio Ma stayed so calm in front of 50 buffalo. Gio Ma explained that he would take care of any creature that got close. Still, Saki asked Speed Weapon about it, trying to understand why he was so relaxed. Speed Weapon told her not to be so surprised. Saki thought it was just absurd for someone to cut minotaurs with a sashimi knife. For Gio Ma, though, if someone was prepared, there was nothing to fear. That was exactly why he had prepared himself. No matter what appeared in front of him, he would cut it down. At that moment, Gio Ma activated the blessing of the sword god, holding several sashimi knives at the same time. When the buffalo charged, Gio Ma moved forward without any fear. He threw several knives at the same time, something that left Saki completely stunned. She even dropped the sweet she was holding, thinking it was absolute madness. Gio Ma was already standing on top of a pile of buffalo corpses, and that was when Saki clearly remembered everything that had just happened. She followed every single move. First, Chloe rushed in using the cat blessing to confuse the buffalo and break their formation. With an effect similar to Schrodinger's cat, the creatures became totally disoriented and scattered. Right after that, Gio Ma stepped in, throwing all the knives at once. They were so powerful that they sliced through the buffalo like simple pieces of sashimi. He kept cutting them down one by one, even when he ended up surrounded. With indirect support from Speed Weapon, Gio Ma was completely enclosed by the buffalo, with no room to escape. Saki thought there were far too many of them. Even so, with a series of precise cuts, Gio Ma shredded all of them at the same time. Saki could barely believe what she was seeing. He had wiped out every monster without a single drop of blood being spilled, only perfectly clean cuts. Gio Ma commented that those horns should already be enough. He reflected that, thanks to the extended 40 seconds of the pain resistance blessing, he had no trouble taking down around 50 buffalo. Chloe said he had been amazing. Gio Ma acknowledged that he had great support from the team and thought that everything had only been easy because of her. Saki was still completely in disbelief. Speed Weapon warned her not to be surprised. Saki replied that it was impossible not to be surprised. Speed Weapon admitted that the first time he saw it, he was also left speechless, because Kang Gio Ma always shattered any idea of what was normal. Saki then wondered who he really was and what his true identity might be. Speed Weapon said he did not know either. Maybe he was some kind of legend that had come back to life. Even so, everyone grew curious about what lay deeper inside the dungeon and kept moving through the corridors. Later on, Speed Weapon remembered that the condition to clear the dungeon was to defeat 20 buffalo. They had taken down more than double that, and Gio Ma had done almost all the work by himself. Gio Ma was pushing himself because he knew that in the previous midterm trials, he had barely done anything. Speed Weapon almost commented that Gio Ma could probably handle everything alone, but stopped himself halfway through the thought and chose not to say anything. As they moved forward, Chloe noticed that the place felt strange. Suddenly, the massive door let out a loud noise, and the chains holding the seal began to move. Gio Ma wondered if the seal was breaking. Earlier, the guard who had sent all the minotaurs after Gio Ma was also wondering if the students were already dead. He remembered that, not long ago, a woman claiming to be an academy instructor had come looking for him. She promised to pay 2 billion to clear his debt, as long as he accepted the job. The plan was to tame the buffalo, use a magic stone to drive them into a frenzy, unleash all of them against Cadet Kang Jio-ma, and open the stone portal as well. The guard even wondered if that instructor truly wanted the students dead. She made it clear that she did not want to take uncertain risks, and that if he refused, she could find someone else. The guard rejected that idea and decided to help. She remarked that despite his appearance, he was quick thinking and said she would explain the details over the phone. The guard concluded that 2 billion was far too much money to turn down and decided he would open the stone portal without hesitation. Inside the dungeon, the group began to wonder if that space was what lay beyond the stone portal. Jio-ma finally understood why everything had felt too easy. They had entered naturally, but now they felt anxious in that suspicious environment. As expected, that sealed space could only be opened with a giant magic stone, obtained by defeating the giant dungeon boss, a typical reward from a mid-game mission. The fragments they had found earlier were pieces of that magic stone. Jio-ma briefly thought about the full reward, but quickly pushed the thought aside, since that was not the moment for it. His attention shifted to a massive red line carved into the door, something that looked impossible to scratch with ordinary blades. He calculated that he had already used all 40 seconds of the pain resistance blessing, but believed that with Murasame, he could endure a bit longer. He needed to cut it before the creature awakened, but it might already be too late. An extremely loud sound echoed through the space. Everyone went on high alert, and soon came face to face with a gigantic creature holding an axe. It was a buffalo, far larger than any of the others. Jio-ma realized right away that the beast was already awake. That dungeon guarded a reward known as the Blessing of Transition, which could transfer one of the user's blessings to a specific target. The guardian of that reward was an A-rank demonic beast, the Minotaur, known as the King of Buffalo. However, it was not alone. Other buffalo appeared around it, acting as guards for the great Minotaur. They were different from the normal ones, clearly much stronger. Chloe realized there was a monster sealed inside the stone gate. Jio-ma judged that even if he cut through the gate and reached the outside, the moment that creature fully awakened, escaping without serious injuries would be almost impossible for nearly everyone. This situation was different from the previous midterm test. He had defeated the mermaid without any prior information, but he had already faced the Minotaur in the game before. Under ideal conditions, he could handle all three by himself. Now, however, he had already spent 40 seconds of pain resistance and needed to act as efficiently as possible. He gripped Murasame tightly and asked Speed Weapon for another blessing, asking how long he could maintain it. The limit would be 2 minutes. Jio-ma considered that enough and made it clear that if Speed Weapon lost focus for even a second, someone could die. Even so, Speed Weapon chose to trust him. Jio-ma told Saki and Chloe to handle the left side and warned Big Guy about the danger, making it clear he wanted to protect the girls. He explained to Chloe that the plan would be the same as before. The Minotaur, clearly enraged, charged forward violently. At that moment, Jio-ma activated the Blessing of the Sword God. An intense pain shot through his body, to the point where he could barely move. The suffering was extreme, but Speed Weapon cast the blessing directly onto his body. Jio-ma realized he could still act. When the Minotaur rushed in, destroying everything in its path, Jio-ma received the final message in his mind, feeling that the blessings of the gods were with him. Jio-ma easily dodged the Minotaur's first axe strike. The pain in his body was so intense that he felt like he could spit even more blood, but he still avoided the second attack. Right after that, he took a direct kick from the Minotaur and, even blocking part of the impact, ended up coughing up more blood. He realized that all the sensations he had suppressed with the pain resistance blessing were coming back at once. Even so, he decided he would not weaken because of it. As he dodged another swing, the Minotaur changed the axe's trajectory, nearly tearing Jio-ma's head off. He used his evasion skill at the last instant, lowering his body and avoiding the attack. Consumed by rage, the Minotaur began destroying everything around it, striking wildly until it finally hit Jio-ma. The impact was so strong that a cloud of dust spread through the area. Even then, the monster realized the boy was still alive. Saki wondered if Jio-ma was really human. While dodging an attack from one of the Minotaur's guards, she watched how Jio-ma used his muscles, his solid stance, and his precise footwork. To her, he looked like a superhuman, though she admitted it was still just a theory. The difference between theory and real combat was massive. Even so, Saki fired a perfect arrow into the guard's eye. In a life-or-death situation, Jio-ma had not hesitated even once. She aimed again and hit dead center, blowing the buffalo's head apart. Saki remembered that even the Sword Emperor Siegfried had used his aura to fight that boy. boy. The Minotaur stared at Gyo-ma with absolute hatred and then focused on the aura of the sword god as well. Dropping the axe for a moment, it charged using only its fists. With a single precise strike, Gyo-ma pierced through the attack and cut the Minotaur's arm clean in half. Meanwhile, Chloe kept the other guard occupied. Speed Weapon was extremely nervous, trembling from the continuous effort of maintaining the blessing. Soon after, Chloe managed to defeat the other guard. She thought about how inexperienced she still was in fighting monsters, and reflected that the closer a creature got to a human form, the more dangerous it tended to be. It was not an absolute rule, but when a monster behaved like that, the risk was obvious. Even so, her biggest concern was Gyo-ma. The Minotaur grew even more furious after losing half its arm. With its remaining arm, it grabbed the axe and began to cast magic. Saki found that impossible, since monsters normally did not use magic. It looked as if the Minotaur was merging with the axe itself, burning its own life force to regenerate mana. To Saki, that raw power made it almost impossible to get close. Even on the verge of passing out, Speed Weapon did not give up and kept sustaining the blessing, fully trusting Gyo-ma. Facing the massive axe, Gyo-ma kept spitting more and more blood. When the final blow finally came, everything focused into that single moment. Of course, the boy Gyo-ma did not hesitate. He clashed blades head-on with the Minotaur's massive axe, which was now imbued with magic. At the moment of impact, Gyo-ma realized that the magic was far too dense for his level. Even so, retreat was not an option, because if he dodged that strike, everyone behind him would be hit. The Minotaur pushed even more power into the attack, slowly forcing Gyo-ma backward. The pressure was insane, and his body was already starting to give in. At that moment, an arrow struck the Minotaur in the eye. It had been fired by Saki, creating a clear opening. Gyo-ma took advantage of that gap to focus even more, completely ignoring the pain tearing through his body. Gyo-ma's eye was gradually overtaken by the blessing, as if something else was taking control. He did not think about technique or strategy. He cut forward, driven only by the pain he felt. A blue aura exploded around him, something Chloe immediately recognized as the same aura he had used in his fight against the Sword Emperor. Gyo-ma advanced and sliced straight through the Minotaur's axe. The blessing nearly consumed him entirely, pushing his mind toward madness. But he endured. The strike was so powerful that it split both the axe and the Minotaur itself in half. Everything happened in a single motion, driven by the blessing and the blue aura. Everyone was completely shocked. The Minotaur's body fell to the ground without spilling a single drop of blood. It was a clean and absolute cut. Gyo-ma remained standing, physically destroyed but still conscious. In silence, he thought that he had done it. Saki watched the scene in pure awe. Shortly after, Speed Weapon collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. His mouth was swollen from blowing the flute non-stop to keep the blessing active. He commented that Gyo-ma always shattered any sense of what was normal, and thought that the bright light had been enough to illuminate the entire cave. He also wondered if Gyo-ma had already manifested his aura in its complete form. Before he could get more excited, Saki told Speed Weapon to breathe properly. At that moment, she finally understood what he had meant earlier. Gyo-ma looked like a legend that had come back to life. She also understood why Speed Weapon was always following Gyo-ma around. When she mentioned this, he asked when he had ever done something like that, and Saki simply told him to drop it. According to Academy rules, Saki mentioned that it was not impossible for Kang Gyo-ma to skip a year. Speed Weapon thought that was absurd and asked if she had lost her mind. Saki replied that there was no rule forbidding it. After thinking for a moment, Speed Weapon agreed. Saki also admitted that, for some reason, she wanted to walk alongside Kang Gyo-ma as well. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma realized that even with Speed Weapon's blessing, there was no way to avoid a long period of rest. His injuries were not severe compared to the others, but he had faced a boss without any blessing that reduced pain. The strain had been enormous. Suddenly, Chloe jumped on him to hug him, clearly worried. She wanted to know if he was okay and if he was badly hurt. Gyo-ma thought that he was being hurt at that very moment, but Chloe quickly apologized, while making it clear that she loved throwing herself at him. Soon after, Gyo-ma received a system message congratulating him on acquiring a new blessing. He thought that originally, this blessing should have belonged to the protagonist Leon. The rank of the blessing was tied to spirit level, something extremely rare. It was a blessing that reached its true potential when combined with others, known as the blessing of transfer. It was almost essential to maintaining balance between yin and yang. Since they had come this far, Gyo-ma decided to think positively. At that moment, someone opened the dungeon gate. Gyo-ma remembered the request he had made earlier for Chloe to stay alert. As soon as the guard entered, he froze in shock when Chloe kicked him, driving her blade straight into his leg and forcing him to stay quiet. Speed Weapon asked what was going on. Gyo-ma explained that he had asked Chloe to do this earlier. The guard, panicking, asked what he had done to deserve that. Gyo-ma replied that this was exactly what they were about to find out. Later, Speed Weapon asked if the fact that the monsters had gone berserk and the portal had been opened had anything to do with that guard. Saki agreed that everything felt strange. There were no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon, yet the employee appeared as if he had been waiting for everything to happen. Speed Weapon questioned why someone would do something like that. Saki replied that this was what they needed to uncover. She approached the guard guard and said she did not think he was a coward. The real question was who was behind all of this. Since he did not seem willing to talk, Saki concluded that they would have to force him to open his mouth. Ma made it clear that he had his own methods if the man insisted on staying silent. The guard finally gave in. A few days earlier, an academy instructor had approached him and promised to pay off all the debts he had piled up from gambling. Speedweapon was furious and asked if he had really done all of this just because of debt, selling students for pocket change. The guard replied that they were not sold for pocket change. It was 2 billion. He explained that he had refused at first. Saki asked what this instructor looked like. The guard described a woman with light-colored hair, with purple streaks, tall for female standards. Saki said she would not forget that description because it matched the assistant instructor of her class, someone with very striking eyes. Speedweapon concluded that the incident during the midterm exam must also have been her doing. Saki wanted to know exactly what had happened during that exam. Ma explained that during the midterm, the group encountered a mermaid inside the dungeon. Saki asked if that was why Leon ended up hospitalized. Speedweapon clarified that it was not exactly that, because the mermaid had been defeated by Ma himself alone. Ma added that after that, they took everything they could from him. Then Ma revealed that he had recorded the entire conversation. Everyone was impressed by the level of caution and planning. Chloe then pulled the sword out of the guard's leg, making him feel intense pain. Ma commented that a dungeon should never be open at that moment because it was the perfect situation for someone to simply disappear. He said he would leave the judgment in Chloe's hands, since she was the assassin of the group. Without hesitation, Chloe grabbed the sword and pressed it against the guard's neck. She made it clear that he would be punished and killed him right there, without any ceremony. Ma thought that the Academy Council of Elders and the instructors were probably starting to set their sights on him. Even so, he believed that if they came for him, he could handle cutting all of them to pieces if necessary. Sometime later, Ma went to the forge and handed over the horn of the Bull King, asking to have his weapon strengthened. The blacksmith was left speechless when he saw such a high-level material. He wondered if Ma had obtained it by himself. Ma replied that it had been a team effort and took the chance to ask if his weapon could be repaired and reinforced. The blacksmith complained, asking what Ma had done to the weapon to leave it in such a ruined state. Ma was thrown off by the tone, and the blacksmith quickly softened, saying only that he needed to take better care of his sword. Ma said he would leave everything in his hands then. The blacksmith thought that this cursed little brat might still manage to make the sword even smaller than it already was. Before leaving, Ma said that the blacksmith could sell any leftover materials and buy something for himself. The blacksmith was surprised and asked if he was serious. Later, back in class, Ma realized that he was feeling much better. Even so, he knew he would need to ask Speedweapon for another blessing soon. Meanwhile, he analyzed his own system. The synchronization rate was at 12.7%. Unlike other attributes, it increased drastically after extreme events. If he cleared another dungeon, it would probably go up again. He also noticed that despite the rapid increase in attributes, there had been no major side effects since his hair had turned white. He thought about Chloe, who had been hospitalized with a fever after the dungeon, and decided that he would visit her later. At that moment, Professor Lee entered the room, accompanied by the Sword Emperor. Ma thought they had taken quite a while. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. Someone was asking what he was doing and telling him to look forward. When he raised his head, he saw Saki holding her phone, with a bunny photo on the screen, entering the room together with the Sword Emperor. The professor announced that starting that day, Cadet Saki Ryojo would be transferred to their class and that he hoped everyone would get along with her. After that, he wrapped up the announcements and told everyone to change clothes and gather in the training hall in 30 minutes. The classroom began to buzz with whispers, trying to understand why Saki was in that class. The instructor explained that the transfer had been personally requested, but no one knew the reason. Ma thought that she was really moving closer to him. Among the cadets of that year, known as the Miracle Generation, Saki held 4th place in the rankings. The top 4 were always treated as a separate group. First place was known as an absolute genius, with absurd combat ability, the perfect balance of brains and muscle in a Kyushu style. On top of that, Saki was the daughter of Saki Kojima, one of the 7 stellar heroes known as the Absolute Archer. According to official records, Saki Kojima also held the position of Prime Minister of Japan, which made Saki something close to a princess. It was no surprise that everyone treated her like a celebrity. Ma thought that all of this was about to become 200% more annoying. All the men were impressed as Saki walked through the classroom, but she ignored everyone and kept moving forward. Ma told himself not to come over. Even so, she stopped right next to him, commented that if he was not going to eat that, she would take it back, asked if she could sit beside him, and even asked for his phone number. Ma thought that his bad feelings never failed. Later, at the guard post of the Buffalo Dungeon, another guard was being interrogated. He claimed that they said they were worried about the cadets and insisted on entering. According to him, the people involved looked strangely pale from the start. They said the cadets seemed scared for some reason. The investigator stated that the scene would be inspected and released the guard, telling him he could leave. Later, while smoking together, one One of the investigators commented that deaths in dungeons were common accidents. The other agreed, but pointed out that no matter the accident, there was always a body left behind. This time was different, and it would not leave his mind. When he entered the dungeon for inspection, he was completely shocked. Countless buffalo corpses were piled up, forming almost a mountain. To him, it was impossible that simple academy cadets had done this. The students had returned safely, but the staff member who had entered the dungeon was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had never existed. The other investigator suggested that the man might still be inside the stone gate. The response came quickly, saying that was highly unlikely, since that gate had never been opened before. On top of that, they could not simply interrogate the cadets, since this was an elite school full of nobles. Only higher authorities could issue a warrant, and that fact was driving the investigator insane. Suddenly, the instructor who was with him was violently thrown aside. In the same instant, he realized it was magic. It was a demon. The one who appeared was a Kori, eliminating the evidence. The investigator wondered if she was human or just someone in disguise. He had no time to think further. In the next second, his head was torn off. Before dying, he understood the truth. A Kori was a human who had made a pact with demons. She coldly commented that they even worked properly, but had no idea what they were actually dealing with. Meanwhile, Saki was sitting calmly, eating her candy, looking cheerful beside Jiome. All the other men around were clearly captivated by her, but Jiome did not like that attention at all. Saki noticed that he was not eating and asked why. She even went as far as sharing the candy. Jiome explained that Chloe sometimes sat there. Saki asked if the seats were assigned or if it was first come first served. Jiome replied that it was by order of arrival, but took the chance to ask why she had transferred to that class in the first place. Before she could answer, the professor announced that the assembly would begin in 5 minutes, making everyone stand up. Jiome mentioned that their class had morning training every day and asked if Saki would join. She replied that she would not, because she would be doing mental training. Then she put on a small device and simply fell asleep right there. Before that, she asked him to call her Ryojo, explaining that in her country, close friends used first names instead of last names. Jioma mentioned that Speed Weapon called her Saki, but she said that did not matter. She wished him good luck with training and went back to resting. Jioma had a clear feeling that this was going to cause trouble later. Meanwhile, in the academy's top class, Rachel complained that everything was way too noisy. She asked Abel if she had heard that Saki had been transferred from one class to another. Rachel commented that that girl, on top of being lazy, also seemed crazy. Abel was distracted, and Rachel asked if she was disappointed. Abel explained that class transfers only happened when a spot opened up, and that year, that class had ended up with one less student. Saki must have found out before everyone else and rushed to secure the position. Abel asked what that had to do with her. Rachel said she had heard about Speed Weapon the previous week, and that he had teamed up with Kang Jo-ma to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. According to rumors, Saki had liked Jo-ma so much that she decided to join his class. Rachel commented that there should be some kind of order to these things, and teased that Jo-ma was no longer reserved for dear Abel. Abel immediately denied it, calling Rachel crazy. Even so, Rachel noticed that Abel always reacted whenever she heard Jioma-ma's name. Abel insisted that nothing was going on, said she had only talked to Kang Jioma a few times, and that there was no relationship between them. She asked Rachel to stop talking like that. Rachel questioned why Abel said only for now, hinting that she wanted more in the future. In a more serious tone, Rachel commented that lying to others was one thing, but lying to yourself was never a good idea. Abel was shocked by those words. She remembered a conversation she had had with her grandfather, when he said he would become a temporary instructor at the academy. Abel asked him not to follow her at school, since she already got too much attention. That was when the Sword Emperor explained that he would be in charge of the special first-year class. Abel asked what he meant by that. Siegfried replied that it had been her own request, after what happened during the midterm exam. He told her not to worry, saying they would not meet much inside the school. Abel realized that he was trying to hide it, but she could still see the excitement written all over her grandfather's face. The Sword Emperor, who always seemed bored with everything, had finally found something that truly entertained him. That something was Kang Jioma, a rare genius, someone who completely ignored his own status and noble background, solving everything through brute force. A talent so absurd that it almost felt unfair. Abel remembered the first time she saw him, when he looked like nothing more than a lazy child with no ambition. Now, he had become a young man with strong presence, and a strange kind of masculine charm that was hard to explain. To Abel, Jioma seemed to have even more potential than Leon himself. Known as the hero candidate, Jioma walked firmly along the path of a hero, never showing off his achievements, moving forward in silence through a difficult road. If only he were arrogant, she could hate him for it. But he did not seem to have any clear flaws. It was impossible not to feel envy. Jioma had been recognized by her grandfather, while she had not. Rachel quietly approached and asked what Abel was thinking about, making her flinch. Abel replied that no matter how much she thought about it, she and Jioma had no room for the kind of feelings Rachel was hinting at. Rachel said that did not sound very convincing. If Abel really was not interested, then there would be no competition for her to try to get Jioma. Rachel claimed that she could easily deal with the brat and with Saki, but she could never compete with Abel. Abel asked if that was serious and if she was really that charming. Rachel threw the question back, implying that Abel was admitting something. Meanwhile, another of Kang's classes was in session, this time about the ranking of blessings. The professor explained that the ranking was determined by the entity residing within the blessing. When a guardian spirit lived inside it, it was classified as guardian rank. When there was only a common spirit, it was called spiritual rank. Someone asked what would happen if an ancestor resided in a blessing, whether that would make it an ancestral blessing. The professor explained that ancestors could help with training at the academy, but they did not reside inside blessings. At that moment, Saki briefly stood up and then went back to sleep right away. Gyo-ma noticed that not even the professors scolded her. The class continued as normal. Gyo-ma thought that Saki slept far too deeply. It had been 2 days since she transferred to that class, and he still did not know the reason. She simply slept all day, and it was ridiculous that he had no chance at all to ask. He even thought that if she only planned to sleep, she could just take the seat in the corner. At the same time, he felt some relief knowing that Chloe was still hospitalized. Otherwise, he would probably already be dead from stress. Gyo-ma also recognized that Saki had handled all the cleanup after the dungeon, making sure everything ended without issues. Her skills were on a completely different level compared to Speed Weapon. The instructor resumed the explanation, breaking down the blessing rankings: heroic spirit, spirit, guardian spirit, and personal spirit. He stated that most cadets possessed personal ranked blessings, and told everyone not to feel discouraged, since even a personal blessing could be just as effective as a guardian ranked one. He also explained that spiritual ranked blessings were incredibly rare in that world. Guillaume thought that he had obtained one of those rare blessings just a few days earlier. At that moment, a female student asked how many heroic ranked blessings existed. The instructor explained that the world referred to them as heroic blessings, and that in practice they were considered legends. Since the first manifestation of blessings in human history, only one person had ever awakened a heroic blessing: the founding hero Valor Joachim. The instructor added that in the modern era there was one more person at that level, but unfortunately the bell rang before he could continue. The explanation would be left for the next class. Before that, Guillaume asked one last question, wanting to know if the instructor understood the meaning of the phrase that said the blessing of the gods would be with someone. The instructor fell silent for a moment, and even Saki showed interest. He replied that he did not fully understand the purpose of the question, but that the phrase contained a clear contradiction. There were no more gods in that world. Even so, he praised Guillaume's thirst for knowledge, and said that he could visit the laboratory if he had further questions. The instructor left the classroom. Saki opened a small smile and soon went back to sleep. Guillaume decided to do the same. He rested his head and closed his eyes, but found no peace even in his dreams. As soon as he fell asleep, the system informed him that someone was requesting a conversation. Guillaume found himself in an empty space, facing a completely destroyed train, with equipment floating all around. MJ was there, requesting a direct conversation. Guillaume was stunned, but accepted. MJ was interfering with the world line, and Guillaume wondered, confused, what exactly that world line was. Everything in that space was far too strange. The ruins, the debris, and the destroyed train looked lifeless, but suddenly began to move, as if something were awakening. Soon after, everything returned to complete silence. The system then issued a warning. The opponent's level was far too high. Guillaume's level was too low, and he did not meet the minimum requirements. Even so, the question appeared, asking whether he wished to proceed. Guillaume realized that this did not feel like just a dream. Maybe this was the reason he had ended up in that world. Maybe the answers about who had thrown him there, and about the true nature of the sword god's blessing were there. Without hesitation, Guillaume accepted. MJ was applying a suppressive force to make that contact possible. In the same instant, the system vanished completely. That entire reality shattered, as if space itself had been torn apart. Guillaume felt that it was very similar to the day he awakened the sword god's blessing during the entrance exam. Back then, he had seen that thing as well. He needed to discover what it truly was. The feeling of something drawing closer grew stronger and stronger. Something was about to happen. But suddenly, an order echoed, telling Guillaume to wake up. There was external interference. MJ was rapidly losing memory. Guillaume thought he had come so close to the answer, but there was no time. Before disappearing, MJ left only a single message. She told him to cut and slice whatever stood in his way. Then she wished that the blessing of the gods would be with him. The one who woke him was Saki. She commented that she had been scolded for sleeping too much, but pointed out that he had been asleep as well. If she had not woken him, he would have missed the class. That was when Saki noticed that Guillaume was crying. Later, Guillaume reflected on everything that had happened. Saki asked if he had had a sad dream. He thought that he had dreamed about something, but he could not remember anything. It was embarrassing enough to be woken up by Saki, the notorious sleeper, but that explained nothing. Why was he crying? Before he could think any further, the group approached. Speed Weapon, Saki and Chloe were discussing some kind of plan. They explained that everything pointed to the enemy behind Kang Guillaume being inside the academy itself. Saki said she had already understood and complained about having to hear the same explanation over and over. According to her, However, that was exactly why Speed Weapon was not the best in the class. She kept provoking him, asking if Speed Weapon would heal her ears if they started bleeding from listening to all that. Gyo-ma asked Speed Weapon to explain everything calmly, and from the beginning, realizing that he clearly struggled to deal with that girl. Speed Weapon asked if Saki thought she would always be better than everyone else. Saki replied that her ears had already bled enough and that she could not stand hearing it anymore. Meanwhile, Chloe coughed discreetly. Gia-ma asked if she was really fine being there. Chloe said she felt better, but would keep some distance so she would not spread the flu to anyone. Gyo-ma commented to Saki that she had probably already heard the whole explanation, but that the situation was confusing. Saki replied by calling him Ryojo, repeating the name with emphasis. At that exact moment, Chloe let out a strong cough. Gyo-ma realized that he really should call her that way. Speed Weapon then explained that he had organized everything so they could understand the situation and figure out what was really going on. First, the academy elders were keeping an eye on Gyo-ma. Second, there was the appearance of the mysterious instructor mentioned by the dungeon staff. Even so, Speed Weapon commented that, thinking about it more carefully, knowing all of that might not even be that important. The elders' request was vague and would probably be rejected by the evaluators. When Saki spoke again about the instructor, it became clear that she remembered that woman very well. She had broken into the academy's internal records and analyzed all instructors, leaders, and assistants. Among the data, she found one specific person, but strangely could not verify the identity. Gyo-ma asked if she hacked things too. Saki explained that in a world full of technology, you had to know how to manage. Even so, she emphasized that the place had the best security system in the world, which was why she had to act during the night. She made it clear that she was not lazy in the morning, just nocturnal. Gyo-ma thought that not even his phone number, which he had never given her, was safe, since Saki still managed to find it. Speed Weapon concluded that up to that point, nothing truly concrete had been revealed. Even so, they could not just break into the elders' dormitory and start making threats. Speed Weapon even had the ability to do that, but he knew it would only make things worse. Everyone agreed. Still, he was thinking about another solution, creating their own club. Gyo-ma found the idea strange and asked what he meant by a club. Seki explained that clubs were free movements within the academy, and even received funding. The academy emphasized cooperation among cadets, whether genuine or not, and because of that, it offered benefits. One of those benefits was recognition as an organization officially affiliated with the academy. Speed Weapon added that simply existing as a club already worked as a form of institutional protection, something that being just a cadet did not guarantee. Saki added that, considering they had enemies both inside and outside the academy, a club would serve as a double barrier. Gyo-ma remembered that one of the divine protection systems in the game was exactly the club system. Since everything took place in an academy, this system allowed you to decorate a private space, invite characters, and build affinity. It was a classic otaku game system, basically a way to build your own residence. He had never paid much attention to it before due to lack of time, but now that everything was real, he never imagined it would have such a practical use. He asked if there was any specific requirement or condition to create a club. Speed Weapon explained that first it was necessary to submit a founding proposal to the responsible department and gather 5 people. Gyo-ma immediately realized that one person was missing. He then asked if everyone there would join the club. Speed Weapon said yes, that he would not have brought up the idea if they were not going to see it through together until the end. Chloe said that if it was for Gyo-ma, she was in. Saki commented that she owed him one because of the dungeon and added that someone that smart needed to be part of it. Gyo-ma thought that in his past life, when he got older, he realized relationships usually turned into calculated exchanges. Still, those people barely knew him and were already saying they would trust him. He thanked all of them sincerely. Speed Weapon suggested using the moment to choose the club's name. Chloe proposed Memories of Assassination, saying they would assassinate corrupt people. Speed Weapon immediately rejected the idea, saying it did not sound like a good name. Saki said they could call it anything, maybe Neighborhood Patrol, claiming the name did not matter. Speed Weapon asked her to please shut up. They fell silent for a moment, thinking. Then Gyo-ma suggested Travel Club. The idea was to clear dungeons and explore what lay beyond them. He asked if that was a bad idea. The group replied that it was not, that it was actually a great idea. Speed Weapon concluded that they would then need to find a faculty advisor. The written test was scheduled for the following week, so they still had to prepare, regardless of the club. Without an advisor, they could not create a club. Saki commented that, honestly, that was the biggest problem. Advisors had to be professors or someone above that rank. Chloe suggested trying the Blessing Studies professor, since he was kind and popular. Speed Weapon asked about Professor Damien. Chloe said no, because he was very busy and would hardly accept. Saki explained that out of more than 500 academy staff members, only about 30 were professors, and only 10 taught first-year classes. They claimed to encourage club activities, but the system was full of of contradictions. She then asked if Gyo-ma had someone in mind. He said yes and asked if it was enough for the person to be a professor or above. Saki said yes, although almost no one was above professors. Then Gyo-ma said that he had someone. He showed his phone, leaving everyone completely shocked. When they arrived at the place to register the club, they were told that the club leader had to submit the application personally. Gyo-ma said that he was the leader. The woman asked with disdain if it was really him. Gyo-ma wondered if she really worked for the academy. That attitude was extremely irritating. He thought about it while saying that they had followed all the procedures and that she just needed to accept the application. The woman replied that for a club application, a faculty advisor was required, and that she seriously doubted anyone would want to advise his club. Gyo-ma asked what she meant by that. She fired back, asking if he had not understood, and if he really thought anyone would want to advise a club created by a special admission student. Considering his background, she said he should know his place. Gyo-ma thought that, as expected, even the smallest sense of fairness at that academy was disappearing. Part of him already wanted to use the most effective method of communication at that moment. In almost 20 years working in restaurants, he had dealt with many irritating people. He knew very well that silence was the best response. He was fully aware of that, but still chose to act. Gyo-ma took out his phone and confirmed that he was at the club administration office. He calmly confirmed the location and heard on the other end that the person was on the way. He said that was fine and that they would see each other in a few minutes. The woman in front of him did not understand anything. She commented with disdain that it was unbelievable for a special admission student to think he could solve everything with a simple phone call. Gyo-ma replied that she would see soon enough because the person he called would handle it. The woman asked what kind of person would support someone as arrogant as him. She said she was related to someone close to the director and that with a single word, she could end the academic life of a special student like him. Gyo-ma simply turned around and commented that she was talking too loudly and should lower her voice. That was enough to make her completely furious. He realized that her hypocrisy had finally surfaced, exactly what he wanted to see. At that moment, someone arrived breaking everything, literally kicking the door away. Everyone was shocked when they saw who it was. Director Medea had arrived. More than that, she was Gyo-ma's club advisor. Medea said she was happy to see him in person after so long. Gyo-ma apologized for bothering her, saying she must be busy. Medea replied that for that cutie, she was never busy. The employee finally realized that Kang Gyo-ma was the name of the best freshman of that year. Medea told Gyo-ma to hand the documents to the advisor, in this case herself. That way everything could be resolved right there. Gyo-ma agreed and left the matter in her hands. Someone brought a chair for the director, while the receptionist tried to say that everything was just a misunderstanding. Medea immediately cut her off, saying she did not need any blessing to see that the employee had judged Gyo-ma purely based on his record. She reinforced that this was the cadet she and the Sword Emperor had marked as a successor. She grabbed the documents using magic and said she would give 5 minutes for everything to be resolved. She ordered them to start writing immediately. The woman panicked. Gyo-ma saw the messages Medea sent and realized that the employee had probably been fired. She also told him to visit her office later. However, at that moment, Gyo-ma was visiting the forge. The blacksmith asked if he had come to pick up the equipment, saying it was already finished. Gyo-ma thought it was the first time he had seen that man, and that he really looked like a blacksmith. He did not know what the blacksmith thought of him, but from Gyo-ma's perspective as a former player, it was a mix of love and hate. After the recent events, the hate side was stronger. That was blacksmith Bylent, one of the main NPCs created for everything related to weapons. By the nature of the game, he existed almost as a joke, famous for draining player resources in an instant. Since Gyo-ma did not spend much in his past life, it never affected him that badly, but those who did always begged, saying it would be just this once, a true ritual. Despite many calling him by strange nicknames, Gyo-ma remembered that he had already cursed Bylent because of the Murasame. Bylent asked what he was thinking about so deeply. Gyo-ma replied that it was nothing. He had just remembered someone he knew. Bylent joked that the person must be as handsome as him and said that this time, the work had turned out more than perfect. The item delivered was the Murasame Enhanced Sashimi Knife version V2. Gyo-ma reacted so loudly that he even startled the blacksmith. The enhancement was so significant that the blessing duration increased to 50 seconds. He thought that 40 seconds before felt too short for future dungeons. It was only 10 seconds more now, but it already made a huge difference. If he combined this with the transfer blessing in the future, after further improving the equipment, it would be a massive upgrade. He used to complain that this blessing was useless, but the resistance or blessing that the real Kang Gyo-ma had awakened was extremely versatile, comparable to a guardian rank blessing. Bylent also told him to check something else. The weapon was now rank D, having gone up 1 level. The improvement was not exactly epic, since it used common ranking materials. Gyo-ma thought it should have reached at least guaranteed rank C. Even so, he thought about infusing more aura into the Murasame in the future. At least the blade hardness had increased by 2 levels, which meant it would no longer break from heavy impacts. Gyo-ma commented that the button was begging to be clicked. The system indicated that a new trait had been added. When he clicked it, he saw the weapon schematic with several additional windows. The system informed him him that due to the successful enhancement and the weapon's growth, up to 3 special abilities could be granted. These abilities could only be added using mana stones and would activate randomly. That meant he could now have up to 3 special abilities linked to his current weapon. Ma wondered what those mana stones actually were and thought irritably about Bylent. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an elder was completely furious, smashing a mirror and drowning himself in alcohol. He wondered what he should do. As he thought, he prayed for his father to give him some kind of answer. Lyman von Bamhark, one of the 7 stellar heroes, known as the Mad Tiger. The elder's father had died 40 years earlier during the subjugation of Vasmon's 6th Legion. The public called him a noble hero and praised his sacrifice. Soon after his death, the Beamhark family began to suffer constant attacks from those trying to take advantage of the situation. To survive, he closed off his own heart. Family members started turning against each other. In the end, he was the one who restored the broken order and protected the family in his father's absence. At the age of 30, he became one of the Academy elders. His goal was to guide what he considered foolish humanity and maintain the absolute supremacy of the chosen ones. To control ignorant masses, a common enemy was necessary. Fortunately, humanity already had one, the demons. However, variables always appeared without warning. Leon von Reinhardt emerged as that variable, a hero born with the power to defeat the Demon King, the next champion chosen by the heavens. Even so, the power gap between humans and demons was absurd. The Elder knew that Leon's chances of defeating the Demon King were practically zero. He had always believed that the founding hero was nothing more than an impossible legend. Everything changed when Akori appeared with a proposal to help him deal with that hero candidate. The Elder immediately realized she was a demon just by looking into her eyes. She possessed a direct pact with a Legion Commander level demon, a being that had abandoned its humanity through magic. He thought that dealing with Leon was already a massive headache. Now that Special Admission Brat was making everything worse. Even the Arbiters remained still, claiming there was still not enough reason to act. The Elder asked if he had arrived yet. The answer was no. Upon hearing the name Claddy von Bamhark, he ordered the summoning of the Gravedigger squad. Meanwhile, as usual, Ma was not paying attention in class. He was thinking about his weapon and about mana stones. Having a mana stone changed everything drastically. The simple fact that he now had 3 open slots to imbue mana stones was an absurd gain. If this were still just a game, mana stones would only appear after defeating dungeon bosses. They usually came from rank A or higher magical beasts. Ma thought fate was cruel. He also wondered if Saki had stayed up all night again. It had already been a week since they cleared the Buffalo dungeon with the club members. Mana stones were the key to unlocking the stone gate where the Bull King appeared. That stone came from a colossus, the giant. Somehow, someone had managed to defeat the giant and obtain its mana stone to cause all of that. In the game, a single step from the giant was enough to shake the entire inner area. Even so, the giant was nothing compared to the monsters introduced in later updates. The Immaculate Knight Basilisk, the malicious beast Manticore, and the elite King Draugr, creatures comparable to natural disasters. Ma thought that risking one's life to strengthen equipment was truly worth it. That should have been Leon's job, not his. At that moment, Chloe approached and asked if the seat was taken. It was, reserved for Saki. She looked visibly pleased by that. Ma commented that it seemed she had fully recovered. Chloe confirmed it, but said that the one who had really been hurt was him. That time, his weapon had even glowed blue. Ma asked to avoid that topic. He went back to thinking that hunting mana stones was definitely worth it. Ironically, now he wanted power. The idea of living a peaceful life had already been discarded. Stability and safety were still important, but the main goal had not changed. Survive. Unpredictable variables that did not exist when he was just a player kept appearing. The story he knew had completely changed, as if the world itself were conspiring against him. Somehow, a full month had already passed since he entered the academy, and all of this had already happened. Ma thought that soon the truth about the Second Demonic War, which would erupt in 3 years, would be revealed. In preparation for that, strengthening his body and his equipment was not a choice. It was a necessity. If things continued at that pace, he did not know what the outcome of the war would be, and he also did not trust Leon. At that moment, Speed Weapon tried to wake Saki, and ended up taking a direct punch to the throat. May thought that even though that mermaid was a demon, and the supposed hero was the target, she had died with a single blow. He wondered how that had even been possible. It deeply irritated him. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon was complaining to the captain, saying that he had been hit. Ma asked when Speed Weapon had arrived there. He said he came to check on the club's progress. Ma replied that the director had already approved everything, and that now they only needed to recruit one more member. With that, he also made it clear that Speed Weapon did not need to call him captain anymore. Speed Weapon commented that Leon had been doing very well recently and had cleared a high-rank dungeon. Ma thought that Leon was finally acting like a real protagonist. Saki joined the conversation and said that he had cleared a rank A dungeon the day before. That made the difference painfully obvious, since they had barely managed to deal with a rank C dungeon. Speed Weapon found it strange how much Saki knew about Leon, and blurted out that she seemed to be following him. He even asked if she liked him. Saki replied with a very direct look and made it clear that she was not interested. Geo-ma realized that Leon really was getting stronger. At that rate, he would soon obtain Baomeng during the survival training on the deserted island, and to think that his own little sashimi knife, which did not even have a special trait, had survived for so long. Geo-ma felt that too many things were going wrong in his life. Things that should have been happening to Leon were falling into his lap instead. Even so, he was not going to accept that as normal. He thought that if his life was a game, he would not hesitate to use the blade. He had no reason or desire to be the perfect protagonist. He was not the main character. He was just surviving. He was Kang Geo-ma, the sword demon. In his mind, it was simple. Either cut or be cut. Saki asked why he was saying such strange things, and joked that it sounded like otaku talk. She asked if he played video games. He did not really answer. He just kept that expression of someone trying not to lose control. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the gravediggers were summoned. One of them, the one with the mohawk, commented that they had been called by one of the elders and said it was time to take advantage of the opportunity. The leader immediately replied that if he said one more word, she would rip his tongue out. Another member commented that the mohawk guy must be a rookie because the captain was exactly that kind of person. The mohawk asked why she had accepted that job. The other replied that it was simple. The payment was insane. The leader told both of them to shut up. Soon after, a maid informed Claddy that they had arrived. They entered. Jang Tapung, the vice captain, Parik, a squad member, and Ray Shun, the captain of the gravediggers, a syndicate of assassin villains with the look of people who did not ask too many questions. Claddy thanked them for coming, but the captain did not seem interested in conversation. He told them to look at the target, and the target was, obviously, Kang Geom-mei. Parik commented that he just looked like a rich teenager, a spoiled kid. Claddy said that the survival training on the deserted island would take place the following week, and gave a direct order. They had to kill Geom-mei before that. The payment would be 100 million upfront for his head, with bonuses after completion. The captain asked about cleanup. Claddy told them to simply get rid of the body. The island was surrounded by the sea, and he would become fish food. Everything had to happen on the day of the written exam, without fail. On the day of the exam, Geo-ma was studying and trying to keep his head straight. He was doing calculations and reviewing the history of the world. The divine blessing had started to appear around 694 years ago, something like the French Revolution of that era. He thought he had done well on the midterm exams, so he did not need to worry too much. The real problem was something else. The rankings were posted publicly on the academy board. If that were not the case, he would have guessed the entire exam without any remorse. To make things worse, he knew that Speed Weapon and Saki had been the top performers on the last written test. Geo-mei thought he needed to keep his dignity, otherwise he would lose to them. That was when he received a message and wondered who was bothering him at that moment. It was Saki, pestering him and reminding him about the exam. She said he needed to eat and that he needed glucose to think properly. According to her, his brain would not survive the exam without food. She even sent a full recipe, as if he had asked for it. Geo-ma was confused by her persistence and mentioned that, in Korea, there was a tradition of eating a sweet before an exam. Saki asked what kind of sweet it was. He replied that it was yote, a Korean candy made from rice, corn, and sweet potato. Saki said it sounded boring, but she kept talking non-stop. Geo-ma turned his phone over and tried to focus on studying, just wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. He thought it was time to finish this exam once and for all. He refused to lose to that jelly-devouring idiot, but later on he realized something very simple. He had been a complete idiot. Speed Weapon said he could not even get the first question right. Chloe asked how Geo-ma had done. He was shaking. He said he had answered everything on the fly. Chloe found that strange, because he was usually straightforward with his answers. So she asked why he had done that. Geo-ma thought he had relied too much on his knowledge of the game, but that had not been enough. He asked Chloe if Nox had contacted her, since he had not shown up for a while. Chloe explained that Nox had actually called the previous day, around 7 in the evening, but she had been asleep and did not answer. Since she had pulled an all-nighter recently, she had ended up falling asleep earlier. Geo-ma thought that the editor's contact information was confidential, so until Nox showed up in person, the only person he could ask was Chloe. Even so, he was sure that Nox must have had his own reasons for disappearing recently. In the end, they were siblings, and Geo-ma just hoped the two of them could get along. At that moment, Speed Weapon commented that he had also gone to bed late, and that was why he did poorly on the exam. Saki immediately disagreed, saying it was not lack of sleep, but lack of intelligence, something he simply refused to admit. While Speed Weapon freaked out over the comment, Saki stood up and sat right next to Geo-ma, which clearly irritated Chloe. Saki then asked what they were whispering about, and teased them, suggesting the two of them were dating. Chloe got excited just at the idea of dating Geo-ma, while he wondered if that was really all young people thought about these days. Even so, he made it very clear that it was not happening. Saki then asked why Geo-ma had been ignoring her messages until now. He explained that he had only done that once. That was when Chloe reacted immediately upon hearing the word messages, and asked if they were exchanging messages right now. Geo-ma found it strange, because Chloe did not seem that bothered when Saki sat next to him, but she became extremely upset when she learned about the messages. Speed Weapon, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on. Gyo-ma told Saki to back off, saying that this could end up causing trouble. Saki replied that they had known each other for a long time and that he should know exactly why she was acting that way. To Gyo-ma, it was clear that she was provoking him on purpose. Chloe then stated that she had not given her number to Saki, and Gyo-ma explained that this was because Chloe's phone number was confidential, since she was an editor. Even so, Chloe declared that Gyo-ma belonged only to her prince. In response, Saki clung to Gyo-ma and asked what was wrong with her. Gyo-ma asked if Saki knew what a yandere was, realizing that she did not seem very familiar with that kind of thing. Speed Weapon stepped in, pulling Saki away, and asked if she really did not understand what was going on. He then realized that Chloe was consumed by completely uncontrolled jealousy, to the point of pulling out a box cutter. Gyo-ma thought that this situation was very different from the last time something like this had happened. He wondered what he should do, since he had stopped watching yandere videos recently, and had forgotten almost everything about how to deal with this. Chloe walked forward slowly, and made it clear that from that moment on she would make sure Gyo-ma looked only at her. Gyo-ma tried to say that they needed to talk, but she almost hit his neck with the box cutter. Saki was impressed by how fast the movement was. Chloe said that Gyo-ma always made her sad, that he was always surrounded by people, especially girls, except for her. When she tried to attack Saki, Gyo-ma intercepted the strike at the last second, while Saki stood there without any reaction at all. Chloe claimed that she always did her best for him. Gyo-ma managed to pin her down on the ground and insisted that they needed to talk. Chloe struggled with incredible strength, completely out of control. Gyo-ma asked her to calm down, but she replied that he did not even care about her, and questioned why he wanted to talk now. Gyo-ma said he wanted to talk face to face, because communicating through messages, through a piece of plastic, felt too impersonal between the two of them. He moved closer, decided to bet everything on that moment, and whispered in her ear, thanking her for always thinking about him. Even Speed Weapon felt awkward watching that. Gyo-ma continued, saying that even in the Buffalo Dungeon he had always trusted her, and he sincerely asked her not to act like that. Chloe completely changed her attitude right away, melting on the spot. Gyo-ma thought he had managed to resolve the situation. Speed Weapon asked if everything was fine, and Gyo-ma replied that it was, at least for now, adding that it would be best to clean up the mess first. After Saki left, Gyo-ma found himself wondering what exactly was wrong with that girl. Later on, both Speed Weapon and Saki ended up thinking about him, about Kang Gyo-ma. Speed Weapon reflected that Chloe always released a frightening killing intent whenever someone got too close to Gyo-ma or said something specific. If he had to guess, he would say that she harbored a completely twisted kind of love for him. What shocked Speed Weapon the most, however, was remembering Gyo-ma holding a sashimi knife, a smile on his face, ready to stab her if necessary. He preferred to solve things with conversation and persuasion rather than direct violence. To Speed Weapon, that made sense. Gyo-ma knew how to use fear when he needed to. He might even look like a villain sometimes, but that was actually the trait of a ruler. Speed Weapon thought that, without a doubt, Gyo-ma would eventually become a great leader. Soon after, he noticed Saki constantly fiddling with her phone and wondered what she was doing on it so much. Saki explained that her followers were not properly following the instructions from a video she had posted. She said she was just bored and ended up recording a video with a perfect counter strategy for dealing with yanderes. Speed Weapon was shocked when he realized she was deleting the video even after it had reached 210,000 views. Saki replied that she did not need it anymore. When Speed Weapon asked what that channel was for and what exactly she was doing, Saki repeated that it was all just boredom. Later, in the library, Gyo-ma was focused, thinking about the survival training that would begin the following Wednesday. It would last 3 days and 2 nights on a deserted island, more specifically Avalon Island. The name made it sound extremely harsh, focused purely on survival, but participants could form teams of up to 4 people. The schedule for this training had been clearly announced to all cadets, and in practice, it was treated more like a camp or a school trip than intense training. Even so, Gyo-ma picked up several books on island survival, identifying poisonous plants, and basic techniques for staying alive in hostile environments. He thought he might be overdoing it, but he had the feeling that the academy took this training very seriously. It did not directly affect grades, but it was used to evaluate each cadet's survival skills over the 3 days. Thinking about it more carefully, even he, as a veteran player, clearly remembered this event. This was the point in the main story where the protagonist Leon obtained the grip of his main weapon, Bao Meng, and also where the feelings between Abel and Leon began to emerge. Gyo-ma remembered that, back then, he had been completely immersed in that event. Now, however, he felt no envy at all. Since entering the academy, he had been far removed from any kind of romance, surrounded by chaos all the time. The academy elders were watching him closely. There was that mysterious structure at play, and he still needed to recruit members for the club. To Gyo-ma, it did not matter how beautiful someone might be. This was not the moment for those kinds of feelings. In his view, that youth would be left for another life. What truly mattered was the sacred and demonic sword Bao Meng. Maybe it was the the spirit of an extinct swordsman within him, but Jiao desired that sword. He knew exactly how much power it held. Even so, tracking down the broken fragments of Baomeng was part of an extremely important story arc. Even knowing its location, he could not simply take it. The condition to wield Baomeng was clear. The sword chose its own master. On top of that, obtaining it required the blessing of a miracle. Jiao thought that weapon had been literally created for the story protagonist. Meanwhile, there he was, holding nothing but a sashimi knife. Instead of lamenting what he did not have, Jiao decided to focus on preparation. If he was lucky, there would be no other mermaid setting up an ambush. For that reason, and under direct orders from the headmistress, a temporary instructor from the Wolf class would join the supervision team. The Sword Emperor. Jiao found it surreal. The strongest hero of humanity leading a camping trip for freshmen. It was very different from the main story, but because of that, he believed he could achieve his goals more safely. While researching, Jiao looked for a specific book, The History of Avalon. He needed the knowledge recorded in those ancient texts. Later, while reviewing the gathered material, he read that Avalon was a distant island located in the Western Sea, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly changed. At the center of the island was an ancient lake known as the Queen Lake, and the entire region was called the Land of Beginnings. Jiao thought that much of this information was already familiar to him, but even so, he would have to scour a large part of the library to find everything he needed. That was when someone commented that Jiao was there as well. It was Leon, the protagonist, who noticed that it had been quite a long time since the last time he had seen Jiao noticed that Leon was holding an introductory magic book. Even if he was trying to learn something from what happened during the tests, it did not really make much sense. Leon was not the kind of person who would normally spend time in the library studying magic at that moment. Jiao was not sure he fully believed it, but he decided to let it go. Leon showed curiosity about the book Jiao was reading. Jiao explained that the group would be going to Avalon Island the following week for training, and that he was researching everything he could about the place. Leon looked surprised and commented that Jiao was extremely diligent. Jiao admitted to himself that he could not deny it. He was constantly training, exploring dungeons, and studying monsters. Since he knew what would happen 3 years from now, he felt he needed to prepare as best as possible. To him, it was not an exaggeration, it was a necessity. He made it clear that he was there to take care of the future. Leon commented that, even though they were very different, both of them wanted to reach the same goal. Jiao realized that Leon was still following a path very close to the one from the original game, but something felt different. There was a visible sadness on Leon's face, along with a posture filled with inner conflict. Even so, Leon decided to end the conversation, saying that the library was about to close, and that he did not want to disturb him any longer. Jiao agreed, and wished him good studies. Even just passing by Leon, Jiao felt the weight he was carrying. It was as if the fate of all humanity rested on his shoulders. Light and darkness seemed to press down on him at the same time, like invisible lead, that only strengthened Jiao's desire to finish his own preparations as soon as possible. Then the day of survival training on the deserted island arrived. When Saki and Chloe showed up, Rachel commented that it had been a long time since she had last seen Saki. Chloe reacted coldly, only drawing attention to her blonde hair. Saki confirmed that it really had been a while. Abel appeared right after and asked if everyone was ready for the training. Saki said she would do what she always did. Rachel, watching the mood, commented on the obvious rivalry between them. She hinted that Saki had slipped in to gain an advantage behind everyone's backs. To Rachel, that only made school life even more fun. Saki replied that everything had been done within the procedures and that she did not think it was necessary to inform anyone. Rachel then provoked her, saying she really needed to watch Jiao being taken like that. Abel tried to interrupt and asked her to stop, but Rachel insisted. She reminded them that Saki had gone to the Buffalo Dungeon with Jiao done club activities with him, and now would spend 3 more days with him during training. Saki asked if Jiao had not said he wanted to do the training alone. Chloe confirmed that he really had said that, and that he intended to act solo. Rachel then raised an interesting point. If he was not officially teaming up with anyone, that changed everything. At that moment, Saki and Abel became curious about what Rachel was planning. Rachel explained that Jiao had not asked anyone to follow him. All of them reached the same conclusion without needing to say it out loud. That was when Rachel proposed a fair and clean game, which she called Rachel's game. Avalon Island had terrain that constantly changed. Even using teleport portals, everyone would arrive at random points. Finding their own partner would already be a challenge and part of the training. During the 3 days, whoever found Jiao first would get him. The other 3 would have to give up. The proposal caused a brief shock. Rachel reinforced that everything was allowed, except direct interference. Chloe liked the idea and said that this time she would win. Saki found it fun and suggested that whoever found him first could send a verification photo. Abel, on the other hand, questioned whether that meant exclusive rights. Right after that, she decided to leave, saying she did not have time for that kind of game. Rachel simply commented that they would continue without her. Meanwhile, Jiao arrived at the arena already exhausted. He had spent the entire night in the library, but at least he had written down everything he needed on his phone. They said the island was a zone full of monsters, but that equipment should be light. Because of that, he brought 24 sashimi knives and a secret weapon. Medea would not stop sending messages, asking if he had packed medicine, clothes, and at least 3 pieces of black underwear, because black did not show dirt. Gyo-mei thought she sounded like a real mother, maybe even a grandmother. At the moment of departure, he spotted an instructor who matched the description he had received. Purple hair and eyes, tall, and with impeccable posture. He did not know what her intentions were, but he thought that if she was after him, he would use the island's unstable terrain to his advantage. That logic could work both ways. He did not like the idea of hurting people with his sword, but he also had no intention of backing down. He remembered that Speed Weapon had drawn that instructor, but his drawing was so bad that Gyo-ma ended up confusing at least 3 different instructors based on that sketch. It was at that moment that the Sword Emperor approached Gyo-ma. He pointed out that Gyo-ma had neglected his training a bit recently. He explained that when great talent is supported by hard work, the results multiply, but the body also needs rest to withstand the pressure. After that, he wished Gyo-ma a good training period. Gyo-ma returned the gesture by wishing the Sword Emperor a good fishing vacation. He considered it a smart response. Either way, Gyo-ma thanked him and went on his way. He thought that guy was actually pretty nice. Abel just looked at him for a moment and walked past. Gyo-ma thought she would probably get a girlfriend soon, and figured she needed to lighten up a bit. At that moment, Saki approached him stealthily. Gyo-ma sensed the presence and reacted on instinct, flicking her forehead hard with his finger. Saki immediately complained, saying she had only come to joke around. Gyo-ma apologized. He explained that he had just felt a strange presence and reacted without thinking. Saki got irritated and made it clear that her forehead was not a punching bag. She said she only wanted to wish him good luck and told him not to forget that. When Saki left, Gyo-ma realized he still could not understand that character. Lately, Saki had been sleeping very little and was almost always by his side. When he did not react, she seemed to grow even more restless. He did not know exactly what he found interesting about her, but he remembered that Saki was also officially a heroine. Because of that, he did not want to create unnecessary closeness. Shortly after, a communication crystal announced that the dimensional portal to the island was being activated. This time, Gyo-ma knew he only wanted to find what he was looking for, nothing more. The plan was to move quietly and without trouble. He hoped the blessing of shadow protection would be on his side. As soon as he arrived, he was impressed by the view. The horizon was filled with different colors, varied trees, and a gigantic tower. A natural obelisk dominated the center of the landscape. Gyo-ma had been in that world for a year already, but only now did it truly feel like a fantasy world. He was on the sacred land of Avalon. That colossal structure was the sacred tree of beginnings. Yggdrasil. Gyo-ma decided to leave sightseeing for another day. It was time to start survival training. On his phone, he had a map of Avalon Island that he had copied from the library. On it, he marked the location of the regeneration blessing, which could only be obtained there. Comparing the map with his memories of the game, he realized the location was near the lake, right at the center of the island. That meant he would need to head toward the lake where the world tree stood. Along the way, he would have to cross rocky terrain and a dense forest. Still, he had 3 days available, so he felt calm. The academy had not sent anyone there to play around. There was a mission assigned to find orbs scattered across the island. It was basically a treasure hunt. The more orbs someone found, the higher the score. On top of that, the orbs also served as enhancement materials, which made the search even more valuable. Following the Bear Grylls handbook approach, Gyo-ma decided to first gather basic survival materials. For that, he took out his secret weapon, a 50-centimeter machete, bought exclusively for training. He needed to get used to it, since he would have to limit the use of his blessing for a while. He tested the blade. The edge was sharp and the handle firm, but he still felt something odd. He decided that if anything went wrong, he would use his sashimi knives. Suddenly, a rabbit jumped out of a bush. Gyo-ma thought it would be a good opportunity to get used to the blade and secure some food. However, the monster was huge and muscular. Even so, he remembered that he had already defeated the King of Treasures. A rabbit should not be a big deal. Food was food. He moved forward without activating any blessing. Meanwhile, Abel also ran into a rabbit, but a completely different one. It was small, ordinary, and extremely cute. She thought she needed food, but hesitated when she saw it. When she got closer, the rabbit bit her hand and ran off. That made her furious, and she immediately drew her sword. Chasing after the animal, Abel thought it was a good chance to test the results of her training. The problem was that the rabbit was absurdly fast. It almost felt like it was mocking her. After a long time, Gyo-ma was exhausted, and the rabbit was still alive. He thought he had trained so much, but without the blessing he felt useless. Comparing it to his past life, he believed he had a decent physique, but that was clearly not enough. He sat down and decided he would rather stay hungry than waste energy. He chose to let the rabbit go. However, However, when the animal turned its face as if to provoke him, Gyo-ma immediately activated the sword blessing. Meanwhile, Rachel was moving quickly using her abilities. She was looking for someone, but had the feeling she was walking in circles. That was terrible. Even though she had named it Rachel's game, she had no idea how to find Gyo-ma. She decided to follow the birds, but soon concluded that overthinking was a waste of time. She chose to just move. She activated her lightning power again and shot across the island. In the distance, Saki thought she heard Rachel's voice screaming. Either way, she was well prepared. She carried snacks, a blanket, a jacket, and a weapon. Gyo-ma still had not shown up, but they had agreed to the rules of that game, and Saki had no intention of losing. Saki ended up appearing at some point along the island's coast. She needed to decide where to go by observing the terrain around her. The problem was that almost all of Avalon Island changed constantly. The only place where the terrain remained stable was near the World Tree. Knowing Gyo-ma, she was certain he would choose a more secluded spot, like deep inside a forest. There were not many options. She decided to head in that direction. She did not intend to lose to anyone, and when she found him, she would pay him back for that flick. Meanwhile, in an extremely dark environment that resembled a dense star-filled night, Chloe advanced while cutting down several monstrous wolves along the way. She moved with precision, eliminating everything that appeared in front of her. Her goal was clear: to find Gyo-ma before anyone else. At least on that island, she wanted him to look only at her. Along the way, Chloe felt a presence. She believed it was Gyo-ma. Meanwhile, later at night, Gyo-ma was preparing the meat from the rabbit he had killed. He decided he would eat what he could there and turn the rest into jerky. However, he felt a presence approaching. It did not seem like a beast. It could be someone coming after him. He did not let his guard down. He grabbed his knife and stayed alert. The moment someone got too close, he drew the blade. That was when Chloe lunged toward him, but the one who actually appeared right after was Rachel. The two ended up staring at each other, surprised to run into one another again. At the same time, the person Gyo-ma almost struck in the neck was Abel. She dropped to her knees in front of him, completely soaked and trembling. Her body was reacting more to the cold than to the scare. As time passed, Abel ended up staying close to the campfire to warm herself. She noticed how well prepared Gyo-ma was. He had a jacket made from rabbit fur and ready dried meat. Even in that hostile environment, she had ended up losing to him. That made her feel embarrassed, and the cold only made it worse. Gyo-ma stepped closer and placed the fur coat over her, signaling for her to cover herself. Abel thought she had been very reckless. Maybe she should have turned back earlier, but she had ended up following the smell of food, even while dizzy and exhausted. Still, the warmth was comforting. When she complained about pain in her ankle, she realized she had barely noticed the injury. In the next moment, Gyo-ma was already checking the wound. He judged that if it was left like that, it could get infected, so he improvised a well-made tourniquet using his own tie. After some time in silence, he asked why she was walking alone across the island. Abel remembered what Rachel had said, that whoever found Gyo-ma first could stay with him. Even so, she replied that sometimes she liked to do things her own way, alone. Gyo-ma noticed that this suited him quite well too. Even though she had refused the game earlier, Abel ended up taking a selfie with Gyo-ma and sending it to the group where they all were. Soon, they questioned whether she had not said she would not participate. Rachel commented that the quiet little cat had managed it. At that moment, Gyo-ma offered a skewer of rabbit meat to Abel. As they ate in silence, he felt the mood was a bit awkward. Even so, Abel asked how he managed to be so strong. Gyo-ma thought that even if he was only strong for a short period, dealing with all the chaos at the academy had not been easy at all. He explained that it came from his master, someone who had taught him how to fight with a sword. Abel remembered that she had spent almost her entire life training with her grandfather. She had always believed she understood everything about swords, but she had never seen anything like Gyo-ma. She wanted to know what exactly he had learned from that master, and what his family name was. Gyo-ma replied that over time he had learned something very simple. Being strong did not mean always winning. The one who truly wins is the one who does not give up until the end. Endure, resist, survive. That was what it meant to be strong. Abel commented that it sounded like an old uncle speech, and immediately apologized. She said it was kind of cliche and very similar to what her grandfather used to say. That made her remember a conversation they once had while sitting on a bench. Since that day, they had never really talked properly again. Gyo-ma offered her another skewer. Abel admitted that it was really good. The next morning, Abel woke up alone. Gyo-ma had left some food for her. The campfire was out, and he was no longer there. As she remembered everything he had done, she did not realize when she started crying. She had never been taken care of like that. She had spent her entire life facing everything alone. Even when dealing with massive obstacles, she always won in the end. Still, she carried the burden of the Nibelung name. She wondered why Gyo-ma had done all that for her. Deep down, she had always felt envy and even jealousy toward people who showed kindness without asking for anything in return. But there were still 2 days of training left. Staying there crying would not change anything. She decided she needed to return the favor. Abel grabbed the coat and set off across the island. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma was moving forward, cutting down everything that appeared in front of him with his machete. He thought the night had been cold, but now the weather was hot. He He imagined Abel must have already woken up. He thought she looked quite pretty while sleeping, even though she did not seem like someone who would really get along with him. She had always had that distant personality, too confident, a girl full of herself. Even so, Geo-ma thought that Abel had been pretty kind to him the day before. It was not like he was falling for her, or anything like that. Seeing her in that condition had just stirred a bit of pity. That was why he helped her. Nothing more than that. A simple favor would not change the world. After that, he ended up reaching another region of the island. Leaving the forest behind, he went down through a canyon and arrived at a much lower area. As he moved forward, he remembered that according to the original story, this was the day Abel and Leon were supposed to grow emotionally closer. He thought she would not give Leon a blanket that night. Maybe he would even get cold. Maybe he would even pass out. He quickly realized he was thinking nonsense and cut off that line of thought. His focus was elsewhere now. He needed to find the blessing before the sun set. The blessing of regeneration. It was one tier below the blessing of transfer. It worked like an instant recovery buff, but only for the one who activated it. It matched the support-oriented style of the Guardian blessings. For Geo-ma, that blessing did not apply directly, since he already possessed the blessing of transfer. Even so, he could use it to heal other people. It sounded overpowered, but it had limits. It did not regenerate lost limbs and only healed near-fatal injuries. In the game, it was a hidden item, so it did not affect Leon progression much. Besides that, Leon would become absurdly strong in the future anyway. Because of that, Geo-ma concluded it was worth taking. As he climbed the next slope, he felt that something was different from the game. He was sure there should have been nothing but a single rock there. In the game, he had wandered around that area for quite some time, but now, he finally found the ruins where the orb of regeneration was supposed to be. The problem was that the object was shining too brightly. The blessing was supposed to be hidden. It soon became clear that it was not just the blessing of regeneration. It was a massive orb, a true unexpected bonus. Geo-ma thought that the day was going better than expected. The tide had turned. He decided he would take the orb first, and then look for the blessing. But something cut through the vines wrapped around the orb. A presence approached. Someone remarked that they did not expect to find another person there, and asked if he was also after that orb. From the shadows, Leon appeared beside the ruins. He asked whether Geo-ma had come for another reason. Geo-ma made it clear that he had not. He had seen the orb from afar and came to take it. Nothing more than that. Leon accepted that naturally and implied that, in that case, the only way to decide would be by contesting the orb. At that moment, Geo-ma found himself face to face with Leon, the hero. It felt like an unexpected trial. He was not prepared for that situation to appear out of nowhere. In the original story, Leon was supposed to be with Abel that day. It was an important turning point in the narrative. Maybe Geo-ma had interfered with the event without realizing it. Maybe he had even saved Abel without knowing. Even so, that was not reason enough for a fight. But with a single swing of his blade, Leon split the ruins in half. He was wielding Baomeng, the promised sword. Geo-ma knew it was not yet in its complete form, but even so, it was considered the most fearsome magic sword in the world. The blue gem embedded at its center worked as a catalyst that neutralized magical power when infused with sacred energy. The ether gem. The detail was that Baomeng was based on magical power. Even when neutralized, it was still heavily influenced by the nature of its wielder. Because of that, even in the game, it could become either a magic sword or a holy sword, depending on the user. Geo-ma wondered if Leon was leaning more toward the use of magic. Leon made it clear that this could be treated as a simple practice duel. Geo-ma questioned whether he was being serious. Leon did not seem to be lying. Geo-ma concluded that Leon wanted to use Baomeng as a stepping stone to grow even further. The behavior made sense. Even so, it was still just a guess. One thing was certain. That orb had only been an excuse. Leon wanted to fight. He apologized quickly, making it clear that they did not have much time, and then, the duel began. Leon moved in with Baomeng, closing the distance without hesitation. At the same time, Saki was stretching in a strange way, letting out random sounds. Speed Weapon found it odd and tried to understand why she was shouting out of nowhere. For Saki, with so many people showing up, it could only be him. She made it clear that he was always getting lost, shouting around and following her without even realizing it. Even so, Speed Weapon asked what she was looking for. It was obvious it was Geo-ma. She did not even try to hide it. Until recently, Saki used to laze around at the shooting range, sleeping and avoiding anything that required effort. Now she was always active whenever Geo-ma appeared. She always said she hated complicated things and found everything annoying, but suddenly she was doing all kinds of stuff without anyone asking. That was way too strange. In the middle of the path, Saki suddenly stopped and Speed Weapon ended up bumping his face into the back of her head. She asked if it was really that obvious. To him, it could only be some kind of possession. The answer came as an immediate punch. Right after that, Saki noticed a different sound in the surroundings. Speed Weapon thought it might be an earthquake or something like that, but she felt it was not. At that moment, Geo-ma machete was easily split in half by Baomeng. Leon advanced without hesitation, showing no basic respect for a duel between swordsmen. Geo-ma barely reacted at first. He could not throw himself into a fight like that without understanding the reason. He was also afraid of activating his blessing and ending up killing Leon without control. Still, if he made a mistake there, he would die. The clash was inevitable. Ma realized he was facing the bearer of the blessing of miracles. Without using his own blessings, this would be pure madness, so he activated the blessing of the sword and pain immunity. The exchange of blows was fast, but Leon was clearly more skilled. With a wide slash, he split Ma's sashimi knife in half and kept up the pressure. The next strike was so strong that it destroyed all the pillars of the ruin. Ma barely escaped. Even the bag he was carrying was cut in half. After pulling out another sashimi knife, he managed to create some distance. It became clear that this level of power was completely different from anything he had ever seen. Leon seemed to have endless buffs, a true protagonist. Even so, Ma almost got hit by a red strike charged with magical power. When Leon, exhausted, looked around, he realized that Ma was still standing. That confused him. He felt as if the world was demanding something from him, as if he carried an invisible burden. He pushed Bamung power even further, creating a pillar of pure energy, determined to understand who Ma really was. The final attack was dodged. With a precise move, Ma sliced through Baomung hilt with his sashimi knife, making Leon lose the blade. In that moment, Leon understood that he had been wrong. He had dreamed too high. The one who should have been chosen as the hero was Kang Ma. Soon after, Leon disappeared. Everything had happened too fast. Maybe that was a necessary step to affirm the hero, or even to refine him. Ma did not know. What he did know was that he did not intend to lose to anyone. In the process, he lost several knives. If he had slipped up, he would have died, but it was still frustrating to lose so much equipment. He did his best not to kill Leon, focusing only on dodging and surviving. Even so, Leon growth was absurd, clearly worthy of a protagonist. Ma also ended up lightly injuring his body. He thought that if Baomung were repaired in the future and received a few more upgrades, it could still reach its final form without any problems. The important thing was that the protagonist did not die. At least the world would not end. Yet, after that, Ma picked up the orb and obtained the blessing of regeneration. To test it, he cut himself with the knife, and in the next second the wound closed. It worked perfectly. Later, camped in front of a bonfire, Ma tried to make sense of everything. It did not make sense that all that chaos had been caused just by the encounter with Abel. He remembered Leon's words and wondered if that was something destined to happen. Maybe Leon was also in existence from outside that world, just like him. The questions only kept growing. He still did not know who had thrown him into that game world. For now, he decided to focus on what needed to be done. Since his past life, his personality had always been explosive. Even now, trying to control himself more, he had never been able to ignore injustice. That was how he had always been. He never ran from a fight. Maybe that was his way of delivering justice. The plan to stay out of the main story had turned into nothing more than a way to protect himself. The original intention was to obtain a blessing that would not cause much impact, but even so, the story had placed Ma in direct confrontation with the protagonist himself. To make things worse, there were now even more people interested in killing him. If they truly put his life at risk, he knew he would have to actually kill someone. Until that moment, he had never done that. He began to wonder if he was acting the right way. Moving forward was not always the best option. Sometimes, knowing when to stop mattered just as much. Lost in that thought, he almost felt Saki's presence, as if she were there telling him that he thought too much and should just act the way he always did. He soon realized it was nothing more than a hallucination. That bothered him. If Saki were nearby, he would have felt her presence for real. He thought about what the others might be doing at that moment. Saki was at the camp with Speed Weapon, but the two had gone separate ways after crossing a boundary line. Rachel was probably annoying Chloe as usual. Abel was likely bathing somewhere. Wondering whether he truly had friends in that world felt a bit awkward to him. Later, while Ma was sleeping, a group of assassins approached silently. Shurikens were thrown in his direction, but he woke up in time to dodge and avoid any fatal blows. Even so, he suffered a few scratches. One of the assassins remarked that he was skilled and suggested recruiting him, but the commander ordered him to stay quiet. Ma immediately recognized who she was. Rei Shun, the leader of the group of assassins known as the Reapers. In the future, she would be the first human demon Leon would face. She was a noble who had been betrayed by her own family and expelled from her home. She chose to live as an assassin, feeding on hatred, until becoming a villain who would eventually be defeated by Leon. Even knowing her story, Ma felt no pity. She had abandoned her own humanity. One of the assassins mocked him, saying the kid dodged far too well to be normal. Rei Shun asked where he came from. To Ma, it sounded like madness. The same people who had come to kill him were trying to start a conversation. Another assassin commented that even if he died there, it was impressive. He asked since when the commander had taken such interest in a target. A third one, using a spiked knuckle weapon, observed that Ma movements were not normal. He had to be from the first class. A prodigy without a doubt. At that moment, Ma clearly felt their killing intent. He stated that the ones who sent them could only be someone connected to the Sun Council, the corpse cleanup team. The assassins were stunned. One of them asked how he knew that. Gyoma took a step forward and said he knew very well that they were nothing but butchers who killed for money. One of the men commented that this kind of talk was exactly what the commander hated hearing the most. Gyoma moved even closer to Rei Shun and provoked her, asking if that hurt her pride. A former noble being confronted by someone like him, the assassin with the spiked knuckles lunged forward, but Gyoma activated the blessing of the sword god, only to dodge and deliver a cut so clean that the man did not even realize he had died. Seconds later, the head simply slid off the body. The other assassins froze in shock. At that instant, Gyoma realized he had killed someone for real. It was not a simulation or an isolated space. It was the real world. The shadows of the sword god power wrapped around him as he coldly analyzed Rei Shun, thinking that the situation was not as bad as it seemed. No god would stand by her side at that moment. He drifted for an instant into memories of his past life and his current one. He recalled mundane scenes from his old job, scattered thoughts, until everything began to blur together. A strong light enveloped him, and he found himself inside the sword god's simulation. When he regained awareness, Gyoma was cutting down all the assassins. He was not an ordinary recruit. He moved as if cutting through butter, dodging and killing without effort. It was not uncontrolled violence. It was execution. Instant deaths. Rei Shun watched in shock as her men were wiped out. After seeing the last one fall, Rei Shun thought she could still kill him. The reward for his head was enormous. But in the next instant she was on the ground, with a knife pressed against her neck. Gyoma deactivated the blessing. It had been a complete mess. Only 9 seconds of use remained. He had already spent a huge amount of power in the fight against Leon. All of it had been self-defense, but he hoped he would not have to do something like that again. The sensation had been strange, different from anything he had ever felt. Even so, the enemy had been human and had tried to kill him. There was no reason for mercy. Now, only Gyoma and Rei Shun remained. He asked who had sent the group. Rei Shun replied that he really thought she would tell him. Jomar knew this was his only chance to find out who was behind everything. If he killed Rei Shun there, he would get no answers and would probably regret it later. The best way to extract the truth was not by killing, but by making someone talk. He thought she had to be either very stupid or extremely brave. All her subordinates were dead and she was alone. It made no sense for her to stay silent. She answered by calling him crazy. That was when Jomar understood why someone had tried to negotiate earlier. He realized that all his personal information had been erased. Full name, origin, old records, even data about relatives no longer existed. That left him unsettled. He tried to remember his parents' faces and realized he could not. He did not remember what they looked like. That disturbed him deeply. Jomar asked her to repeat what she had said. Information about relatives erased. He stabbed the knife into the ground right beside her and made it clear that he only wanted a name, the name of the one who had sent that group. If she spoke, he would let her go. But Rei Shun said she now had something far more interesting to say. That was not negotiation. It was a threat. Even without an arm or a leg, she would still be able to talk. Before Jomar could react, he felt a violent tremor. An overwhelming magical pressure flooded the area. A demonic power began to move the blood of the surrounding corpses, pulling everything toward Rei Shun's body. At the same time, far away from there, the Sword Emperor was calmly fishing. He thought the place was too large for something simple, but still acceptable. He had not received any complaints so far. He was fishing in the Lake of Avalon when he finally hooked a fish. In the next instant, he felt the magical pressure. He recognized it immediately. Only one thing in that world emitted power at that level: the commander of corpses. That was a serious problem. Back at the camp, Rei Shun began to be consumed by demonic power. She screamed that she would kill everything. She did not want to die. Suddenly, a blazing power fell from the sky. A pillar of light engulfed the area, followed by a violent explosion. When the smoke began to clear, something spoke through her body, saying that after 700 years, it had finally returned. Jomar found that strange. 700 years made no sense. The magical power of a mermaid was already enough to cause a transformation, but this was different. Dark flames wrapped around the body. The entity introduced itself. It was a commander of the demonic army, a succubus. All living creatures hit by the pillar of flames had died instantly. She asked if this was how humans welcomed someone after such a long time. She said it had been 700 years since she left the demon realm, and she did not know how human manners were these days. She introduced herself as a Kori, commander of the 5th army of the Demon King. Then she asked his name, calling him a child. Jomar did not answer. He thought carefully. He remembered his master words. Even what seemed useless could serve as a mirror for the future. His greatest asset in that world was the memories from his time as a player. He remembered a Akori's stats perfectly, but he did not understand why she had appeared now, after 700 years, and on top of that, using Rei Shun body. Akori asked if he was the one who had caused all of this. She looked at the scattered corpses and praised him. She said he did not look like an ordinary human, even if he was out of shape. He could improve a lot in the future. Then she proposed a deal. She used a gaze that completely distorted Jaemar's vision. She said he should feel honored. He would receive a special chance to become her slave. She claimed that humans pretended to be noble but were not. They killed, caused pain, and did anything for their own interests. Following her would not be like a fairy tale. Trapped in that illusion, Jaemar began to think that Akori might be right. Humans judged each other according to their own interests. The strong always exploited the weak. Accepting Akori's offer could mean survival. Maybe that was it. She used her magic to wrap around him, saying he was handsome, that he had value. Jaemar almost thought he could live if he accepted staying by her side, but he cut that thought off in his own mind. She was a demon. That was enough. Akori noticed the rupture. She was surprised to realize that he had broken free from a high-level spell. She thought it must have happened because of the miserable body she was using. Jaemar started laughing. To him, that whole speech was getting way too funny. A demon trying to convince him to become a slave. He steadied the knife and made it clear there was no way in hell he would accept. Akori remarked that he was far too rude. The flames she launched were cut apart by Jaemar's blade, but at the same time he could not even touch her. In a rare moment, she actually had to dodge. That amused her. She realized he was not joking, so she decided to test how far he would go. Hell answered her call. Geysers of lava burst from the ground like living tentacles. Akori told him to get excited. The fireballs were deflected by Jaemar's knife as he charged forward at high speed. As she evaded, she noticed something clearly. He was surpassing human limits. Even so, she was slow. It had been centuries since she last stepped into that world. Still, Jaemar managed to reach her. A massive explosion followed, and it became clear that Akori had to use her own palm, wrapped in flames, to stop his blade. She was impressed. He was far too fast, but she had time. He did not. Jaemar felt the weight of that. There was little time left on the blessing, so he decided to end it there. The strikes came relentlessly, but Akori blocked every one of them with flames, noticing that he had become even faster. They exchanged blows for quite a while, long enough for Jaemar to become completely exhausted. Akori's arm, the arm of Rei Shun's body, was mutilated by the cuts. Without caring, she burned her own arm to ash and commented that she almost felt human again. With her arm overtaken by demonic power, she asked if that was really so bad. She said his fighting spirit was attractive. That fire was beautiful, so young and already wielding that level of power. He had a promising future. As she adjusted to the body, she promised to grant all his desires. It was his last chance. She gathered an overwhelming amount of flames. If he could withstand that blow, he would have passed the test. Jaemar was on the verge of losing consciousness when, at the last instant, the Sword Emperor appeared, blocking the fireball and telling him to wake up. Akori asked if that old man really intended to stand in her way. The Sword Emperor replied that he would not allow it. She then told him to give it everything he had to protect the boy. As she tried to incinerate the old man, Jaemar fell into a blank space, completely numb. In that state, he saw the Sword Emperor's left arm being burned away to save him. That pulled him back to consciousness. The moment he moved to shield the student, the Sword Emperor thought that a prodigy like Jaemar could not die. He was destined to face the demons and save humanity. He was the hope of that world. That was why he sacrificed his own arm to deflect the fireball. He asked if Jaemar had regained consciousness and told him to focus on his own wounds. Jaemar tried to speak about the arm, but the old man said it was fine. He only needed one hand to wield a sword. He told him to take care of himself now. Akori asked if that made sense to him, how that ridiculous human had survived her magic. The Sword Emperor knew exactly who she was. For her to be summoned that way, many sacrifices had been made. Something had served as an anchor between the worlds, a human body used to cross the veil. Even so, she could not use her full power. Still limited, she had managed to tear off his arm. Akori complained. Being unable to use her power properly was irritating. Compatibility with that body was minimal, and yet she was facing a kid and an old man on the brink of death. She advanced, saying that next time he would not get away with just losing an arm. At that moment, the Sword Emperor truly focused. He returned the attack, slicing her arm off with his sword. He asked if she was scared now. Akori flew into a rage, called him an arrogant insect, and gathered even more flames. The Sword Emperor said he did not know exactly why she had crossed into that world, but he was certain of one thing: that had been a massive mistake. He deflected all the incoming firepower and said he could see fear in her eyes. Akori replied that he was far too arrogant. Maybe he had been lucky when he tore off her arm, but he barely noticed when the Sword Emperor almost sliced her face with his blade. That left her intrigued. She wondered how an old man like him could possess such a dense aura. Those eyes reminded her of the Aroni bloodline. To her misfortune, she had shown up in that exact place, standing in front of that damn man. Even so, she said it was a shame, a descendant of Aroni who was no longer in his prime. Then she summoned a storm of fire arrows and asked if he really thought he could dodge all that with such an old body. The arrows arrows fell like a violent downpour. Siegfried dodged every single one after another. Ma watched with concern, but he could not help. He was barely able to stay conscious. If he relaxed, he would die. If he gave up the blessing, the result would be the same. The Sword Emperor kept moving forward, slicing arrows out of the air, but it was clear that Akori still had the upper hand. Even so, he kept advancing, saying that demons truly were stronger than humans. In his youth, he had cursed the world because of that absurd gap in power, something he could never overcome. Only now, at his age, had he finally understood the truth. Akori mocked him, saying it was nothing but empty talk. Still, she could not ignore the weight of that old man's experience. The real problem was the massive opening on the side where he had lost his arm. She aimed straight at that spot, but he rushed forward to close the distance, saying that humans keep growing, even when all hope seems lost. That was what demons feared the most. That was why they kept trying to invade the human world. He leaped in to slash her neck. Akori denied it, saying that was not the reason. At the last instant, fire arrows pierced his leg from below. She said she was honestly tired of hearing those words. Then she touched the Sword Emperor's stomach, piercing his body with a spear of fire. A massive hole opened up, burning him from the inside. She stepped on his head and mocked him, asking where that grand hero speech had gone. She said that in 700 years, nothing had changed. Humans were still trapped in the same cliches. To her, they were nothing more than insects. Jia could only scream for the director. Akori then turned to him and asked if his name was Ma. She said she had forgotten about him for a moment. Based on the test results, he had passed. Then she stepped closer again and cast an illusion on him. She knew his body would be extremely useful for demonic purposes. Even wounded, Siegfried questioned how she dared turn her back on an enemy. He was still there. She told the old man to shut up. He was just a student now, with a hole in his stomach. She had no interest in playing with a walking corpse. Then Akori used the succubus mark on Ma, engraving the symbol right in the center of his forehead. Power flooded his body and his mind. The system immediately detected an error. In response, it used Yggdrasil as a catalyst, temporarily raising the user's ranking. A synchronization began, a recalibration with that world. The remaining time of the sword blessing started rising rapidly. 12 seconds, 19, 27, 39, 99. He reached 100% of that power. The system announced that he had met the conditions to unlock a new ability. When Siegfried tried to stand up again and move toward her, Akori was surprised. Even in that state, he was still moving. To her, that was typical. Even insects keep moving after losing their heads. But the Sword Emperor invoked the sacred power of Baomung, saying he would tear off one or two of her limbs, even if it cost him his life. Akori noticed the color of the sword's aura. The descendant of the Sword Saint was still evolving even now. That irritated her. She decided she would finish that old man right there. Before she could act, she was struck by a beam of divine power. When she looked back, she saw that the child was different. Ma was now radiating power far beyond what he had before. Higher-level blessings were forcefully activated. Akori recognized that power instantly, the same one she had felt 700 years ago. The system confirmed that all of the user's blessings had been forcibly released. To her, that explained why those creatures never died, even after being crushed again and again. They kept blocking the path. The blessing of the sword god had been fully awakened. Ma became the catalyst of that miracle, as if the will of the gods was flowing through his body. The sensation was overwhelming, ancient, and absolute. Meanwhile, Saki held her sword and felt that this might be the last day of her life. Even so, no message appeared. No warning, no sign. Speed Weapon noticed that she was awake far too early. The sun had risen long ago, but something felt wrong. The surroundings seemed too dark, as if the light itself was being swallowed. Saki realized it was time to return to the academy. The teleport point was already being used by the others, who were starting to gather. She urged them to move quickly, because what she had felt moments earlier did not seem like a good omen. After that power exploded from within Ma, Akori noticed something impossible. Standing before her, walking in silence, was Joachim. It made no sense. He was human. A human should not have been alive after all that. And yet, that cursed body was there, carrying the exact same power she remembered. Even believing that her judgment might have failed, Akori was certain that presence was real. Siegfried watched everything in silence, completely fascinated. Without a second thought, he knelt before Ma. At that very moment, his wounds began to close. The lost arm did not return, but the scar sealed completely. He did not understand what was happening, but he knew it was not normal. Ma released even more power. His body moved with the speed of lightning, appearing behind the demoness before she could react. Akori could no longer even define the shape of that boy in her mind. Everything felt distorted, too fast, too intense. That was not human. It was dangerous. Even so, she apologized to him in her her thoughts, but decided she had to kill him. She used a volcanic eruption as her attack, unleashing an even greater surge of flames. She revealed that she had intended to obtain a vessel body, but now that no longer mattered. Ma represented a direct threat to the path of the demons. A storm of ash and fire consumed the island. A gigantic sphere of blazing energy was condensed, large enough to annihilate everything around it. It was pure destruction, a cruel amusement before the end. When the sphere advanced, burning everything in its path, Ma felt no pain, only the presence of the blessing. The spirit of pain active, without mercy. The spirit of the sword god fully awakened. Inside him, there was only one certainty. He would cut, nothing else, using only the blade. With the celestial sword, he split everything. The path of the sword cleaved the sphere in two. At that same instant, the succubus's body began to glow, as if it were being aligned with the sun itself. The sky, once covered by dense clouds, was completely divided. Something bright and divine had cut through the heavens. Akori realized that her body was no longer regenerating. The source of her magical power had been severed. Her body split in half, and she understood that she would die at that rate. Even so, when she saw Ma approaching, she noticed that he collapsed heavily onto the ground, unconscious. She refused to die like that. She crawled toward Ma, determined to kill him. He was a threat to the demon race. Before she could reach him, her head was pierced by Siegfried. He recognized in her behavior the same mistake made by Basmon, the sixth commander, always turning their back on the enemy. Resilient, irritating, but doomed. With a final strike, Siegfried split her head, ending the demon's existence once and for all. He stated that he was not a descendant of Aaron. His name was Siegfried von Nibelung. After that, he picked up Ma's body. He realized that he was still alive. His breathing was steady and his life was not in danger. The problem was extreme exhaustion. Faced with that, Siegfried could not hold back his respect. There was something about that boy that went beyond all logic. Long ago, humanity believed in the existence of an incomprehensible will embedded in all things in the universe. Phenomena such as storms, floods, and lightning were always seen as superhuman interference, sources of fear, but also of worship. These powers were called disaster, or simply called God. Siegfried had seen it. It was there, in that boy. Later, a great commotion took over the area. Saki arrived running alongside Speedweapon and was met with a strange scene. A portal was open. Professors were keeping everyone back. At the center of it all, the Sword Emperor carried a student in his arms, Ma. Chloe almost lost control when she tried to force her way forward to reach Ma, coming close to attacking a teacher who was trying to stop her. Abel was left completely shaken after seeing her grandfather's missing arm, and that image became etched into her mind. Sometime later, the incident became public news. Humanity, which had been living through a period of truce with the demon race, suffered a major loss of power due to what happened to the Sword Emperor. The entire world began to question whether a new seat should be opened among the 7 heroes, since only 4 active members remained. Saki noticed that, as expected, no report mentioned Ma. To her, at that moment, he had probably already woken up. Even so, people behind her whispered loudly, speculating about his fate and suggesting that he might be dead, despite being a special student. She asked them to talk somewhere else, and the group, clearly embarrassed, quickly moved away. Even so, Saki was certain of one thing. Ma would not die. He simply could not die. When she looked at Chloe, she realized how much the situation had broken her. Since that day, Chloe had been crying constantly and seemed completely devastated. Saki was worried as well, since it had been a full week without either of them being able to see him. Every time they tried to visit him in the infirmary, access was blocked by a special order from the director. Chloe nearly tried to rush the guards, and Saki began to wonder why the Sword Emperor had issued such a strict order. At the same time, Avalon Island had turned into a chaotic scene, with boiling lava emerging in several areas and magical explosions being felt from afar. All that was officially known was that an invading demon had appeared, and that the Sword Emperor tried to stop it, but ended up losing an arm. No additional details were released. Saki even searched through servers and records multiple times looking for information, but found nothing. In addition, Medea was closely monitoring the entire situation, stating that any information would only be released through official channels. All communication with the outside world was blocked, including direct contact with Medea herself. Even so, Saki tried to send a message directly to Ma. In the middle of writing it, a doubt crossed her mind. Maybe that had been the last time she saw him. Still, she asked him to show up soon, because she was worried. Meanwhile, in Abel's room, the atmosphere was silent. Rachel noticed her strange behavior and asked if she was alright. Abel replied that she was fine, just distracted. Rachel then asked if the Sword Emperor was doing well. That made Abel remember what her grandfather had said. He had offered to personally take care of the student Kang Ma. She had no way to prove it, but she believed that Ma had tried to help her grandfather during that confrontation. Elsewhere, a disheveled-looking advisor complained that all of this would turn into a massive headache. The mission had failed, the assassin had not completed the objective, and that would bring consequences. Later, Medea spoke with Siegfried. She explained that his muscle fibers had been completely torn and that his nerves were severely damaged. Even so, the Sword Emperor looked far healthier than before. Medea said she had gathered every medical specialist available, including the best healers, which was why his recovery had been so fast. She asked him to calm down, reminding him that excessive stress would only make him age faster. Then she asked if he really felt better. Siegfried commented that living with only one arm was just as inconvenient as he had imagined. When Medea visited Ma, the attending doctor was visibly shaken. He said that he had been treating patients for more than 30 years, but had never seen anything like it. Ma was completely healthy. Even minor illnesses had disappeared. It could only be described as a miracle. Medea was certain it was connected to the Sword Emperor. She did not leave Ma's side at any point during his hospitalization, and even spent an absurd amount of money to isolate the entire hospital wing. She had never seen the old man act that way. Even using her own blessing, Medea could not understand what had happened. It went beyond the limits of logic. She asked if Ma had already woken up, and why he had not explained earlier what had happened. He explained that he needed time to organize his thoughts, because even he had not understood everything right away. Siegfried revealed that Corey, commander of the 5th Legion, had appeared in Avalon. Medea was shocked by that information. He explained that, as hard as it was to believe, she was the one who tore off his arm. Hearing that, Medea asked what had happened to the demoness. Siegfried said she had been destroyed. It was still too early to announce that to the world, but he had seen it with his own eyes. She then asked whether Siegfried had defeated the demoness on his own. He made it clear that he had not. That led Medea to conclude that the old man must have completely lost his mind, because no one, no matter how strong, could defeat a demon of that level alone. That was when a suspicion arose. Maybe it had been the boy. Siegfried simply said they would talk about it properly later, since Ma had more important things to deal with at that moment. Medea only thought that he remained an irritating old man. Later on, Speedweapon was talking with his teammates and explained that he had made a poster to recruit new members. The idea was to promote the travel club, and the poster was extremely colorful, designed to grab attention. Even so, the strange drawing on it made everything look questionable, like something completely out of place. Speedweapon commented that they had never done anything without Ma leading, and asked what they thought about the idea. That ended up surprising the group, since he rarely took that kind of initiative on his own. To him, what mattered most was not the colors of the poster, but the intention behind it. Chloe, however, had no patience. Without hesitation, she tore the poster in half with her cutter. To her, there was no way she could allow Ma to see something like that when he came back. Speedweapon was outraged, since he had spent the entire night working on the poster. Chloe only thought that it was a good thing that trash could be destroyed. Saki, watching everything, felt that the louder the noise, the greater the emptiness everyone was trying to ignore. The only question that truly mattered remained unanswered. When would Ma return? Shortly after, the group heard Chloe approaching Ma. He was already back and had been discharged. When Saki came closer, she gave him a light flick on the forehead as a way of greeting him and welcoming him back. Ma confirmed that he had returned. Speedweapon excitedly mentioned the poster he had made for the club. Chloe, without changing her tone, made it clear that it was still a terrible idea. That night, Ma once again had strange dreams. He saw himself in a simulated space, very similar to the system that had accepted him into that world. In that place, he was attacked by his own sashimi knife, which pressured him to accept power, to accept true power, the savagery that existed within him. The dream kept repeating, always with the same uncomfortable feeling. When he woke up, still drowsy, Gaomei complained to himself for having that dream again. Soon he noticed that he had received messages early in the morning. They were from Speedweapon, saying that he had put up posters around the academy to recruit new members for the club. Ma replied directly, saying that, honestly, he was already tired of this recruitment business. His physical condition had improved a lot, and he felt much better than before. He had also heard that after the battle, the Sword Emperor managed to get a room in the hospital and paid for all the treatment with his own money. That was an enormous debt that Ma knew he would have to repay someday. While getting ready, he noticed that he was without his tie. He then remembered that he had used it on the island of Avalon, where many things had happened in a short time. He was not sure what would come next. For a moment, he wondered if he was really making the right decisions. He had asked himself that question before, but now he saw no point in continuing to complain. He remembered what Saki had said, that he should just be himself, and decided to move forward. Back to his routine, the first person to appear was Saki, who approached him offering a small chocolate. She showed up suddenly and asked if she had startled him. Giome reacted on impulse, saying that he had actually been startled. Soon after, Saki grew curious and began pressing him to find out what had happened in Avalon and why he had stayed so long in the hospital. Giome tried to downplay it, saying it was nothing serious, but Saki insisted, asking him repeatedly to tell her. He asked her to stop, but Saki reminded him that she was the leader of the travel club, job, and therefore had the right to know. Even so, Jioma simply walked past her and ignored the conversation. Before leaving, he only forwarded Speed Weapon's message about the posters. That clearly irritated Saki. She reacted angrily, asking if he had really hung up that piece of trash. Jioma replied that he needed to deal with that situation first, and without saying anything else, left, leaving the club leader behind. Later, Medea was still talking with Siegfried when Jioma appeared, answering a call. He asked if he had arrived too early, and said he could come back later, but Medea assured him that he had arrived at the right time. At that moment, Siegfried went to pick up his teacup and almost used the wrong arm. He commented that living 70 years with 2 arms, and suddenly having only one was quite confusing. Medea observed Jioma closely, and noticed that he seemed uncomfortable. She commented that Siegfried had already told her everything. She said that he had defeated Ikori, the commander of the 5th Legion. Jioma could clearly remember what had happened. Considering everything that had occurred, it even made sense, but the feeling did not seem right to him. Sensing the mood, Medea apologized for moving too fast and said that he had just left the hospital and did not need to push himself. Even so, she admitted that she still had difficulty fully believing it. She knew they would not lie about something like that, but the situation was far too heavy. The Sword Emperor stated that there was no way to deny the facts. He himself had been present when Jioma defeated Ikori. It was an achievement accomplished without anyone's help. He also said that he was sorry for taking so long to reveal what happened in Avalon, but he had no choice. The demonic race had probably already realized that something out of the ordinary had occurred. The problem was that there were no heroes among current humanity capable of stopping a demon at the level of an army commander. No one knew for sure how Ikori managed to invade the human world, but it was clear that she had an objective, as if she were trying to prevent something greater. If everyone remained still, the situation would only get worse. The demonic race was impulsive, but also extremely cunning. The Sword Emperor was certain that conflicts would arise soon and that the current scenario was far worse than 50 years ago. Jioma thought that if Ikori's defeat were revealed, the demons could use it as an excuse to start a war. The Sword Emperor's silence prevented any immediate reaction, since nothing had been officially declared. That only reinforced the respect Jioma felt for him. It was then that Siegfried explained why he had called the two of them. He said that he had become someone who could no longer fight on the front lines. Medea questioned why he was talking about this now, as if losing an arm meant that he was ready to die. Siegfried replied that his goal had always been to train righteous heroes and leave behind a better future, and that this was the true purpose of the academy. That was why Medea was the director, not him. He revealed that soon he would renounce the title of 7-star hero. The news left Jioma extremely alarmed. Siegfried, however, asked him to stay calm and explained that it was not a sudden decision, but the result of long reflection. This did not mean that he would completely step away from the front lines, only that he would do only what was still within his reach. Medea commented that companies and the media around the world would not leave him alone. Siegfried replied that he was already planning to give an interview soon, and that it would be better to settle everything at once. Irritated, Medea grabbed his collar and said that he was still the same old man from 50 years ago. He replied that this only proved that he was still young. Hearing that, Jioma almost smiled. Up until that moment, he had been doing his utmost to avoid any distortion of the main storyline, even knowing that the world around him was already beginning to change. If the characters in that story showed behavior different from what was expected, it could become complicated, but Jioma realized that he was being selfish and presumptuous. He was not the only living being in that world. Those were not mere characters in a game. Their words carried their own will. No matter what choices they made or what kind of situation arose, he would accept everything and try to overcome it. Meanwhile, Medea was playfully hitting Siegfried until one of the blows actually landed for real and locked his neck. That scene made Jioma think that closing his eyes and denying reality was nothing more than childish stubbornness. It was then that Siegfried commented that he had also forgotten something important. Medea asked if there was still something else. He confirmed and revealed that the student Kang Jioma would inherit his position as a 7-star hero. The reaction was immediate. Both of them were shocked, trying to understand what they had just heard. Later, Medea complained angrily, calling Siegfried a senile old man. She said she had a huge list of things to deal with. First, observe the reaction of the demonic race. Then, handle the flood of media interviews. Siegfried explained that none of that would happen now. It would take at least a year to prepare everything. While Jioma was still at the academy, he should simply enjoy student life. Medea said that this was madness. Inheriting the position of 7-star hero was far too much responsibility for a 17-year-old boy. Even so, she acknowledged that few people suited that title as much as Jioma. If his actions were revealed, the world would be turned upside down. Even if it was not possible to make everything public. He was a prodigy who seemed to have fallen from the sky. The comparison that came to her mind was so absurd that she even covered her mouth in the middle of the thought. In the end, Medea admitted that she would never be able to fully understand what went on in that old man's head. The vacancy left by a 7-star hero would not only cause problems within human society, but could also generate diplomatic friction with the demons. There could be opposing opinions, but if the successor had been personally appointed by Siegfried, no one would dare to contest it, even without formal consent from the association or the other 7-star heroes. Everything indicated that a meeting of former students would happen soon. Gyo Ma, still trying to process all of this, went to speak directly with the Sword Emperor. Siegfried noticed the reason for the visit and said that he wanted to talk about the succession. He apologized for not informing him earlier and asked a question. He wanted to know if Gyo Ma knew why the 7-star heroes had only 4 members so far. Gyo Ma replied that he thought it was to honor the Emperor's companions who had already died. Siegfried said that this was part of the truth. Thanks to their sacrifice, humanity could still walk on that land. But that was not the only reason. Keeping that seat empty was impossible. He was direct and explained that the true reason was the absence of a hero stronger than all the others. The demonic race was far more powerful than humanity. Gyo Ma knew this very well. In the game, that difference in strength was always evident. Perhaps it was a choice based on realism, but the main reason the difficulty of the Amulet of Miracles had become almost impossible was the absurd attributes of the demons. In the original story, even with a larger population, humanity would be exterminated in less than 6 months if the demonic army gathered in full. Siegfried stated that any negotiation was only possible through power. Gyo Ma then asked what that had to do with the 3 open seats. The Emperor replied that pathetic power was worse than having no power at all. Gyo Ma understood immediately. If a 7-star hero were defeated by a demonic beast, humanity would lose all credibility. The Emperor explained that the position of 7-star hero was not just a title, it was a role of enormous responsibility, as it represented all of humanity. However, that meaning had been worn down. There were people who used that reputation only to accumulate power. Gyo Ma clearly remembered a world leader who exploited that image and remained prime minister for 40 years, practically as a dictator. He also remembered the divine archer Kojima Saki, who barely appeared in the game and was mentioned only a few times. Even for him, that had always been a mystery. Even in that world, Ryojo rarely spoke about his own family. Even Chloe, who was extremely reserved, would occasionally comment about her clan. She had also openly admitted that she did not like the 7-star heroes. Gyo Ma said that he understood what the Sword Emperor meant, but that was not his real doubt. What he truly wanted to know was why he had been chosen. Siegfried asked if he was pretending to be naive. The reason was simple. Gyo Ma was stronger than him, much stronger. Gyo Ma thought that it was true that he had defeated Akori, but that had not been the result of brute force alone. The Emperor then said that he was curious and wanted to ask a question. Gyo Ma's power seemed to have a time limit. Gyo Ma was startled when he heard that. He had never told anyone about it. Siegfried asked him not to panic and explained that it was only a guess. Even he could not use such great power without any restrictions. At least, that was how it seemed. During the allocation test on the island of Avalon, it had been clear that he collapsed in less than a minute after releasing everything. Gyo Ma realized this at that moment. He clenched his fists and, determined, decided that he needed to talk about his own power. After explaining the situation, the Sword Emperor made an important observation. Manifesting a blessing caused terrible pain, and that pain was only suppressed by another blessing. Gyo Ma explained about the blessing of the sword and about his tolerance to pain, but left out many details. Even trusting the Emperor, revealing all of his weaknesses was still far too risky. He was not there seeking empathy or understanding, only guidance. The Emperor replied that he could rest assured. He had no intention of telling anyone about it. Using one blessing to suppress the restriction of another was a revolutionary idea. Even so, Gyo Ma was accepting that risk and using his power in his own way. That showed talent, but it also brought a problem. He could not fight forever while being pressed by time. Managing one's own strength was just as important as possessing it. For that, he would need an experienced master. By coincidence, the Sword Emperor commented that he was precisely in need of a disciple like him. Since he had chosen a successor, it would make no sense to simply retire and remain idle. He also did not want to leave everything on others' shoulders. Before ending the conversation, the Emperor picked up Gyo Ma's tie and explained that Abel had asked him to deliver it to him. He said that while he dealt with these greater matters, Gyo Ma should simply enjoy his life as a student. When the Emperor turned to leave, Gyo Ma called out to him once more. The old man did not turn around, but he heard the question. He wanted to know if he would become the Sword Emperor's disciple. Later, already asleep, Gyo Ma was struck once again by the same dream. The knife and the sword appeared before him, demanding that he accept the power. This time, he did not resist. He let himself be carried away. The blade pierced his chest, passing through his body. At the moment he was was torn apart. He saw himself in his final form. That was the power of the sword god. Something then emerged from within his body, as if that transformation were only borrowed power. That presence was the administrator, the entity that controlled the system. To make the conversation easier, it materialized a place that Jiome recognized, avoiding making everything even stranger. It commented that the first person to encounter it in that place was usually confused. It explained that it was not exactly the administrator, but it was also not something very different. Its position was a little lower. Perhaps it was him, perhaps it was not. Depending on the point of view, it could even be the opposite. Confused, Jiome asked who the hell that entity really was. The figure made of energy merely laughed, without answering immediately, and apologized, saying that it had remembered something from the past. It was natural for Jiome to be curious, but time was short. The entity materialized an hourglass and explained that if it were to tell the whole story, it would take far too long, so it would give a brief explanation. Throughout history, people had given it many names. To some, it was disaster, nature, or the universe itself. To others, it was a god. Not just any god, but the sword god. It was probably not the kind of god Jiome imagined, but he could call it that, or anything else. That was enough for now. The entity seemed to want to explain more, but the hourglass began to crack, breaking space and time around them. Before disappearing, the sword god explained why it had appeared at that very moment. Jioma's restriction had been removed recently. Jioma wondered if that had happened at the moment he transformed, and the entity confirmed it. That was exactly the answer. Even so, the power had not been completely released. It was there in an incomplete state. The mere fact that it could speak with Jioma was already a miracle. As the hourglass shattered completely, the sword god said that their time was up. It commented that Jioma could continue cutting and slicing whatever he wished, but that he should not be too impulsive. It added that the power he wielded would not be explained now, because he would not understand it. Not yet. Irritated, Jioma thought that he had countless questions and that the entity simply answered none of them. Before disappearing completely, the sword god told him not to make mistakes this time. He still trusted him. Then Jioma woke up in his room. The system informed him that his assimilation rate had reached 21.3%. He wrote everything down in his notebook, since he had forgotten most of the dream. At the moment, the most important thing was to gather clues, even if there were only a few. He noticed that it was raining outside. It was that time of year. Even bothered by the sudden jump in the assimilation rate, so far nothing wrong had happened because of it. Then, suddenly, someone called him. Jioma answered the call. Someone announced that the boss had arrived. A short time later, the travel club was gathered. Saki asked how that person had managed to get in touch even after seeing that horrible poster. Chloe commented that, honestly, she did not even know that piece of trash was still hanging around. Speedweapon also seemed surprised by the situation. Chloe asked what kind of person that candidate was. Saki replied that it was already suspicious for someone to show up after that ridiculous poster, so she herself would go check. She entered serious mode. Chloe immediately agreed, saying that it really did seem suspicious, and the two of them almost celebrated their shared distrust. Jioma thought that being a little suspicious did not hurt. There were still many unexplained things about what the instructor and Lei Shen had really wanted to reveal when they bribed the dungeon guardian. Perhaps that candidate was a spy sent by hidden forces that were keeping an eye on him. Speedweapon asked if the boss knew about the plan for the following night. Chloe confirmed it and reminded everyone that he liked seafood. Saki explained that the club foundation period was about to end, but before that they needed to celebrate Jiome being discharged from the hospital. He replied that he was quite picky about seafood. Thinking about it more carefully, he realized that he did not actually like it that much, which was curious for someone known as the best sashimi cutter in the world. Speedweapon commented that they had managed to get a reservation at the most famous restaurant in the academy, something extremely difficult. Saki added that the place had more than 3,000 reviews on the internet, which made it even more impressive. Jioma agreed. The celebration was being so thoughtful that he could not even refuse. That was when the candidate appeared. She was a girl with braided hair and glasses. Saki commented that she looked much more ordinary than expected. Jioma thought that, in truth, everyone in that club was kind of strange anyway. When Jioma looked directly at her, the girl adjusted her glasses with her middle finger. He wondered if that was not a bit rude. Speedweapon politely thanked her for applying to the travel club. Saki, still serious, asked her to introduce herself. The girl introduced herself as San Hana, a second-year student. She said she came from the city of Busan and that she was Korean. Jioma wondered mentally if there were many people with the surname Sun in Korea, but then thought that his own name was not exactly common either. He commented that when he lived in Busan, he ate a lot of pork rice soup. Hana replied that it was a local specialty, especially when spicy sauce was added. Saki interrupted, asking Jioma to focus. Then she said that she already understood Hana's background and asked her to explain her motivation for applying to the club. Hannah replied that she had seen the poster and noticed that the club involved travel, and also the collection of dungeon achievements. Her practical grades that year were hanging by a thread, so she wanted to clear some dungeons to improve her situation. Saki made it clear that the club was strictly about travel, and that completing dungeons was only a secondary activity. She commented that there were several clubs focused solely on that, and asked why Hana had chosen that one specifically. Hana explained that because she was a second-year student, few clubs accepted students like her. Many people considered her useless. Saki looked a little taken aback and said that there was no need to be so dramatic. Then she asked what Hana's equipment was. Hana replied that maybe her own fists. Saki then asked if she performed well in dungeons. Hana shot back, reminding her that Saki herself had said that it was a secondary activity. Saki was left speechless. Speed Weapon commented that it was the first time he had seen Saki like that. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. In the end, Saki sighed and accepted her. Hana said that she really wanted to join the club, not only because of the dungeons, but because she wanted to make memories before graduating from the academy. Ma thought that after dealing with so many kinds of people, he had developed a certain instinct for understanding someone through the atmosphere they gave off. Moreover, when observing her with the detection ability of the Blessing of the Sword God, he noticed something interesting. Saki whispered to Ma that it was hard to find someone different like that. He agreed and said it was fine. Hana was officially accepted into the travel club. He added that since everyone there was 1 year younger, she could feel at ease. Hana asked if that was really true. The group grew a little tense, since it seemed like she had been waiting exactly for that permission. Ma commented that since she was older, it would be better to speak in a more relaxed way. Formalities could be left to Chloe, since she was naturally too polite. Hana replied that even though she was the oldest, she did not want to be treated differently. Ma said that then he would start calling her by her name, to make things more comfortable. Speed Weapon explained that he needed to submit that by the end of the week, and that she could fill out the registration form to make everything official. When Hana took the paper, she asked whether the advisor would be the academy director herself. Speed Weapon confirmed that yes, exactly that. Hana opened a clearly suspicious little smile and said she would have fun there, making it clear that she would return the following week. When she closed the door as she left, May grew thoughtful and asked who exactly that girl was. He commented that she looked very much like someone, and wondered if he was the only one who had felt that. To him, there was something strange about her, as if she were in disguise. Speed Weapon replied that it must have been just an impression, since they had only just met her. Even so, everyone agreed that she seemed a little strange. At one point, Saki adjusted her glasses using her middle finger, and May quickly asked her not to imitate that. Suddenly, Ma received a message from Medea. Speed Weapon asked if she had already found out that someone had joined the club, but Ma replied that that was impossible, and that the message was about something he had asked her to do. Right after that, he received his own file. It was his student record. When he saw it, he was completely shocked. May stood up, saying that he needed to leave immediately. Everyone asked what had happened and whether he had gotten himself into some kind of trouble. At that moment, he remembered what Hyson had mentioned earlier, about his relatives having been erased. Until then, he had not known that it was real, but now it was clear. His records had been completely erased, without leaving any trace. There was no information about family relations, parents, or anything of the sort. May realized that everything listed in his file consisted only of data from after his entry into the academy. Even when forcing his memory, he could not recall the faces of his own parents. Before the semester exams, he had avoided contacting them for fear of causing worry. However, when he tried to call at that moment, the phone informed him that the number did not exist. May fell silent. When he checked the photos, he realized that all of them had also been erased. He was not delirious or confusing memories. The resonance of the Blessing of the Sword Spirit refuted any doubt. This was not an error or a coincidence. Everything had been done on purpose. Someone had erased his past to help him, or force him, to adapt to that world. To this could only be a trap. Either it was the work of the Sword God, or of the system administrator, perhaps both. At that instant, a bolt of lightning struck directly at him, but deflected the blow with his sword. In silence, he made a vow that one day he would uncover the whole truth. Meanwhile, Rachel, known for being adored by practically all the men at the academy, was rejecting all of them in order to go talk to Abel. Abel commented that it must be extremely tiring to deal with that every day. Rachel simply sat down beside her, without saying anything. That left Abel confused, finding the situation strange. She thought that perhaps it was because of the rainy weather. After some time in silence, Rachel asked if she could give some advice. She commented that Abel had very low self-esteem. She said sincerely that she did not think Abel was a bad person. Quite the opposite. She was confident in her own power and appearance, but the most important thing, according to Rachel, was her body. As she said this, Rachel looked Abel up and down, making her feel a chill. Abel asked where she was looking. Then Rachel changed the subject and asked if she knew that Ma had created a club. Next, she asked whether anything had happened between Ma and Abel there in Yahello. Abel quickly denied it, saying that nothing had happened, only that she had a sprained ankle. Ma had left first, right at dawn, and that was all. Rachel commented that that she was not the type to lie. She said she had only become a little sensitive and apologized for it. Before, she truly had no interest in Ma and only teased him for fun. But now, looking at Abel, it felt different. Abel made it clear that she was not talking about that. Even so, Rachel moved closer and asked if Abel also had an interest in him. Abel pushed back, asking why the conversation was going in that direction. Rachel replied that people's hearts could change at any moment. After all, everyone was human. Abel asked to change the subject and go back to talking about the club. Rachel then explained that Ma had said he would join Speed Weapon, but ended up refusing. He thought that belonging to a class would be a burden and decided not to participate. Abel asked what that had to do with self-esteem. Rachel said that something strange had happened the day before. She was as usual, confident, had her coffee, a latte, and a very cold Americano, commenting that the Korean version was much hotter than the one in her country. That was when she noticed May outside, together with a girl. It was the meeting with Hana, a kind of recruitment interview. Rachel said that the expression on his face at that moment would not leave her mind. He was smiling from ear to ear, and she did not know what he had seen in that girl with glasses. Noticing Abel's reaction, Rachel realized that she had clearly become irritated. Later, Ma went to a restaurant called Korea Sushi. He himself found the name strange, commenting that the naming sense of that world was bizarre. If the owner were Western, he would probably run away from the place. Even so, considering where they were, he decided not to be critical. When he arrived at the restaurant, everyone was already there, with the exception of Hana, who said she did not like raw fish. That seemed strange to Ma, since she was from Busan, where eating raw fish was common. Even so, when he entered the restaurant, Ma felt as if he were at home. At that moment, Chloe suddenly stopped, visibly nervous, upon realizing that Knox was there. May immediately found it strange and wondered why he would be in that place. Knox explained that he was working, which left May even more confused. To him, that made little sense, since Knox came from a rich family. If he was working there in disguise, it could only mean that he had received some kind of mission. Before they could think further about it, the restaurant owner began shouting at Knox, calling him a rookie, and telling him to stop wasting time and get on with the work. Knox quickly apologized to the boss. Saki asked them to stop causing trouble and move on. Later, she commented that she had loved the menu, while Chloe remained a little tense. Ma told Chloe that Knox must have his own reasons, and that, since they were there, it was better to try to enjoy the moment. He commented that relationships between siblings were truly complicated. Next, Saki approached and said that people claimed the house special of that Korean sushi place was very good. She also said that the price seemed reasonable. Ma was puzzled when he learned that the set cost 400,000 won, and asked whether that could really be considered reasonable. Saki replied that it was a celebration, and that they did not need to think so much about the price. Ma even suggested going somewhere else, but ended up giving up and let everyone order whatever they wanted, since it would not be them paying. When Saki called the waiter, Ma realized that she was on another level. He still could not fully get used to that difference in social class. When the set arrived at the table, it was clear that the presentation was beautiful. As expected, Saki took a photo right away. Ma commented that it felt a bit strange to make that kind of criticism while being in the position of someone who was being treated. As he analyzed the dish, Ma realized that the ingredients were good, but the knife skill left something to be desired. The fish was too moist. Knox immediately realized that Ma had said exactly the kind of thing the boss hated hearing the most. Shortly after, the boss approached the table and asked what he had just said. Ma repeated himself, explaining that the technique was not bad, but it was not enough to justify that price. The boss replied that if Ma spoke with such certainty, then he must understand a great deal about the subject. He provoked him, saying that Ma would not be challenging the greatest swordsman of all time, and drew the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Ma realized that, despite the boss's poor Korean, his hearing was excellent. Faced with that, he stood up. The boss asked whether that academy student truly trusted his own skills. He claimed to have 12 years of experience and said that if Ma were better than him, he would make the meal free. Ma accepted the challenge, but made it clear that the boss could not take back his word. To the boss, it seemed like nothing more than a boy trying to act tough in front of his friends, someone who needed to be taught a good lesson. The boss said that the fish being used would be sole, but Ma asked for the red snapper that was on the cutting board. The boss found it strange, and Knox told him to just observe for a moment. The boss complained that letting a stranger into the kitchen would be a big problem, and also emphasized the value of that snapper. Even so, Knox insisted that it was worth trusting that boy. Ma stepped forward, took off the uniform, and realized that it had been a long time since the last time he had done that. He picked up the sashimi knife, and his blessing from the sword god was activated automatically. In a short time, he prepared a perfect set, with flawless cuts. The boss was completely defeated. Unable to believe what he had seen, the boss apologized and begged to be accepted as a disciple. Ma told him to stand up and said that it was an exaggeration. The boss insisted, saying that he had been rude and that he wanted at the very least for Ma to be his master. Ma refused the idea of taking disciples, but said that he could give some advice. The boss immediately took out a small notebook to write things down. down. Geo-ma explained that his skill was not bad, but that his use of the knife was disappointing. He suggested using a sashimi knife made for left-handed use. The boss was surprised, but Geo-ma explained that, from the cross-section of the cut, it was possible to see that there was excessive force in the right arm, which ended up crushing the flesh. Simply changing the knife would already improve things a great deal. The boss wrote everything down attentively. Geo-ma commented that the rest would come with a few more years of experience in cooking and decided to spare further words. The boss declared that Geo-ma was a true master. Then Geo-ma remembered the bet and said that, since he had given advice, he should receive something in return. The boss accepted immediately. Later, Geo-ma was holding a sashimi knife that he had asked the boss for. In addition to that, he was authorized to serve the customers in the boss's place that day, for free. Everyone was impressed as they watched him cut the fish. Chloe noticed that Geo-ma looked genuinely happy, completely focused on what he was doing. Speed Weapon encouraged Geo-ma to keep going, saying that the boss was too excited for everyone to stand around. The atmosphere in the dining hall grew lighter. Before Chloe could stand up to help, Nox approached and said that he could teach her. Chloe thanked him. Later, Geo-ma gazed at the night sky, thinking that all of this should have been just a celebration. Even so, he could not avoid reflecting. 50 seconds of protection had been enough to deal with more than 3 fish. After so much time slicing unpleasant things, like beasts, magic, and people, cutting fish had been refreshing. While he wondered whether he should open a restaurant someday, Nox approached to talk to him. Nox commented that all the food had run out thanks to Geo-ma. The restaurant owner explained that he himself would take care of closing and that the remaining service would be left to his partner. Nox explained that he had only come there because Chloe had asked him to go talk to Geo-ma. Geo-ma asked what kind of work Nox had been doing lately. Nox replied by reminding him that it had been Geo-ma himself who told him to get a real job. Geo-ma confirmed that he remembered and said that he admired his initiative. Nox commented that he had only gained from it, since he had come to understand the value of money earned through his own sweat. After that, Nox asked how Geo-ma dealt with troublesome customers, especially drunk ones. Geo-ma explained calmly, and the two ended up talking for quite some time. At one point, Nox remarked that it was surprising that Geo-ma was the same age as him and asked whether he was not lying about that. Geo-ma replied that maybe it was just a lot of accumulated social experience. Soon after, Nox changed the tone of the conversation and began to talk about something more serious. He explained that, normally, leaking family matters to the outside was considered a serious crime. He had tried to warn about it through Chloe, but she had not answered the phone. The investigation into Kang Geo-ma, conducted by the editor, had finally been concluded, and fortunately no suspicious circumstances had been found. The request from the Council of Elders was cancelled and ended up turning against them instead. Now, the clan leader was investigating the council itself. Nox explained that the editor existed to maintain order, not to act as anyone's hunting dogs. An investigation team would probably be assembled, and the process would be extremely careful. He had also decided to take part in it, and only wanted to inform Geo-ma about the situation. Geo-ma understood that this meant the editor no longer had any reason to pursue him. If their blade was now pointed at the Council of Elders, something big would certainly happen. Even so, that should not have a direct connection to him. Geo-ma sincerely thanked Nox and extended his hand, saying that it could not have been easy to bring that information. Nox shook his hand and said that he had not done anything special. On the contrary, Geo-ma had been the starting point of everything. Geo-ma felt satisfied when he realized that, from all indications, the relationship between Nox and Chloe had improved a little. He then asked whether he knew a girl called San Hana who had joined his club since they were in the same class. Nox confirmed that he knew her. He said that she was the type who was always reading books and barely spoke to anyone. She did not seem like anything special at first glance, but she had a curious trait. She always stayed exactly in the middle of the class ranking, never below and never above. That applied to both theory and practice, always exactly in the middle, something that almost seemed difficult to do on purpose. Nox commented that he found it strange that Geo-ma cared about someone else like that, and asked the reason. Geo-ma replied by asking what kind of image Nox had of him. Before the conversation could go further, the boss appeared, saying that Nox had not finished his work yet, and asked whether the master was there. The boss explained that Geo-ma had taught him a lot that day and asked him to accept a gift. He handed over an extremely beautiful knife. Geo-ma commented that, for a swordsman who used a knife, the blade was the same as his own life, and questioned whether the boss was really giving it away so easily. The boss explained that the knife was no longer useful to him. Before, he trusted only the tool, but now he understood that, for a true expert, skill came before the blade. Faced with that, Geo-ma accepted the gift and thanked him. When he looked more closely, he realized that the knife was very rare and of extremely high quality. It did not look like just a sashimi knife, but almost like a combat weapon. That made Geo-ma remember his first master, who was obsessed with knives and always said that a true expert did not blame the equipment. To him, a good knife was like family, something that could even be given a name and carry a determination engraved into it. Geo-ma always named his own knives. When the boss asked whether he had not liked the gift, Geo-ma replied that it was not that. He was simply thinking about what name to give the blade. Remembering his own family, he chose a strong name. He called it Frost of 10,000 Years. Meanwhile, extremely suspicious people were gathering near the academy. A hooded man, responsible for summoning everyone there, thanked them for coming, saying that he knew how busy they all were. One of the instructors asked whether he was really the professor who had called them. The man confirmed it, but gave no explanation, which began to irritate the group. One of them questioned whether this was just a waste of time. The professor merely laughed, which made the others even more uncomfortable. He commented that they all seemed full of energy, perhaps because they had just signed a contract, and found it almost adorable. One instructor advanced toward him, already completely irritated. When the power was released, the professor revealed that he was a subordinate of Lord Permarsh, commander of the 4th Legion. Earth attribute magic truly was not common. The instructor transformed into a giant covered in earth armor, declaring that he would finish off that hooded man. The others grew worried, fearing a major disturbance in that place. Hana, however, showed no concern at all. To her, none of that mattered. The professor asked why anyone would worry about that. Then, with a simple slap, he destroyed the poor fool who had advanced against him. That demonstration made clear to everyone the value of what he had created. After that, he suggested that they end the introductions right there and move straight to the main subject. Everyone agreed immediately. No one dared to question it. Then he called Hana, commenting that after so long, he had gotten used to calling her cadet. He said that she would explain the details. Hana was direct and stated that she would get straight to the point. Contrary to the rumors, her professor had not been killed by the Sword Emperor. The rune had died at the hands of one of the Academy's own cadets, Leon von Reinhardt, the one considered to be the next hero. As the Legion took notes about the Sword God, the Administrator, and many other things they still did not know, it became clear that whatever came next would be extremely important. At the time, the Council of Elders decided that the Auditory would handle the investigation on their own. Among the nobles, the peak of elitist ideology had always been the Council of Elders of the Academy. They probably saw the clan of the Order, the Auditor, as mere servants. Sending that group on a mission that involved assassinating cadets without justification was basically treating them like strays. However, thanks to the Council's massive blunder, the Auditor ended up becoming allies. Gio Ma remembered that this was exactly why the faction that controlled Leon in the game disappeared after the midpoint of the progress. The Council had been plotting something in secret, but ended up becoming the target of the investigation. In practice, Gio Ma was going through something similar. The Auditory spilling human blood was the kind of care the game company had shown toward Leon. That made Gio Ma wonder who, in the end, was taking care of him. Had he not already suffered enough in that world? In any case, now that the Auditor were involved, the mind behind all of this would soon be revealed. Gio Ma also wanted to find out who that mysterious instructor was. Another thing that crossed his mind was that, after so much flirting, she had ended up fulfilling everything that was written in the contract. Even in the game, a villain could change their appearance as much as they wanted, so for now, it was better to simply keep that in mind. He only knew that she had purple hair. Even so, certain details could not be altered by a demon, such as eye color or sex. Maybe it would be possible to find her someday. There was a limit to evaluating an opponent based solely on the sensitivity of the Sword God's blessing. The big problem was that Gio Ma had very little knowledge of magic. He wondered whether he should just wait or actually start studying it seriously. Suddenly, he realized that he had written something on the paper without even noticing, as if it were Morse code. He wondered since, when he had started fiddling with the pencil like that, maybe it was time to gather some courage, whether to prepare a surprise attack or to defend himself from one. He also intended to visit Professor Damien soon. That was when his entire club showed up at once, making noise and causing a real commotion. Gio Ma asked what exactly had happened. Saki tried to explain, but Speed Weapon pushed her aside and warned the boss that July 7th was approaching. It was the date when Wakwim had sealed Lycan. Even so, she asked why Gio Ma seemed so unmotivated. He replied that it was nothing serious. Saki commented that his slow manner had always bothered her. Speed Weapon stepped in, saying that it would not be an ordinary day. He explained that Altair Auditor, the strongest assassin known as the Old One of the Mountain, the next leader of the Iron King family, Mao Lan of the Iron Leg, as well as the Pride of America, and a strong candidate for the next 7-star hero, all mute, would be gathered at Wakwim Academy. Speed Weapon said that they should take the opportunity to build the club's history, and of course, honor the Academy director. Saki replied that he did not need to make excuses, since he just wanted to have fun. To Gio Ma, all of that sounded like a big mess. Chloe asked whether he already had plans for the festival. He replied that actually, he had none. Then Chloe suggested that maybe they could go together. Before the conversation could move on, Speed Weapon announced that it was already decided and that they would set up a stall. Chloe stood up with clearly murderous intent. Gio Ma found that worrying and commented that he preferred to keep Speed Weapon alive. Then he said that, thinking about it, it was actually a great idea. He even felt emotional that his small boss had saved his own life. Saki asked whether Gio Ma was also interested in that kind of nonsense. According to her, he just wanted to enjoy the festival to spread his name among the extras. Gio Ma, however, thought that Ryojo was the one who fit that role best within the academy. Gio Ma said no, that it had nothing to do with that. During the holidays, they would only only meet in dungeons, since they would not have free time to enjoy things together. Precisely because of that, he thought it made sense to enjoy the festival while they still could. Time was short, and it was a rare opportunity. Saki found the way he spoke strange and asked what he meant by there was not much time left. Realizing what he had said, Gyoma understood that he had let himself go too much. He was too comfortable with the club and with those people. Saki then asked whether by any chance he knew something they did not, remembering that the last time it had been like that as well. Now both she and Chloe were pressing him. Feeling cornered, Gyoma tried to change the subject and complained about Speed Weapon. Taking advantage of the opening, Speed Weapon tried to distract the two of them, saying that since the boss had agreed, he would make a promotional poster for the club. No one really understood the logic behind it, not even Gyoma, who had not asked for help. Hana agreed, saying that she had only joined the club after seeing a poster, and Speed Weapon felt that he had repaid his debt to the boss. Saki approached him and made it clear that he only made ridiculous posters. That was not something she had just thought of. To her, there were too many people trying to give orders in the club, and that only created confusion. It was necessary to establish a clear hierarchy within the travel club to put an end to the mess. Later, at Saki's training center, Speed Weapon said that this was exactly what he wanted. Even so, he asked her not to regret it later and not to break his nose. Saki replied that if she won, she would never bother him again and would start following all of his stupid ideas. Gyoma, who was there with the rest of the group, wondered how that situation had come up so suddenly and why he was even there. It felt like being thrown from one scene into another without warning. The two of them were already ready in the dojo. Saki was taking it seriously enough to be wearing a kimono, while Speed Weapon was determined to prove that he was the best in the eyes of the boss. During the confrontation, it became clear that Saki was completely focused. She used a longbow, which required time to prepare each shot. Speed Weapon thought about getting closer and applying some debuffs, but he hesitated, unsure whether that would be the best choice. When the fight truly began, Saki was already moving quickly to circle around him. By the time he realized it, she was already behind him. He was surprised by the way an archer could fight like that. Even though he believed his blessing would work at that distance, Saki struck his ribs with an arrow and sent him flying out of the dojo. After that, she turned her attention to Gyoma, asking whether he had already made his decision, while Speed Weapon, outside, tried to heal himself by playing the flute. There were 4 days left until the festival, and the travel club was in full swing. Watching everything, Gyoma realized that everyone was doing much better than he had imagined. Chloe, the auditor, had taken on the role of kitchen assistant, something that seemed natural for her. Hana took care of the materials and purchases, reporting that she had ordered ham, pork, and various kinds of vegetables, in quantities enough for 3 days, with delivery scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon, in charge of general matters, was completely stressed. He had already rented tents, tables, chairs, and even the gas installation, without anyone knowing exactly when or how he had done all of that. Saki told him to shut up and explained that she was handling administration, public relations, and design. She admitted that she had never done anything in the kitchen before, and that now she needed to prepare a hot soup. Gyoma replied that he had already made his decision, so the best thing was simply to try. If it were sushi, it would be easier, since they were already used to preparing meals together. Even so, there was a risk that everything would end up falling on him, especially because the festival would last a long time. It was not possible to rely on just 50 seconds of blessing. In fact, Gyoma had never had the chance to take part in a real festival. He had worked for 17 years without a break and had never had that kind of free time, which explained why he had ended up addicted to that game. Deep down, all he wanted was to live a normal life, even if that was not as simple as it seemed. That peace, however, had an expiration date. In the second year, the demons would finally become aware of Leon's existence, and that would be the last festival Gyoma could enjoy within the academy. Because of that, he decided he would enjoy it while he could. At that moment, Hana approached and asked why he had that sad expression. She commented that he looked like he was thinking about the fact that this would be the last festival. Gyoma asked if she had read his mind. Hana then mentioned the day she had joined the club and asked if he remembered it. When she saw that he did not, she said it was better to leave it at that. Gyoma agreed to drop the subject. He said he would step out for a bit and left Saki in charge, which made her find his attitude a little suspicious. Without wasting time, Gyoma went straight to Professor Damien's research room. The professor offered him a cup of tea, since he was preparing one at that moment. A tea that came directly from Russia, with a strong and pleasant aroma. Gyoma refused, explaining that he was allergic to black tea, and then asked what the object on the table was. Professor Damien explained that it was a sample he had obtained by chance recently. On the outside, the stone looked ordinary, but inside it ran a very subtle magical energy. He said that if Gyoma was interested, he could give him a small piece. Gyoma replied that it was fine and refused. Damien said he was pleased with the visit and made it clear that Gyoma could ask anything he wanted, as he would answer everything that was possible. Gyoma said that he only wanted to return to the previous topic, about the phrase "may the divine blessing be with you," and similar expressions. Damien commented that this also bothered him, and that he had done his own research. In fact, he had gone to Russia and returned because because of that book. Jioma asked if that had been his fault. The professor admitted that at first, yes, but that he had also been motivated by curiosity, since that was how scholars worked. Then Damien explained that the academy divided blessings into 4 categories: command spirit, guardian, elemental, and heroic. This classification was based on who granted the blessing. Spirits were transcendental beings and at the same time inevitable. The professor asked if Jioma remembered the last thing he had said to him. Jioma replied that he did, that he had said there were no more gods in that world. The professor praised his memory and asked what he thought about becoming his assistant. Jioma cleared his throat and replied that he was not interested in being a scholar, without meaning any offense. Damien said it was a shame, but explained that there was a flaw in that statement about the non-existence of the gods. He explained that if one went back to mythological times, in antiquity there had been countless unknown gods. That period was called the mythological era. The gods mentioned there were not transcendental beings like spirits. They did not possess emotions, reason, or bodies. They were essence itself, beings that approached the concept itself on a completely different level. Compared to them, spirits were like mere wanderers before the sun. The gods were absolute beings who had abandoned the condition of immortality. Even so, not even they managed to escape death. Despite belonging to the same race, it was a god who brought an end to that era, and that god was the sword god. Jioma was shocked by the explanation. Damien said that it was believed that the expression "May the divine blessing be with you" began to be used by humanity shortly after the mythological era as a way to venerate the sword god and call upon him. He then asked whether that answered Jioma's question. After that, Jioma became thoughtful. He had obtained some answers, but at the same time, he felt that he had barely moved forward. Even so, the professor had gone all the way to Russia just because of something he had said. Maybe he was being a little selfish. Still, he thought that Russian black tea was something somewhat dangerous. He had been feeling a strange sense of tightness for some time now. Now he understood the reason. That was why his perception was so limited. He had not brought the sashimi knife. Without the blessing associated with it, he could not detect everything around him. Who would have thought that without the knife, he would feel that sensation of being completely stuck? It seemed that even his own personality had changed. Then the days passed. First 4 days, then 3. On the second day, the girls were wearing maid outfits, even though Saki had not liked the idea. On another day, they were using what was called the supreme recipe, until finally, the day arrived, the day of the festival. For more than 20 years working with a knife in his hand, Jioma had saved many restaurants wherever he went. He always refused any material reward, and only sought out establishments that were about to go bankrupt. It was not out of kindness. Just like in the days of Korean sushi, it was simply for personal satisfaction. With a single sashimi knife, he offered a sign of rebirth. He saw a certain romanticism in that, and admitted it without shame. His adolescent and delusional phase had arrived late, perhaps influenced by his first master. At that moment, everyone was well dressed. Even Speedweapon had his hair styled in a strangely messy way. Jioma commented that there were only 10 minutes left. Serving food in exchange for money was not a bad thing. There was no reason to be nervous. They just had to do everything the way they had trained. Even so, he thought that this might be his last festival at the academy. Precisely because of that, he decided that he would enjoy it. When the festival was already completely packed, Rachel appeared in an overly exaggerated disguise, wearing flashy glasses. She commented to Abel that no one would notice them in a place like that, since there were too many people. Abel was wearing a fake mustache, which made the disguise even stranger. Rachel complained about the noise, but said it was a good thing she had come. Abel thought it was good to enjoy the day once in a while. Rachel commented that, at least at festivals, there was no chance of the Sword Emperor showing up. Abel replied that, on that day, he had retired from that, and that he was not the type of person who liked that kind of event. That was when the two of them saw a promotional coupon from Jioma's stall. At the same time, on the main stage, the heroes who had once again led the defense of humanity that year were being introduced. The first two announced were imposing figures: Mahatma Sinbad, the hero and great king of adventures from India, and Vladimir Yesup, known as the one who walks through flames. The media was in a frenzy, and soon after, All Mute also appeared, the great heroine of the United States. The one who ended up disrupting the presentation was Speedweapon, who started commenting loudly on how amazing she was and how exciting it all was. Saki appeared right after that, pulling him by the ear and reminding him that she had told him to hand out flyers. Everyone was busy, and he was there in the middle of the presentation. On the way back, the two of them ended up bumping into Rachel and Abel. Meanwhile, at the stall, everything was going very well. Orders were being delivered on time, and people seemed to like the food. Chloe was extremely focused on using the knife. Jioma thought he had taught her very little, but even so, she was already showing a lot of skill. It was not that she did not know how to use a blade before, but back then it had been for a different kind of thing. Since he could not use the knife, he left the ingredient preparation to Chloe and took responsibility for the overall cooking. In any case, only he knew how to prepare that specific kimchi recipe. He thought customers would not stop coming anytime soon, but he noticed that 2 members of the group were missing. Just as he thought that, Saki appeared carrying Speedweapon and threw him on the ground. Right after that, Rachel and Abel arrived as well. well. Having already come to join Geo-ma, Chloe reacted instinctively, threatening to advance with the knife, while Abel, visibly awkward, greeted Geo-ma. Geo-ma received them naturally. They were not there to cause trouble. In fact, they sat down and placed orders like ordinary customers. He had imagined they would be watching the presentation, but he did not expect them to show up at the stall. They needed to be served quickly, before more customers arrived. While they waited, Rachel and Abel watched Hannah working. Rachel commented that she was the newcomer she had mentioned before. Abel replied neutrally, saying yes. Rachel teased him, asking if she was pretending not to care. Abel answered that she really did not care. Even so, Rachel said that was fine. Since they were at a festival, it was better to do something fun. Abel recalled that the final tests were approaching and that there was still a lot to prepare, so there was not much time for that kind of activity. Saki approached and commented about that kind of thing. While Rachel was clearly enjoying the situation, Speed Weapon returned to the stall, relaying the next orders to Geo-ma, and asked if he was okay. Geo-ma replied that he was. He had taken a beating, but in return he had managed to see all Mute up close. For him, that alone had made it worth it. He commented that she was incredible. Their heroine pointed out as the next candidate for a 7-star hero. Geo-ma indicated that there was ice there for him to put a compress on his face. Meanwhile, Geo-ma was thinking about All Mute. Her real name was Con Elizabeth, the American heroine often mentioned as a candidate for the position of next 7-star hero. Even in that world, the United States remained a superpower, occupying the top among nations, side by side with Korea. With all that prestige, they had established their own system within hero society. It was said that a traditional hero left their name through death, while a modern hero carried their own name in life. That was why they were so applauded in current times. Even so, neither traditional nor modern heroes came close to the ideal Geo-ma had in mind. In the end, he was relieved that he had not come to that world in an American body. Otherwise, he would probably be known as the Sashimi Man, wearing a cape and embarrassing himself. Besides that, he and Con Elizabeth, even if not officially, could end up crossing paths. Since the Sword Emperor had designated him as a successor, he intended to refuse that proposal, but for safety, it was better not to get involved with her. All Geo-ma wanted to do was stay at the stall, working, just that. He did not want to draw any attention at all. Meanwhile, Rachel laughed at the situation, and Abel tried to explain himself, saying it was not quite like that. She commented that she had seen what he was like before entering that sequence, when he used to sleep through classes. Even so, she made it clear that the club was not the same thing. She added that he did not think Abel was being that unfair in what he was saying, but Abel replied that the problem was not the club activities, and even asked what kind of clothes she was wearing. Rachel just laughed in her face. At that moment, someone arrived at the stall, a presence that made everyone tremble. A woman approached Geo-ma and asked if he was the one who had left her brothers in that state. She was the older sister of the evil twins, Mao Lan, known as the Iron Kick. Mao Lan commented that she had imagined he would be some kind of beast, but that in reality he was actually kind of cute. That was strange, since she had never seen those twins speak well of anyone. She sat down on the bench and said she would borrow that seat for a little while. Attached to her leg was Storm Strike, a level S weapon. The fact that she was equipped made it clear that this was not a good sign. Chloe immediately drew her knife, asking what she wanted there. Geo-ma made a gesture for no one to get involved. Mao Lan explained that it was not what they were thinking. There was no reason to stir up something that had happened a month ago. Geo-ma then asked why she had come. With the status she had, she should not have free time to wander around like a background character. Mao Lan only asked that he not compare her to other heroines and ended the matter there. She explained that she had come purely out of curiosity. Her brothers were a disaster in terms of personality. They did have skill, but seeing someone panic and become traumatized just from hearing their names had been impressive. That was why she wanted to meet Kang Geo-ma, the man who had left her brothers like that. Geo-ma thought that maybe that entire family was unbearable. Even so, Mao Lan said she was somewhat grateful to him. Because of Shun and Jun, the family's reputation had sunk to the bottom. She had tried to fix them, but there had been no solution. After Geo-ma dealt with them, the two stopped causing trouble. So, in the name of the family, she thanked him. He thought that she should be focused on the competition for the position of 7-star heroine. Mao Lan's popularity was comparable to Con Elizabeth's, but among the candidates, she ranked near the bottom. Her ability did not reach the required level, and she still carried the stigma of being the sister of those problematic twins. In any case, that had nothing to do with him, and there was no reason to continue the conversation. Geo-ma said that if she was already finished, she could leave because he needed to work. Mao Lan, however, added one last thing. She said she was also grateful for another reason. She commented that she felt proud seeing that they had opened a stall with the name Pao Chai. After that, she said goodbye. That was when Geo-ma told her not to call his food that. Mao Lan asked what he meant by that. Pao Chai. He thought that this time he had tried to stay unnoticed, but there were things that could not be ignored, that needed to be cut off at the root. For those who did not understand the reason for his irritation, Mao Lan was calling the dish kimchi Pao Chai. There was an old dispute between China and Korea, in which China tried to claim the origin of the recipe, saying that Korea had copied the idea of fermented vegetables with chili pepper. That was why Geo-ma had become so irritated. Later, everyone was talking about what had happened. Apparently Mao Lan was going to duel with one of the cadets in a subdimensional space. Questions began to arise. How had she accepted a duel? Against whom? Then someone commented that they had heard it was that crazy guy who had fought the Aditor. Leon immediately became alert at those words. In the arena, most people were cheering for Mao Lan. Nox was also present to watch. Rachel commented that it brought back intense memories. Abel said that he always ended up getting involved in trouble. All Mute was also watching everything, completely focused. Mao Lan commented that she felt as if she had returned to her academy days. Even so, she asked whether Gio Ma would be fine. Being brave was admirable, but he had faced her younger brothers. To her, he looked far too cute, and there was a risk that she might end up cracking his head. She commented that, at that rate, she would not be able to get married. She said he could marry her if he wanted, or accept her as his cucumber. Gio Ma asked if that had been her plan from the beginning, to provoke him, defeat him, and then force him to stay by her side, since he was the last stain on the House of the Iron King. That did not seem like something that would work. Mao Lan said that he was quite sharp. Even so, despite having noticed everything, he had still fallen for her provocation. At that moment, the subdimensional barrier expanded and was activated. Gio Ma drew his sashimi knife and made it clear that she would not become a 7-star heroine. Mao Lan replied by asking if anyone had ever told Gio Ma that he had absolutely no sense at all. Gio Ma admitted that yes, sometimes they had. Hearing that, Mao Lan commented that she would rethink the cucumber matter. Right after that, the first clash between the two created a huge cloud of smoke, and she immediately realized that the boy was not just a loud-mouthed show-off. Gio Ma hid himself within the smoke. When it dissipated, Mao Lan had the sensation that her head had already been cut off. At the same time, at the festival stall, Chloe remained completely focused on her work, without diverting her attention. Hana asked if anyone was worried about Gio Ma. Speed Weapon replied that, at that moment, the focus needed to be on the customers, since there were many of them. He commented that there was no way to know if Gio Ma would return anytime soon, so the best thing was for everyone to take care of their own role. Hana agreed, and the audience began to wonder why Mao Lan was still standing in the arena. She was not hesitating, nor had she been defeated. Mao Lan was holding her own neck because she had been captured by Gio Ma's mental domain. That surprised her deeply. She believed that such a technique could only be mastered by someone at the 7-star level, like Altair Auditorio, a true master of martial arts. Still, every rule had its exception, and even someone young and seemingly humble could approach that level. Mao Lan understood that this was a wall she would not be able to surpass. Even so, she wondered why Gio Ma had expanded the domain. The duel was taking place in a subdimensional space that did not affect reality. Perhaps he was trying to preserve his own dignity, showing who was more talented without causing destruction. That proved that he was far more intelligent than she had imagined. She had also heard rumors that he would join the elite. Because of that, she concluded that he was the official successor chosen by the Sword Emperor. However, instead of arrogance, Mao Lan saw only humility in Gio Ma. She told him not to be presumptuous, stated that she had not come there for nothing, and thanked him. That fight had opened her eyes. Next, Mao Lan charged forward with all the strength of her legs and executed the hurricane kick. After the storm of strikes, Gio Ma managed to dodge them all. The audience began to realize just how strong she truly was. Mao Lan then asked where he was looking and used the crushing hammer strike, a low rising kick that destroyed part of the arena. She commented that it was not strange that her brothers had become afraid. She was not a future 7-star for nothing. Then she kicked the fragments of the arena toward Gio Ma. He cut them all with his sashimi knife, but Mao Lan was already upon him and landed a direct kick to his chest. Gio Ma blocked the blow with the knife, and even so, the impact was so strong that her own body suffered from the force. Mao Lan was surprised that he had managed to block it with such a small blade. That should have been his limit, or so she thought. Suddenly, Gio Ma sheathed his sword and once again assumed a combat stance. He was ready for another round. His speed increased so much that, before her eyes, he simply disappeared. Mao Lan tried to attack him from above, from below, and from the sides, but ended up losing an arm. The instant she realized that, she understood that she was losing her 7-star position to him. Even so, Gio Ma commented that, despite everything, her impact had not been that bad, and adjusted his stance once again. Abel immediately recognized that stance. Mao Lan did not want to lose. Not after coming so far. She decided that she would not lose. She forced her power even further. However, at the moment she thought she would never surpass her friend again. She lost her neck once more. The shock was universal. Everyone fell into absolute silence. The winner of the duel in the subdimensional space was Kang Gio Ma. He calmly sheathed his sword. Saki felt a chill run through her body and smiled, saying that it was over. She commented that she had warned them, and that he would be back soon. Later, Rachel showed a bit of disappointment. Gio Ma had left the festival without even tasting the pork soup. She asked if Abel was alright. Abel replied that she was and said that she was satisfied. Rachel commented that she was a mischievous girl, and that deep down she was satisfied because Gio Ma had fought. Meanwhile, Mao Lan was still quite shaken by the result of the duel. Her bodyguard approached and asked if she was alright. Mao Lan replied that she was. The fight had taken place in subspace, so she had not been physically injured. Even so, her international reputation had been destroyed. She had lost to a 17-year-old boy. Thinking about that, she even felt bad for the Chinese citizens. Still, she asked them not to worry. Mao Lan commented that Kangyo Ma was incredible and that he would surely rise much higher soon. When that moment came, his reputation would also grow. For her, it was better to be defeated now than later. The humble would go through that as well someday. She was certain of it. The bodyguard, however, asked whether that boy was really all that. He could not understand why she had spoken about him that way. Mao Lan thought that she had already seen many people considered geniuses. When she was still a cadet, there had been Elizabeth. After she entered Hero Society, the 7-star heroes appeared. But Gio Ma was not a hero. He was a monster. As expected, all of that spread quickly across social media. The duel between Mao Lan and Kangyo Ma, in which she had been clearly decapitated in moments by a sashimi knife, became a topic everywhere. Mao Lan, the star of the continent, had been defeated in a duel. Soon, people started calling him the sashimi hero. Naturally, his stall became packed. People wondered why a cadet of that level was cooking at a festival. The video of the duel had already surpassed 20 million likes. Speed Weapon organized the line, because there was now a huge queue to get in. Chloe, completely overwhelmed, hurriedly chopped the ingredients, and Saki complained the reporter was only getting in the way. She had already lost count of how many had shown up. Meanwhile, customers in the back were taking photos of Gio Ma and posting them with the hashtag Sashimi Hero. Gio Ma thought that all of this was a pain. Since what had happened the day before, the news treated it as if it were something grandiose. It was not as if he had expected something like that to happen. Even so, one specific headline caught his attention: the Sashimi Hero. That was a title the system had sealed within the blessing of the miracle. In that world, the Sword Emperor had already retired, so that title should have disappeared. At least, that was how it was supposed to work. Even so, it ended up landing on Gio Ma. He then remembered the day before. After finishing the cleaning, Ryojo had not stopped joking around. He had simply added sashimi before the title of Sword Hero or Sword Emperor. In the end, it had turned into something like Sashimi Emperor. At least that was better than being called the new Sword Emperor. Speed Weapon asked how the soup was and commented that there were many customers to serve. Gio Ma asked how many exactly. Speed Weapon replied that it was around 674. Gio Ma thought that romanticism was for naive people. This had already gone far beyond all limits. Not even in his past life had business gone this well. At that moment, Chloe, working too fast, ended up cutting her own finger. Gio Ma realized that if things continued at that pace, someone could get seriously hurt or collapse. Maybe it would be better to get another knife. That was when the owner of that restaurant appeared, accompanied by Knox. He commented that it was the first time he had seen a shop change its flow so much in such a short time. Gio Ma replied that he was a bit busy, but the owner made it clear that he had not come to eat. He had come to help. He and Knox to help. Gio Ma thought that was far too generous, but ended up accepting. The owner said he considered that the least he could do as a disciple. In fact, he wanted to thank him. Maybe now he should call him the Sashimi Hero. Gio Ma almost begged him not to do that. When Knox saw the cut on his sister's finger, he was visibly worried. Gio Ma realized that he truly cared about her. Saki appeared right after that, saying that they did not have time to rest and ordering everyone back to work. With the extra help, everything flowed better. The restaurant owner helped with serving, and Knox assisted his sister with cutting the ingredients. The pace became much faster. At the end of the day, Gio Ma finally managed to rest. He was not dead, just exhausted. They could even repeat it the next day, but it had been fun. When Knox approached, he asked how the cleaning was going. Gio Ma replied that the basics had already been taken care of. The ingredients for the next day were a bit scarce, but the owner guaranteed that he would bring more. Gio Ma thanked him. They felt relieved by that unexpected help. Even so, Knox asked if Gio Ma was free at that moment. The boss wanted to talk to him. Gio Ma knew exactly who Knox was talking about. It was the head of the Shadow family, the man known as the greatest assassin of all time, the figure who operated in the darkness and upheld the order of Hero Society. Altair Auditore, the old man of the mountain. He thought that it was certainly related to the Academy Council of Elders, which had ordered his death in the past. In addition, Altair had probably watched the duel. The mere fact that Gio Ma had manipulated a mental image domain was already enough to draw his attention. Knox commented that, as far as he remembered, this was the first time the head of the family had shown direct interest in a stranger. Appearing in person was something that did not even happen for someone at the 7-star level. In practice, asking whether Gio Ma would go was only a ritual formality. He had to go. Gio Ma reflected and concluded that it made sense. Besides that, on that day he had benefited from Knox's help, so he also needed to repay his debt. Even so, he remained silent. Knox asked why he was not answering. Gio Ma then said that he would not go. Surprised, Knox asked the reason. Gio Ma replied that he was very tired that day. Extremely tired. Even so, he made a point of thanking him for the help. Later, Elizabeth, known as the Humble, met with Director Medea for a private conversation. conversation. Medea commented that it was the first time they had seen each other since high school. 5 years had passed. Even so, she said it was good to see her, and asked whether she had enjoyed the festival. Elizabeth replied that she had. Then Medea asked whether she had come out of curiosity because of Geoma, and questioned who exactly he was. According to her, Geoma should not be capable of manifesting a mental domain. However, Medea recalled that Elizabeth herself had been able to do that in the past, which made Geoma's case even more absurd. Elizabeth made it clear that she had not come there for fun. Medea replied that it had been a long time since they last met, but commented that Elizabeth seemed to have become less polite. When the director released her aura, Elizabeth felt a monstrous presence. It was the absolute power of the Academy director, something that neither the Sacred Spear nor the Absolute Bow would dare to confront. After intimidating her, Medea asked whether Elizabeth intended to stay there forever. Elizabeth sat down and apologized, saying that she was a bit sensitive because of what had happened to Siegfried. In any case, Medea said that she did not know what kind of rumors Elizabeth had heard to make her so curious. Even so, because of her position, Medea made it clear that she could not provide information about cadets. As the Academy director, she needed to treat everyone equally, and there was something she had always told Elizabeth when she was still a student. If she was curious, she should find out on her own. Elizabeth stood up, thanking the director for her time. Medea asked how long she intended to stay at the Academy. Elizabeth replied that she would leave the next day at noon. The director commented that there was no need to rush. After all, it was still a festival. Then Elizabeth returned to the topic of equality, and asked whether that also applied to that student. Medea replied that maybe it did. To her, Geoma was more than just a student. She had a different view of him. Before she could finish, Elizabeth slammed the door forcefully, visibly nervous, and asked who the hell that boy was. On the last day of the festival, Speedweapon arrived late because he had overslept. Geoma asked why. On that day, they did not just work in the morning and enjoy the afternoon off. Speedweapon replied that he had already taken care of it. Chloe asked whether Geoma had any plans for later. He replied that nothing special. Because of that, Chloe ended up taking over most of the work in the kitchen in his place, since Geoma could only use the knife for 50 seconds. Thinking about it, she was the one who had worked the hardest throughout the entire festival. He had already mentioned something like that before the event, so he asked Chloe whether, if she had time, she would like to go to the festival with him. Chloe asked whether he was serious, and ended up getting a little excited, gripping the knife more firmly. Geoma knew that she had incredible potential with knives. Reaching that level of skill in just 2 days was not something common. Thanks to that, they managed to keep the stall running without any problems. Repaying at least a bit of that effort seemed like the least he could do. Geoma noticed that Saki seemed a little uncomfortable with all of this. As soon as the expedition ended, the group dispersed in high spirits, each one going their own way. Ryojo, however, was clearly in a bad mood, and Geoma concluded that she must have been exhausted for some reason he did not know. He tried to rest while sitting on a bench, but he could not truly relax. At that moment, an old man approached and asked for permission to sit there. Geoma agreed without hesitation. The man commented that, with age, the heat became harder and harder to endure. That sounded strange, since he did not look like someone who had come from far away just to complain about the weather. It soon became clear who he was. It was Altair, the master of the Aditor family. Altair acknowledged that Geoma had good instincts, and asked how he had identified him. Geoma explained that he had seen that dagger in another life. It was not an ordinary weapon, it was a dagger sword, a famous item worthy of the leader of an assassin family. By its appearance alone, it was impossible to mistake it. He himself had once desired a weapon like that. The old man commented that such perception was frightening for someone so young, and said that Geoma had probably already imagined the reason for the meeting. Matters involving the family were usually resolved internally, but that was not the only reason for his presence. There was something more important than the Council of Elders. Geoma tried to think about what it could be, until he felt Altair suddenly expand his domain. Without beating around the bush, Altair asked what his relationship was with his granddaughter. He asked whether they were dating. After a brief explanation, the old man seemed to understand the situation. Geoma found it curious, remembering that in the game the lines of that character were always vague, reduced to simple ellipses. That reinforced the feeling that Altair was definitely not an ordinary person. Satisfied, the master of the Aditor family stood up, saying that his curiosity had been satisfied and that he would leave. He asked Geoma to take good care of his granddaughter as a friend, reminding him that she had a sensitive personality. That was when Geoma asked whether he really thought Chloe should become an assassin. Altair replied that Geoma must have already seen her other side. That was the real Chloe, his blood granddaughter, someone with a wild nature, almost like a beast. He asked whether, as her grandfather, it would be possible to leave her alone in such a cruel world. Geoma argued that this would not be a direct result of the Aditor family training. The old man replied that the family was not as chaotic as the rumors claimed, and demanded that he admit it. Before anything else, they were a family. Chloe was more than just an assassin in training. For years, everyone had tried to hide her true nature, forcing rationality and control. However, when her emotions intensified, she showed her claws. Altair acknowledged that Geoma was worried worried about her as a friend, but admitted that it was difficult to speak about his own granddaughter in that way. Even so, he said that she was instinctively wild, like a predator. If her true nature were revealed, she could kill anyone. Getting too close meant risking death without warning. Hearing that from her own grandfather sounded like a direct warning. If he wanted to stay alive, Gyo-ma should be careful around Chloe. At that moment, Gyo-ma stood up and interrupted the speech. Pretending concern was acceptable, but mixing lies like that was too much. If Altair wanted to deceive someone, he should have hidden it better. Realizing the presence of several assassins hidden in the shadows, Gyo-ma drew his sword. Immediately, Altair ordered everyone to retreat at once. Then he asked when Gyo-ma had noticed the ambush. Gyo-ma replied that Altair had a reputation far too great to go unnoticed. The old man admitted that. Even so, the boy had exceeded his expectations. After Altair left, Gyo-ma reflected that the relationship between Chloe and Nox had been improving little by little, but that the old man had inserted lies into his words just to confuse him. He did not know what the true objective was, but he was certain that if he had not extended his perception, he would not have noticed the danger in time. To him, Altair was nothing more than a despicable old man. Shortly after, Chloe appeared innocently, apologizing for being late. Gyo-ma concluded that, regardless of what anyone said, she was still just a little girl. Meanwhile, Altair reflected from a distance. The boy he had observed through his assassins had shown not the slightest sign of fear in his presence, and had reacted instantly to his domain. That was more than interesting. It was frightening. Calling Kangeyama merely a genius would be an insult. Then Altair entered a narrow alley and called Nox, who emerged silently from the shadows. He told his grandson that the long journey had been worth it, because it was the first time in many years that he had felt genuine fear of someone. That confession made even Nox nervous. Even so, Altair said that he would like to see that boy again in the future. After that, Gyo-ma began to realize just how immense the academy was. Chloe asked whether something had happened while she was late. He concluded that it would not be wise to tell her what had occurred, and replied that no, everything was fine. They followed a simple and pleasant route, passing by several stalls and walking together. After some time, Gyo-ma ended up sitting down to rest. Even though he was in a young body, he still carried the soul of a tired old man. Chloe asked whether he was exhausted because of her, and commented that she should have helped more, since she was still clumsy with the knife. Gyo-ma reflected that, in truth, he had barely used the knife at all. Chloe was the one who had taken on most of the work in the kitchen, while he had even gone out to the training field during working hours. Without her, the stall would not have functioned properly. Thinking about that, he ruffled her hair, and said that she had done a great job. Chloe turned completely red and looked as if she were about to say something important. The atmosphere became strange, as if there were a silent exchange between the two, until suddenly Speed Weapon appeared, accompanied by the rest of the club. Naturally, Chloe did not like the interruption at all. Gyo-ma asked whether everyone was not supposed to enjoy their time on their own. Speed Weapon replied that it had not been him who sent a message calling everyone to meet. Gyo-ma was confused. He had not done that. The only person capable of something like that was Saki, who had clearly hacked his phone. Later, everyone gathered to watch the main attraction of the night, which impressed practically everyone. Gyo-ma, however, decided to sit on a more distant bench, since he did not like crowds. He thought that next time, he would prefer to enjoy a festival in a calmer way. Even with everyone together, he felt that there was a certain distance between them. He had the impression that Chloe wanted to say something, but at that moment she seemed too distracted and excited. Her childhood had not been easy, and she had never been able to have fun like a real child. Because of that, he thought she deserved to enjoy that moment without worries. That was when Gyo-ma realized that he was surrounded by couples, and concluded that he had chosen the wrong place. That game had always had romance as one of its focuses. In his past life, he had never had time to think about that kind of thing, experiencing everything only through the character. At first, he used to get nervous around girls, but now he no longer really understood the meaning of all that. In just 3 months at the academy, too many things had happened, many of them capable of costing him his life. Once again, there was no room for feelings, and lately that pressure only seemed to be increasing, as if everything were at its limit. At that moment, the exhausted Saki sat down beside him, commenting that she hated crowds. Gyo-ma knew that Saki was one of the main heroines, and had even used her character in the game, but even so, he could not understand what was really going on in her mind. Even so, he trusted her intelligence and believed that there must have been a reason for her hacking his phone and sending those messages. Noticing his gaze, Saki asked why he was staring at her like that. Gyo-ma also realized that she seemed nervous. Saki commented that he was very slow, and then Gyo-ma moved closer, grabbed her by the shoulders, and tried to understand whether something serious was going on. For her to have done all that, something must have happened. At that instant, Saki turned extremely red, too red to be ignored. Saki pushed him away and said that he was squeezing her shoulder too hard. That was a lie. Then she said that he was still completely clueless and that it was nothing like what he was thinking. Gyo-ma then asked why she had pushed him like that. Saki asked whether he had gotten angry. When she turned red again, Gyo-ma commented that, if that were the case, then why she had asked why he thought she was so strange. Thinking it over, the two of them were completely alone there. Saki had not even eaten the chocolate she was was holding. Because of that, Ma asked a question. He himself was surprised to say it out loud, but he asked whether she liked someone. Hearing that, Saki was completely taken aback, not knowing how to react. Ma remembered his past life, back when he was playing the dating sim segment for Saki, and, as expected, she liked the protagonist. It was a dating sim after all. Because of that, he asked her if she happened to like Leon, but she was disappointed and said she still held out hope. Right then, Ma found it strange. He was certain he remembered it correctly. His memory couldn't be wrong. Something had changed. So he asked if it was speed weapon, but she just flew into a rage and beat him over the head. Later, Ma rubbed his head, wondering how an archer could have such a heavy hand. At least he noticed that a few things had leveled up in the system. His martial aptitude had reached level 6, likely due to the eternal jade he received from Mansour. His synchronization rate had also increased after that dream and was now at 24.7%. He didn't know if this synchronization would end up saving his life or just make everything worse. Still, it seemed certain that it had a direct link to the sword god's protection. It was already late, the sky had darkened, and the festival was coming to an end. Ma was alone, far away from everyone else. In that world, magic and monsters existed freely, but deep down, it wasn't all that different from Earth. He didn't exactly miss his past life, because the only human relationship he truly had was with his master, but that only happened because he knew how to wield a sword to some extent. Once he was no longer useful, he was discarded. At the time, he was young and grew furious without understanding why. It was only after traveling through the 8 provinces to become the best swordsman in the country that he understood the truth. More important than mastering techniques was learning how to deal with variables. There was no better school than a real combat filled with tension. There was no better teacher than life itself. It was then that he realized this academy, and that man thought the same way. Everything was put into practice. Suddenly, Ma noticed something moving in the darkness. He sensed a small amount of magical power and figured another villain might have infiltrated the academy. Wasting no time, he drew his knife and activated the sword god's protection. The effect was much better than he expected. Everything around him appeared as a massive hologram, resembling the architectural blueprint of the area. Thus, he managed to spot a shadow approaching from behind and hit the person squarely with a blow to the pit of their stomach. It was a disguised instructor. Even while struggling to breathe, she said she had come to make a deal. Ma already knew exactly who she was. Ever since the Buffalo Dungeon, he had noticed this woman watching him. She then revealed her name, Choi Sale, and explained that she was undercover at the academy, pretending to be an instructor. Next, she begged him to spare her life. Ma asked how many villains were hiding in the academy. Choi Sale replied that they constantly changed their appearance even while keeping the same identity, so even she didn't know for sure how many there were. As he listened, he realized she was giving up all the information he wanted just to survive. What truly surprised him was discovering that some villains knew it was he who had defeated Ikori, even after the Sword Emperor had ordered absolute silence on the matter. So he asked why they were blaming Leon for her death. Choi Sale replied that she didn't know. Instantly, Ma raised his knife, and she fell into a panic, swearing she was telling the truth. She then told him that there was a man called the Professor, and that practically everything among the villains went through his hands. She was just a low-ranking grunt by comparison. As she spoke, she thought that this boy was even crazier than she had imagined. Even if she managed to go back, she would probably end up dead. Ma concluded that she probably wasn't lying, so he asked if she wanted to stay alive. Choi Sale banged her head against the ground repeatedly, begging to survive. He replied that he had 2 demands. The first was to know everything about this so-called professor. As he spoke, he pressed the knife against her neck once more. Choi Sale explained that the professor was a subordinate to a demon, and that, other than that, she knew practically nothing. She also revealed that his name was Quarn. Hearing that, Ma was surprised. Quarn was the commander of the 2nd Demonic Legion. Now that Lycan had been sealed, he was the one commanding the entire demonic army. In other words, a direct subordinate of that demon was undercover inside the academy. She also mentioned that none of the other villains knew the professor's true identity. Because of this, his reputation among them was terrible. As he analyzed Choi Sale, Ma realized she had lost her standing within the organization. Only a tiny remnant of magical power remained in her body. She seemed to rely exclusively on magic because her physical skills were horrendous. She posed no threat whatsoever. Everything indicated that she really had come to negotiate. Even so, Ma commented that choice was still a huge risk. After all, his life had already been put in danger multiple times because of the villains. This could barely be called a deal. Choi Sale tried to shift all the blame onto the demon that had died, but he pressed the knife against her neck again and ordered her to hand everything over. In exchange, he would let her live. Confused, she asked what he was talking about. Then Ma made a cut, but it wasn't on her neck. He struck something hidden inside her body. When a villain made a contract with a Legion commander demon, 2 seals were created, forming the 2 halves of the subordinate demon's symbol. The commander carried the seal responsible for transmitting magical power, while the villain received the reception seal. Since Ikori had died, that seal was nothing more than a useless receptor inside Choi Sale's body. Ma knew this because he had used that system in the past. Besides transmitting power, the reception seal also contained the villain's life force, functioning like a collar. Choi Sale's desperate reaction confirmed he was right. She was completely terrified. Gyo-ma then told her that, from that day on, she would be working for him. Later, he reflected that Choi Sale was exactly the type of person who would do anything to survive. As an informant, she wouldn't be a bad choice. He could give her a proper lesson later, but for now, this was enough. Right then, Saki sent a message asking where he was. Gyo-ma simply replied that he had gone to the restroom and was already on his way back. She wanted to continue the conversation, but before she could send another message, the fireworks display began. Everyone was enchanted by the spectacle. After all, that festival represented hope for a lot of people. Saki asked if he could see the fireworks, and he replied that he couldn't. It was a lie. He could see everything perfectly. So she said that, to make up for it, he would have to buy her ice cream. When classes returned to normal, nobody seemed very enthusiastic, especially Speed Weapon. Saki was sleeping on her desk, while Chloe watched a fly buzzing around the classroom. Speed Weapon complained that those exams had too much content and that the academy was completely ignoring the students' human rights. Saki told him to shut up. He told her to go sleep in a bed, but she snapped back that she would sleep wherever she wanted. Next, Speed Weapon commented that they still needed to memorize all the material, and Saki replied that she already knew everything that would be on the test. He then promised that, this time, he would surpass her. At that exact moment, the fly landed right on Speed Weapon's face, and Chloe slapped it away. Only afterward did she realize what she had done, immediately apologizing. Shortly after, all the students received a message from the academy announcing changes to the first semester's final practical exam. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the test had been altered. It would now be an assault on an external dungeon in a team competition format. The exam would take place in the academy's special pavilion, and each group would consist of one second-year student and two first-year students, chosen at random. The details of the mission would only be revealed on the day of the exam. Speed Weapon was indignant and asked how they could change the exam with only 3 days left. Gyo-ma, on the other hand, knew that originally the test was just supposed to be clearing a dungeon full of Gapyeong goblins. He had even been looking forward to gathering some materials there, but now the story had changed. Thinking about it, perhaps this was the natural course of events. Even though he knew everything because of his past life, it was possible that he himself had destroyed the advantage of knowing the future. If the changes continued at this pace, he would soon be unable to predict absolutely anything from that point forward. Saki asked what was wrong and why Gyo-ma looked so nervous. She had also been surprised by the change in the exam content, but she didn't think it was that unbelievable. After all, during the last midterm exam, even the Sword Emperor ended up getting injured. Whenever there was external training, something went wrong. Because of that, there was no better place than the academy to keep everyone safe. Gyo-ma replied that she was right. Thanks to her comment, he managed to organize his thoughts. Saki then asked him to stop looking at her that way. At any rate, she said that if even he was confused, she could only imagine how the rest of the group must feel. If the president of the travel club got shaken up, everyone else would end up getting nervous too. Gyo-ma thought that she really lacked a bit of awareness, while Saki thought he was just too slow. Next, Gyo-ma asked for a favor, inquiring if she still had the employee list she obtained by hacking the academy. Saki replied that she had deleted the digital copy due to the risk of being tracked, but she still had the printed version. He said that would be enough, and asked her to breach the academy's network just one more time. Afterward, he explained the entire situation to the group. Chloe was surprised to find out there were villains undercover at the academy. She asked if, up until the dungeon incident, those same villains had gone so far as to attack the Sword Demon's army. Gyo-ma replied that he wasn't sure. Since the villains constantly changed their appearance, Seki asked if he wanted an updated list to compare with the old one. He replied that was exactly what he needed. The travel club had been created solely as a means of protection, and if there were people who could pose a threat in the future, it wouldn't hurt to find out who they were beforehand. Speed Weapon still wanted to ask several questions, but said that, for the time being, he would follow the president's plan. The others agreed, and Gyo-ma thought that was sufficient for now. Saki explained that information regarding the academy's teachers and staff was automatically updated every month. According to her, the system used not only cloud storage, but also a subspace. Gyo-ma thought it was natural for her not to understand how it truly worked, since she was born in that world. In practice, it was an excellent way to optimize data, periodically purging unnecessary information to reduce the stored volume. From what he knew, practically everything in that world operated this way, and that was precisely how they managed to find that method. Even with so many changes to the story, his gaming experience was still extremely useful. So Gyo-ma asked if she thought she could pull it off. Saki replied that nothing was impossible, but asked if he didn't think he was exploiting her good intentions a bit too much. He realized she was right. Up until that point, using the excuse that they belonged to the same club, he really had ended up putting too much work on her shoulders. The problem was that he had no idea how he could return a favor to the daughter of Japan's lifelong prime minister. Therefore, he asked what she wanted in return. After thinking for a moment, Saki replied that he could do her a favor whenever she asked for it. It didn't have to be now. He just had to wait for the right time. The next day, she showed up with all the paperwork ready. She had printed everything out and deleted the digital data to prevent prevent any tracking. Gyoma already knew she was efficient when she needed to be, but even so, he was impressed. Speed Weapon asked if it was really okay to do that. Later, looking at the documents, he noticed that even the number of times the staff went to the restroom was recorded. He complained that people had no privacy whatsoever, and that, even if the goal was to find a villain, it was still a crime. Saki replied that it had been a crime since the first time she broke into the Academy's system, calling him an idiot. Speed Weapon shot back, saying that even for committing crimes there were limits. She replied that he was being far too moralistic. Gyoma interrupted the argument, stating that in fact the more information they had, the better, even if it seemed completely useless. He also assured them that as soon as they finished the investigation, all those papers would be shredded. The members began to carefully analyze each document, and the tasks were divided quite efficiently. Chloe was an experienced assassin. Saki was the type of person who shaped the means according to the objective, and for both of them the line between right and wrong was rather blurry. Sanhana, on the other hand, remained a complete mystery to Gyoma. The only person who seemed to maintain a shred of a moral compass was Speed Weapon. After organizing everything, Gyoma explained that there was about a week left before the start of the break. During the final exam period, the travel club would mobilize to find the villain undercover at the academy. Next, he asked if anyone still had any questions. Sanhana mentioned that she had overheard part of the conversation before entering the room and asked where that information had come from. Speed Weapon replied that he had also wanted to ask that question since the day before, but it ended up slipping his mind. Saki replied in a playful tone that the information had come from someone willing to do anything for the club president. Gyoma thought to himself that she had hit the exact sore spot he wanted to avoid. He couldn't reveal that he had made a secret deal with Choi Sel, let alone explain that they were investigating Leon. That would only create more misunderstandings and force him to give explanations he couldn't provide. Furthermore, if Chloe found out the truth, Choi Sel, who no longer possessed magical power, would end up in grave danger. Therefore, he merely replied that he couldn't reveal the informant's identity just yet, but assured them it was a reliable source. He said that when the right time came, he would tell the group everything. Nobody pressed the matter. Only Sanhana kept looking at him with a certain degree of suspicion. Gyoma thought that it truly was impossible to know what was going on in her head. At the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that she strongly reminded him of someone else. He just couldn't figure out who. The hair was the same color. The round glasses were also similar. It was an eerily familiar feeling. Without dragging the matter out, Gyoma announced the official start of the travel club's first meeting. After a long time analyzing documents, Chloe handed him a bottle of water. She seemed a bit disheartened, while Speed Weapon and Saki discussed another report they had found. Noticing the mood, Gyoma told Chloe not to worry so much. He explained that Saki and Speed Weapon were the types who naturally enjoyed that kind of work, whereas she possessed skills that neither of them had. Both in the dungeon and during the festival, she had been indispensable. Upon hearing that, Chloe became completely flustered. She commented, rather awkwardly, that she wished she had been placed in the same group as him for the exam. At that moment, the information regarding the exam teams finally arrived. Gyoma was placed in the same group as Sanhana and Rachel, who would be the team leader. Shortly after, Rachel sent a message saying that they had ended up being grouped together again. Reading that, Gyoma couldn't hide a slight hint of disappointment. Chloe, without realizing it, commented that he would have to go with that with that blonde girl. Speed Weapon replied that, at least, it was someone familiar. Besides, Sanhana was also part of the team, so it was unlikely anything would go wrong. And in any case, worrying about the boss would be completely useless. Sanhana replied that she would make sure to keep a close eye on him to ensure he didn't get distracted during the exam. Meanwhile, Saki shared that she had been placed on the team of Ario from the second-year Hang class. The group leader would be Leon. As soon as he heard that name, Gyoma went completely silent. The rest of the group didn't say another word either. After a few seconds, he merely commented that they could wrap up the meeting for today. Later, Saki and Sanhana were left alone in the room, just before one of them was about to leave. After everyone else had left, Saki called out to Sanhana and asked why her name appeared on the Academy's employee list. She wanted to know who she really was and what she was hiding. She explained that Sanhana had always been far too calm. She never said or did anything by accident, and never tried to force her own opinion. It had always seemed very strange. Because of that, she asked if she shouldn't be calling her Professor Sanhana. Sanhana just let out a chuckle and asked if Saki wasn't exaggerating. She said that jumping to conclusions didn't suit her, but Saki persisted. The document recorded that Sanhana was supposed to be on an international trip. That information was automatically updated by the subspace system and couldn't be subjected to external interference. Furthermore, access to the system was an authority exclusive to the Academy's director. For a moment, Saki even wondered if the director herself might be involved in something. Sanhana replied calmly that making mistakes was only human. After all, Saki wasn't a machine. She commented that she didn't know how it was in Japan, but in Korea there were many people with the same name. Perhaps she was just jumping to conclusions because she had seen that document right after the meeting and was still wound up. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up, she said she would be leaving. As she watched Sanhana walk away, Saki thought that she had let something slip through the the cracks. Before leaving, Sanhana decided to offer a piece of advice anyway. Speaking as someone older, she said that dense men like Gyo-ma never understood a girl's feelings unless she expressed them clearly. She then smiled and said she was rooting for her. Saki was left completely speechless, having no idea where that had come from. By 5:40 a.m., Gyo-ma was already awake. He didn't care all that much about the changes to the exam, but he couldn't stop thinking about the fact that his team leader would be none other than Rachel. He already had too many problems to deal with, and now he had to handle the stress of being grouped up again with the most difficult person in the entire academy. Since he knew the game, he was well aware that Rachel's advances had nothing to do with love. Her goal had always been to find someone to secure a strong bloodline. The funny thing was, in the dating sim, she even possessed the old maid attribute, which further boosted her charm and made her the hardest character to capture. Her original target had always been Leon. In the end, Gyo-ma just hoped that everything would go smoothly. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Saki. She asked if she had woken him up, but he replied that he had already been up for a while. Saki commented that she could never sleep in very late either. He found the call so early in the morning strange and asked if something had happened. Saki responded by asking if he thought she only called when there was a problem. Thinking about it, Gyo-ma realized she was right. Whenever there were important matters, she preferred to talk over a call instead of sending messages. Even so, this call was unexpected. Then Saki revealed that she just wanted to wish him good luck on the exam. Gyo-ma thanked her, wished her good luck as well, and the two hung up. The sun was just beginning to rise when Gyo-ma finished getting ready and arrived at the testing site. From the outside, the building looked like just any other ordinary academy structure, but the moment he stepped inside, he noticed the atmosphere was completely different. This was the academy's special pavilion. The founder, Balor Waquim, had created this space by recreating the 20 years he spent surviving in Garena. It was practically a miniature version of the demonic world, complete with its own ecosystem, rocks, plants, and even weeds transplanted directly from there. The only advantage was that there were no magical beasts in this environment. They said the objective was to provide combat situations as close to reality as possible, but Gyo-ma still found the idea of taking an exam in a place like this bizarre. As soon as he arrived, Rachel rushed toward him and practically threw herself onto him. Out of reflex, Gyo-ma's hand instantly went to his knife. An exceptionally enthusiastic Rachel commented that his bad boy scent was even stronger than last time. According to her, that was precisely his charm, and it was no wonder so many girls were interested in him. Ignoring her comment entirely, Gyo-ma felt a wave of relief when he noticed Sanhana was already there. She was carrying a Class B weapon. It was simply a crowbar. Seeing that, Gyo-ma asked if that really was her weapon, and thought to himself that they were completely screwed. Unbothered, Sanhana greeted Rachel formally, and said she looked forward to working well under her leadership. Rachel replied full of confidence that of course she would be an excellent leader. Observing the scene, Gyo-ma concluded that Sanhana was frighteningly good at dealing with people. Shortly after, one of the instructors stepped up to the top of the staircase and called for everyone's attention to explain the exam rules. He informed them that the first-year final exam would be held in the special pavilion and would take place in a team competition format. However, the concept of the competition would be different from what everyone imagined. The goal was simple. Each team had to enter through the portal and reach a specific checkpoint within 1 hour. The groups that arrived within the time limit would advance to the next stage. Those who failed would be eliminated. Hearing this, many students commented that it sounded easy. All they had to do was run. But Gyo-ma knew that if it were just a race, it would never be considered a final exam. The instructor continued explaining that while there were no magical beasts inside the pavilion, the entire environment faithfully replicated the demonic realm of Garena. Furthermore, this space did not have any intervention or protection from the subspace barrier. For this reason, the first-year students in particular needed to be extremely careful. Even so, several students were confused. If there were no monsters, why the need for so much caution? Some even figured the problem might be the difficulty of breathing in that environment. The instructor called for silence and clarified the situation. Since everyone would be armed and they were still young and inexperienced, fatal accidents could occur. Therefore, throughout the final exam, the use of weapons was strictly prohibited. Hearing that, Gyo-ma realized it would be a race against time inside an artificial Garena. Compared to the midterm exam, this method seemed much fairer. Still, he had no idea how the evaluation would be carried out in an environment without subspace intervention. The instructor then explained that each team would have an assigned instructor. This person would serve both to evaluate the student's performance and to prevent serious accidents from happening. If any group wished to forfeit in the middle of the test, they just had to inform their assigned instructor. With that, the briefing came to an end. Right after, each instructor was assigned to a team. When it was the turn of the group consisting of Gyo-ma, Rachel, and Sanhana, the designated person in charge was none other than Choi Sale. The moment she saw Gyo-ma, she nearly panicked. Noticing the strange reaction, Rachel asked if she knew Gyo-ma and commented that the instructor looked as if she were feeling sick. Trying to maintain her act, Choi Sale replied that she didn't know him personally, but practically all the instructors had heard of his performance. She then introduced herself as instructor instructor Kim, responsible for accompanying their team during the exam. Inside, however, she was desperate. She couldn't believe she had been assigned to monitor that lunatic, and on top of that other crazy girl. Even after losing the demonic seal, she still had to carry out her mission. While she tried to maintain her composure, Rachel commented that the instructor was very pretty, but that she would feel embarrassed if she kept staring like that. Seizing the opportunity, Choi-sel shot back, saying that Rachel looked like a potato. Rachel replied immediately, saying that just because the instructor had a huge chest didn't mean she was pretty, calling her egg yolk hair. The two began arguing right then and there in front of everyone, as if it were the most normal thing in the world for a student to pick a fight with an instructor. In the end, Choi-sel ended the argument by saying Rachel had better stop with the antics. After all, besides being the instructor responsible for preventing accidents, she would be the one giving the team their final grade. Jio-ma said they could leave now, since the exam had already begun. However, Rachel commented that she didn't like the instructor. Curiously, a short time later, she was practically dying in that place, complaining that she really disliked her. The group was at Gate 1 of the artificial Garena, known as the Wasteland Desert. Rachel asked what kind of instructor walked in front instead of staying behind to observe the students. Choi-sel replied that while they were outside, she seemed quite restless, but now that magical power was flowing through the entire area, she could no longer concentrate. Meanwhile, Jio-ma thought that this environment was definitely not ordinary. According to the information Choi-sol had gathered, right after they entered the portal, the first gate had already been opened. For some reason, he seemed to be completely fine. Rachel, on the other hand, was exhausted, probably because she was highly sensitive to magical power. In contrast, Choi-sol seemed full of energy, perhaps due to having a very high affinity with this type of power. For a moment, Jio-ma thought this might be some kind of conspiracy, but there was nothing truly suspicious going on. Furthermore, he still carried the demonic seal, so he believed she wouldn't try anything against him. Then he asked if Sanhana was okay. She replied that the place was a bit tiring, but still bearable. She then commented that he seemed perfectly fine. Jio-ma replied that his skin was tingling in a strange way, but he was also handling it easily. She asked if it was just a tingle to him. At that moment, he realized that Sanhana didn't seem to have much affinity with magical power either. Even though she was a member of the club, Jio-ma was still very suspicious of her. According to Choi-sel's information, infiltrated villains had managed to advance much further than anyone imagined. Judging by Sanhana's reaction, it didn't seem like she was faking it, but since he didn't have his knife, he decided it was best to just keep observing for now. After that, Jio-ma asked Rachel how long it had been since they entered the first gate, but she hadn't been paying attention. Sanhana then answered that it had been 25 minutes. He figured they wouldn't have much time left, realizing that only 35 minutes of the exam remained. Even so, the two girls were already in terrible condition, barely able to orient themselves and only wasting time. He didn't want to be disqualified before even fighting, especially since he didn't even know what the reward for this exam would be. If he at least had his knife, he could expand his sensory range and detect the surrounding magical power. Since Choi-sel had all the weapons, he thought of another alternative. Since he possessed the demonic seal, maybe he could use Choi-sel as a sort of magical power bloodhound. A short time later, that was exactly what was happening. Choi-sel really looked like a puppy sniffing out the direction of the magical energy. Meanwhile, Rachel finally managed to walk normally again, using her own strength to crush the magical pressure surrounding her. Jio-ma thought that was a good sign. It seemed she was finally adapting. The instructor commented that it was impressive. She said that in an environment like that, everything was different, and that even Sanhana seemed to be improving. Then she asked what Jio-ma's secret was for being so well. He simply replied that even he didn't know. Taking advantage of the conversation, Choi-sel approached discreetly and whispered that she was sensing a strong concentration of magical power coming from the northwest. If they walked in that direction for about 10 minutes, they would reach the first checkpoint. Jio-ma praised her work, and Choi-sel replied all excitedly that she really felt like a sniffing puppy. Thanks to that, the group was finally making great progress. As he walked, Jio-ma was also curious to know how the other groups were doing. 32 minutes after the start of the exam, Leon's group was advancing at a good pace. Leon warned that they were already close to the first checkpoint and could speed up a bit more. However, Ario asked for a moment to rest because she could no longer keep up with the pace. Saki tried to cheer her up, saying they were almost there and just needed to hold on a little longer. But Ario began coughing uncontrollably, completely exhausted. So Saki asked Leon to wait a moment because it was too difficult for Ario to continue at that pace. Leon's response was simply to ask, "So what?" Saki was furious and said he was being completely clueless and an asshole. Leon replied that he wasn't ignoring anyone, but as the leader of the group, he had responsibilities. He said she could interpret his actions however she wanted, but he had no intention of carrying members who couldn't trust him or follow his decisions. Then, he commented that he wasn't familiar with the relaxed atmosphere of the travel club Saki belonged to, and said she shouldn't expect him to act like her little friend Jio-ma. Saki asked what Jio-ma had to do with any of this. Leon simply replied that he would never be as considerate as him. Sensing the heavy tension, Ario apologized for being a burden to the group. The instructor accompanied accompanying that team commented that fighting is how people build intimacy, adding that the pressure on a leader really was immense, so everyone could make a little extra effort. Meanwhile, Saki couldn't stop thinking about how Gyo-ma was doing. At the same time, Gyo-ma asked the instructor why they hadn't run into any other students yet. Rachel commented that what she really wanted was to find someone to beat up. Choi Sale explained that it worked the same way as the training on the survival island. Each group started at a different point, and the subspace only functioned up to the entrance. Then Gyo-ma asked if the checkpoint was the same for everyone. After all, if they were all heading to the same place, they should have encountered another group by now. The instructor replied that she wouldn't be surprised if several participants had already given up along the way. Rachel complained that she wanted an exam where she could just pick fights with the other students. Gyo-ma thought to himself that their own group would have been eliminated by now if it weren't for Choi Sale. He then asked how it worked for those who forfeited in the middle of the test. Choi Sale pulled a device called the mana call from her bag. She explained that if you pressed the red button, your location would be sent immediately to the administrative office. Gyo-ma asked how the subspace didn't interfere with that technology. Choi Sale replied that he was far too curious, jokingly asking if he knew what happened to curious people where she came from. In the end, she admitted that she didn't fully understand how it worked either. She had only heard that it was an educational device developed by the Hero Association Laboratory using fragments of an artifact. The subspace bag itself had also been provided by the association. Hearing this, Gyo-ma recalled that artifacts possessed unknown powers and an impossible to calculate value. There were only 10 in the entire world, and each one was practically equivalent to the national treasure of Korea. Furthermore, it was illegal for a single country to have exclusive possession of an artifact, which was why the Hero Association managed all of them to maintain the balance among nations. He wondered if they would really distribute versions like that to mere students, but concluded it probably wasn't something all that powerful. Choi Seol immediately shot back, telling him not to even think about keeping it, because if he lost the equipment, he would have to pay for it out of his own pocket. Gyo-ma found it funny to hear such a human complaint coming from a supposed villain. Choi Sel then smiled and reassured him that as long as she was there, nothing bad would happen. At that moment, Rachel finally spotted the first checkpoint. Choi Sel celebrated, saying she told them they wouldn't get lost. The instructor recorded the group's time, 48 minutes and 24 seconds to clear the first gate. She explained that once the second gate began, the timer would reset for another hour. Shortly after, everyone stood before the second gate. It was literally a door standing in the middle of nowhere. Choi Sel approached Jae-ma and whispered that this was also her first time seeing something like this. She admitted she was a bit lost, but she was certain this wasn't an ordinary checkpoint. It wasn't just a door. The sheer amount of magical power radiating from it was so intense that it seemed to distort space itself. Hearing that, Jae-ma realized he truly had no idea how impressive this place was. Rachel looked at the door and commented that there was absolutely nothing behind it. She found it very strange and asked if they were just supposed to open it and walk in. The instructor replied that she had already explained this, calling Gyo-ma egg yolk in the process. As soon as someone crossed the door, it would start the timer for the second gate. Wasting no time, Rachel said she would open the door herself then, since she was the group leader. Despite being a bit scared, she thought there was no reason for things to go wrong. However, the instant she opened the door, she plunged down a cliff. Luckily, Sanhana managed to catch her before she fell. After catching her breath, Rachel complained that she had almost died. Choi Sale replied that it was also her first time there, so she didn't know exactly how everything worked. Even so, she confirmed that this really was the second gate and informed them that the timer was already running. The second gate of the artificial Garena was known as the Abyss Bridge. All the magical power scattered across the Garena seemed to originate from the murky water flowing beneath that massive bridge. Observing the place, Gyo-ma finally understood why they hadn't run into any other groups along the way. Officially, the instructors were there to ensure safety and evaluate the students. In practice, however, the very structure of the exam was designed to make any participant think about quitting before even moving forward. It was a test built to force students to risk their own lives if they couldn't find the right answer. Meanwhile, Leon's group was already crossing the bridge. Saki noticed that he didn't even hesitate and simply pressed forward. The instructor accompanying them grew curious, wondering if Leon possessed some ability to detect magical power. At the same time, another group was already completely broken. Its members could barely stand. It was the team led by Abel von Nibelung, which had reached the second gate but was in no condition to continue. Not wanting to put his teammates in any more danger, Abel, as the leader, officially requested to forfeit the exam. The instructor paused the timer and recorded yet another eliminated team. In the main lobby, Speed Weapon was also in terrible shape. He kept saying he felt like he was going to die while throwing up all the pizza he had eaten for breakfast. Let's be honest, having pizza for breakfast didn't really help much either. That was when Chloe approached him, calling him Smoke. He asked if her group had also been eliminated already. Chloe replied that they had simply exceeded the time limit for the first checkpoint. Speed Weapon commented that this was still impressive because his group had been eliminated simply for walking in circles. Afterward, Chloe commented that Gyo-ma and Saki hadn't left the exam yet. yet and wondered if something might have happened to them. Speed Weapon told her not to worry about the boss. The one who really worried him was Saki because she was in Leon's group. He remarked that Leon was a prodigy who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. His appearance, the way he acted, and how he treated people were flawless, like a completely blank sheet of paper. However, any sheet of paper ends up stained when it comes into contact with ink. Depending on the color, that could be a good or a bad thing. Even so, Speed Weapon believed they were doing well. He then suggested that since they had been eliminated early, they could help with the villain hunt and collaborate on the plan they had agreed upon. Chloe replied that Smoke was becoming more and more like Gyo-ma. He just found himself wondering why she always got his name wrong. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma and his group continued heading down toward the massive suspension bridge over the abyss. As soon as they reached the edge, Rachel took a literal leap of faith and ended up practically throwing herself onto Gyo-ma's back. He commented that she was getting cozy far too quickly. Sanhana observed the broken bridge ahead and asked if they just had to cross it. At the end of the structure, a massive tower was visible, making the objective of this stage crystal clear. Even so, anyone would hesitate before such a sight. Since the subspace did not allow external interference, any fall would be extremely dangerous. At that moment, Choi Sol commented that all that concentration of magical power was coming precisely from the lake beneath the bridge. That was why this place felt so different from the others. Then Gyo-ma asked why the instructor didn't cross first. In his mind, this couldn't even be considered cheating, since no one was watching directly. After all, the instructors were there precisely to prevent accidents. He explained this reasoning, saying it made perfect sense for her to lead the crossing. Choi Sol, however, replied that if she interfered directly in the exam, she could end up getting into trouble. Gyo-ma said he would take full responsibility. Rachel immediately agreed, and Sanhana supported the idea as well. Left with no choice, Choi Sol confessed that she was actually afraid of heights. At that instant, Gyo-ma used the demonic seal to speak with her via telepathy. He promised that if she crossed first, he would give her any reward she wanted, except removing the demonic seal. She believed the promise and, taking a deep breath, said she would look after the children's safety. She then began to cross the bridge, practically crawling. After walking a long way, she stopped in the middle of the structure and called out that she couldn't go any further. Seeing that scene, Rachel commented that the instructor looked like a little child. Even so, Gyo-ma replied that she had already helped a lot and praised her effort. Choi Sol became completely emotional, looking like a puppy that had just received a compliment from its owner. Motivated, she started walking again and told them they could trust her. Rachel grew suspicious and asked if Gyo-ma had bribed the instructor. He replied that he didn't even have the money for that. Right after, Rachel decided to cross as well and ended up in an impromptu race with Choi Sol. Sanhana commented that those two were very similar and said that the rivalry was entirely Gyo-ma's fault. He just remained silent, not quite understanding how he had ended up in this situation. Meanwhile, Leon's group had already reached the third gate, known as the Gehenna Tower of Approval. They were climbing a massive staircase that seemed endless, heading toward the light at the top of the tower. During the climb, Saki noticed that they still hadn't encountered any other groups. She began to think that first place might already be practically guaranteed. Even so, she didn't understand why they needed to climb so many floors. The instructor merely said that they were almost at the end. However, Ario could barely walk anymore. She was completely exhausted. Saki asked Leon if he really couldn't see how the people behind him were suffering and begged him to slow down the pace a bit. Leon replied coldly that that was their problem. If they couldn't keep up, it wasn't his responsibility. Everyone was shocked by his answer. A few moments later, though, Leon apologized. He said he was also tired and irritated. Since they had already reached the 5th floor, he suggested they rest for a bit. The sudden change in attitude left Saki completely suspicious. Leon then said he would check out the 5th floor alone while they climbed up more slowly. It was at that exact moment that Ario fell to her knees. She really couldn't go on anymore. The instructor tried to encourage her, but Saki simply ordered her to climb onto her back. She said that whoever still had strength left should carry those who could no longer walk, telling her to just accept it before she changed her mind. Despite also being considerably weakened by the environment, Saki decided to carry her. While helping Ario up, she even joked that for someone so skinny she was actually quite heavy. It was precisely at that moment that everyone felt a strange presence inside the tower. When Gyo-ma and his group finally managed to enter the structure, he had the same feeling. He thought perhaps his senses were sharper because of the environment, or maybe it was just his imagination. This time, the instructor herself took the lead of the group, exactly as she was supposed to do. As they advanced up the massive staircase, Gyo-ma observed the entire structure and thought that this place looked as if it had been ripped straight out of the magic tower. Whoever had built it was certainly no ordinary person. Shortly after, he noticed footprints on the stairs. Even though they hadn't run into anyone during the entire exam, some group had clearly already passed passed through here. Then, his foot stepped on something. It was blood. In that very instant, a scream echoed from the upper floors. Without a second thought, Gyo-ma dashed up the stairs. Up there, Saki was collapsed on the floor. Her vision was already starting to fail after being struck by a poisoned blade. Meanwhile, Leon was facing the instructor, Paul, who revealed himself to be, in fact, an infiltrated villain. Seeing that, Saki finally understood that he really was an enemy. Leon almost landed a punch on Paul, destroying part of the staircase wall with the sheer force of the blow. The fake instructor praised the power expected of a hero candidate. However, before Leon could continue his attack, he ended up being pierced by the claws of Ario, who also revealed herself to be an infiltrated villain. She commented that Paul still seemed too inexperienced to handle the power of Lord Permush. Paul apologized, calling her Lady Ario. She replied that it was fine and said he had fulfilled the mission very well. She then looked down at Leon and commented that so this was the heavily discussed hero. In her opinion, he didn't even look strong enough to serve as a vessel. Paul replied that even so, Leon had managed to get this far without any equipment, facing an environment extremely similar to the demon world. He also remarked that Akori apparently wasn't compatible with the body he had received, and that if the Sword Emperor really was involved in this, then the rumors were probably true. Irio responded that perhaps her expectations had been too high. Even so, she said there was no better vessel than Leon. If Master Permush could adapt the possession, everything would go well. The new master would certainly be very pleased. At that moment, she noticed that Saki was still awake. But Saki didn't want to die like that. Her entire life had been empty, always trapped in the same tedious routine. She had grown up in a cold, joyless family environment. She had never found fun or excitement in anything. She hadn't even entered the academy because she dreamed of being a heroine. In reality, she just needed a justification to die. But she didn't want this to be her end. Ario asked if her acting had been convincing. She confessed she had been worried about being discovered, but Saki ended up causing trouble on her own, which made her job much easier. Unable to comprehend, Saki asked why she was doing all this. Ario replied that it was simple. She had been deeply disappointed in Saki, even without knowing her well. For a long time, she believed the two of them were alike. She saw in Saki's eyes the same boredom and the same expression of someone who had already lost interest in everything the world had to offer. She thought she was one of them. In fact, she had intended to take her to Master Permush once the mission was over. As she said this, Ario slowly twisted the dagger driven into Saki's chest and asked if it had been worth it. Did she really want to carry someone else on her back? Had she suddenly awakened a sudden love for humanity? She said she really was disappointed in Saki. Since she didn't have time to listen to any explanations, she decided to leave her there to die. At least, after so much talking, she wouldn't die completely alone. Slumped on the floor, Saki realized something. Only at that very moment had she found a true reason to keep living. It was then that, amidst the light of the staircase, she saw Gyo-ma appearing. With what little strength she had left, she begged for help. Noticing his arrival, Ario asked if he had brought company along. In that instant, Choisel finally understood what was happening. Leon had been attacked, and so had Saki. At least the two of them were still breathing. Ario looked at Choisel and commented that it had been a long time since they last met. She asked if she also intended to take the opportunity to make a contract with Permush, since her old lord had died. Then, she stated that a traitor like her didn't need a new master. On the inside, Choisel was furious. In her mind, the real traitor was Ario, who had switched sides at the very first opportunity. Right after, Ario looked at Gyo-ma and asked if he was the sashimi swordsman. She told him he had better stay quiet. She admitted it was impressive that he had defeated Iron Leg, but stated that in this situation, he needed to understand his own place. As she said this, she stepped on Leon's head. She pointed at the fallen hero, and commented that if even the hero candidate was in that state, a mere human like Gyo-ma could absolutely do nothing. Then she made a proposal to Choi Sail. She said she needed to kill that boy and would speak directly with Master Permush. Since Choi Sail was holding all the weapons, she just had to hand them over or finish him off once and for all. It was at that exact moment that Gyo-ma made just a small gesture with his hand. Understanding what he meant, Choi Sail looked back at everything they had been through until then. Without hesitation, she drew Gyo-ma's sword and handed it to him as if she were serving her true master. The instant Gyo-ma wielded his blade, the protection of the sword god manifested once again. At that moment, every enemy present would die. That was a promise. Wasting no time, Paul launched a massive barrage of boulders against him, saying he would take care of Gyo-ma. Ario only asked him not to kill Choi Sail. However, Gyo-ma simply cut through all the boulders before they could even reach him. Paul admitted it was extremely difficult to even scratch that boy. He said he had already defeated many opponents using that power, and would do the same now. After all, that place was overflowing with mana. He could cast as many spells as he wanted without ever running out of energy. He also mentioned it had been a great decision to follow Ario and make a contract with Permush. Immediately after, he fired countless boulders enveloped in flames, streaking streaking across the sky like actual comets. One of them almost hit Choi Sale, who was shocked to realize that Paul now controlled two different elements. While searching for Geo-Ma, Paul continued to unleash a literal meteor shower. Mocking him, he asked if he was afraid to face the powers of a Kori and Permush at the same time. He said a mere human needed to learn his place. But before he could even finish his sentence, a slash appeared across his waist. Confused, Paul looked around. He had no idea where that strike had come from. The stones around him began to crumble away, and he imagined that the massive piled-up blocks of rock were serving as a hiding place for Geo-Ma. Then another slash struck the exact same spot. Furious, Paul unleashed even more fire and rocks, destroying the floor, the walls, and even part of the tower's ceiling. He said he didn't care even if the entire structure collapsed. Even so, another slash. Once again, in the exact same spot. It was then that Paul realized something. Geo-Ma could have slit his throat right from the start, but he was choosing to strike the exact same spot where Paul had wounded Leon. In that instant, he understood. That damn human was paying him back for everything he had done. Consumed by rage, Paul initiated his demonic transformation. His body grew rapidly, becoming covered in magma and massive stone plates. Completely out of control, he prepared a strike intended to crush Geo-Ma once and for all, but a single slash was enough. The blade tore right through Paul, shattering all his hopes and dividing the tower wall in half, as if it had sliced through space itself. Seeing that scene, Choi Sale was completely awestruck. She thought it was absolute madness and concluded that she truly could feel safe by Geo-Ma's side. Ario, on the other hand, was terrified. She looked at that boy as if she were standing before a true demon. When she realized Geo-Ma was about to kill her, she knew for certain she would die there. He was too fast. She couldn't even sense any magical power around. It was as if his very aura was repelling all the mana in the room. Left with no alternative, Ario grabbed Saki and took her hostage. She ordered Geo-Ma not to take another step, or she would end her life. He actually stopped. As Ario tried to back away, Saki told her to let go. Then, she pulled out the dagger, plunged into her own chest, and without hesitation drove it into Ario's chest. She explained that she knew very well how to act. Poison resistance was basic training for her family. A human who had turned into a demon, however, couldn't withstand that kind of toxin. She said she was a bit disappointed. A few seconds later, Ario collapsed to the ground, completely poisoned, and died right there. Immediately after, Saki also lost her strength and fell. Without a second thought, Geo-Ma dropped his knife and rushed to catch her before she hit the ground. It was exactly at that moment that the rest of the group arrived and stumbled upon that scene. Even wounded, Saki smiled faintly and commented that it hurt a little. She asked Geo-Ma not to hold her so tightly. Then she remembered that, a few days ago, he had promised to grant her a wish, so she made just one request. She wanted to stay in his arms for just a little longer. 3 days later, Saki finally woke up in the academy's infirmary. She was still quite injured and very weak, but she had survived. Speed asked if she had any idea how long she had been unconscious. It had been 3 whole days. Upon regaining her memory of everything that had happened, Speed commented that he would now owe a favor to the club president. He mentioned he had heard from Rachel that it was Geo-Ma who had administered first aid to her and Leon. He never imagined that Geo-Ma possessed a healing blessing. According to the academy doctors, the treatment he performed had been practically perfect. Hearing that, Saki immediately remembered the moment she woke up in Geo-Ma's arms. Instantly, her face turned completely red with embarrassment. She could only think about one thing. How could she face Geo-Ma after all that? Speed Weapon thought Saki must be suffering from PTSD and felt sorry for her. When she noticed him staring, Saki asked why he was looking at her like that. Speed Weapon concluded that she really had been traumatized and was being even weirder than usual. So, without saying much, he handed her a sweet she liked to see if she would calm down. But Saki exploded, screaming that she didn't need to calm down and throwing a pillow at him. She even ordered him out, telling him she wasn't some kind of dog. As soon as Speed Weapon left, Saki realized she had snapped for no reason and decided she would apologize later. Even so, she was deeply moved to realize she was still alive. For the first time in a long while, she genuinely wanted to keep living. Lost in thought, she started chewing the sweet and muttered to herself that it was really good. Meanwhile, Geo-Ma reflected on everything that had happened over the past 3 days since the exam. Both Leon and Saki had been severely injured and were on the brink of death. At that moment, he had gambled everything he had, activating all of his blessings, and fortunately, it worked out. Medea was also very worried about everything that had occurred. Because of this, Geo-Ma realized that he was no longer the only one involved in this situation. Others were in danger too, and power alone was no longer enough. He needed something greater. As he neared Saki's room, Geo-Ma saw Speed Weapon practically being kicked out. Speed explained that today was his turn to watch over Saki, but since she had already woken up, he was heading out. He then joked that he was touched by Geo-Ma's visit, as it meant he wouldn't get bored. Next, he mentioned that physically she seemed fine, but psychologically, it was a different story. According to him, Saki appeared to have a severe case of PTSD since she started screaming out of nowhere and even threw a pillow at him. Hearing this, Gyomei thought to himself that, in reality, she had recovered perfectly. Shortly after, Gyoma asked how the search for the undercover villains was going. Speed Weapon replied that, with Raytheon's help, the investigation was practically complete. He then handed over a document containing a list of suspects: Herval Chan, assistant instructor for the second-year star class; Garayo Shikage, inventory manager for Administrative Office A; Ebiya Shiro, gardener for Sector 8; Nobara Hiroshi, third-year assistant instructor; Igari Shinji, in charge of Dormitory D; and Amuno Rei, the Academy's ventilation engineer. Reviewing the list, Gyoma noticed there were only 6 names and none of them were professors. Because of this, he remarked that there were surely more moles and asked if Speed Weapon was absolutely sure about those names. He confirmed he was. He then mentioned he would be free the next day and suggested they all visit Saki together, now that she was awake. Gyoma, however, countered that Speed still didn't understand her personality. Even after all this time, Saki wouldn't want to host everyone right now. She needed some time to herself. Not quite understanding, Speed Weapon then asked what they would do the next day. Gyoma replied that the time had come for them to act and launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, Medea, the Sword Emperor, and Altair were gathered. Medea asked if, among the elders, Clady was also involved in the conspiracy. Altair confirmed that he was the one who convinced the other elders and was also behind the appearance of the demons during the midterm exams. Siegfried added that they were still investigating his financial movements and that there were strong indications he had even hired the Undertakers. Hearing this, Medea asked if they were talking about that group of assassins. She grew so furious that the floor cracked beneath her feet. Altair explained that they had received reports of the Undertakers being spotted on Avalon Island. Siegfried tried to calm her down, but Medea snapped back that she wasn't just going to sit around drinking tea while all of this was happening. As the Academy's principal, it was her duty to keep all students safe. Despite all safety measures, an enemy had managed to infiltrate, and worse yet, someone connected to the Council of Elders. Altair replied that she wasn't the only one outraged. After all, his own granddaughter also studied at that academy. Siegfried then asked if there was already enough proof against those involved. Altair answered that they had investigated all information from the past 2 months and possessed sufficient evidence. According to him, even if they eliminated all the culprits immediately, there would be no issues. At that, Siegfried stated that the operation would take place that very night. However, before they could continue, Gyoma burst into the room, saying he needed to discuss an urgent matter. Afterward, Medea asked what exactly was going on. Gyoma explained everything they had uncovered due to the events during the final exams, while Speed Weapon added that this was all the information they had on the undercover villains. The others remained silent for a few moments, until Medea asked if he was truly Speed Weapon. She commented that while she already knew of the traveling group, it was her first time meeting everyone in person. She then concluded that the individuals listed were most likely half demons. Speed Weapon confirmed the suspicion, explaining that even after several investigations, both the hiring processes and the recent backgrounds of those employees showed numerous irregularities. Medea then analyzed the document, using her blessing, and stated that, from what she could verify, those people didn't even originally belong to the academy. Gyoma immediately trusted her conclusion, since the analysis had been performed with the blessing of the poet. Shortly after, Medea asked how 2 simple cadets managed to print a restricted list of academy staff. Speed Weapon looked nervously at Gyomei, who replied bluntly that they had hacked the academy's network. He admitted to the crime, explaining that as the club president, he was the one who gave the order, while Speed Weapon carried out the breach. He also commented that despite his friend's somewhat clumsy appearance, he was the second best student in the class, and extremely skilled with computers. He acknowledged that what they did was wrong, but explained that time was short before the break, and believed the principal would understand the situation. Medea replied that their intentions were good, and because of that, she would let it slide this time. Even so, she warned them never to repeat it. She was only letting it go because she trusted Gyoma. If it had been any other cadets, the punishment would be immediate expulsion. Hearing this, Speed Weapon breathed a sigh of relief for having escaped. Gyoma noticed that it really had been a huge scare for him. Still, he noted that Speed Weapon didn't mention Saki's name at any point, showing he was a trustworthy friend. Next, Siegfried commented that the whole situation had become a massive headache. He began to explain what would happen if they attacked the elders that very night, but stopped when he noticed the students were still present. Altair then told the Sword Emperor that since they were also involved, they had the right to know the truth. Siegfried agreed, and revealed that he originally intended to raid Clady's private mansion that night. He then told Gyoma and Speed Weapon that the ones who tried to kill them and their classmates was none other than the Council of Elders, led by Clady. The plan was to catch them red-handed, using the evidence gathered during the investigation. Even so, Gyoma knew that no matter how good the evidence was, it would be extremely difficult for Siegfried, who was not currently one of the 7 heroes, to directly face the Council of Elders, as they were one of the greatest pillars of power in the world. Siegfried explained that if they only attacked the Elders, all the undercover villains would immediately vanish from the academy. Medea agreed, adding that if that happened, the chances of finding them again would be very slim. Even so, they couldn't just let the elders continue to act freely either. Hearing all this, Mei had an idea. He concluded that they needed to gather both groups in the same place and defeat everyone all at once. Without wasting time, he pulled out his communicator and called Choi Sel. As soon as she answered, she was completely taken aback and asked what had happened. Ma asked if the villains knew each other. Choi Sel replied, "Not exactly." He then told her she needed to gather all the people whose names he would provide, because they were all undercover villains. She asked how she was supposed to do that, and Ma replied that he would send a template message for her to copy and send to everyone. Upon hearing the plan, Siegfried asked if this meant the Aditor, who had the authority to condemn nobles, would raid Claddy's mansion, while he and Medea attacked the hideout where the villains would be gathered. Ma confirmed that was exactly the plan. Siegfried admitted it could work, but Medea was still worried and asked how he intended to gather all the villains in one place. Ma just apologized for not explaining at that moment and said they needed to act immediately, promising to provide all the details later. Altair commented that it was very much the Aditor style. First they execute, and only then do they explain. He even joked that Ma seemed more like an Aditor than a hero. Next, Siegfried asked how many men Altair had brought. He replied that, as a precaution, he had selected only the best. Even so, Siegfried reminded him that the Council of Elders possessed their own escort knights. It was then that Ma surprised everyone by saying he would also go to Claddy's mansion along with the Aditor. He explained that he was one of the victims involved in the case, besides being the next candidate to become one of the 7 heroes and the successor to the Sword Emperor. Everyone was in shock upon hearing that. Siegfried just smiled and commented that he had finally made that decision. Ma showed he was completely resolved. Later, Speedweapon asked if he really intended to go. Ma replied that he did, and asked him to wait there, as he would finish everything quickly and return. Speedweapon only asked him not to overdo it. Meanwhile, all the villains on the employee list received the same message from a private number. The message stated that the letter had begun its journey in the Maple Kingdom and circulated for a week, bringing luck to everyone who received it. Now, it had reached its final recipient and warned that massive bad luck would fall upon them at 3 in the morning if they failed to show up at the indicated location. One of the villains grew irritated and asked who the idiot was sending that message, thinking they were stupid. Another commented that it really looked like the kind of joke a teacher would play. A third replied that no teacher bossed them around. Even so, another complained that he had gotten annoyed just reading the text. One of them mentioned that he hated teachers too, but whether they liked it or not, when a teacher ordered them to do something, they ended up obeying. Shortly after, they noticed that only a few of them had arrived at the location and began asking where the others were. Shortly afterward, someone finally appeared. They figured it was a representative of the teacher responsible for the message, but they were completely mistaken. Before they could even realize what was happening, the first villain who tried to hide in the shadows was eliminated. Medea emerged before them, remarking that they were far too relaxed. She then welcomed them in the most brutal way possible, holding the severed head of the first villain. Meanwhile, on the way to Claddy's mansion, Altair commented that Ma was an extremely peculiar young man. He said that even someone like himself couldn't quite fathom what kind of person the boy truly was. According to Altair, Ma's eyes looked completely empty, as if his emotions, thoughts, and even his humanity had been stripped away, leaving behind nothing but a sharp blade. He then asked if Ma knew the difference between a human being and a creature. He explained that a creature merely believes itself to be an ordinary person. Ma asked what that had to do with him, to which Altair simply replied, warning him never to become a monster. As soon as Altair struck his cane against the ground, several assassins from the Aditor family emerged from the shadows. Among them was Nox. Ma remembered Altair mentioning he had only brought elite members, concluding that Nox must also be extremely strong. Altair then ordered them all to punish the corrupt in the name of the Aditor family. Meanwhile, the head of the first villain rolled across the floor in front of Medea. Despite her youthful appearance, looking like someone barely in her early 20s, she was a veteran who had survived countless battles. One of the villains activated his demonic power and mocked her, saying they shouldn't be fooled by her looks, since she was just an old woman who had been off the front lines for over 40 years. Confident in the power granted by his lord, he lunged to kill her. Medea merely took a small step to the side, dodging the attack, and replied that such a thing was a matter of the past. In the next instant, she sliced the enemy in half with her threads and, without a shred of hesitation, kicked the remains of his body against the ground, crushing him completely. Among the 7 heroes, she was the only one without an official title, though she was known by another name, the Tyrant. The remaining remaining villains fell into utter despair and began fighting with everything they had. When another tried to ambush her from behind, he was sliced in half by the Sword Emperor. The survivors grew even more terrified. Siegfried asked if she still hadn't thrown those clothes away, but Medea replied that she would never forget that era. As the villains unleashed all of their magical power, she charged forward without showing the slightest hint of fear, determined to put an end to them all quickly. At the same time, at Claddy's mansion, a staff member noticed that one of the lights was flickering. When it finally went out, he went to check on the problem, but his head rolled off before he could even touch the switch. The Aditor had already infiltrated. Geoma walked calmly along the mansion's massive carpet, as if nothing were happening around him. The guards were completely terrified at the sight of him. Altair ordered his assassins to clear the path, and within seconds, all the guards were slaughtered. Geoma didn't have to lift a single finger. He just kept walking in silence, protected by the Aditor, cutting through that absolute bloodbath without showing any emotion. As they moved through the corridors, Altair commented that despite being a confidential residence, the mansion was enormous. Geoma asked if he really wasn't worried, since executing an elder, even with concrete evidence, still carried an immense risk. Altair replied that it would be far worse to ignore the evidence. Furthermore, with Geoma, the future successor of one of the 7 heroes present in the operation, the political fallout would be significantly lessened. Shortly after, one of the assassins emerged from the shadows to report that everyone had already entered Claddy's office. When they reached the designated location, Altair found the absolute silence strange. Nox also realized something was wrong. It was Geoma who pushed open the large doors to the room. On the other side lay an even grander hall, completely dark and silent. One of the Aditor assassins walked toward Altair to deliver a report. Before he could utter a single word, his body simply exploded. In that exact instant, all the lights flared on. The Aditor assassins were already dead. Nox was completely shaken, but Altair ordered him to control his emotions. Even so, Geoma noticed that even the old leader had been affected by the scene. Right after, Claddy's henchmen appeared and mocked the situation. One of them asked if that was truly the great head of the Aditor family, the one who always told others to control their emotions. Another jeered, saying he just looked like a heartless old man. Revolted, Nox asked if they were the ones who had killed his brothers. One of the men replied that interrupting an adult conversation was highly insolent. He mentioned he had even thought about keeping one of the assassin's arms as a souvenir but decided against it because their scent was unbearable. He added that since they belonged to the same family, they could take the bodies back with them without any issue. The provocation infuriated Altair. At that moment, the elder Claddy himself appeared. He asked how Altair dared defy the villain lords and stand against such an important man. Altair shot back that no matter how much Claddy tried to justify himself, he was still a wretched soul for allying with such filth. Claddy ordered him to shut his mouth. He called Altair a mere butcher and asked how someone like him dared lecture an elder. Finally, he declared that by the time the night was over, he would personally exterminate the entire Aditor family. Then Altair said that he was nothing but a demonic parasite, asking if he didn't feel the slightest bit of shame before his ancestors. The big guy ordered Claddy to stop, but Claddy retorted that the bastard had dared to mention his father's name. Even so, the leader of the villains ordered everyone to stand down, and took a step forward, staring down Geoma. He explained that an unprecedented golden generation had emerged at the academy, but the one who surpassed everyone, and finished in first place, was the other vessel candidate, Kang Geoma. He said the boy was different, and that even the Legion commanders had taken an interest in him. The leader of the villains was convinced they would capture him effortlessly, but when Geoma stared right back at them, even the big guy felt the pressure. Claddy asked how a mere scholarship student dared to look at them that way, claiming that without Medea's protection, his life would end right then and there. Geoma, however, remained silent. The elder kept observing his every move, as did the other infiltrated villains whom Geoma hadn't even noticed yet. At that moment, he concluded there would be no better opportunity to settle the score. Then Geoma drew his sword and said he would handle the magic while leaving the heads to his assassin friends. As everyone prepared for battle, the villains were certain they would win. However, Geoma activated the sword god's manifested protection. They mocked him, asking if he intended to cut through their magic with that little sashimi knife, and Geoma replied that yes, he absolutely would. The villains fired all their magic at once. When smoke engulfed the area, they thought Geoma was already dead, but one of the villains noticed someone hiding behind the smoke and tried to charge forward, only to be sliced apart by Nox and Altair. The big guy couldn't understand what had happened and yelled that the magic had missed its mark, ordering those idiots to attack again. They unleashed ice, fire, and wind, but Nox used the smoke to advance once more. He didn't even need to dodge the stone spell heading his way because Geoma simply sliced the magic in half. The villains were incredulous. He had just cut through magic, something that seemed impossible. Right after that, the mage was killed by Nox. The big guy ordered everyone to attack at once, but when they asked what he was doing, he replied that he was just observing the situation. The ice and fire mages began using more and more power, thrilled to finally have the chance to unleash so much magic. Yet, they didn't hit a single thing. The fire mage had her head cut off, and shortly after, the other mage died as as well. Altair called them all useless for taking their eyes off the enemy. At that moment, the stone villain tried to crush him with a gigantic club, saying that he was the one who was finished. However, both of his arms were severed by the sashimi blade, and Nox finished the job. Claddy could no longer keep up with the fight. Everything had happened far too fast. The big guy then decided to dispel all the smoke using wind magic to regain visibility, but when the smoke cleared, he realized all of his allies were already dead. Meanwhile, Ma kept slowly advancing, completely unstoppable. Desperate, the big guy grabbed the elder Claddy by the neck and threatened to kill him if Ma took another step. Ma just smiled and kept walking, as if the threat meant nothing at all. That was when someone else broke into the building. It was a masked and hooded professor. He remarked that he couldn't believe everyone had died except for one, as this was outside his calculations. Even so, he commented that there was no moment more rewarding for an educator than seeing his students evolve. The big guy asked why he had only arrived now, after gathering everyone. He said that if he had appeared a bit sooner, none of this would have happened. The professor replied that blaming others for one's own weakness was pure stupidity and that they were more spoiled than the students themselves. The big guy retorted that many had died because of him, and yet he still had the nerve to show up late saying that kind of thing. The professor simply responded that they say an empty barrel makes the most noise, but he never imagined it would be this much. Infuriated, the big guy shot back that he was the one hiding behind a mask. The professor then removed his mask in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Medea was finishing off the last of the villains. He begged for mercy, saying he would do anything if they just asked what they wanted to know, but Medea blew his head off, stating she would never trust a villain. Siegfried commented that they had already wrapped things up there, but found it strange that there were only 6 enemies. At that exact moment, the entire building began to shake. Medea realized it was coming from the clan's annex. The professor merely snapped his fingers, causing everything to tremble. Then, he told his disciple that he had been far too noisy. With another snap of his fingers, the big guy's head simply exploded. That was when the professor's identity was revealed. It was Damien, and not even Ma himself had expected that. Damien asked if Ma was curious about how he had appeared there, saying he would explain so Ma wouldn't be so angry. He shared that he had placed a wiretap magic on Choi Sel because she was so desperately clinging to her own life that he was certain she would end up looking for Ma whenever she was in danger. Ma asked about what he had said earlier regarding the blessing. Damien replied that he didn't need to worry, as his curiosity as a scholar was genuine and everything he had told him was also the truth. Then Ma asked why he was doing all of this. Damien answered that it was simple. He needed a vessel. He admitted there had been a miscalculation, but there were still 2 busybodies left. As soon as he began to invoke his magic, Ma shouted to Nox, who managed to dodge at the very last second. Damien asked them not to resist, saying he disliked unnecessary battles. Right after, he began creating spheres of pure power capable of annihilating the assassins. Altair dodged them with great difficulty, and Damien commented that even so, he still managed to escape, as expected of an Aditor. Ma himself charged at the enemy, but Damien reacted in time, invoking a sphere right in front of his face. Ma had to use all of his speed to avoid touching that magic. Damien commented that even if he tore off their limbs, they would still serve as vessels, but if possible, he preferred to take them whole and asked for a little cooperation. He went back to firing the space-distorting spheres. Altair warned that the magic could not be cut and that it was almost impossible to get close. Ma explained that the technique made the air explode at a specific point, and if he tried to cut it directly, he might end up caught in the explosion. Damien asked if he already knew that magic, remarking that, as expected, Ma was different from the others. While he spoke, he continued launching the spheres, destroying everything around them. Ma noticed that Damien made a specific hand movement to activate the magic. The problem was that it was impossible to know exactly where the explosion would happen. Furthermore, his blessing was about to run out, so merely dodging would not be enough. As Altair and Nox tried to read the airflow to escape the blasts, both managed to dodge at the last possible moment. Observing this, Ma realized that the explosions were happening at different times. Damien kept targeting only him, calling him his disciple. That was when Ma finally understood. The points further away took a bit longer to explode. Damien activated everything at the same time, but there was a tiny interval between each explosion. The Elder was impressed and shouted for Damien to kill them all like that. However, he almost ended up getting hit himself. Desperate, he asked if Damien hadn't come there to help him, and why he was trying to kill him. He even asked if he hadn't gathered all the villains just for his sake. Damien merely gave a sincere laugh and asked why he would ever save someone like the Elder. He said the man had no value whatsoever, being nothing but a parasite that lived by clinging to others. He called him an insect, garbage, and filth, stating that even these insults weren't enough to describe him. He added that the Elder's father must be crying in hell. Finally, Damien revealed that the Elder had never been anything more than a simple bait to scatter the enemies. After all, not even Damien could face the Sword Emperor, the Principal, and the Aditors all at the same time. The villains had not been gathered to protect the Elder. In fact, Damien explained that he trapped them there precisely to keep them from running away. He said Clady Clady had always been trash and a coward. Even with all the villains defeated, he claimed his objective had already been achieved and prepared to annihilate the Elder. But at that exact moment, Gyo-ma activated his mental image, his domain. In a fraction of a second, he was able to perceive everything around him. He saw a mass of air engulfing Clady, connected to Damien by a thin thread of magic. He had finally found the exact point he needed to cut. Without wasting time, he threw his knife and cut Damien's magic. The professor was taken aback, asking why this was happening and what had happened to his spell. He then snapped his fingers repeatedly, trying to activate it again. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma pulled the knife back, using the bandana wrapped around the handle, and declared that Clady's neck belonged to him. That day, he would be the one to kill the Elder. Time seemed to flow differently. As Gyo-ma deciphered Damien's magic, it felt as though not even a single second had passed. The line connecting each explosion was now completely visible to him. From that point forward, he would cut every single one of them. Damien said that it could only have been a coincidence. He then created another sphere of wind, but Gyo-ma once again manifested the resonance of the sword god's blessing. With his mind's eye, he saw the magic with absolute clarity. Once more, he severed the wind thread connecting the sphere to the explosion. Incredulous, Damien asked if he could truly see it, because a human being shouldn't be capable of perceiving that magic. Even so, he created several spheres at once and challenged Gyo-ma, wanting to see if he could handle them all at the same time. In a mere blink of an eye, Gyo-ma cut all the threads. Damien tried again, and then again, attempting to make the explosions happen, but Gyo-ma kept cutting every single connection without showing the slightest mercy. That man who operated from the shadows and manipulated everyone around Gyo-ma, the true mastermind behind everything, was now standing right before him. Damien's fingers were already bleeding from creating so many wind threads. Still, he said that it was finally all over. However, all the wind bombs remained scattered across the area. Gyo-ma used his blade to redirect each one of them, gathering them all into a single point, and launched them back at Damien, who ended up annihilated by his own magic. His headless body fell to the ground, while Gyo-ma calmly put away his sashimi knife. Realizing Damien's defeat, Clady tried to flee but was pinned down by Nox's blade. Shortly after, he was being beaten by Altair. Even so, he continued to make threats, saying the entire nobility would never let this slide, and ordering them to just kill him already. Altair replied that he talked too much for someone who had betrayed humanity. He then pressed the knife against his neck, while Gyo-ma did the rest. The next strike did not kill Clady. Instead, Gyo-ma used his ability to heal him, only to cut him again right after. He healed and cut him repeatedly, just to prolong his suffering. When Clady finally believed he would survive, Gyo-ma ended everything with a single blow, taking off his head. After that, Altair commented to Nox that he seemed much calmer than expected. Nox replied that he had simply gotten used to it. He mentioned that Altair had probably already heard the story, but that he had felt the weight of Gyo-ma's blade firsthand. Back then, he had challenged Gyo-ma out of pure pride, and despite being called a genius, he failed to even scratch him. At that moment, he realized just how powerless he was. Now, however, he understood perfectly. Chloe had once said that Kang Gyo-ma alone was stronger than the entire Aditor family. At the time, he thought it was an exaggeration, but now there was no denying it. Gyo-ma was stronger than anyone he had ever seen, and he still used that power the right way. That was why he believed Chloe had become so fascinated by him. Then Nox remembered his own master's words. He always said to cherish the family legacy, but if his convictions were true, he should follow them to the very end. That was why he decided that, from then on, he would become Kang Gyo-ma's shadow. Altair asked if he wouldn't regret that decision. Nox replied that he was certain he would never change his mind. Shortly after, Medea and Siegfried arrived at the scene. Altair explained that they could already see what had happened. There had been an ambush prepared by the villains, but everything had already been resolved, including Clady, despite the losses they suffered. Medea was at a loss as to how the Aditor elite had been defeated, and asked what those villains were doing there. Altair explained that the man known as the Professor, the leader of the infiltrated villains, had sent all those troops to the location. Siegfried asked him to recount everything in meticulous detail. After hearing the entire story, Medea said that it was simply madness. Meanwhile, Siegfried reflected on Gyo-ma. To him, the boy was an emotionless sword, devoid of any concept of good or evil, a blade capable of cutting absolutely anything. Altair agreed that Gyo-ma's talent was impressive, but reminded him that even a perfect sword can lose its way and turn into a true catastrophe. The greater someone's talent, the greater the need for a guide to lead them down the right path. It was then that he asked the Sword Emperor if he wouldn't be the ideal person to take on that role. Since summer break was approaching, he suggested taking Kang Gyo-ma with him during that period. Perhaps that boy would be capable of achieving what had been passed down from generation to generation in the Nibelung family, the wish of the Sword Saint. A few days later at the academy, everyone was already talking about what they would do during the break. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma was still thinking about the cleanup they would have to do after everything that had happened. That was when Chloe approached him, looking worried, saying she didn't want to be away from him during during the break. At that moment, Saki finally appeared, fully recovered. As soon as she arrived, she asked if Jio-ma was already there. Looking a bit embarrassed, she confirmed that she was feeling much better. Chloe told her to keep taking care of herself. Jio-ma asked what the doctors had said and if she had already been discharged. Saki replied that she still needed to go back for a few checkups, but that she was practically recovered. Taking advantage of the conversation, she asked what he was going to do for the holidays. Jio-ma replied that he would probably stay at the academy itself. In truth, he had nowhere else to go. The two of them were surprised and asked if he really intended to spend the entire month there. Jio-ma confirmed that he had no other place to stay. While they were talking, Saki noticed something different about him. She commented that it seemed like he had more white hair. Chloe immediately agreed. Later, while taking a bath, Jio-ma noticed it too. Day after day, his appearance was changing more and more. His hands were completely covered in calluses. In his past life, those calluses were proof of his growth as a swordsman. Now, however, they were the result of the countless lives he had taken. He didn't regret it, because he believed all those men were vermin who deserved to die. Even so, a strange revulsion toward killing was beginning to take hold of him. He realized he no longer hesitated before drawing his knife. At first, he thought it was just the effect of the blessing, but now he understood it wasn't that. His own body reacted before he could even think, so he began to wonder what kind of body this was. Who had Kang Jio-ma really been? Even the boy's parents had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Lost in these thoughts, he didn't even notice when Saki caught his attention and asked if everything was alright. Jio-ma just replied that it was nothing. Then Chloe asked if he really intended to spend the break clearing dungeons instead of going home. Right then, Saki grabbed a knife and began to imitate him, saying that he would probably spend the whole month clearing dungeons while shouting, "I will cut you down." Jio-ma told her to stop that and asked why she carried a knife everywhere. She replied that he wasn't exactly normal either. At that instant, Jio-ma remembered Altair's words, who used to say that monsters always think they are normal, so he asked if that was truly the case. Saki looked at Chloe and replied that, without a doubt, it was exactly like that. She added that the entire school thought Jio-ma was extraordinary. Hearing this, he remembered what Altair had said, that he shouldn't become a monster, so he mentioned to the girls that he was thinking of taking a complete rest for a few weeks of the break. Saki even tried to say something, looking a bit shy, but ended up being interrupted when the teacher appeared, accompanied by the Sword Emperor. The instructor announced that summer break began that very day. He said he knew everyone was excited, but reminded them that they were students of the Wakim Academy and needed to maintain their dignity both inside and outside the institution, as the Academy's reputation depended on each individual's conduct. After that, he handed the floor over to the Sword Emperor. The students even thought he would give a 1-hour lecture, but Siegfried simply said that giving lectures was for senile old folks who didn't know the world. He just wanted to see how much everyone would have evolved when they returned next semester. That was all. The crowd cheered instantly and shouted that this was exactly what they expected from the principal. Finally, vacation. Chloe wished Jio-ma a good break. When he looked toward the door, he saw that Nox was already waiting for her. Before they left, Nox said he would look forward to seeing how she would return after the break. Shortly after, Siegfried approached Jio-ma and asked Saki to go on ahead. He then asked if he had any specific plans for the holidays. Jio-ma replied that he only intended to keep training at the academy. Then, the Sword Emperor explained that he had already learned everything he could by training alone, and therefore invited him to spend this period at the Nibelung family home. Meanwhile, poor Saki also decided to stay at the academy. The next morning, she went to look for Jio-ma, but he was nowhere to be found. Since she wasn't going home either, she figured he might still be asleep. As she walked, she ended up remembering that day she was in his arms and almost entered the boy's dormitory to knock on his room door. In the end, she gave up, thinking he must be tired. After all, it was only the first day of vacation. In reality, however, Jio-ma was already on a bus. He was a bit nervous about traveling abroad for the first time. The day before, Siegfried had explained that since he had decided to inherit his legacy, it was time to start truly teaching him. It was like passing the torch, but there was an even more important reason. The Tori family had a justification to eliminate the traitor, but for the leaders of the Council of Elders, mere suspicion that Jio-ma was to blame was enough for them to act against him. Since there would be fewer eyes watching during the break, that would be the ideal moment for them to strike. Even if the Tori family tried to keep the information from leaking, it was only a matter of time before everything came to light. Since they couldn't prevent that, the best option was to hide him in a place where no one could reach him. The Nibelung house was a family of heroes that had existed for 700 years and was the birthplace of Orion Nibelung. Its main estate was Sigurd Castle. Jio-ma had only caught a glimpse of that place in the game, but he knew the territory was practically a small country. Within that domain, the Sword Emperor's word was law itself. No one in their right mind would invade that place unless they were completely insane. For that reason, he accepted the proposal. Siegfried explained that to throw off anyone watching, he would leave first. Jio-ma, on the other hand, would travel only the following day and could not use any communication devices, including his cell phone. When asked how he would find his way, Siegfried simply replied not to worry, because when the time was right, someone would find him. During the bus ride, several people began commenting that he was the guy with the sashimi knife from the festival. They whispered that he was even more handsome in person, while Gyo-ma listened to it all completely embarrassed. A few people even started to approach him, but before they could, Abel sat down next to him. He asked what she was doing there, and Abel replied that they hadn't told him she would be his travel guide. Only then did Gyo-ma realize she was actually going with him. She said she was counting on him, and he thought that made sense, since that was her home. Meanwhile, some passengers were startled to see that young man sitting next to Abel. She, on her part, thought that since the camp during one of the tests, this was the first time they were completely alone. It felt a bit strange. She also noticed that he was always surrounded by girls like Rachel, Saki, and Chloe, and seemed to get along well with all of them. At that moment, the driver went over a speed bump without slowing down and apologized. Abel ended up feeling a bit motion sick, and remembered when her father used to give her a motion sickness patch to put behind her ear. She also thought about how 10 years had already passed since the worst day of her life, when she lost her parents, while her grandfather lost his own son. It was then that Gyo-ma handed her the exact same type of patch. He asked if she didn't know how to use it. Abel replied that, of course she did. Sometime later, when they finally arrived at the airport, Abel woke up after sleeping on Gyo-ma's shoulder for a large part of the trip. She had even drooled on his shoulder, but it was better to pretend that never happened. Next, she completely altered her appearance to look like Rachel. She styled her hair the same way, put on Dernilf watch glasses, and chose an outfit very similar to what Rachel usually wore. She explained that she wasn't trying to create any misunderstanding between them, but simply wanted to avoid becoming a target for reporters and paparazzi, since the airport was always full of them. Gyo-ma replied that they weren't celebrities and that no one would recognize them. Abel, however, explained that there were always people following her footsteps. Gyo-ma was also a bit nervous about being at an airport for the first time, while Abel was worried about being recognized. And indeed, as soon as they arrived, several reporters swarmed Gyo-ma. He was surprised to realize there really were that many people waiting for him. The journalists asked for the reason behind his trip and said that the entire hero world had its eyes on him. They also wanted to know what his plans were. Gyo-ma realized that regardless of how they found out about his trip, they wouldn't let him pass without an answer. Since he needed to keep his true destination a secret, he replied that he was going to the United States. The statement left everyone shocked. Some even began to speculate if he intended to face all mute. Taking advantage of the confusion, Abel grabbed his arm, and the two of them ran off. When Saki saw on television that Gyo-ma was supposedly heading to the United States, she got very angry that he hadn't told her anything. Little did she know that it was all part of the plan to hide his true destination. In reality, the two of them landed in Switzerland. Gyo-ma couldn't help but think that everything would have been much easier if they had just traveled on Abel's private jet. While she was fixing her appearance, the two of them passed a massive banner featuring her image, which left her dying of embarrassment. Despite being extremely famous and belonging to one of the most influential families in the world, she still traveled economy class, making no point of showing off. After leaving the airport, Abel let him know that they had finally arrived. Gyo-ma was completely awestruck by the landscape of the Swiss Alps. Right after, he ran into Siegfried, who was already waiting for them. He explained that he had taken a layover to arrive at practically the same time and remarked that, for a first airplane trip, they had done quite well. Gyo-ma replied that he hadn't faced any issues during the flight. Abel then asked what time Gain Sebastian would arrive. Siegfried answered that it would be soon and went on to call her dear. She immediately complained and asked him to stop calling her that in front of other people. Siegfried simply replied that he had been calling her that since she was born. Even so, Abel insisted that she was already well grown up. At that moment, a massive fleet of security cars suddenly appeared. From an escorted limousine, a man wearing a cape stepped out. He walked up to Siegfried, bowed, and welcomed both the lord and the young lady. It became clear that everyone there served the Nibelung family. Siegfried commented that Gain Sebastian looked as elegant as always, and mentioned that he didn't need such an extravagant reception. Gain Sebastian replied that he was far too humble, and that nothing would ever be enough to honor the hero of humanity. He then asked if that was the famous knife boy. Siegfried cut the topic short and said he would explain everything later. He simply asked if he could count on him. Gain Sebastian replied that he could and affirmed that it was an honor to serve the emperor. He then led everyone toward the way back. Gyo-ma noticed that the hierarchy here was crystal clear, but found it odd that Gain Sebastian didn't look like a butler or anyone of the sort, so he asked who he really was. Abel replied with all the casualness in the world that Gain Sebastian was the president of Switzerland. Gyo-ma was left completely speechless. When they were nearing their destination, Abel pointed out Sigurd Castle through the window. The scenery was simply breathtaking, and they arrived at the end of the day, just as the sun was beginning to set. Siegfried thanked Gain Sebastian, saying they had arrived safely thanks to his help. Gain Sebastian replied that he was the one who should be thankful for being pulled out of the office for a while. He then apologized to Gyo-ma for not introducing himself properly. He stated that he was Gain Sebastian, that he had watched the recordings of the Academy Festival, and that it was an honor to meet him in person. He also hoped the two of them could could maintain a good relationship from then on. Siegfried asked Gain Sebastian not to put too much pressure on the boy, since he was still young. Gain Sebastian replied that it was impossible to ignore someone so talented, and apologized, saying he had been captivated by Gioma's potential. After that, he said goodbye to the Nibelung family and left, accompanied by his entire escort. As soon as he departed, Siegfried asked Gioma what he thought of him. Gioma replied that the president seemed pretty laid back. Siegfried then explained that the entire world was trying to find out who his successor would be. Because of that, Gain Sebastian would certainly make his own assessments after learning that Gioma had been invited to the Nibelung estate. He said that he was someone who always placed reason above emotion. If he believed keeping a secret would be advantageous, he would stay silent without a second thought. Siegfried continued explaining that there were many people like that in the world, and the higher one climbed, the more they needed to learn to suspect, analyze, and even utilize people when necessary. That was the weight of holding the position of a 7-star hero. He advised Gioma never to refuse favors like the one he had received that day, but also never to get complacent. If he failed to draw boundaries, he would end up losing people's respect, and his authority would weaken. Even so, he said that he would learn all of this with time, and that this was one of the reasons for bringing him there. Then he smiled and commented that the boy must be hungry, deciding to drop the subject. Giome resolved to stay outside a bit longer, just to appreciate the view and watch the sun vanish past the horizon. After the introductions and the meal, the next day started early. At exactly 5 in the morning, the curtains of the bedroom were drawn open. The one who entered was Shiel, the maid responsible for cleaning, laundry, patrolling, hunting, and even fighting crime. She bid Gioma a good morning and informed him that the Sword Emperor was already waiting for him. By 6 in the morning, everyone was already gathered for breakfast. Abel noticed that Gioma was still not quite comfortable using a fork and knife and asked him about it. Before he could answer, Sharon the butler interrupted the conversation, stating that it was not advisable to speak during meals. Besides being the butler, Sharon was also responsible for the food supply, the kitchen, gardening, property maintenance, and attending to guests. Abel ended up feeling worried for Gioma after that scolding. Later, he spent part of his training chopping firewood. While working, he thought about how it had already been 4 days since he arrived at the castle. Gradually, he was getting used to the place's routine, the absurdly strong maid, and the extremely disciplined butler. He also thought it was a shame there was no cell phone signal there. The most impressive thing was that this entire gigantic property was maintained by just those 2 employees. At that moment, he finally understood why Abel lived such an economical life. In his mind, it was all the fault of the Sword Emperor, who was cheap enough to make him chop firewood by hand. Even so, with that fresh air and incredible view, he had nothing to complain about. At 4 in the afternoon, he was meditating next to Siegfried, both sitting in the lotus position. The Sword Emperor explained that the foundation of Gioma's blessing was already complete. However, since that power was extremely strong and primitive, trying to nurture it at that moment would bring no benefit whatsoever. The first step was learning to converse with oneself. The problem was that Gioma could barely manage to sit in that position. He understood the theory perfectly, but found the lotus position far too complicated. Siegfried simply told him to stop complaining. He said Gioma was still young, and that when he grew older and his joints stiffened up, only then would he find out what real pain was. Just then, they heard 2 knocks on the door. Gioma recognized it was Charon, who approached Siegfried to whisper something in his ear. As soon as he heard the information, the Sword Emperor lost his composure and let out a curse, asking what that lunatic was up to. Charon merely reminded him that Gioma was still right next to them. Siegfried took a deep breath, apologized, and said he had gotten worked up because of Richard. Giome immediately wondered if he was talking about Gain Sebastian. Shortly after, Siegfried announced that he would need to head out for a while. He said he would be back for dinner, or perhaps later, and asked them to eat without waiting for him. Later on, Giome found himself reflecting on the training. He had imagined he would learn directly from humanity's strongest man, but everything was turning out completely different from what he expected. Instead of intense battles, he spent his days meditating, chopping firewood, and doing simple chores. That tranquility was already starting to bore him. Even so, he remembered he was in Switzerland, near a specific dungeon he knew from the game. His knife was still with him, and that dungeon required at least 3 people to be explored, offering an extremely rare reward. It was at that moment that he heard 3 knocks on the door. Judging by the voice, he figured it was Shiel calling him for dinner. He replied that he was on his way out, but when he opened the door, he found Abel. She asked, a bit shyly, if she could come in. Before knocking on the door, Abel had been thinking about how it had already been 4 days since Giome arrived at Sigurd Castle. She saw him every day, but even so, she still felt a bit awkward around him. At breakfast that morning, for instance, she noticed how he struggled to use a fork and knife, since he was Korean and much more accustomed to eating with chopsticks. However, before she could help him, she ended up being interrupted by Charon, who practically didn't let her speak. She then began to recall her childhood. Her grandfather always said she needed to choose the men she trusted very carefully. She should never surrender her life to someone weaker than him. As a child, she would reply that this was impossible, because there was no one stronger than her grandfather. After she started spending more time around Gioma, she had another conversation with Siegfried. On that occasion, he explained that strength alone was not enough. One also had to observe people's character. Someone who extended a helping hand without thinking could be even more dangerous than someone pointing a sword, especially those people who did good deeds without expecting anything in return, because they were precisely the hardest ones to remain cautious around. At the time, Abel asked why he was saying all that all of a sudden. Siegfried replied, it was just a precaution. Then he instructed Chiron and Shael to treat Jioma simply as a guest who was there to train, and that no one should disturb him unnecessarily. In the present, Abel knew she shouldn't bother him too much either. Even so, just having him at the castle made her feel happy, almost like a child. She thought that if he were a bit gentler with her and kept doing good deeds with no ulterior motives, things would end up becoming far too strange. She still wanted to return the cloak he had lent her, but just thinking about it made her die of embarrassment. At that moment, Shael mentioned that her grandfather had left because of an urgent matter and would only be home late. Abel asked why she was telling her that, and the maid replied that she seemed to want to know. As soon as she heard this, Abel ran off toward Gioma's room. On the way, she ended up being stopped by Sharon. She commented that it had been a long time since she had run through the house like that, and that she seemed to have gotten too used to the academy's routine. Sharon asked if she was running away again. He said she always did that at the most important moments, and that, right when she was about to achieve her goal, she ended up turning her back on herself. He further reminded her that Orion, her father, always wanted her to become someone who faced her fears, instead of running from them. After that conversation, Abel finally gathered her courage, went to Gio-ma's room, and asked if she could come in. He allowed it right away, and she was overjoyed. As soon as she walked in, Gio-ma said she didn't need to return the cloak he had lent her, but thanked her for the gesture anyway. Then Abel summoned her courage and asked if Gio-ma would be free the following afternoon. He asked why, but she replied that it was to go for a walk. Right after, she corrected her own answer and told him to stop answering a question with another question. She just wanted to know whether he had time or not. Gio-ma replied that the Sword Emperor would not be at the castle the following day, so there would be no training. Deep down, he even thought it would be nice to rest a little, since those long meditation sessions were killing his legs. He then asked if she would like to have lunch out. Since he was in Switzerland, he wanted to take the opportunity to try the local cuisine. Abel asked if that was a date. After thinking for a moment, he replied that it could be. She said that was even better than just going for a walk, and mentioned she knew a great restaurant that served Japanese food. Giame refused immediately. He said it made no sense to eat sushi in Switzerland when he wanted to experience the local food. Abel asked if he didn't like sushi. He replied that he did, but he had eaten it recently during a trip. She asked if, when he said travel group, he was talking about Saki. Giamma thought that perhaps the two of them didn't get along very well, so he explained that he had also gone with Speed Weapon and Chloe, besides Saki. He further mentioned that both he and Chloe really liked fish. Upon hearing this, Abel simply threw the cloak at him and called him a cheater. Right after, she pretended nothing had happened and just told him not to be late the next day. Giamma was left completely baffled by her reaction, thinking that he could never figure out what went on in Abel's head. Meanwhile, she walked away thoroughly flustered because, without realizing it, that simple walk had ended up turning into a date. Meanwhile, Siegfried arrived at his scheduled appointment. One of the staff members received him and informed him that, skipping all formalities, a man had suddenly appeared, pressuring the president to reveal the identity of the person the Sword Emperor had taken to his house. Even so, the president was still keeping everything a secret. Siegfried replied that that was enough and thanked him for the report. The employee thanked him for his presence and made way. As soon as he entered the room, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Everyone was on their knees, heads bowed, revering the man sitting in the main chair. The stranger was the first to speak. He said it had been a very long time since they last met, asking if it had already been nearly 10 years. That man was Richard Murat, the Spear Saint and one of the 7-star heroes. Siegfried asked what kind of mess he was causing this time, and further questioned since when the two of them were friends. Richard laughed and commented that it seemed losing an arm had finally made Siegfried a man, because before he used to be so full of himself that he acted like a little girl. Without hesitating, Siegfried placed his hand on his sword and replied that age hadn't done Richard much good either. He then brought the blade close to Richard's legs and asked if he would like to experience the sensation of losing a limb as well. The two stared each other down for a few moments, as their auras clashed violently. Siegfried commented that he had always known Richard was an idiot, but he never imagined he would have the nerve to invade the country where he lived. At that moment, the president entered the room to find out what was happening. Richard asked if Siegfried really dared to threaten a man from the Murat family and even say he would turn him into a cripple. He then mocked him, saying that hanging around those youngsters seemed to have made old Nibelung regain his youthful impulsiveness. Siegfried merely replied that he was pathetic, and that he would never understand how someone so stupid had managed to become one of the 7 heroes. Then Richard stood up. Instantly, the pressure released by both men took over the entire room. It was a clash between two legends. On one side was the Sword Emperor, the man who had pushed technique to its absolute limit. On the other was Richard Murat, a warrior who fought purely with brute force. Such was his physical power. power. His strength was so absurd that it seemed to make any technique unnecessary. There was no human being capable of rivaling him in that aspect. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the president begged them both to calm down, reminding them that this was the presidential residence. Richard took a deep breath, sat back down, and said he had gotten a bit carried away. Next, he stated that he wasn't there to play games, and decided to get straight to the point. He said everyone already knew about the death of Akori, one of the 5 generals, and that part of the conversation could be ignored. The president was completely shocked to find out the news. Paying no heed to his reaction, Richard commented that the matter was already widely known within the association, and that Switzerland was just a bit behind on the information. He then revealed he had discovered that Siegfried was involved in Akori's death. The problem was that he simply didn't believe the Sword Emperor had defeated a general on his own. Siegfried asked what he was implying. Richard replied that the one responsible could only be Kangyo Ma, the boy known as the Sashimi Sword Saint. As soon as he heard that name, Siegfried put his hand back on his sword. The pressure released was so intense that the entire building shook. The people around began to pass out, some even foaming at the mouth. The president realized that, at this rate, a war could break out right inside the presidential residence. Richard, though impressed, commented that Siegfried seemed even stronger than before, even after losing an arm. The Sword Emperor replied coldly that, since he was causing trouble in his land, he would cut out his tongue right then and there. At that moment, he realized that Gyo Ma was already being watched by the association. If necessary, he would eliminate even the Spear Saint to protect him. The president tried to prevent any conflict, but Richard just gave a laugh. He said the old man really was getting more hot-headed with age, though that didn't suit him at all. Then he lit a cigar and calmed down. He commented that, seeing how sensitive Siegfried had become about the subject, he really seemed to care a lot about the boy. He said he wouldn't press him any further, as his reaction had already answered all his questions. Even so, he admitted that Kang Gyo Ma seemed like an extremely interesting young man. He also commented that the fact that Siegfried protected him so much, and that his niece Rachel was apparently in love with him, only increased his curiosity even further. He even joked that he would love to see Siegfried's reaction if Gyo Ma ended up marrying his niece. After that, he stood up to leave. Before walking out, he still asked Siegfried to tell Medea and her twin sister that he was doing well. Then, he slammed the door hard and left. As soon as silence returned to the room, Gain Sebastian asked Siegfried if he was alright. The Sword Emperor replied that he had behaved like an idiot and apologized to the president. Gain Sebastian said there was no reason to apologize. Next, he asked if he would have time the following week, as he would really like to invite him to the dinner they had mentioned previously. Siegfried realized right away that Gain Sebastian was trying to get close to Gyo Ma in a very direct manner. Therefore, he replied that unfortunately, he would be busy all week long. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Gyo Ma and Abel were getting ready for their date. Abel was completely excited. She was choosing between several beautiful, colorful outfits, carefully doing her hair, and trying on various pairs of shoes. Gyo Ma, on the other hand, did the exact opposite. Still tired from the routine of waking up before dawn, he grabbed the first clothes he found, noticed a few more white hairs popping up, and simply put on the only sneakers he had brought on the trip. Despite their completely different preparations, both ended up satisfied. While getting ready, Gyo Ma thought to himself that he had only agreed to go out to relax a bit from the grueling training routine. Maybe it had ended up looking like a real date, but since they would still spend a few weeks together, it would be best to avoid any awkward tension between them. Besides, there was another reason to accept the outing. The famous undead dungeon was located right in the Swiss Alps. It was a D-rank dungeon, even simpler than the Buffalo dungeon, but it hid an extremely rare reward. However, the secret boss was the Lich King Draugr. Thinking back, the master who had recommended the game to him lost interest pretty quickly, so Gyo Ma ended up playing alone until he gave up too. Because of that, he never actually faced Draugr, and didn't know the boss's attack patterns. Now, he even regretted not playing just a little bit more. In any case, he intended to ask Abel to go with him since they needed at least 3 people to enter. Abel was very skilled, and the main problem was that Gyo Ma couldn't handle an entire horde in just 50 seconds, which was the limit of his pain tolerance blessing. It wasn't like he had any other choice either, so he resolved to talk to her about it later that day. Except, when he met her, he noticed that Abel was all dressed up, and it actually startled him. She asked why he was dressed like that, and Gyo Ma replied that, truth be told, those were the only clothes he had, so she told him they should get in the car. He asked if she had a driver's license, but Abel replied that she didn't. Of course not. Who did he think she was? Instead, she called the driver, Shyle, who did a bit of everything in that house. Abel apologized for giving Shyle extra work, but she replied that it was no problem and that she was happy to help. She added that, since Gyo Ma was joining them, she would drive a bit slower than usual. However, Abel replied that she fully trusted her skills. Gyo Ma then thought to himself that she must really be be an excellent driver. Shiel commented that it would take about 30 minutes, and suggested he take the opportunity to catch a nap. Ma found it strange, because the last time, the trip had taken nearly 3 hours. It was then that Shiel accelerated to over 100 kilometers per h, and simply drove straight down a ravine. Ma almost threw up for the third time. On the mountain road, she even hit 200 kilometers per h, and he could only think that this woman was completely insane. He asked Abel if she didn't get carsick, since she had felt nauseous on the bus. She replied that she only got sick when the vehicle was moving slowly. At high speeds, she felt perfectly fine. Ma thought he shouldn't have even asked. That didn't make the slightest bit of sense. Shortly after, Shiel announced that they were almost there. Abel commented that it had been a very long time since she last visited Geneva. Meanwhile, when Siegfried returned home and found out that the two of them had gone out together, he was furious. He sat down to have some tea and grumbled that he felt he had aged 10 years because of that miserable brute. He thought that these things happened when you lived for so long. Then he remembered what Richard had said about Ma becoming his niece's husband. Right then and there, Siegfried declared that he would not just stand by and watch that happen. The butler commented that Ma had been working quite hard. Siegfried asked if he had continued training while he was away, and Sharon replied that he had. He said Ma trained by himself, even without supervision. Hearing this, Siegfried thought to himself that the boy was an unprecedented genius, someone who didn't even try to run away from hard work. At that pace, passing the trial in just 1 month didn't seem impossible. Siegfried then asked where the youngsters were. Sharon replied that the two of them had left for downtown Geneva first thing in the morning. Instantly, Siegfried snapped the handle of his teacup and asked, completely outraged, what he meant by that. Were the two of them alone? Meanwhile, Abel announced that they had finally arrived. Shiel said she would be back to pick them up around 5 in the afternoon sharp and wished them a pleasant time. Ma was still in shock, trying to recover from the ride, but Abel pulled him by the arm and said their reservation was almost due, so they had better get moving. She also ordered him to stay close to her. As they walked, everyone was enchanted by Abel's beauty. Ma, on the other hand, just looked like some random guy walking behind her. He asked if he could walk a bit further apart, but Abel explained that Europe was different from Korea. The streets were old, it was very easy to get lost, and she just wanted to guide him. She also said people were staring because his hair color drew a lot of attention. Ma thought ironically that of course, his hair was the problem. In reality, as much as he drew a bit of attention, nothing could surpass a blessing. Abel possessed the snowflower blessing. She was an unachievable existence, like a flower blooming at the peak of a snow-covered mountain. At the start of every battle, it applied hesitation to all enemies and reduced their action bar by 2 points. In other words, it represented her breathtaking beauty. It was then that Ma remembered that Abel was precisely the character that had made him spend a fortune on that game. Curiously though, in real life he didn't feel as shaken by her as before. In the beginning, he too had been completely enchanted by her. Perhaps he had developed a certain immunity. Shortly after, they entered the restaurant. Abel took the lead, called the waiter, and ordered her usual dish. Ma asked if she was a frequent customer there, and she replied that she used to visit the restaurant with her parents since she was little. While looking at the menu, Ma found a dish called raclette, and commented that he had never seen it before. Abel explained that it was melted cheese served over meat, sausages, and vegetables. She said she brought him there because he had mentioned wanting to try the local cuisine. Just hearing the description made Ma's mouth water. He thought that melted cheese over sausage must be a super healthy meal. Not. Abel asked if Ma had been thinking about food just a moment ago. He replied jokingly that she must be psychic. At that moment, the waiter arrived with the first appetizer, bread accompanied by small pieces of meat and a knife. Seeing the knife, Ma thought to himself that it was happening all over again. Meanwhile, Abel started taking some pictures of the food. Ma found it funny because, at times like this, she just seemed like an ordinary girl her age. She apologized for picking up her phone, explaining that it had been a very long time since she last visited that restaurant. Ma replied that it was no problem, and commented that she seemed to really enjoy taking photos. Abel explained that she had started using Stargram only recently, and asked if she should give him her profile handle. Ma replied that he didn't care about that sort of thing, and asked if she could cut that piece of meat for him. Entrusting her food to someone else made Abel remember her past. In that very restaurant, she had told her father that she already knew how to use a knife and was going to cut and eat it by herself. However, he had replied, not yet. In the Nibelung family, no one holds a blade before the age of 7. She shot back, saying that was a lie, because Grandpa had told her that her father held a sword on his first birthday. Orion merely replied that her father shouldn't have said that. Then Abel imitated her grandfather, saying he always remarked she would be a talent that would leave a mark on history. Orion commented that perhaps her grandfather was misremembering. In the end, he asked if she could pass her plate and began cutting the food for her. Abel complained that he always treated her like a child. Her mother used to say that entrusting your food to to someone else is a demonstration of how much you like and trust them. Her father did it because he wanted to show the love he felt for her. After all, eating is one of the most important things in life, and you only trust it to someone you truly believe in. One day, when she became a lady, she would understand that feeling. So for today, she could let daddy win this one. Abel ended up getting emotional, and a few tears trickled down her face. Ma was left completely baffled as to what he had done wrong. In his mind, he had only made that request because of the manifestation of his blessing. She took the plate, apologized, and remembered something from the past. She said she could cut it herself, and when she did, the cut came out perfect. The two continued their meal, and for a moment fell into silence. Then Abel asked if he wasn't even going to ask why she had been crying. Ma thought there must certainly be a reason, but he didn't like prying into other people's lives. She asked if he only treated her that way. She mentioned that he seemed to get along so well with everyone else, that she knew he had been the top student, and that perhaps he simply had no interest in her. Meanwhile, she recalled when she returned to the academy. She couldn't feel anything anymore, and it was deeply frustrating. She looked for Ma everywhere, but couldn't find him. She would wake up devoid of energy, looking at the empty rooms, and everything felt lifeless. She trained with hatred in her heart until she finally decided to take action. She packed her suitcase, gathered her tropical clothes, and boarded a plane to look for Ma. Abel had always been known for only one thing, being the successor to the Sword Emperor's family. People said she would surely surpass her father, that she could not fail, and that she needed to keep getting stronger. The responsibility of being the sword of the Nibelung family was constantly placed upon her shoulders. But on that day, when Ma helped her during the test, it was the first time anyone had ever done something like that for her. Everyone else only saw a Nibelung, but Ma saw Abel. Back in the present, she asked if he truly had no interest in her whatsoever. Ma was completely taken aback. She explained that she used to think he had a reason for hiding the fact that he was ranked first, but the more she observed him, the more she realized she was wrong. In reality, back then he just didn't want to deal with her. Isn't that right? She asked if he thought everyone was a genius like him. There are ordinary people, like her, who have to rely on others. Ma interrupted, saying she was only speaking that way because of her own insecurity. She claimed he was different, but those words undermined all the effort he had put in. She spoke without knowing how hard he had worked, and how he had lived to get to where he was. At that moment, she was diminishing her own efforts, reducing everything to the word talent. Ma's life had been exactly like that too. The people around him always called him a genius. No one looked at the process, only the result. He gripped the knife even with bloodied, injured hands and sharpened the blade as he watched the Tower of Bones grow. Now, the same thing was happening with the blessing of the sword god, the power that allowed him to face enemies he could never defeat alone. Everyone called it talent, but it was a power that exacted a heavy toll on both body and mind. Everything came at a cost. The original story had already been altered, and he had no idea what tomorrow would bring. Because of that, there was only one thing he could do: survive. Abel apologized, and he replied that it was fine. The two could simply keep eating. Ma thought to himself that his decision to suppress the blessing from manifesting had ultimately caused this entire situation. The atmosphere wasn't the best for asking what she really wanted either. He even felt hesitant to offer words of comfort. Perhaps it was because of his own mind, which forced him to rationalize everything all the time. Then Abel revealed that her parents had disappeared in a dungeon on that exact same day, 10 years ago. She had been highly anticipating this vacation, because the minimum requirement to enter a dungeon was to be an academy student. This vacation held immense significance for her. Ma imagined it must be an extremely dangerous dungeon, but she explained that the actual difficulty wasn't even that high. Precisely because of that, she could never understand how her parents had disappeared there. Ma remembered that his own parents had also disappeared, so he said they could go together. He was already planning to clear a dungeon during the vacation anyway, so they might as well make it a joint trip. Abel immediately refused. She said it had nothing to do with him, and that she couldn't let her personal problems affect other people. Ma responded that she was letting him stay at her house, so he could consider this a way to repay that debt. Deeply moved, Abel thanked him. In truth, it wasn't that he was genuinely worried about her. It was a completely logical decision. By helping Abel, he would receive much more in return. The higher his synchronization rate became, the less humanity he retained. His heart remained cold and mechanical. Regardless of the situation, he didn't even know what he would eventually become at the end of all this. He then asked where the dungeon was located. Abel replied that it was the undead dungeon, the exact place he had wanted to go. At the end of the day, Shiel came to pick them up. Abel was already asleep in the car, and Shiel thanked May, saying it had been a very long time since the young lady had slept so peacefully, and that she seemed happy that day. May thought that it was perhaps the same expression from back then, and replied that Shiel was right. Meanwhile, Saki was in Los Angeles. She commented that she had arrived right on schedule, but those two were late. While she waited, she approached a group of men, showed them a photo of Ma, and asked if they recognized the young man. Naturally, no one did. Saki muttered that the sword Saint Sashimi wasn't as famous as she had imagined, and that finding him might turn out to be much harder than expected. The men said they had never seen her around there before and insisted that she stay a bit longer to talk with them. Saki replied that she was fine, but one of them grabbed her, saying she should listen to people who were just trying to be nice. Rachel appeared to stop it, asking them if they had a death wish. Speed Weapon was already on the phone calling the police, and the group ran off. Saki complained that the two of them were late. Rachel replied that it was great to see her again, while Speed Weapon asked if she was okay, commenting that she had run into bad luck right upon her arrival. Later, the three of them were at a diner. Rachel commented that it seemed fun. Speed Weapon mentioned he had read the news about her, but asked what was so urgent that it had made her travel all the way to the United States. Saki replied that it was indeed something very important, and precisely because of that, she had come there to ask for their help. Saki said they had promised to help, so they couldn't back out now. The two asked where they were going, and she replied that she didn't know the exact location, but she had a few clues. The main one was the Lancelot Company. Later, Speed Weapon introduced his car, the famous Speedwagon, and the three began their journey toward New York. However, after a while, they ended up stranded in the middle of an extremely hot place. The car simply died. Saki looked at the vehicle and asked if that really was the legendary Speedwagon. Meanwhile, on the trip back, Shyle asked Geo Ma if he had ever heard of the Undead Dungeon. He replied that he had. At that moment, Abel showed him all the information she had gathered. The dungeon was located on the border between Switzerland and France. Since it wasn't very popular, it received almost no maintenance. Even so, because of international hero law, it was mandatory for at least 3 registered people to enter together. Geo Ma realized she had truly prepared herself. Abel knew much more about that dungeon than he did, so things might turn out even better than expected. She was so excited that she ended up moving a bit too close to him. Geo Ma simply commented that he could tell how much effort she had put into preparing. Then, he asked who the missing person was, given that 3 people were required. Abel explained that a senior heroine hired by the association and a graduate of the Iwakwem Academy would be accompanying them. It was Shyle herself. Geo Mei had already suspected that she wasn't an ordinary person. After all, Shyle was part of the senior heroes group, ranking among the top 8% with 8,420 hero points. He mentioned he had heard she would be accompanying them into the dungeon. Shyle confirmed it and replied that her skills might not be enough, but she would do her best not to get in the way. Geo Ma found himself wondering how someone of that level could possibly get in the way. Shyle then shared a bit of her own story. She didn't know if he had heard about it, but she managed to graduate from Wacom Academy thanks to the Nibelung family. 10 years ago, she was taken in by Lady Abel's parents, who were no longer alive today. Before that, she lived in an orphanage. She considered herself just one of the few lucky people who had the chance to be hired by the Nibelung family. To this day, she was eternally grateful that they had seen potential in a simple maid and allowed her to study at Wacom Academy. Geo Ma commented that her talent must be impressive. Shyle replied that compared to him, she was just an ordinary person. She also revealed that it was her own request to accompany this mission. After all, the journey was an attempt to find clues about the young lady's parents, the very people who had given her a reason to live. She also mentioned that she had been a student in the regular class and was very happy to read the articles about Geo Ma's achievements. Because of that, she had formed a good impression of him. She even joked that she should have chosen a better outfit for their meeting, and that Abel was probably very angry. The next morning, Geo Ma was called in for a meeting with the Sword Emperor. When he entered the room, he wondered what could be so serious. Siegfried said he wanted to talk about a certain matter, but first asked what he had done with Abel the previous day. Geo Mei replied that they had simply had lunch together. Siegfried asked if he was sure. Geo Ma confirmed it once more. Siegfried then said he was relieved. After all, it was perfectly normal for friends to have lunch together. Even so, he asked that if anything similar happened again, he should let him know. Right after, he recalled the real reason for the conversation. He said he wasn't sure if it would actually become an issue, but it was better to show him something. He handed Geo Ma a profile containing all of his information. It listed his personal data, such as date of birth and parentage. The only unusual detail was that his hero points still appeared as under calculation. Siegfried asked him to pay close attention to exactly that. A student's hero points are normally not calculated. There is an agreement between the association and the academies to prevent this from happening. However, in his case, it clearly showed they were being evaluated. Geo Ma asked if that was illegal. Siegfried replied that it wasn't exactly illegal. It was just an unprecedented situation. A student's role is to study, and the academy already handles all the necessary evaluations. Apparently, the association no longer viewed Geo Ma as just a student. Most likely, the association's leader himself and the vice leader, Richard Murat, would begin to observe him closely. Geo Ma thought to himself that he now had such highly influential people keeping an eye on him. Perhaps everything was a consequence of recent events. Siegfried asked him not to take it too seriously. It was indeed strange that the association was calculating his hero points, but he believed it was a result of what happened during the festival. Geo Ma asked if he was referring to that strange woman named Mao Rang. Siegfried replied that perhaps he should have gone a bit easier on her. Even so, he told him not to worry. If any trouble arose, he would personally handle the situation as Geo Ma's guardian. At that moment, Geo Mei realized realized that he now had a guardian too, just like what had happened with his first master. However, before the conversation could continue, Abel entered the room, apologizing for the interruption. She explained that she needed to speak with Jioma quickly before their trip. Siegfried simply watched the two of them leave, thinking about his own son, his daughter-in-law, and how important this trip was to Abel. Meanwhile, Saki, Rachel, and Speed Weapon's journey continued inside the Speedwagon. Speed Weapon asked what exactly she needed to deliver to the president, but Saki preferred not to answer. Sometime later, they pulled into a gas station to refuel. Rachel asked how much longer it would take to arrive. Speed Weapon replied that if they kept taking turns driving, it would take about 3 days. Rachel then said she could take the wheel. As they drove through the arid landscape until nightfall, she decided to ask another question. She wanted to know what Saki would do if Gyo-ma wasn't in New York either. She also asked if she really liked him that much. Saki simply replied that she did. Rachel was surprised by such blunt honesty. Saki herself, however, admitted that she couldn't even explain the exact reason why. The journey continued. At first it was fun, but eventually it became exhausting. But when they finally arrived in New York, Saki grew excited. It was her first time visiting the city, and she found everything absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, Charon served another cup of tea to the Sword Emperor and asked if he was doing all right. Siegfried replied that it was impossible to be at ease. The butler asked why he hadn't stopped the trip. Even if the undead dungeon wasn't that dangerous, the experience could be traumatizing for Abel. Perhaps it would have been better if he had gone himself. Siegfried replied that he understood the concern, but he needed to respect his granddaughter's decision. Abel was no longer a child, and couldn't keep staying trapped in the past. He could protect her, but that would only delay her growth. Besides, Gyo-ma would be by her side. No matter who the enemy was, he believed no one would be a match for that boy. Charon asked if he truly believed that. Siegfried replied that calling him a genius, a talent that appears only once a century, was still an understatement to describe Gyo-ma. Charon realized just how much the Sword Emperor trusted him. Even knowing that the boy had gone out alone with the young lady, he continued to place absolute faith in his capabilities. After all, the Sword Emperor was a man who knew how to see people's true value. If he recognized Gyo-ma, then it was because the boy truly was special. Charon replied that he understood what his master meant, and that if he needed anything else, he only had to ask. Siegfried replied that Charon knew him best, so he knew he would understand. While he waited, Gyo-ma decided to take a look at the system. The restriction on the assimilation, or synchronization rate at 25% had been removed. Now, as this rate increased, he could obtain memory fragments. Furthermore, whenever a new fragment was acquired, extra rewards could be granted. At the moment, he had collected 0 out of 7 fragments. His assimilation rate had risen to 29.1%, and the next restriction would be removed upon reaching 35%. Gyo-ma thought that the system was now creating missions on its own. That unidentified being could be some sort of entity or life form, and those 7 fragments might be clues related to the blessing of the sword god. If they completed the raid of the undead dungeon, his assimilation rate would also increase. The major problem was the Lich King Draugr. As he thought about this, he watched Abel training. He knew that in that dungeon, the undead would rise again even after being defeated, and their numbers would only multiply over time. It was the worst kind of battle for someone who utilized the sashimi knife style. All he had was 50 seconds. Abel and Shyle could probably buy that time for him. Even so, depending on the situation, that mission could be just as dangerous as the Akori incident, and if he had to use that power again, he had no idea what would happen to him. Ever since that day, he had the feeling that his humanity was being stripped away piece by piece. Abel's goal was to find any trace of her parents, a wish she had carried for 10 years. Gyo-ma could not allow that dream to be shattered because of him. While they were training, Abel asked how her posture was. She mentioned he seemed to be putting too much tension into his shoulders, and asked why he was being so quiet. After all, hadn't he said he was going to observe her technique? Gyo-ma replied that he didn't really know how to explain it. Still, she kept repeating her sword strikes, saying she couldn't afford to be a burden to whoever was by her side, let alone to Gyo-ma himself. He thought to himself that he really didn't understand much about swordsmanship, but he perfectly understood the meaning of repeating the same movement once, twice, hundreds, and thousands of times. Abel hadn't reached this level through talent alone. The next morning, the three of them were ready to set off. They said their goodbyes to the butler Charon and the Sword Emperor. Gyo-ma found it strange to see the old man so relaxed. Perhaps it was just because this was only a D-rank dungeon. However, Shyle approached him and whispered that the Sword Emperor was probably more worried than any of them. Siegfried then looked at Gyo-ma and said he was placing his trust in him. After the three of them left, Siegfried remarked that he also had some unfinished business to take care of. Charon asked if this wasn't too sudden. After all, visiting the association like that, without any warning, seemed a bit abrupt. Siegfried fired back, asking if it hadn't been even more abrupt when the Spear Saint invaded their place. Since that was practically an invitation, he was obviously going to accept it. Charon noted that paying a visit to the association at this moment would likely cause some discomfort. Siegfried explained that, as Gyo-ma's guardian, he needed to give the association a warning since they had started investigating interrogating the boy. Adults existed precisely to clear the path when something got in the student's way. They were still too young, and there were limits to what they could achieve on their own. He also told Sharon not to worry. The two of them would go together, and in the worst-case scenario, it would just end in an argument. Sharon commented that it had been over 20 years since the last time he fought on the front lines. Siegfried smiled and asked if he wasn't the very same person who had achieved the rank of warrior at the age of 25. He said he would be relying on him again for the first time in ages, calling him the demon Charon. Meanwhile, Ma, Abel, and Shyle traveled to the city where the undead dungeon was located. By the end of the day, they arrived at their destination, checked into the hotel, and rested. Only one night remained before the exploration. Ma felt an eerie sense of tranquility. It was exactly the calm before the storm. At the same time, in New York, the trio finally arrived at the Lancelot Company. The three of them were disguised as business people. Rachel asked if all that disguise was truly necessary. Saki replied that you never know. Revealing your true identity rarely brings any good. Even so, she found herself turning over the same doubt. What if Ma wasn't even in New York? She quickly brushed the thought aside. Until they saw everything with their own eyes, nothing was guaranteed. They entered the Lancelot building, but were kicked out almost immediately. Shortly after, they were sitting on a bench outside. Speedweapon asked what the next plan would be. Rachel suggested dropping the disguise and asked why Saki didn't just breach the company's system. All she had to do was hack everything, bypass the reception, and walk right in. Saki replied that she hadn't learned how to hack just to do that. Right at that moment, an accident happened right in front of them. A truck braked hard to avoid hitting a child crossing the street. The vehicle's rear ended up lifting into the air, and it began to tip over, on the verge of crushing the boy. Without thinking twice, Rachel ripped a lamppost right out of the square and hurled it at the truck, pinning the cargo against the bridge structure just above. However, that wouldn't hold the weight for very long. Rachel rushed forward to hold the truck by herself. Saki ordered Speedweapon to help her while she flipped open her laptop. This time, she would use her hacking skills for the right reasons. She took control of the area's traffic lights and shut down all traffic to prevent other cars from approaching. Rachel was already at her limit, trying to support the truck. With Speedweapon's help, the two managed to keep the vehicle stable until rescue arrived. As expected, the accident made the news. The newspapers reported that a truck had overturned downtown after a tire blew out. Thanks to the quick action of a few tourists, no one was injured. At the Lancelot headquarters, the secretary of that heroine commented that those tourists seemed to be the very same girls who had shown up earlier in the lobby, making a big scene to try and speak with her. She then asked if she should inform Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie replied that she should, and told her to schedule a meeting with them. The next morning, Ma, Abel, and Shyle finally arrived at the D-rank undead dungeon. In front of them was nothing more than a cave entrance. Shyle commented that she had double-checked several times to make sure they weren't in the wrong place. Ma was impressed. Did that really look like the entrance to a D-rank dungeon? Even the Buffalo dungeon looked like a palace compared to this one. Near the entrance stood a large stone obelisk covered in ancient inscriptions and several deep gashes. Ma couldn't even recognize the language. Shyle explained that it was likely an ancient runic language. She had studied it a bit during her time at the Joachim Academy, so she couldn't say with absolute certainty. Looking closer, she noticed that the upper part of the inscription had been deliberately destroyed, most likely by a sword strike. Even so, she could still read a few segments at the bottom. After focusing, she translated what remained of the inscription. The message stated that those who disturbed the rest of the dead would also become dead. On the other hand, those who brought peace to the dead would be crowned by the king of the dead. Ma immediately figured that the last part was a reference to the Lich King Draugr. Shyle said that was all she could translate. The rest of the inscription was too damaged and beyond her capabilities. Because of that, she apologized. But Ma told her it was more than he could have asked for. Then, they finally entered the dungeon, already hearing bizarre sounds echoing off the cave walls. In the silence, screams occasionally echoed from the depths. That was why everyone avoided that place. It was truly terrifying. Soon, they were surrounded by a few zombies. Shyle said she could handle them, but Abel replied that this would be a battle of endurance. She told Shyle to leave it to her until she got tired, so it was better to save her energy for now. Abel concentrated, trying to remind herself that these were no longer real people. With the blessing of the snowflower, she sliced through all the zombies at once and before moving forward, wished that they rest in peace. Ma was a bit shocked. He didn't remember her being this strong in the game. Perhaps she had grown powerful faster because she had become top of her class. More zombies began to approach as they ventured deeper into the cave. Ma asked why she always concentrated or asked for forgiveness before killing the zombies. Abel explained that they might be monsters now, but they were once humans. No one knew the reason, but this was the only place where people went in and ended up becoming walking corpses. The dungeon itself was the problem. She believed there was something hidden there. Gyo-ma thought to himself that she was right. That hidden something was Drager. Abel then commented that it was strange for people to call the undead demonic beasts. They weren't demons. In fact, they were only called beasts because they were no longer human. She asked if he had ever seen a single case of the undead attacking someone outside of that dungeon. Of course not. The Heroes Association classified them as threats, even though the true danger lay elsewhere. Anyone could see that this was why people felt uncomfortable entering that dungeon. Even so, Abel believed that calling them beasts was wrong. They were there for a purpose. It was inevitable for her to cut them down, so the least she could do was wish them a peaceful departure. She was a swordswoman in whom compassion and violence coexisted. Her bloodline did not lie. Afterward, she apologized for talking too much, and they kept walking. She continued to ask for forgiveness before defeating each zombie, but she did so with absolute ease. Gyo-ma began to feel that something was off. The zombies were far too slow for it to even be called an ambush. They didn't even seem to want to attack. They were just walking toward them with open arms. This truly was a battle of attrition, a battle of endurance. So Gyo-ma activated the blessing of the sword god and used his sensory abilities to feel his surroundings. It was better to find the way, even if he had to expend some energy. His perception reached much farther and with much more clarity than before. Perhaps he would even be able to sense where Drager was. It was then that, midway through, he spotted a person waving at them. Gyo-ma warned the others that there was a person, or something like it, up ahead. They walked over and found a zombie that truly looked like a person. The creature winced because of the light, but before anyone could do anything, Gyo-ma had already lunged forward to kill the being. Meanwhile, Saki found out from that heroine that Gyo-ma had never actually gone to New York. Speed asked about all those articles that claimed otherwise. The heroine replied that the press had made it all up. It was basically fake news. Rachel started to laugh, and Saki asked her why. She replied that it was nothing. She was just very disappointed that they hadn't found Gyo-ma. The heroine apologized for not being able to help her juniors, who had come from so far away, but she also asked for Rachel's name. She realized the girl belonged to the Spear Saints family and wanted to know if she already had any plans for after graduation. Rachel replied that she would have a better answer if her love life were going as well as Saki's, but she was having some trouble. The heroine then asked if she had any interest in becoming a heroine herself. Rachel said she didn't have much interest. Her uncle would probably flip out. Saki commented that a skin-tight heroine outfit would look interesting on Rachel. Speed asked if the heroine really wanted that idiot Rachel as a heroine and begged her for God's sake to reconsider. Even so, Rachel replied that it had been fun helping people like that. On the way back, Saki was already set to return to the academy. Before leaving, she asked the two of them to keep all of this a secret and said they would meet up at the academy. As she headed back, Saki muttered that the whole thing had been a bit embarrassing. Still, she couldn't forget that Rachel had started laughing earlier. In the end, she decided to drop it for now and would just ask her when she got back to the academy. And that's it for this series today. We'll bring you more chapters as soon as they're released. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell. It really helps us keep up with the video schedule. So, until next time.